Chapter 141. Open Letter to All Fellow Citizens. As a father, Father Lin was more worried about his daughter's safety. Whether she joined the national team or not wasn't important. His daughter's safety was what mattered most. Even if she didn't go to the national team, it would be fine. No, Dad. Lin Xiaolu shook her head. I'm not the only player. There are many others. When the time comes, we'll all act together, so it's very safe. Besides, aren't you all coming with me? With you here, who would dare bully me? With your dad here, no one can lay a finger on you. Father Lin declared decisively, his tone final. The whole family will go with you. Our family will stay together in life, and in death too. Right. We'll go together. Mother Lin chimed in, tears streaming down her face. This time tears of excitement and relief. Big brother and second brother showed no hesitation whatsoever. But what about all these supplies? Lin Zixuan looked at the warehouse piled mountain high with goods, feeling somewhat troubled. The national team will send special personnel to collect them later. Lin Xiaolu explained. Don't worry, brother. Sister Yan said that even if we join the national team, these supplies will still remain our personal private property. They'll just be stored in a different location. That's good to hear. Hearing this, everyone felt as if they'd swallowed a calming pill, their tense nerves finally relaxing completely. Lin Zixuan's gaze couldn't help but drift toward the heavenly horse standing quietly to the side, occasionally swishing its tail, his eyes burning with desire. Lin Xiaolu noticed his thoughts and couldn't help but smile. Brother, do you want to give it a try? Yes. I dream about it. Lin Zixuan was so excited he nearly jumped up. Lin Zixuan walked up to the heavenly horse, coming into close contact with it, but didn't dare reach out to touch it. He had played immortal characters before, flying through the skies and diving through the earth while suspended from wires in front of green screens. But that was all fake. Who wouldn't want to ride a real heavenly horse? Under Lin Xiaolu's guidance, the group went to the villa's lawn. Lin Xiaolu mounted the horse first, then had Lin Zixuan climb up behind her. If she didn't mount the horse first, no one else could ride it away, since it was her imagination creature after all. The heavenly horse let out a clear, melodious neigh and suddenly beat its wings vigorously. Lin Zixuan felt his body become weightless, completely lifted off the ground. Ah, we're flying, I'm really flying. The movie star's image vanished completely, replaced by childlike screams. The wind howled past his ears, while the villa and courtyard beneath him rapidly shrank to the size of matchboxes. The entire city, along with the gray curtain of rain, was trampled beneath their feet. Next was Lin Zimo, then Father Lin. These two men who stirred up storms in the business world couldn't maintain their composure now, their faces filled with awe. Finally, it was Mother Lin's turn. Supported by her daughter, she carefully sat on the heavenly horse. When the flying horse ascended into the sky, she didn't scream, but simply held her daughter tightly, tears silently streaming down her face. Half from fear, half from pride. After everyone had experienced this miraculous flight, Lin Zixuan was the first to rush up to his sister. He grabbed Lin Xiaolu's shoulders, his eyes shining, his voice trembling with excitement. Little sister, tell me, how can I become a player? He, the movie star famous throughout the country, with countless fans and a net worth of hundreds of millions. The moment he flew into the sky, he felt like he was nothing. When the apocalypse came, he could do nothing. Yet his sister could join the national team. He wanted to fly too. He wanted to possess this kind of power too. Lin Xiaolu looked at his obsessed expression and could only shake her head helplessly. I don't know either. It's random. Lin Zixuan's heart broke. 2 days before the apocalypse's arrival, the rain grew even more torrential. The world was shrouded in gray mist, so oppressive it made it hard to breathe. Bai Chenyue sat on the sofa, her expression calm. On the coffee table before her sat a computer, its screen playing instructional videos about the operation and maintenance of modern agricultural machinery. Tractors, seeders, harvesters. Who would have thought? She used to be an academic slacker, but when the apocalypse arrived, she was forced to become a top student. Bai Chenyue swore she had never worked this hard back in her school days. Suddenly, the familiar light screen popped up before her eyes without warning. Server-wide announcement. All players currently in the game have completed their tasks and returned. The game will undergo system maintenance shortly. During the maintenance period, all game functions will be suspended, including but not limited to task teleportation, personal panel, mall transactions, etc. Specific reopening time will be announced separately. As the notification sounded in her mind, Bai Chenyue's finger controlling the video paused almost imperceptibly. Game maintenance? Her pupils contracted slightly, waves of turmoil rising in her heart. The game suspension meant that until the maintenance was completed, she could no longer obtain any new supplies, skills, or abilities through the game. She glanced again at the massive stockpile of supplies in her space. Fortunately, she hadn't placed all her hopes on the game from the very beginning. When soldiers approach, deploy generals to block them. When floodwaters come, use earth to stem the tide. No matter how the game changed, no matter what the future held, the only thing she needed to do was continuously grow stronger and master her own destiny. At that moment, her phone emitted a notification sound. A highest-level push notification, bolded and highlighted in red, dominated her screen. It requested every citizen to watch address to the nation promptly at 12 o'clock. Noon, exactly 12 o'clock. Hundreds of millions of screens, whether phones, televisions, or giant street displays, switched their displays at the same second. The background showed the nation's highest-level news broadcast studio, solemn and dignified. There stood an elderly comrade, familiar beyond familiar. Behind him was a massive electronic screen displaying the words, "Highest-level notification of national state of emergency." The live broadcast signal was forcibly pushed through all channels to every person's phone, television, computer, and even outdoor billboards across the nation. Fellow countrymen. The elderly comrade's voice spread to every corner of the nation. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried steadiness and power, suppressing all noise and discussion. Over the past few days, everyone has been filled with panic, confusion, and unease. Why were you asked to stockpile supplies? Today, I will tell you an extremely heavy truth that we must face together. As soon as he finished speaking, the image on the giant screen behind him changed. It showed a dynamic map simulated by satellites and supercomputers. Blue areas representing bodies of water were visibly and frantically eroding the green areas representing land at a shocking rate. According to the latest data we have obtained, this heavy rainfall affecting the entire globe is merely the beginning. The continuous rainfall has already caused global groundwater levels, river levels, and lake levels to reach their limits. Within the next week to month, or even longer, what we will face are even more deadly secondary disasters. This is not alarmist talk, nor is it movie fiction. He spoke each word clearly with cruel clarity. It is the coming real apocalypse. Chapter 142. Open letter to all fellow citizens. In front of their screens, countless people gasped sharply, the color draining from their faces. "I know you're afraid." The old comrade's frank, almost blunt words made countless hearts stretched to their limits suddenly tremble. To be honest, I feel the same. But, compatriots, looking back at Zhonghua's history over 5,000 years, has our nation experienced too few hardships? When ancient floods submerged our homes, we tamed them. When the century of national humiliation arrived, with our mountains and rivers shattered, we avenged it. From being impoverished and devastated, our predecessors built today's prosperous era with their bare hands. When floods came, we blocked them. When strong enemies came, we fought them. When poverty came, we built against it. The old comrade's voice suddenly rose, each word resounding powerfully like war drums beating deep within everyone's soul. When has the backbone of us Zhonghua descendants ever been broken? Does this mere apocalyptic disaster think it can crush the spine of our 1.4 billion people? His voice exploded like thunder. Wishful thinking. Facing this disaster, we have already activated the highest-level emergency response plan. We have mobilized all available forces, shipping back load after load of grain, case after case of medicine, and massive quantities of seeds and energy from around the globe. The old comrade's tone became extremely grave. In the face of this disaster, staying home is no longer safe. For this reason, the National Supreme Emergency Command Center has decided to officially launch the ARC project. We secretly initiated and completed the construction of 1,200 massive shelters covering major population centers nationwide, with corresponding shelters established for every city, prefecture, county, township, and unit. At this very moment, hundreds of millions of engineers and workers continue fighting tirelessly at their posts. The People's Liberation Army has entered Level 1 combat readiness. They will protect every base and every one of our compatriots. On screen, internal structural diagrams and actual footage of the shelters were displayed one by one. They were steel cities buried deep underground, with independent nuclear power systems, air circulation systems, water treatment systems, and comprehensive agricultural production zones, living areas, and medical districts. The infrastructure maniac's nearly insane scale left everyone speechless with awe. Now I officially announce the first batch of 30 shelters, their specific locations and coverage areas. Names of cities, coordinates of shelters, all appeared clearly on the screen. From the moment this announcement is issued, the nation will initiate the National Evacuation Plan. The military and local armed forces will organize civilians by community, conducting orderly transfers to nearby shelters in batches and by region. We promise all citizens that the state will guarantee everyone's basic survival needs. All citizens entering shelters will receive housing, food, water, and medical care. Compatriots, this is not the end. This is a war we must win to continue our civilization. The old comrade's words carried immense weight. If the sky falls, our motherland will hold it up. Each word struck deep into the hearts of 1.4 billion people. Like great bells tolling. Bai Chenyue listened, only one sentence remaining in her mind. If the sky falls, our motherland will hold it up. Even her. A rebirth who had struggled through 3 years of apocalypse and seen through human coldness, now felt a scalding current pumping from her heart throughout her entire body. In her previous life, there had been no such speech. In her previous life, the apocalypse erupted suddenly. The country fell into paralysis unprepared, order collapsed, the world turned into hell, and countless people died in despair, hunger, and cold. She had witnessed with her own eyes fathers and sons turning against each other, husbands and wives becoming enemies over a moldy piece of bread. She had personally experienced how, upon the ruins, the country painstakingly pieced together scattered shelters using the blood and bones of countless people, giving unarmed ordinary folks a glimmer of hope to survive. Without the country, ordinary people wouldn't even qualify to be cannon fodder. She herself had survived for 3 years under the country's protection. The apocalypse is terrifying, human hearts are unpredictable, but Zhonghua's children have their mother here. Our motherland will use every ounce of her strength to protect her children. She had never been a saint. Others' lives and deaths meant nothing to her. But this was her country, her home. When the nation faces calamity, she must help. She hadn't made the wrong decision back then. Revealing the apocalypse information to the country in advance was precisely so this world's most powerful war machine could start up early. This time everything would be different. On screen, the old comrade's figure appeared again. Now, it's time to tell everyone the second matter. The old comrade's gaze burned like torches, sweeping across the camera as if he could see through the screen to every individual. I know that among my compatriots, there is a special group of people who were taken by mysterious forces into a game world called Chosen Game. In the game world, there are magical mushrooms that can multiply human strength, and strange bubbles that allow people to breathe underwater. This might be a catastrophe, but equally, it's an opportunity. An opportunity for us humans to continue surviving in the coming new world. His gaze became extremely solemn. Here I extend my most sincere invitation to all those chosen by the Chosen Game. Our fellow Zhonghua players. The country needs you. The people need you. We have established the Special Talents Administration Bureau. No matter where you are, no matter your ability level, if you're willing, please contact the government. The country will provide you with the most comprehensive support, the most reliable backing, and corresponding honors. On screen appeared a series of hotline numbers, official websites, and special communication channels. The country will provide the highest level of security guarantees and resource allocation for every player who responds to the call, along with their immediate family members. All your actions in the real world will receive the country's most comprehensive logistical, intelligence, and firepower support. You will no longer be lone fighters operating in isolation. You will become the country's sharp blades, the sturdy shields protecting civilization, the hope for humanity's future. Your names, your achievements will be eternally engraved in future history books, remembered through the ages. Those willing to join, we welcome you. Those unwilling, we respect that. Zhonghua will not force anyone. Every citizen has their own choice. Fellow compatriots nationwide, the old comrade's voice spread to every corner of this land. The road ahead will be difficult. We will face hunger, cold, and darkness. But please remember, as long as we 1.4 billion people unite as one, with collective determination, there is no enemy we cannot defeat, no obstacle we cannot overcome. The apocalypse may come, but the embers of civilization will be perpetuated by our own hands. As long as one Zhonghua descendant remains standing, our civilization will never be extinguished. Lift your heads, straighten your chests, and hold tight to your family's hands beside you. Survive. With the country here, we will survive together. Chapter 143. Who's that guy? Really? The old comrade's words were forceful and resonant. When the screen went dark, Zhonghua was completely ignited. The live stream ended. The phone lines published by the Special Talents Administration Bureau were overwhelmed. Hello? Hi. I'm a player of the chosen game. My son disappeared for almost a week last week. When he came back, he said he went to the desert and met a lot of weird creatures. Could he be a player? Officer, I'm reporting. My neighbor is definitely a player. He can carry a gas cylinder up to the 5th floor with one hand. Online, endless comments flooded the web, all talking about the apocalypse and the chosen game. I'm not going to the shelter. My apartment is on the 28th floor, the flood won't reach me. Going to the shelter is just a crowd like being imprisoned. I've stock supplies. Staying home is better, right? Don't be stupid up there. Didn't you hear about geological disasters? Even with a tall building, your foundation might collapse. I'm packing and heading out. Better safe than sorry. I just finished watching an apocalypse, and now you tell me this turns into a fantasy set? Chosen game? Players? I'm blown away. This is too surreal. Damn. My neighbor who never leaves the house got taken away by men in black suits a few days ago. I thought he was in trouble. Could he be a player? I missed the best chance to thigh hug someone powerful. The state recognizes superpowers now? Mom, times have changed. If I help an old lady across the street now, can I still be chosen? Please make me a player. What's the difference between players and us? Do they have superpowers? Curiosity, I want to know, I want to join. Is this assembling all superpowered people to form our own Avengers? My cousin is a player. He told me not to say it before, that he was grinding in the game. Now he can brag legitimately. My cousin is a state person now. The benefits are too good, they even take care of family. One gets enlightened, the whole family ascends. Why am I not a player? I refuse. I want in. The registration site is overloaded. Real or fake players are crowding it. I tried and the server crashed, couldn't get in at all. Bai Chenyue withdrew her gaze and looked out the window. The rain seemed to be falling even harder. Survive. She murmured softly. Of course I have to survive. And I have to live 10,000 times better than in my last life. Oh. Sakura Country, Edo Conglomerate Headquarters. The luxurious dry landscape garden was filled with deathly silence. Ito Ryanosuke sat on the tatami, his face as calm as still water. Idiot! A delicate celadone teacup smashed to the floor, shattering into fragments. Ito Kenji's face twisted with fury, fists clenched, knuckles white. They knew all along. Zhonghua knew everything a long time ago. They treated the whole world like fools, watching us squabble like idiots over short-term gains, while they prepared everything in secret. Ito Ryanosuke said nothing, only closing his eyes, the aged face deeply lined. After a long time he spoke slowly, his voice dry. If the apocalypse is real, we must prepare sooner. Ito Kenji snapped his head up, bloodshot eyes wide. Grandfather, how could they possibly know the apocalypse in advance? Are they prophets? Suddenly he seemed to remember something and shivered. A player ID flashed through his mind like lightning. Who's that guy? The number one who had traded countless goods from them with game items. A terrifying thought chilled him through. It's them. Ito Kenji's voice trembled. Who's that guy? They knew in advance. Trading for goods wasn't for the game. It was to cope with the apocalypse. Ito Ryunosuke's eyes opened wide, a flash of sharp light. You mean the number one in the game? Exactly. Ito Kenji's breathing grew rapid. That guy must be someone from Zhonghwa's secret ace, surely a member of their national team. They used Who's That Guy to rake in wealth in the game, hoard goods, and suppress the news to buy themselves time. Shameless. Despicable. He shook with anger. They're plundering the world's resources to save Zhonghua. Ito Ryunosuke's expression turned extremely ugly. So they had been holding an ace up their sleeve all along. No wonder they could never find the mysterious Who's That Guy. Contact the cabinet immediately. Ito Ryunosuke's face was as cold as ice. Issue a formal protest to Zhonghua. Demand they immediately disclose all information on Who's That Guy, and share all intelligence about the apocalypse and the game. This is a crisis for all humanity. They have no right to hoard it. Oh. Meanwhile, in the Desert Kingdom, inside the Gilded Palace, the atmosphere was completely different. Prince Khalil sat with one leg crossed over the other, toying with a solid gold desert eagle in his hand, a brilliant smile on his face. The players from his team before him wore grave, worried expressions. Your Highness, this is serious. One member said in a low voice. Zhonghua built bases and stockpiled supplies in advance to prepare for the apocalypse. Should we? That's none of your concern. Khalil cut him off. My friend is so cool. He slapped his thigh excitedly. I knew it, he's no ordinary person stockpiling for the apocalypse in advance. My God, I really want to meet him. Friend. Adno froze. You mean Who's That Guy? Of course. Khalil looked entirely self-evident. Who else could it be besides them? One team member couldn't help but speak up. Your Highness, players worldwide are guessing that Who's That Guy is an official Zhonghua person. They think Zhonghua deliberately withheld information, using game items to obtain massive supplies, deceiving everyone. Khalil sneered in contempt. Deceiving? That's just their own stupidity. When my friend posted the trade list in the channel, he didn't force anyone to buy. They chose to trade. Now they accuse my friend of immorality? But did they ever think how many supplies those items could buy in the game? A bunch of fools. This isn't deception, it's intelligence. He rose and paced through the palace, eyes shining. He didn't care about the goods that had been traded away. The items he obtained from the number one brother, combined with his team, would let him fare much better in the game. Besides, the Desert Kingdom is nothing like Zhonghua. They wouldn't hand out large quantities of supplies to citizens. Even if the apocalypse came, as a prince he would fare far better than ordinary people. Who's that guy? Who are you really? Are you male or female? The prince murmured, eagerly anticipating meeting them. Chapter 144. The beginning of the apocalypse. In a garage somewhere in Eagle. On the massive screen, Zhonghua's globally shocking live broadcast had just ended. The gaunt Leon's fingers flew across the keyboard, pulling up countless data streams, his gaze sharp. Boss, the intelligence is confirmed. Zhonghua began nationwide strategic contraction and material reserves at least a month early, possibly even longer. Leon turned to look at the man sitting in the shadows, John Stalica, whose game nickname was King. All clues point to one person. Who's that guy? Leon speculated. Only he would have both the motive and capability to foresee all this in advance. He wasn't playing a game. He was preparing for the apocalypse from the very beginning. Zhonghua is holding a god card in their hand. King didn't speak, merely focusing on maintaining his tactical dagger with mechanical precision, as if nothing in the outside world concerned him. But the aura radiating from him made the temperature in the entire room drop by several degrees. Just then, the alloy door of the base slid open silently. Another team member, Marcus, walked in. King, the Pentagon has approved the Watchman project and extended an invitation to us. They said they'll give us an S-class contract, granting us top-level operational authority, access to the most advanced weapons support, and massive wealth. Leon also looked at King, waiting for his decision. King finally stopped what he was doing. He raised his head, his gray-blue eyes completely emotionless. Tell them to get lost. Simple, direct. King stood up, cracking his neck, radiating overwhelming pressure. Remember, our strength, my strength, doesn't belong to any nation. It belongs only to me. Leon whistled, the seriousness on his face completely vanishing. I knew you'd choose this way, boss. Playing lapdog doesn't suit your style. King sat back down, picked up his dagger and continued playing with it. In the apocalypse, governments, money, they'll all become worthless paper. Only strength is eternal. Continue recruiting players, prepare to welcome the new world. Oh. As the national notification was issued, many citizens had already entered the shelters, especially those living on lower floors, who were forcibly relocated, while those in higher floors were mainly advised to relocate voluntarily. Simultaneously, an iron rule for the shelters was announced. Notice, to ensure fair distribution of resources, all paper currency, electronic currency, and precious metal transaction certificates from the old era are hereby invalidated within all shelters. The citizen contribution point system will be uniformly implemented. Below the notice was a link leading to dozens of pages detailing point acquisition and usage rules. The announcement exploded across the internet. Bai Chenyue calmly browsed comments at home. She had never considered entering a shelter. Crowded places with many eyes weren't suitable for her operations. Invalidated? My tens of millions in savings, hundreds of millions in investments, and now you're telling me they're just worthless paper. I withdrew millions in cash and piled it at home. And now you're saying it's useless? I refuse to accept this. If I'd known this would happen, I should have exchanged all my money for canned goods. How many points can my gold bars get me? Is anyone buying them? Below the comments section was a mix of schadenfreude-filled mockery and wails of despair. But soon, another even more absurd topic surged to the top of trending searches. A user with the ID Mortgage Slave Self-Cultivation posted a screenshot of a bank repayment reminder text message, accompanied by text. Brothers, I'm already on my way to the shelter when I just received this bank text reminding me to pay this month's mortgage. But since money has become worthless paper now, what should I use to pay? So, does that mean my 30-year sky-high mortgage is just wiped clean? Waiting online, pretty urgent. Holy shit. God-tier question. Does that mean my $20,000 monthly car payment doesn't need to be paid either? Don't dream, buddy upstairs. The bank might make you pay with points, and then half your daily rations would go to the bank. I declare this big brother the only genius whose assets appreciated during the apocalypse. He eliminated millions in debt out of thin air. Don't celebrate too early. I just asked my friend in the shelter. They really don't use money inside, but points are even harder to earn. Food, drink, everything needs points. It's more exhausting than working. In the comments section, many people burdened with loans fell into a frenzy. She looked out the window. Many people in the residential complex were carrying luggage, dragging their families toward the shelters, but there were still some holdouts who absolutely refused to leave. Like her. Like some who couldn't bear to leave their homes and didn't want to go to shelters. Like those living in high-rises who believed the heavy rain couldn't flood them. The rain had stopped at some point, and the world fell into an eerie dead silence. When everyone thought the rain had stopped, the apocalypse wouldn't come. But only Bai Chenyue knew this was the precursor to the catastrophic downpour, marking the beginning of the apocalypse. At 10 p.m., a pale, distorted giant lightning bolt slashed down from the oppressive dark clouds. The sky was torn open, and immediately afterward, torrential rain poured down without any warning. Endless water no longer fell drop by drop, but crashed down from the heavens in solid sheets. No gaps, no breaks. Boom! The heavenly river had burst its banks. Heaven and earth sank into darkness, with only the white water curtain connecting sky and ground emitting terrifying roars. Bai Chenyue stood on the rooftop terrace, allowing the violent winds carrying the torrential rain to assault her face. Below her feet, the accumulated water on the rooftop was rising at an alarming rate, quickly submerging her ankles. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the heavy rain would flood back into her house. Bai Chenyue took out Bumblebee, used the aquatic protection bubble on him, forming a water membrane around herself that isolated the rain curtain, afraid that this guy might become unusable if water got inside. Then she handed him a large hammer and had him vigorously pound at the waist-high perimeter wall. Bang! 1 hammer, 2 hammers, 3 hammers. Amidst the rain curtain and pounding sounds, the sturdy wall was forcibly smashed open by Bumblebee, creating a massive breach. Crash! The rainwater accumulated on the rooftop found an outlet, forming a spectacular waterfall that poured down from the top floor, merging with the floodwaters below. But she felt it wasn't enough, so she had Bumblebee smash all the walls on the rooftop, making the top floor situation slightly better. After completing this, she put Bumblebee back into her space, retreated indoors and walked to the window. Down below was pitch black, but with her night vision she could see everything clearly. In less than an hour, roads were no longer visible outside. Only rushing muddy rivers remained, with tall buildings standing like isolated islands. On the first floor, rainwater had already submerged half the level. Buzz, buzz. Several assault boats struggled to navigate between the buildings. Chapter 145. Survival is paramount. The roar of the boat's engine was loud, but it was no match for the sound of the rain. A worker in a raincoat using a megaphone was shouting with all his might. Attention! All residents who have not yet evacuated, please take note. Immediately move to higher ground. I repeat, all residents on lower floors, evacuate immediately. The rain is only going to get heavier. In the home of Old Man Wong and his wife on the first floor, the floodwaters had already risen above the edge of the bed. Dad! Mom! Wake up! We're going to drown. The bedroom door was slammed open as their son Wang Jianxin rushed in roaring. The sight that greeted him made his eyes nearly burst from their sockets. Half the house was already flooded. The water was just a finger's length away from spilling over the bed. He shook the two elderly people awake from their sleep. They stared blankly at the floodwaters right before their eyes, scared out of their wits. What's going on? Why is there so much water? Old Man Wong was utterly stupefied, his mind a complete blank. Looking at his still groggy parents, Wang Jianxin almost burst into tears of frustration on the spot. Long before the torrential downpour began, when the nation had issued the National Civilian Evacuation Program, the community had already sprung into action. Uniformed workers wearing red armbands, holding mandatory evacuation notices, stamped with bright red official seals, had gone door-to-door knocking. Residents on the first floor especially were key targets for clearance and were repeatedly warned. The workers had shouted until their voices were hoarse, using every persuasive word and argument they could muster. In the end, they even delivered an ultimatum, making them sign a liability form stating they refused to evacuate and bear all consequences themselves. But the old couple remained stubbornly unmoved. With a flourish of their pens, they signed the form and politely escorted the workers out. They didn't believe it. They just wouldn't listen. They insisted their home, where they had lived for decades, was the safest place. They had stockpiled so much food at home, and so many valuable items they could sell. How could they just leave? They thought it was just a heavy rainstorm, that the country was making a mountain out of a molehill. How bad could it be? But reality had given them the harshest slap in the face. Their home was gone. Come with me, quick. Wang Jianxin dragged his parents toward the door. But suddenly, the old couple went berserk, clinging desperately to the doorframe, refusing to leave. My bottles. My cardboard boxes. That's all money. Old Man Wang's wife pointed at the recyclables tumbling in the water on the balcony, crying her heart out. Old Man Wang also wept bitterly. The recyclables they had painstakingly collected over half a lifetime, cardboard boxes, plastic bottles, old newspapers, piled up on the balcony and in the spare bedroom, were now all floating garbage on the water. Most were soaked and ruined, worthless. That was money they had scrimped and saved for, bottle by bottle, box by box. Wang Jianxin was so angry his eyes turned red and veins bulged on his neck. He practically roared. Your lives are about to be gone and you still want that trash? Just then a young rescue worker entered, took in the scene inside the house and shouted sternly. You can't take anything. Only people can board. Hurry up. There are more people waiting to be rescued behind you. Uncle, Auntie, what time is it now? Survival is paramount. The young rescue worker was sweating profusely with anxiety, rainwater and sweat mixing on his face and streaming down, making it impossible to tell which was which. He leaned halfway in, trying to pull Old Man Wang onto the assault boat. But Old Man Wang's other hand was clutching a bundle of soaked, mud-dripping newspapers as if it were his own son, refusing to let go no matter what. No, this is all money. This can all be sold for money. Old Man Wang, eyes bloodshot, yelled at the rescue worker spraying spittle. On the other side, Old Man Wang's wife was even more outrageous. She had practically thrown herself into the water, finally grabbing a woven bag full of plastic bottles, and was desperately trying to shove it onto the boat. "Take it. You must take this," she shrieked, her voice hoarse. "I've been saving these for months. It's all money." The assault boat wasn't large to begin with. It was already packed with several residents just rescued from the neighboring unit, all of them looking shell-shocked. Seeing the old couple's actions, everyone was stunned. "Are you two crazy? What time is it to still be worrying about that junk? Your lives are almost gone. And you're still thinking about those bottles and cardboard boxes?" The young rescue worker was about to go mad with anger. He roared, "There's no room on the boat. We still have to rescue others. You can't bring this stuff. Why can't we bring it?" Upon hearing this, Old Man Wang's wife reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling. "I don't care. If I can't bring this stuff, I'm not leaving either. I'll die right here." As she spoke, she truly started acting up, letting go of the window frame she was holding, adopting a stance of, "If you don't let me take the recyclables, I'll jump in." "Mom!" Wang Jianxin bellowed in rage. He couldn't understand why, in his parents' eyes, those dirty, smelly pieces of junk were more important than his life, more important than their own lives. He lunged over, dragging his mother desperately toward the boat, pleading through tears, "I'm begging you, just leave it, okay? Let's go quickly. The water is rising." An older rescue worker on the boat couldn't stand it anymore. His face darkened, he shot a meaningful look at the young rescue worker, and his tone turned firm. "Stop wasting words with them. Drag them on." With that, he grabbed Old Man Wang's arm with one hand and forcefully pried the other, wrenching the bundle of ruined newspapers from his embrace and casually tossing it into the murky floodwaters. "Ah, my money." Old Man Wang watched his treasure sink into the depths, letting out a wail of despair. The young rescue worker also snapped out of it, no longer being polite. Together with Wang Jianxin, they seized Old Man Wang's wife's arms and, as if dragging a sack, forcibly hauled her toward the boat. Old Man Wang's wife struggled desperately, using her hands and feet, scratching and clawing, cursing all the while. "What are you doing? Let go of me, you unfilial son. You're trying to kill me." But her strength was no match for several grown men. In the end, the old couple were half forcibly dragged onto the assault boat. Once the boat pulled away, they slumped on board, utterly devastated. Wang Jianxin put life jackets on them. Neither of them reacted. Old Man Wang sat there dazedly, his eyes vacant, staring at their home submerged by the flood. Wang Jianxin huddled in a corner, wiping his tears with his soaked sleeve. He looked at his distraught parents, then at the floodwaters flowing everywhere, feeling utterly lost. As the assault boat struggled to reach another building, a different argument was playing out in a third-floor apartment. "Dad, are you coming or not? Look downstairs. The first floor is about to be completely flooded." Mr. Chun was so anxious the veins on his forehead were throbbing. Pointing at the expanse of water outside the window, he yelled at his father, who was in his 60s. But Father Chun acted as if he hadn't heard, his face full of indifference. Petting his dog, he retorted with robust energy, "What are you yelling about? Do you think that shelter is some great place? In this building, I know at least 3 or 4 families haven't moved. If they're not leaving, I'm not leaving either. I'm not going to stay in some godforsaken shelter." Chapter 146. In the face of natural disaster, life comes first. Chun Su felt like he was going to be driven crazy by his father. "The rescue boat is right downstairs. We can still make it if we go now. If we wait any longer and the water rises, we really won't be able to leave. What's there to be afraid of? I've stockpiled so much food and drink, enough for the 2 of us to eat for a year. Staying at home is safer than anywhere else." As soon as Father Chun heard about leaving, his eyes immediately widened, his attitude more stubborn than anyone else's. The living room was indeed piled high with stuff: rice flour, boxes of canned goods and bottled water, stacked up like small hills. Chun Su followed his father's gaze and looked over, feeling despair in his heart. Chun Su was so angry he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Can you be a little more reasonable?" "Who's being unreasonable?" Take a look for yourself. We're on the 3rd floor. Tell me, when has a flood ever reached the 3rd floor? I don't care. I'm not leaving no matter what. If you want to go, you go. Father Chan stiffened his neck, looking utterly immovable. Chan Su looked at his father, as stubborn as a mule, then looked out the window at the boundless expanse of muddy yellow water. A deep sense of powerlessness chilled him from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He really couldn't persuade his father anymore. Back when he had followed his friends to check out the shelter, the conditions really weren't as good as home, and he himself had thought the so-called apocalyptic rainstorm wasn't a big deal, so there was no need to move to the shelter. But what he saw today truly frightened him. It hadn't been long, and the 1st floor was almost submerged. But how could he possibly leave his father behind and go alone? That was his own father. Chan Su took a deep breath of the cold air, feeling a pain in his lungs. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze was ashen, only hoping the floodwaters outside wouldn't reach the 3rd floor. But besides them, there were also people who acted decisively. A young couple on the 2nd floor vaguely heard the fierce argument from the Chan family upstairs. Husband, we can't wait any longer. Wife Zhao Fangfang's face looked somewhat pale from tension. Earlier, when they went to her mother-in-law's place, her mother-in-law told them to wait, to come back and pack their valuables, and try to move to the shelter early. They never expected to get trapped at home. If they had known, they wouldn't have come back. She turned her head, looked at her husband and instructed, "Pack our things. Put on the emergency survival bags we prepared earlier. Bring some food and let's go down." All right. Li Lei didn't hesitate in the slightest. Just over 10 minutes ago, the two of them had also hesitated. This home was something they had obtained by emptying 4 wallets and taking on a 30-year mortgage. It had only been renovated half a year ago. The paint on the walls was still fresh, and every piece of furniture was carefully chosen by them. To say they were willing to part with it would be a lie. But now, as the floodwaters gradually submerged the 1st floor, all their attachment and reluctance seemed insignificant in the face of the instinct to survive. Preserving our lives is what matters. Money and possessions are external things. Zhao Fangfang said as she quickly pulled out the thickest clothes from the wardrobe and put them on their still sleeping son. As long as our family can be together, that's stronger than anything. Li Lei moved extremely fast. Without a word, he rushed into the storage room and dragged out a huge hiking backpack, prepared long ago that was half a person's height. They had prepared it according to the Apocalypse Survival Checklist, circulating online after the national early warning was issued. There wasn't a single unnecessary item inside. High compression biscuits, high-calorie chocolate, several large bottles of water, a first aid kit, antibiotics, a hand crank flashlight, a lighter, and a few sets of spare underclothes for their child. All were the most critical essentials. Li Lei swung the heavy backpack onto his back, then bent down, took the still sleeping son from his wife's arms, wrapped the child tightly from head to toe in a dry blanket, put a raincoat on the child, and held him tightly against his chest. The child seemed to feel the jostling, grumbling discontentedly twice in his sleep, burrowing deeper into his father's warm embrace before falling back into a deep sleep. "Let's go." They exchanged a glance, taking one last, fastest look at this home that carried countless efforts and dreams. The brand new TV, the soft sofa, the cozy bedroom. They rushed toward the door without looking back. When they boarded the assault boat waiting at the entrance, the motor started with a huge roar, moving against the current toward higher ground in the distance. Li Lei and Zhao Fangfang pressed close together. Zhao Fangfang held her husband's arm, and Li Lei held the child in his arms. Complex emotions swirled in their hearts. There was the sorrow of losing their home, and also confusion and fear about the future. But more than that, there was the relief of having survived, and the determination to protect their family no matter what. The choice made by Li Lei's family was a microcosm of countless residents living on lower floors in this city. The sudden, far beyond imagination flood disaster thoroughly doused awake those who still harbored any illusions. Despair spread throughout the city, but the desire to survive was also stimulated to its extreme. In the face of natural disaster, wealth is bullshit. Life comes first. Carrying their simplest belongings, holding crying children, supporting elderly parents, under the guidance of rescue personnel, they quickly and orderly boarded the assault boats shuttling between buildings. In Bai Chenyue's room, aside from the house having no electricity, everything else was fine. But this wasn't an issue. She had anticipated it long ago. She hung the prepared lighting lamps on the wall, making the entire living room as bright as day. The rainstorm violently lashed against the windows, yet Bai Chenyue sank into the soft sofa, covered with a thin cashmere blanket. A cup of milk tea sat on the coffee table in front of her as she unhurriedly scrolled through her phone. On the screen, push notifications from various news apps and social media kept chiming nonstop. Extreme rainstorm causes complete paralysis of XX City's central urban area. Water levels still rising. Downtown has become a vast expanse of water. Live from the scene, our heroes. Rescue teams race against death. Assault boats shuttle between buildings. Tear-jerking. A firefighter works continuously for 36 hours, collapses exhausted in icy muddy water. Besides these official news reports, various social media platforms were even more chaotic, staging a bizarre and grotesque tableau of all living beings in the apocalypse. Some people were live-streaming, watching helplessly as floodwaters slowly seeped into their homes, crying and shouting, "Who understands, folks?" Some people were frantically posting calls for help on various platforms, attaching their locations, saying they were trapped in some place about to be submerged. Others were wildly creating and spreading all sorts of unverified rumors, like, "There will be a major earthquake in 3 days," or "Such and such dam is about to burst," sowing discord and reveling in chaos. Of course, there was no shortage of those born optimistic, or perhaps lacking sense, finding joy amidst hardship. Coordinates XX residential area. Water is almost flooding the first floor. Me on the 17th floor is a bit panicked. Some people were frantically posting calls for help on various platforms, attaching their locations, saying they were trapped in some place about to be submerged. Chapter 147. This must be what falling in love feels like. Living on a high floor, not panicking at all, just a bit bored. Anyone who's moved into the shelter want to share. How are the conditions? The shelter is packed, a sea of bunk beds as far as the eye can see. At least there's water, electricity, and internet, though the lights are off now. The whole family's in the shelter, super safe. Can't sleep. Anyone want to form a mahjong group? 3 players need 1 more, waiting online, pretty urgent. Bai Chenyue's finger scrolled across the screen, 1 swipe at a time. Suddenly, a video that had shot to the top of the trending list caught her attention. The video's title was sensational. Water walking expert appears in XX City. Martial arts master reemerges. The person filming was clearly on a very tall building with a top-down perspective. The scene showed a street completely submerged by floodwaters, the murky water surface littered with all sorts of debris, car wreckage, and furniture. Amidst the chaos, a jade-green shadow was moving against the turbulent current at an utterly unscientific speed, advancing rapidly. It was an enormous lotus leaf boat, at least 7 or 8 meters in diameter. Its dark green leaf edges curled slightly upwards, forming natural guardrails that securely protected everything on board. 5 people sat on the boat, a middle-aged couple, an elderly person, and a child bundled up tightly, all wearing raincoats, gripping the edge of the boat with tense expressions. The lotus leaf boat was also piled high with supplies wrapped in plastic sheeting, bulging and lumpy. The tracker pulling this boat was a girl, also in a white raincoat with a ponytail, looking to be in her early 20s, wearing a transparent oxygen mask on her head. Thick ropes were tied around her body, connecting to the lotus leaf boat. Behind the girl's waist, 2 small propulsion vortices were jetting streams of water. Water flow propulsion bubble. Imagination lotus leaf boat. Emergency oxygen mask bubble. Bai Chenyue couldn't help but recall her own miserable state the first time she used this thing. An hour-long, completely out-of-control waterborne frenzy. Nope, her waist was starting to ache faintly again just thinking about it. And the girl in the video was far slower than she had been back then. Seeing the 5 people and large amount of supplies on the lotus leaf boat, Bai Chenyue understood. The weight was almost overloaded, of course the speed couldn't be fast. Opening the comment section below the video, as expected, it had exploded. Am I blind or has the world gone mad? Is that a lotus leaf? It's faster than a speedboat. Is this water walking? Old Jean wasn't lying to us. Photoshopped, right? The special effects are too fake, 5 cents at most. People nowadays will make up anything for attention. Reported, you're welcome. Debunked my foot. I was right there. Coordinates XX residential area. This sister just passed under my window crazy fast. I just want to know where to buy that lotus leaf. Can someone drop a link? I want one too. A lifesaver for non-swimmers. I saw it too, way faster than the assault boats and no charging needed, green and eco-friendly, just don't know where to buy it. The discussion heated up rapidly, with more and more people jumping in, claiming they had also seen similar lotus leaf boats at different locations. Amidst the atmosphere of panic, this bizarre and absurd scene provided a vent for all the pent-up anxiety. Scrolling further, another even more outrageous video was pushed up even faster by netizens. The trending title was simple and crude. #flying bathtub #. In the footage, a rusty household bathtub was flying 2 or 3 meters above the water surface. It had a steering wheel at the front for adjusting direction. The bathtub wasn't fast, estimated to be around the speed of an electric bike, 25 to 26 kilometers per hour, very steady. 2 people sat in the bathtub, both in raincoats, their faces unclear. Bai Chenyue shifted her posture, fingers swiping rapidly. Online, discussions about the lotus leaf boat and flying bathtub had gone completely wild. Countless screenshots, analysis posts and technical threads were popping up endlessly. Some analyzed from a physics perspective that this was fundamentally impossible. Others explained it from a metaphysical angle as a spiritual energy resurgence, but most pointed the finger at one possibility. Players. Couldn't this be players? Didn't the state mention in that live stream before? There's a group of selected people with special abilities and items. Whoa, so that's what special abilities mean? Surfing on a lotus leaf? Flying a bathtub? That's so cool. Don't get it wrong, folks upstairs. Those are items from the game, not special abilities. My friend is a player, he said this is a lotus leaf boat. It can carry people and can be folded. Stop talking. I thought all earth plants had mutated. Just tried my mom's pothose plant. Ripped it off and stuck it on my forehead, thinking I could fly. Almost drowned for real. The atmosphere of panic and despair was diluted considerably by these 2 bizarre videos, replaced by emotions mixed with envy and jealousy. Immediately after, a topic titled #real-life winged human shot straight to the top of the trending lists on all platforms, followed by a bright red, explosive tag. Bai Chenyue clicked in. A high-definition video occupied the entire screen. The video's background was a violent thunderstorm more terrifying than any previous footage. Vicious streaks of lightning darted through the cloud layers, illuminating the entire sky in flickering light and darkness, like demons descending. And against this apocalyptic backdrop, a human figure was soaring freely. The person wore a tactical protective mask covering their entire head, making specific features unclear. The most eye-catching feature was the pair of magnificent white wings on their back. The wings weren't physical, but formed by countless flowing points of light. Each flap left a brilliant trail of light in the gloomy sky. Their flying posture was incredibly arrogant, fast as lightning, completely ignoring gale force winds strong enough to flip cars, weaving, climbing, and diving nimbly through the violent thunderstorm, as if the sky was their domain. Below them, another person was suspended by what looked like a sturdy rope, and the suspended person carried a large backpack on their back, swaying back and forth in the air with the winged human's flight. This scene looked like a top-tier Hollywood special effects blockbuster. The visual impact was extremely strong, making everyone who saw it through the screen feel their scalps tingle. Even the usually unflappable Bai Chenyue couldn't hide her astonishment. Those wings, were they an imagination creature? A skill? Or some special item? The only flying imagination creature she had ever seen was the heavenly horse that saved that girl back on Mushroom Star. But she hadn't obtained the honor among thieves skill back then. Couldn't borrow it. Now wanting to find someone to borrow from, she didn't even know where to look. Having a flying imagination creature, just thinking about it feels amazing. Want it. She wants it. Really wants it. That's the feeling of being smitten. Chapter 148. The Winged Human's Clue. She remembered honor among thieves, which allowed her to borrow any item, skill, or even talent from other players or NPCs, and perfectly copy it. As for the 5% chance of double surprise, and the 1% chance of unexpected windfall, she had never counted on them. Her heart pounded violently, blood raced madly through her veins, and even her breathing became somewhat rapid. A sudden intense impulse was screaming in her mind, urging her. Go. Find him. Steal that imagination creature. Make it your own. She needed information about the winged human, and she needed a meticulous plan. She scrolled through the comment section, searching for clues. Am I dreaming? An angel? A Superman? I must be going crazy. Someone slap me and tell me this isn't real. This is definitely an alien, or a secretly developed national single-soldier flight vehicle being exposed. My God, even sci-fi movies wouldn't dare film this. Hey, all you bumpkins with no vision upstairs, wake up. Didn't you watch the national live stream? This is a player of the chosen game. They have special abilities. I envy the person being carried below. That's the ultimate sense of security in the apocalypse, right? +1 for wanting to be a pendant. I can pack myself, I'm not heavy. Compared to them, ordinary people are just ants. I want to be a player too. Can someone post a guide on how to become one? Who said all players have special abilities? I certainly don't. This might be an imagination creature. No, I'm jealous, I want one too. Isn't the key point that he can fly while carrying so much supplies? How strong must his core strength be? What's the principle behind the wing's propulsion system? My scholarly soul is burning. I'm reporting him. This guy is hacking. He's seriously disrupting the game balance of the apocalypse. Aren't the GMs going to do anything? Am I the only one who finds this utterly chilling? When myths become reality, it means we ordinary people have truly become ants, without even the right to struggle. I bet who's that guy. Besides the top-ranked expert, I really can't think of anyone else who could fly. Seeing this comment, Bai Chenyue smiled wryly. It wasn't her, she didn't have it, but she wanted it. But she couldn't expose herself. Amidst the sea of noisy comments, she finally caught a crucial piece of information. I saw it. Just now during a flash of lightning, I saw someone with wings fly past my window. I almost thought I was seeing things. I told my sister, and she thought I'd gone crazy from happiness because I didn't have to go to school. The IP address displayed behind this comment: Mountain City. Mountain City, the famous Mountain City, the 8D city, with towering terrain surrounded by 2 rivers. No matter how fierce this global deluge was, given Mountain City's unique topography, it couldn't cause catastrophic flooding there. At least not for now. Except for the low-lying areas, of course. It was in the neighboring city of her own province. Not far. Go there first. Even if she couldn't find the person, settling there would be fine. Memories from her previous life flooded back. The torrential rain would last at least another half-month, maybe even longer. Half a month was enough for too many variables to occur. Once that winged human realized he had become a public target, he would run, hide, and use every method to disappear into the sea of humanity. Wait until half a month later when the floods receded a bit, then go to Mountain City to find him? That would be far too late. Can't wait. Bai Chenyue stood up from the sofa. Set off now. Once the thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. But how to get there? Bai Chenyue thought of the raging floodwaters below. A bold plan rapidly took shape in her mind. Go underwater. The most dangerous place was often the safest. Who would think someone would be in the floodwaters? She immediately began calculating. Ride the hover bike? No, the water was full of all sorts of debris. The small bike could easily topple. She could ride the bike once she was out of the city. But within the city, she could only use the bubbles. The 2.0 version of the water flow propulsion bubble had far superior controllability compared to the first generation, making it the perfect choice for underwater travel. Speed was covered. Then there was the aquatic protection bubble, which formed a water membrane on her body surface, isolating water resistance. Underwater invisibility bubble. As long as she didn't actively contact other creatures, she would be completely invisible visually. Buoyancy adjustment bubble to change her own buoyancy, allowing her to move close to the riverbed. Water temperature regulation bubble to adjust the water temperature to a comfortable 25 degrees Celsius. To breathe underwater, I still need oxygen. Use the emergency oxygen mask bubble? Forget it, better to carry an oxygen tank and wear a diving suit. It could also help cover her face. What if the bubble's duration ran out and someone happened to film her? Couldn't get exposed. She definitely didn't want to be posted online. Bai Chenyue put on all her equipment one by one, checked herself in the mirror, confirmed her face wasn't visible, and was quite satisfied. Very safe. After doing all this, she took one last, utterly unemotional look at this home she hadn't lived in for long, opened the door and left. Before leaving, she put everything in the room into her storage space, not leaving a single item behind. Due to the power outage, the elevator in the entire building was unusable, so she could only go down the stairs. It was already the middle of the night. Some residents who hadn't yet moved out of the building were hiding in their own homes, with no time to pay attention to her. As she went down, the water had already completely submerged the first floor, and was rushing towards the second. Bai Chenyue stood at the stairwell entrance, took out several bubbles from her space, and crushed them. A transparent water membrane enveloped her entire body, followed by a shimmering wave-like glow. Simultaneously, two flexible control bands, formed by converging light blue particles, silently appeared behind her waist. After she plunged into the raging floodwaters, her figure completely vanished. The water membrane formed by the aquatic protection bubble perfectly isolated her from the dirty water outside. She could even feel the water flow become docile the moment it touched the membrane, clearing a path for her. After exiting the building, Bai Chenyue focused her mind and activated the water flow propulsion bubble 2.0. She raised her hand. The light screen on her wrist lit up, displaying energy 100%. She extended her arm forward. A powerful thrust came from behind. Her body shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, instantly accelerating in the water. Whoosh! The scenery before her eyes rapidly receded. Submerged cars lay haphazardly on the riverbed, some with broken windows empty inside. The flood caused by the torrential rain had washed out all sorts of random debris, children's toys, broken pots and bowls, uprooted trees. Extending her left hand flat, her body swerved sharply to the left, skimming past the outer wall of a residential building. Clenching her right fist, then suddenly opening it, she burst forward with speed, slipping through the narrow gap between two small cars drifting towards her. The entire process was smooth as flowing water, without the slightest pause. Chapter 149. Fishing requires first being a good person. Turbid water currents rapidly receded past her sides as Bai Chenyue navigated through the ruins of the submerged city. The water flow propulsion bubble 2.0 was even more effective than she had imagined. Both direction and speed were controlled by her will, eliminating any worry about crashing headfirst into a building. After spending nearly 2 hours, she finally broke free from the downtown area completely inundated by the floodwaters, arriving at a relatively higher elevated national highway entrance on the city's edge. The water here wasn't particularly deep, only reaching her knees. Bai Chenyue stood up from the water, retrieved a raincoat from her space and put it on, then donned a protective rain hood. She pulled out the hoverbike, twisted the handle, and with a faint hum, the motorcycle lifted off the ground, hovering steadily. Destination: Mountain City. Putting on her helmet, Bai Chenyue had only one thought in her mind. Those wings, she was determined to get them. The hoverbike's engine emitted a low hum as it sped along just above the turbid water surface, avoiding populated areas as much as possible. Even if someone managed to capture it on camera, it would just be a fleeting blur. Along the way, she passed washed-away villages, flooded fields, utility poles collapsed in the water, and occasionally the pale, waterlogged corpses of animals floating on the surface. Bai Chenyue paid no attention to any of this, maneuvering the bike to avoid water-filled pits and road obstacles. After 2 days of relentless travel, she finally crossed into Mountain City's territory on the afternoon of the third day. Skyscrapers rose from the water like isolated islands, while low-rise buildings were completely submerged, with only some rooftops struggling above the surface. Bai Chenyue wasn't in a hurry to enter the city. After stowing the hoverbike, she found a random spot to shelter from the rain, took out her phone, and began refreshing for the latest information. The network signal was intermittent, but there were quite a few videos about the winged human. Coordinates: Mountain City XX Road. Just saw the winged human boss rescue a family trapped on a rooftop. So cool. Wah! I'm trapped on the 23rd floor, Can brother winged human see me? SOS. Don't be ridiculous, person above. The water hasn't even reached the 4th floor yet. Your 23rd floor is fine for now. In the videos, the figure bearing magnificent light wings weaved through the thunderstorm. He made no attempt to conceal his presence. Or rather, he announced his existence in an extremely flamboyant manner. Bai Chenyue turned off her phone, her eyes gleaming with a determined must-have light. Since he enjoyed playing the savior so much, rescuing people all over the place, then she would go rescue people too. Trying to pinpoint a single rapidly moving winged human within the vast expanse of Mountain City was like searching for a needle in a haystack. But if she changed her approach, turning herself into a rescuer, making those in need actively seek her out, or perhaps bumping into him along the rescue routes, the probability would increase significantly. Wasn't he rescuing people everywhere? Then she would infiltrate the ranks of the rescuers. As fellow volunteers, they were bound to cross paths eventually, right? Once her objective was achieved and the imagination creature was secured, she would withdraw immediately. Thinking this, Bai Chenyue felt not a shred of hesitation. She swiftly stored the hoverbike back into her space. With a flip of her hand, a brand new bright orange assault boat materialized on the water's surface. She jumped onto the assault boat, put on a life jacket and started the motor. The roar of the engine echoed across the open water. Bai Chenyue pulled on her waterproof hood and began her rescue operation. She was perfectly clear in her mind. Wading into this muddy water wasn't about some heroic act of righteousness, nor was it about answering any national call. She was a shark that had locked onto its prey, disguised as a dolphin, blending into the school of fish. Whether it was the flying winged human or the wings themselves, she was determined to have them. The assault boat navigated between buildings, the deafening roar of the massive rainstorm interwoven with the motor's thunderous noise. While steering, Bai Chenyue used map and absolute insight to scan her surroundings. Help! Help me! A faint cry for help, mingled with the sounds of wind and rain, drifted over. Following the sound, Bai Chenyue saw a little girl in blue pants, clinging desperately to the trunk of a half-submerged tree not far away. Her small face was purple from the cold, and her voice was tinged with sobs. Beneath her feet, rushing water continuously battered the tree trunk. Without overthinking it, Bai Chenyue turned the boat around and slowly approached. Grab this. Tie it around your waist. She threw a rope over, instructing the girl to secure it. Jump down. Bai Chenyue maneuvered the boat closer. The little girl mustered her strength and leaped, landing on the assault boat. Once aboard, the girl collapsed onto the deck. Thank you, big sister. The little girl stammered her gratitude, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. Bai Chenyue gave a non-committal hum, said nothing more, and continued piloting the boat. The assault boat traveled forward a bit further. On the rooftop of a residential building ahead, several figures were frantically waving their arms. Over here. There are people here, come save us. Bai Chenyue steered the boat over. She saw 6 people crowded on the rooftop. 1 elderly, 2 middle-aged and 3 young. They appeared to be a family. Hurry! Hurry and pull us up. A man who looked to be in his 40s shouted at her anxiously. Bai Chenyue steadied the boat. Board one at a time. Don't push. Let my wife go first, she's pregnant. A younger man yelled urgently, helping his wife onto the boat. Next, the middle-aged woman and the old man clambered aboard. An 18 or 19-year-old girl was about to board when the middle-aged man grabbed her arm. Xiaoyan, wait. Go move those boxes over first. The middle-aged man pointed toward several boxes tightly wrapped in waterproof tarpaulin at the other end of the roof and commanded. Bai Chenyue's brow furrowed slightly. The boat is too small. It can't carry that much stuff. How can it not? Your boat is plenty big. The middle-aged man wouldn't listen, his eyes glaring. Those contain our family's most valuable possessions. They must be taken. You wait here, we'll be done soon. The younger sister named Xiaoyan couldn't help but whisper a plea. Dad, if we can't take the stuff, just forget it. Our lives are more important. Smack. A sharp slap landed on the girl's face. You stupid girl, what do you know? The middle-aged man roared angrily. If you weren't somewhat useful for your strength, I'd have left you here long ago. I told you to move them, so move them. Stop with the nonsense. The temperature in Bai Chenyue's eyes dropped to freezing. She absolutely despised misogynistic trash. I'll say this one more time. Her voice wasn't loud, but it pierced everyone's ears like an ice pick. This boat is for people only. Not a single item. You have 10 seconds. If you don't get on, you can stay here. What kind of attitude is that? The middle-aged man was thoroughly enraged by her words. Pointing at Bai Chenyue, he sprayed spittle as he shouted, "You're supposed to be a rescuer. How can you have no compassion at all? I'm telling you, you better wait here properly, otherwise I'll report you later. Have you stripped of whatever uniform you're wearing?" The middle-aged woman chimed in, backing him up. "Exactly. Our family's things are very precious. How can we just abandon them? Waiting a little longer isn't a big deal." As she spoke, she even pushed the little girl to the side to make more room for them to place their belongings. The little girl, tiny and frail, shrank into a corner, not daring to utter a word. Chapter 150. Life and Death Reveal True Hearts. The young pregnant woman stroked her belly, speaking to Bai Chenyue with an air of utter entitlement. "The things from our house absolutely must be taken. Everything in these boxes is very valuable, all prepared for my son." She emphasized the word son with particular weight. Her husband beside her instantly understood. He immediately chimed in, glancing at his younger sister. "Ian, how about you wait for the next boat? You know how to swim, right? Find yourself a safe spot and wait for the next boat. It'll be fine." Those last 3 words were tossed out lightly, as if discussing some trivial, insignificant matter. The girl called Zhou stared at her family members in disbelief, her eyes reddening. Zhou lifted her head, looking at her own older brother with utter incredulity. This man. When they were kids, he used to carry her on his back and buy candy for her. But now, his eyes held only indifference and impatience. The old man went a step further, giving her a look that plainly said, "You need to be sensible. What are you looking at? Your brother is right. You're just a girl. How can you compare to the golden grandson in your sister-in-law's belly?" Zhou saw the undisguised contempt on her sister-in-law's face, the look of natural sacrifice in her brother's eyes. Her grandfather's, her parents' blatant favoritism. So, in their eyes, she wasn't even worth as much as those few boxes. The meaning of her existence was simply to step aside at a critical moment for that unborn golden grandson. So-called family affection was worthless in the face of self-interest. Zhou bit her lip hard, struggling not to cry. The entire family's utterly entitled attitude choked all her words in her throat, transforming them into silent, desolate grief. Bai Chenyue glanced at the young girl. Her patience was exhausted. She asked one final time, "Getting on or not?" "I'm counting to 3. The young pregnant woman was impatient. "What's the rush? I told you to wait. Can't you see we're discussing it?" Before her words fully landed, she only felt a blur before her eyes. Bai Chenyue was already standing right in front of her. The next second, the young pregnant woman let out a shriek as Bai Chenyue grabbed her, lifted her up, and threw her directly into the turbid floodwaters like a piece of trash. Splash! "Wife!" The young man was scared out of his wits, then roared in fury. He rolled up his sleeves, wanting to charge forward and fight. "How dare you touch my wife? You bitch!" Bai Chenyue didn't even look at him. She simply raised her foot and kicked. He went down to join his wife. "Murder! Murder! You murderer, you'll die a horrible death!" The middle-aged woman shrieked, pointing at Bai Chenyue and cursing vehemently. Bai Chenyue couldn't be bothered to waste words on her. She grabbed the woman by her collar and threw her down as well. Now the old man panicked. Pointing at his granddaughter-in-law struggling in the water, he bellowed, "You murderer! She's carrying our Zhou family's precious golden great-grandson in her belly. If anything happens to him, I'll make you pay with your life." "Oh, your great-grandson, what the hell does that have to do with me?" Bai Chenyue responded expressionlessly. She walked over and kicked the still yelling old man into the water too. The old man couldn't swim at all. The moment he hit the water, he flailed wildly, choking on large mouthfuls of muddy water. "Father!" Seeing his entire family thrown into the water, the middle-aged man also went berserk. He wanted to jump in to save them, but looking at the rushing river, he didn't dare. Remembering his daughter knew how to swim, he turned to her. Go save them now. Are you blind? Zhou Yin sidestepped, avoiding the middle-aged man's hand. I told you to go save them. What are you doing? That's your own sister-in-law carrying your own nephew. The middle-aged man roared. Did you ever consider my feelings when you told me to stay behind? If she dies, she dies. It's not my son, it's none of my business. Zhou Yin's heart was thoroughly shattered by her family's attitude moments ago. For the sake of some possessions, they could abandon her without a second thought. If she jumped in to save them and succeeded, maybe it'd be okay. But if she failed to save them, her family would probably beat her to death. Such family was better off discarded. Without another word, Zhou Yin jumped onto the assault boat. Bai Chenyue raised an eyebrow but didn't stop her. Quite courageous. The middle-aged man wanted to board the boat to drag his daughter off, but meeting Bai Chenyue's icy, murderous glare, he shrank back. He could only shout, I'm going to report you. I'll sue you for failing to rescue, for intentional homicide. I'll make sure you rot in prison. Bai Chenyue scoffed, rolling her eyes. A coward who didn't dare save his own drowning family. Unable to confront Bai Chenyue, the middle-aged man pointed at Zhou Yin's nose, spittle flying. You ungrateful, traitorous brat. I've wasted all these years raising you for nothing. At the critical moment, you side with outsiders. The middle-aged man's finger trembled as he mustered all his strength to roar out what he believed was the most vicious threat. From today on, I don't have a daughter like you. Our Zhou family severs all ties with you. He thought his daughter would be terrified, kneeling and begging for forgiveness. However, nothing of the sort happened. Zhou Yin just looked at him coldly, her gaze as if looking at a stranger. Fine. 2 words spoken lightly, utterly indifferent. Zhou Yin took a step forward, looking directly at his furious face. Her voice wasn't loud, but each word was clear. Nothing would make me happier. From now on, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. I hope you and your precious golden grandson manage to survive well in this apocalypse. Having said that, she turned her head away, refusing to look at him again. The middle-aged man was completely stunned, at a loss for further insults. Not far away, an official assault boat marked with the words "Emergency Rescue" happened to be approaching. The rescue personnel on the boat witnessed this violent scene and were all utterly shocked. Stop! What are you doing? A young member of the official rescue team shouted sharply. They quickly maneuvered their boat closer. Several people jumped into the water without hesitation, hauling the 4 individuals struggling in the floodwaters onto their boat. The middle-aged woman, as if finding her backbone, immediately began wailing and pointing at Bai Chenyue. Comrades, save us! This woman is a murderer. She threw my whole family into the water. Hurry and arrest her. The old man hauled onto the boat had choked on several mouthfuls of water. Soaked through and utterly disheveled, he pointed at Bai Chenyue the moment he was aboard and began cursing. Heaven will strike you down, you black-hearted, rotten-livered dog. You'll die a horrible death. The person in charge of the official rescue boat was a man in his 30s with dark, weathered skin. He looked at Bai Chenyue, his brow furrowed, his tone serious. Comrade, no matter what the conflict is, you can't just throw people into the water. It's far too dangerous. Bai Chenyue crossed her arms, let out a cold laugh, and swept her gaze over this group of indignant victims and the stern-faced officials. She retorted, word by deliberate word. First, I am not an official. I'm not wearing that uniform, and I'm not bound by your rules. This assault boat is my own. The fuel is my own. I'll rescue whoever I feel like rescuing. If I'm not in the mood to rescue someone, no one gets to stand there and yap at me. That one statement left everyone utterly dumbfounded. The leader of the official rescue team opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Chapter 151. You think I'm giving you face, is that it? Bai Chenyue didn't give them time to react and continued. Second, me stopping to save this family is already me showing the greatest kindness. Saving people was never my obligation. If I give you face, you should take it. Insisting on bringing that pile of junk, and still wanting to order me to wait? Who gave you the courage? Liang Xiaoru, the young pregnant woman screamed. We just wanted to bring some food, is that wrong? Bringing food isn't wrong. Bai Chenyue's gaze was filled with extreme contempt. But you're wrong for not understanding the situation. My boat carries living people, people who need rescuing, not garbage. If you want to bring your things, fine. Hold your things and swim to the shelter yourselves. I definitely won't stop you." The young man pointed at Bai Chenyue, so angry he could barely speak. "You." Third. Bai Chenyue's tone sharpened, her eyes like knives. "When the country issued the highest level emergency alert telling you to evacuate, where were you? When the community workers went door to door knocking, wearing their lips thin, asking you to sign the liability waiver, did you think you were so special that even if the sky fell it wouldn't hit you? What? Now that your home is flooded, you remember how to act like a lord? Start ordering your rescuers around. Where's your face? The apocalypse is here, so you don't need to show your face to anyone anymore. Is that it? You think the rescue team is your personal nanny? The whole world has to revolve around you? What were you doing earlier? Spoiled rotten by your own habits. If you're so capable, just keep living in your shabby house forever. Don't come out begging for help. Idiots." Bai Chenyue's rapid-fire tirade was delivered with satisfying fluency. It felt incredibly cathartic. The family being cursed at had their chests heaving, their faces turning from white to green, from green to purple, yet they couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Because everything Bai Chenyue said was the truth. The area where their neighborhood was located happened to be one of the lowest-lying areas in Mountain City. When the torrential rain came, it was the first area to be flooded. The country had notified them to evacuate repeatedly, but they just couldn't bear to leave the treasures they thought were so valuable in their home, stubbornly refusing to go. On the nearby official rescue boat, the rescue team member who had just pulled the middle-aged man aboard exchanged a look with his colleague piloting the boat. They both saw a mix of awkwardness and vindication in each other's eyes. They had also heard this family's demand to bring their things. They had seen this kind of thing far too many times these past few days. Reasoning with them didn't work, gentle persuasion got them cursed at, and enforcing rules got them complaints. They wore uniforms bound by discipline, often forced to swallow their anger. Now this girl who looked like she wasn't to be trifled with had cursed out everything they wanted to say but couldn't. Honestly, it felt pretty damn good. The rescue worker piloting the boat cleared his throat. Faced with the aura of keep away emanating from Bai Chenyue, he didn't dare use an accusatory tone, and could only try to make his voice sound like he was mediating. "Comrade, calm down, don't stoop to their level." He paused, trying to bring up a topic the other party might be interested in. "It's like this. Currently, all individuals participating in rescue efforts are being registered. For every person rescued, you can exchange for corresponding citizen contribution points at the shelter. Points are now the only hard currency in the shelters. Eating, drinking, accommodation, everything depends on them. You've saved so many people, you can exchange for a large sum of points. There's no need to let this minor issue cause unpleasantness." But when these words fell on the family's ears, the meaning completely changed. The young pregnant woman who had just been pulled onto the boat wiped the rainwater from her face and yelled out, "I knew it. How could anyone rescue people out of pure kindness, expecting nothing in return? Since it's for points, that means you're a worker. As a worker, you should prioritize the people, right? Why won't you listen to the people? Why won't you let us bring our things? Your service attitude is problematic." The old man also chimed in, coughing up 2 mouthfuls of water, pointing at Bai Chenyue and cursing. "Right? If you want to earn points, then you have to serve us properly. Hurry up, apologize to us, and then transport all our things to the shelter. Otherwise, I'll report you." The few team members on the official rescue boat felt their eyelids twitch, a nameless fury also igniting in their hearts. What was wrong with this family's brains? Were they inferior just because they were rescuing people? The person in charge had an even bigger headache. He felt like he wasn't mediating a dispute, but had lit a fire instead. He was just about to open his mouth to say something more when Bai Chenyue laughed. "Points. Let me say it again. I am not one of your official people, understand?" Bai Chenyue's gaze swept over the faces of that family, finally landing on the rescue team's person in charge. "Don't try to negotiate with me using your shelter stuff. My boat, my rules. My fuel, I decide." She extended one finger, giving it a light shake. "I rescue people not for points, not for money. Anyone who pisses me off gets kicked off directly. Don't come at me with that official set of rules. Any problem? Bai Chenyue stared at the person in charge. The person in charge. There really was no problem. A member of the public spontaneously participating in rescue efforts, wanting no points, no money, not a subordinate, and not under official management. This family cursed at her, threatened her, and even wanted to get physical. Not directly running them over with the boat was already an act of mercy. His eyes glanced at the family, his heart full of disdain. Serves you right. Someone comes to rescue you out of kindness, and you want to treat them like a donkey. Who else should they throw overboard if not you? Bai Chenyue couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on them, completely ignoring the family's looks that wanted to devour her alive. If it weren't for searching for clues about the winged human, she wouldn't care about whether this bunch lived or died. If she let these bastards drown in the water, she wouldn't even blink. She restarted the assault boat, no longer paying attention to the complex gazes and intermittent curses from the boat behind her. She increased the throttle and swiftly disappeared into the curtain of rain. Raindrops hammered against the assault boat, making a dense crackling sound. Zhou Yin huddled in the corner of the boat, soaked to the bone, her face pale. She looked at Bai Chenyue's cold, hard profile, her lips trembling for a long time before she finally mustered the courage to let out a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. Thank you. Bai Chenyue kept her eyes on the path ahead, her hands steadily holding the steering, giving no reaction. Zhou Yin's eyes reddened. Thinking the other party found her a nuisance, she hurriedly added, her voice choked with sobs, for not throwing me overboard with them. Her attitude was humble to the point of being in the dust. Bai Chenyue finally reacted. She didn't turn her head, just asked indifferently. That was your family. Why didn't you jump in to save them yourself? I threw your family overboard. Don't you hate me? Zhou Yin shuddered all over, clenching her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. She abruptly raised her head, tears mixing with the rainwater as they streamed down. I can only thank you for letting me on the boat. That family. They're not trustworthy. They wanted me to die. I don't have family like that. Chapter 152. My ship doesn't carry trash. I don't want to die. I want to live. She practically roared that last sentence, using every ounce of strength in her body. Bai Chenyue turned her head slightly, her fathomless eyes sweeping over her once. If you want to live, then sit tight. Her voice still carried no warmth, yet it calmed Zhou Yin's crumbling emotions. I'm not saving you because you're pitiful. Bai Chenyue looked back towards the churning floodwaters ahead, her tone flat. It's because in that situation just now you made the most correct choice. My boat doesn't carry trash who are blind and drag others down. Zhou Yin froze. She wiped her tears, then turned towards Bai Chenyue's back and bowed deeply, with utmost seriousness. Bai Chenyue said nothing, simply pushing the assault boat's throttle to the maximum. Amidst the roar of the engine, the small craft charged deep into the heart of the city shrouded by the gray curtain of rain. The assault boat navigated through the aquatic city. Bai Chenyue adhered strictly to her principles. Along the way they encountered several more groups of people calling for help. She would stop the boat, but she only saved people. This time she had learned. Whenever she encountered those wailing and sobbing, wanting to haul all their household supplies out, she couldn't even be bothered to utter a single extra word, simply turning the boat around and leaving. When she met those with a good temperament and swift actions, who jumped down with just a survival pack on their back, she would lend a hand and pull them aboard. Before letting anyone board, she would always state coldly first, nothing is allowed except the clothes on your back. Anyone who whines and complains can get off right now. An hour later, besides the little girl from the beginning and Zhou Yin, 7 more people had joined her assault boat. 3 men and 4 women, all soaked to the bone and looking wretched, but at least they were sensible, reasonable, normal people. 10 people. The assault boat was at full capacity. The atmosphere on the boat was somewhat oppressive. Besides the roar of the motor and the sound of rain, no one spoke. Bai Chenyue, following her phone's map and the road signs along the way, headed towards the area with the highest elevation. That was Mountain City's shelter. Along the journey, the water level grew shallower and shallower. Gradually, they could even see the complete foundations of some buildings situated on higher ground. Half an hour later, When the assault boat navigated the final bend and a colossal structure appeared before everyone's eyes, a collective gasp of astonishment rose from the boat. It was a gigantic complex built upon the mountainside. It was less a building and more a steel fortress. Massive concrete walls extended from the mountain's base all the way to its summit, enveloping the entire mountaintop. On the walls, at regular intervals, there were searchlight towers and guard posts manned by soldiers armed with live ammunition. The entrance to the fortress was an enormous alloy gate, easily over 10 meters tall, currently wide open. Countless assault boats and vessels of all kinds were filing into it in an orderly fashion. Inside and outside the gate, the din of voices filled the air. Vehicles and boats came and went. Staff in various uniforms rushed about in the rain, shouting and maintaining order. This was Mountain City's largest shelter, designated A07. Bai Chenyue's assault boat merged into the stream of vessels, queuing up to enter. Past the gate was a massive indoor dock, large enough to accommodate hundreds of lifeboats simultaneously. Bright lights illuminated the entire space, making it as bright as day. All personnel, after disembarking, proceed to the registration area on the left, came the instruction from the loudspeaker. Bai Chenyue docked the boat at the designated spot. The people on board thanked her one after another and disembarked. On both sides of the passageway stood fully armed soldiers, standing ramrod straight. Their mere presence provided an unparalleled sense of security. Following the flow of people inward, a magnificent underground world unfolded before their eyes. It was an unimaginably vast space, at least 100 meters high, stretching as far as the eye could see. The entire space was divided into countless zones. The most eye-catching were the dense, neat rows of metal bunk beds, extending row upon row, section upon section, into the distance, forming the most basic living quarters. In the distance there were also medical zones, supply distribution zones, public canteens, and even a segregated children's activity area. Countless people lived here. Though crowded, everything was orderly and systematic. Notifications and reassuring music played on a loop over the broadcast system. Busy staff and volunteers weaved through the crowds, each person performing their duties at their post. From the time she had relayed the information to the state, not much time had passed before they built such a massive base. They truly deserved the nickname infrastructure maniacs. This efficiently operating underground city sheltered all those who had lost their homes in the apocalyptic disaster. Bai Chenyue walked to a place with a sign reading temporary placement point and brought the little girl over. She addressed a staff member who was registering information. "I found this child on the road. She was separated by the floodwaters, can't find her family." The female staff member looked up. Seeing the adorable little girl, a gentle smile appeared on her face. She took out a blanket and draped it over the child. She crouched down and asked softly, "Little one, what's your name? Do you remember your mommy or daddy's phone number?" The little girl looked at her timidly, then glanced up at Bai Chenyue and shook her head. "I'm leaving her in your care." Having said that, Bai Chenyue turned to leave. She didn't have time to linger here. "Big sister." A pair of icy little hands suddenly grabbed the hem of her clothes. Bai Chenyue's steps halted. She turned back. The little girl looked up, her large eyes dark like grapes welling with tears. She was trying hard not to let them fall as she whispered, "Thank you." Bai Chenyue looked at her. The girl's eyes were very clear. After 2 seconds of silence, Bai Chenyue reached out and patted her head, her movements somewhat stiff. Zhouyen, who had been following Bai Chenyue, had just finished registering her own information and looked over. "Thank you." Her lips were somewhat chapped, but her attitude was sincere. "I'll take care of her. I'll look after her properly." Bai Chenyue glanced at her, said nothing, turned and walked away. Her steps didn't hesitate in the slightest. Her back swiftly disappeared into the flow of people. Zhouyen hugged the shivering little girl in her arms tighter, comforting her softly, but her gaze kept following that cold, aloof figure until it was completely out of sight. Bai Chenyue returned to her assault boat. She didn't plan to enter the shelter. Too many people, too many eyes. For her it wasn't a good place to be. She only needed to deliver people here, then continue going out to search for traces of the winged human. After refueling, she didn't rest for a moment. Once again, she piloted the assault boat and charged back out into the wind and rain. For most of the rest of the day, she circled the city again and again in her search, but didn't catch even a single glimpse of the winged human. Online, videos about the winged human were proliferating, but none could pinpoint a specific location or time. That guy flew too fast. His whereabouts were unpredictable. Bai Chenyue was growing somewhat frustrated. Evening approached, and the rain showed no sign of letting up. Piloting her boat, she returned to the shelter's dock for the 7th time. Chapter 153 News about the Winged Ones. At the temporary supply point at the dock, she received a free boxed meal. 1 meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes with unlimited rice steaming hot. Bai Chenyue found a sheltered corner out of the rain, sat on the ground, and started eating heartily, completely unconcerned with her appearance. While eating, a conversation from several rescue workers also having their meal nearby drifted into her ears. "I'm exhausted today, fished out over 30 people, my arms are about to fall off. The old city area has the deepest water, many old houses have collapsed, heard there are still quite a few people unwilling to evacuate. Speaking of the old city, I was over there the day before yesterday, guess what I saw?" A young team member lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. The people around him were immediately intrigued. "Saw what?" "A ghost. Way more impressive than a ghost," the team member said with an excited expression. "I saw an angel." "You're full of it." "It's true. It flew right over my head, a distance that would take our boat over 10 minutes. He reached it with one dive." "Have you guys seen that winged human video online? That was him, so cool," the young team member explained urgently. Bai Chenyue's shoveling motion with her food paused almost imperceptibly. She pricked up her ears. "Holy crap, that awesome? Must be one of those game players the country mentioned, right?" "Definitely. So incredible. You have no idea how fierce that guy is. He's saved a lot of people these past few days." Bai Chenyue, holding her meal box, quietly moved closer. Wearing an expression of just the right amount of fatigue and curiosity, she struck up a conversation with the speaking rescue worker. "Big brother, that winged human you mentioned, does he have a pair of particularly large white wings on his back?" The rescue worker glanced at her, seeing her also covered in dust and grime. He didn't suspect a thing. After all, in this area, those eating and resting were basically frontline rescue workers and volunteers. He nodded, took a gulp of water and said, "You saw it too, girl? Wasn't it super shocking? Let me tell you, those wings aren't physical, they're made of light, just like an angel descending to earth." As he spoke, he even gestured animatedly, afraid others wouldn't believe him. Bai Chenyue nodded, following his lead. "I didn't see it with my own eyes, I saw a video online, thought it was amazing. There really are people who can fly in this world, so awesome." She acted like a complete curious newbie, with a face full of, "I really want to see this" expression. Of course. The young team member wore a proud expression, as if sharing in the glory. "That speed, our assault boats can't even catch up." He was rescuing people at the time. Pulling someone out of a building about to collapse with a rope, so freaking cool. Suppressing the excitement in her heart, Bai Chenyue continued in a tone of admiration, like a fan meeting their idol. "Big brother, where did you see him? I want to go admire the style of such a divine person too." "You want to see him too, huh?" The young team member laughed. "Another little fan of the angel." "Absolutely." Bai Chenyue casually made up a reason, sighing with full acting skills. "Isn't this way more exciting than chasing those celebrities? This is a living superhero." The young team member had no suspicion at all, saying chivalrously, "Go wander around the old city area, especially those lowest lying, most severely flooded parts. That's where I saw him too. Heard he specifically picks the most dangerous places to rescue people." The old city area. Bai Chenyue memorized it, but her face remained impassive as she said gratefully, "Thanks, buddy. When I get a photo, I'll definitely post it on my social feed." She shoveled down the remaining food in a few bites, tossed the meal box into the designated recycling bin, waved at those rescue workers, turned and jumped onto her own assault boat. The motor roared to life again. By this time, the sky was completely dark. The heavy rain still showed no signs of stopping. The waterlogged city at night was even more dangerous and terrifying than during the day. Bai Chenyue checked her phone's offline map and headed at full speed toward the old city area. Arriving at the old city area, It was more dilapidated than the new city. Most of the low-rise self-built houses were already submerged, only their rooftops visible. The entire area was deathly silent, with only the sound of falling rain and flowing water. She drove the boat, searching a circle in the darkness, but didn't see any glowing wings. As expected, with such heavy rain and such a dark night, even an angel should be resting. Rowing the assault boat forward, Bai Chenyue saw a lone, unfinished building sticking out of the water. This building was about over 10 stories tall, its main structure complete, but without doors or windows installed, pitch black inside. She steered the assault boat under the unfinished building, found a hidden corner, and stored the assault boat in her space. Going all the way up, she carefully checked every floor, confirming that besides her, there was no other living creature in the entire building. Finally, she stopped at a room on the 10th floor. It was relatively sheltered from the wind and had a wide view. Taking out a tent from her space, she crawled inside. Then with a thought, her whole person vanished from the spot, entering the space. Inside the space it was still warm and peaceful. In the prefab house within her space, Bai Chenyue took a satisfying hot shower, changed into clean clothes, and then flopped onto the soft bed. After sleeping for 6 hours in the space, refreshed and full of energy, she kicked herself out of the space and returned to the tent in the unfinished building. Outside it was still stormy with heavy rain. The sky was faintly light, but visibility was extremely poor. She wasn't in a hurry to go out. Instead, she sat in the tent, took out her tablet, pulled up a detailed map of Mountain City's old urban area, and began planning today's search route. The winged human specifically picks the most dangerous places to rescue people. Bai Chenyue's finger traced over several areas on the map marked as dangerous building zones and lowest terrain points. If that rescue team member wasn't lying, then the winged human was most likely to appear in these places. After breakfast, she packed up the tent, went downstairs again, released the assault boat, and began a new day of searching. However, after a whole day, she had almost covered all the key areas marked on the map, yet still found nothing. This area was too vast, and everywhere was filled with collapsed buildings and various obstacles. The assault boat's speed couldn't be increased at all. At night, she returned to the unfinished building and entered her space to rest. The next day, she changed direction and continued the search. Still nothing. The third day, Bai Chenyue's patience was being worn down bit by bit. Sitting on the assault boat, looking at the endless expanse of water and ruins before her, she began to wonder. Had that guy changed locations? She refused to believe she couldn't find him. Suppressing the irritation in her heart, she piloted the assault boat toward the deepest part of the old city area, also the most topographically complex section. There, the building density was extremely high, with narrow alleys crisscrossing. Now flooded, they formed narrow and turbulent waterways. Navigating the assault boat through them was very difficult. Help! Is anyone there? A cry for help came from the distance. Chapter 154. The Winged One is such an edgelord. Help! Is anyone there? Save us! A scream filled with despair and terror pierced through the pouring rain curtain, stabbing precisely into her ears. Bai Chenyue steered the assault boat, navigating with difficulty between these deadly obstacles. This was the deepest part of the old city, the lowest lying area, the most densely packed with buildings, and also the place suffering the most catastrophic damage. About a kilometer ahead, on the roof of an old-fashioned residential building that looked like it had seen better days, over a dozen people were crammed together. They waved their arms, shouting with all their might, looking as if they could be blown into the water by the fierce wind at any moment. The foundation of that building seemed to have loosened. Under the scouring of the swift current, the entire structure was swaying slightly, not far from collapsing. Bai Chenyue frowned. Her assault boat had already been full once. She knew it could only hold 7 or 8 more people at most. These dozen-plus people couldn't all be rescued in one trip. Moreover, judging by the state of that building, it could collapse at any moment. Just as she was calculating how to carry out a rescue in batches, she saw a magnificent figure, carrying a pair of wings made of pure light, dive down from the gloomy clouds. In that instant of brilliance, he descended from the heavens like a deity. It's him, the winged human. Bai Chenyue's heart gave a violent thump, her breath catching for a moment. She stared fixedly at that figure soaring freely amidst the thunderstorm, a flame called desire igniting deep in her eyes. Those wings were too beautiful, too powerful. She wanted them. Character Qi Feng. Game nickname: Son of the Wind. Status: late-stage Chinibu. Mental energy highly agitated. Physical stamina heavily depleted. Note: a person firmly convinced he is a comrade of justice, the chosen one selected by the god of light, currently utterly immersed in a script about saving the world and unable to extricate himself. The corner of Bai Chenyue's mouth twitched. She directly ignored the sarcastic commentary, her burning gaze shifting to the next piece of information. Item: imagination creature, light wings. Introduction: a product of mental energy materialization. Maximum load capacity is twice the user's core strength. The stronger the core strength, the greater the load capacity. Flight speed and duration are directly related to the user's mental energy and physical constitution. The stronger the mental energy and the better the physical fitness, the faster and longer the flight can be enhanced as the user's personal attributes improve. Note: looks flashy, but it's essentially a flight accessory powered by both mind and body. Friendly reminder: don't try it easily during a thunderstorm. After all, you're not the god of thunder, just a mortal with wings attached. The probability of getting struck by lightning is higher than winning the lottery. Also, if your mental energy runs out, you'll fall straight from the sky, buddy. It can fly, it can carry weight, and it can be enhanced. She stared fixedly at the distant winged human, wishing she could rush over right now and slap honor among thieves directly onto his face. The distance was too great. She couldn't reach him at all. No, she had to stay calm. Bai Chenyue took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the impulse within her. At this moment, Qi Feng had already flown above the endangered building. He didn't land recklessly. Instead, he untied an extremely sturdy-looking rope from his waist and threw it down to the rooftop. Grab it. One at a time. Women and children first. His voice came through the rain curtain, carrying the clear brightness of a youth. The people on the rooftop seemed to have seen a savior, erupting in cries of relief from having survived a disaster. A middle-aged man holding a child quickly handed the child to his wife, grabbed the rope, and tied it securely around his wife. Qi Feng's wings gave a powerful beat. A formidable strength erupted from him, forcibly hoisting the woman holding the child up from the rooftop and flying towards the rooftop of a relatively safer, taller building in the distance. His load capacity was limited. He could only carry one person at a time. Just like that, he tirelessly went back and forth, transferring the trapped people one after another. Bai Chenyue watched as he continuously expended his stamina, her mind rapidly calculating. The rain was too heavy, the wind too loud. Shouting across such a distance, he definitely couldn't hear her. Moreover, judging by his rescue momentum, he wouldn't be stopping anytime soon. By the time he finished rescuing everyone, who knew where he would fly off to? She couldn't wait. A look of resolve flashed in Bai Chenyue's eyes. She abruptly twisted the assault boat's throttle. Vroom! The motor roared. The assault boat shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring, cleaving through the turbid water waves, charging at full speed towards that endangered building. She was going to deliver herself right in front of him. The assault boat charged recklessly through the narrow waterway, splashing up water over 2 meters high. Qi Feng, who was conducting his fifth transfer, finally noticed the assault boat making such a huge commotion below. He wore a rainproof mask, so his expression couldn't be seen. Bai Chenyue met his gaze, raised her hand, pointed at her own empty boat, then pointed at the teetering, precarious building beneath him, and made a put the people over here gesture. Her meaning was clear. You're responsible for getting people down from the building. I'm responsible for transporting them away by boat. We cooperate. It's more efficient this way. Qi Feng clearly understood. He hovered in the air, nodded at Bai Chenyue, indicating his agreement with her proposal. Bai Chenyue steadily parked the assault boat in an open expanse of water below the endangered building, cut the engine, and waited quietly. He lowered the people from the rooftop one by one, accurately dropping them onto Bai Chenyue's assault boat. Ah! Slow down, slow down. The people being lowered let out screams, but thankfully it was all fright without real danger. As the last family of 3 was safely delivered onto the boat, the assault boat was packed to capacity with 12 people, having reached its full load. But when the last person was set down, Qi Feng felt he had reached his limit. His head was dizzy, and the scenery before his eyes began to double. Splash! Qi Feng crashed into the water, sending up a spray. Bai Chenyue's eyes sharpened. Without the slightest hesitation, she turned the boat around and charged over. The people who had just been rescued on the boat were dumbfounded. Our savior fell in. Hurry! Hurry and save him! Before they even finished shouting, Bai Chenyue had already driven the assault boat to where Qi Feng had fallen. She leaned out halfway, grabbed his arm and pulled him forcefully towards the boat. The people on board also hurriedly helped pull him up, placing him near the stern, closer to her. Qi Feng had choked on quite a bit of water. He was soaked through and utterly disheveled. He removed the rainproof mask from his face, revealing a young face with a touch of childishness between his brows and eyes. However, his complexion was frighteningly pale, and he was now coughing violently from the water he'd inhaled. Cough, cough, thank you, he said haltingly. How are you? The fervor in Bai Chenyue's eyes was impossible to conceal. Qi Feng gasped for breath and shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Take them to the shelter. I need to go check other places, he said, seemingly preparing to take off again, but Bai Chenyue directly pressed him back down. What a joke. She hadn't used her skill yet. Where did he think he was going? Chapter 155. Even thieves have their code. In your current condition, how much farther can you fly? Bai Chenyue pointed out the reality. Are you planning to fall into the water again halfway through from exhaustion? Qi Feng's movements froze. Bai Chenyue said, how about you rest on the boat first? I'll drive them to the shelter, and you can replenish your energy at the same time. Once you've recovered enough, you can go save more people. How does that sound? Qi Feng thought for a moment and finally nodded. Bai Chenyue didn't say anything more and restarted the motor, steering the boat towards the shelter. On the boat, the rescued people gradually recovered from their shock. They looked at the young winged human slumped at the stern, dripping wet, and the pair of slowly fluttering iridescent light wings behind him. Their eyes were filled with awe and fervor. Looking at the surrounding floodwaters again, their eyes reddened one by one. He had fallen into the water to save them. A middle-aged woman in her 50s was the first to react. She threw herself in front of Qi Feng, so agitated she was incoherent, tears and snot streaming down her face. Benefactor, you are a living deity. If it weren't for you, my whole family, young and old, would have perished there today. You are our savior, our second parents. As she spoke, she tried to kneel down and kowtow. Qi Feng, frightened, quickly shrank back, waving his hands repeatedly. No, 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 don't kneel. Thank you. Thank you so much, young man. If it weren't for you, my whole family would be finished today. You are a heavenly god descended to earth, a hero. The words hero echoed in Qi Feng's ears. His heaving chest puffed out a bit more, brimming with pride. Ever since the torrential downpour began, he had ignored his family's objections and immediately joined the rescue efforts. He heard the word hero every day, but he never tired of it. Who made him so exceptional? Chosen by the game, granted a special imagination creature, it was practically no different from being a chosen one. He believed heaven gave him wings precisely so he could save the world. Everyone, there's no need for this. I just did what I should do. Qi Feng coughed lightly twice, his voice carrying the clear, bright tone characteristic of a youth, but it was noticeably unsteady. His breathing labored. Young man, you've saved over a dozen lives. A middle-aged man exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh. How old are you? 17, Qi Feng replied. You're younger than my own daughter, yet so capable. The middle-aged man gave a thumbs up in praise. Qi Feng's chest puffed out a bit more. A woman nearby, holding an infant, said gratefully, my son is only 8 months old. When the water rushed in, I thought we were both going to die. Thank you so much. A little girl of about 7 or 8 darted in front of Qi Feng, tilting her little face up, asking in a childish voice, Big brother, are you an angel? My grandma says only angels have wings. I'm not an angel. I'm just a player. He reveled in this feeling of being worshipped and thanked. This was the exact scene he had always dreamed of. Obtaining immense power, stepping forward in times of crisis like a hero from the comics, saving the world, receiving universal admiration. His Chenyue spirit was burning fiercely. Little hero, what's your name? Surrounded by the survivors' intensely fervent gazes, Chi Feng seemed a bit embarrassed. He waved his hand and said, "My name is Chi Feng. Everyone, really, there's no need for this. Protecting citizens is my duty." His heroic demeanor made the survivors on the boat even more moved. Another middle-aged man in a shirt pulled out something tightly wrapped in plastic from inside his clothes and offered it. "Little brother, no benefactor, I still have 2 chocolate bars here. Eat them quickly to regain some strength. You must be exhausted from saving us." Yes. I still have some biscuits here. Big brother, I have candy. I have water." Everyone on the boat, regardless of age or gender, pulled out whatever food they had on them, scrambling to stuff it into his hands. In their eyes, this young man who descended from the sky, possessed miraculous power, yet remained humble and courteous, perfectly embodied the image of a savior. Bai Chenyue stood at the stern, piloting the boat, observing all of this. She watched the young hero, surrounded by the crowd, looking somewhat carried away. So naive, but that was just perfect. She cleared her throat. Her voice wasn't loud, but it clearly cut through all the noise. "Stop chatting for now. Hold on tight." The assault boat's motor roared to life again, and the vessel changed direction. The atmosphere on the boat remained fervent. The rescued survivors, though they no longer dared to crowd around Chi Feng, couldn't suppress their curiosity and kept stealing glances at him, or rather at the wings on his back. Chi Feng closed his eyes, seemingly trying to seize every second to recover his stamina. Meanwhile, Bai Chenyue stood steadily at the stern, controlling the direction. Her gaze seemed fixed on the turbulent waters ahead, but her entire attention was focused on the young man resting with his eyes closed. Perfect timing, sufficient distance, target completely off guard. Honor among thieves. Target, Chi Feng. Specified copy. Imagination creature. Light wings. Ding. Skill honor among thieves activated successfully. Copying target Chi Feng. Target possesses imagination creature light wings. Copying in progress. Copy progress 10%, 50%, 100%. Copy successful. It worked. A heavy weight lifted from her heart, and wild joy surged through her entire body. However, before she could even begin to celebrate, the next notification made her whole body freeze. Ding! Triggered the 5% chance double surprise. The imagination creature, Lightwings you copied has evolved. Oh! Double surprise. Evolved. Calm down. Baidu. Calm down. If there weren't people on the boat, she would have thrown her head back and laughed heartily 3 times. She never dreamed that the flight ability she had longed for was not only obtained but also came in a powered-up version. What kind of divine luck was this? She took a deep breath, then another. The cold rain slapped her face, finally cooling her nearly boiling heart just a little. Wait, not yet. Can't check now. Not the right time. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force, desperately trying to control the ecstatic expression that was about to break free on her face. While piloting the boat, she frantically calculated in her mind. But the curve of her lips simply wouldn't stay down. She wanted to laugh. She really wanted to burst out laughing. At this moment, she truly wished she could kick everyone off the boat right now, find a deserted place and thoroughly examine her new toy. Unconsciously, the speed of the assault boat increased a few notches. Her heart was racing, eager to return. Once she dropped these people off, her volunteer task would be over. Chapter 156 Vicious Accusation. 1 hour later, the massive steel gate of Shelter A07 finally appeared on the horizon. The people on the boat erupted into cheers. We're here, we made it. We're saved, we're finally saved. Bai Chenyue slowly steered the assault boat into the enormous indoor dock and, following the directions of the staff, moored at the designated berth. Thank you, young lady, and thank you, little hero. No words can express our gratitude. You are all good people, good fortune will surely come to you. The survivors disembarked one by one, each expressing their thanks to Bai Chenyue. Bai Chenyue merely gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Her gaze fell on Chi Feng, who had just been woken by the noise and was rubbing his eyes, looking bewildered as he emerged from the cabin. "We're here," she said succinctly. "Oh, that was fast." Chi Feng was still half asleep. He shook his head, steadied himself, and flashed Bai Chenyue a grateful smile. "I really owe you this time. What's your name?" "I'm Chi Feng. If you ever need help with anything in the future, just look me up." As he spoke, he started reaching for his phone, wanting to add her as a contact. Bai Chenyue cut him off directly. "Not necessary," she said, waving a hand dismissively, her tone cool. "It was nothing." With that, she turned and prepared to leave. She didn't want to stay a second longer. All she wanted was to quickly find a place to try out her new wings. However, the moment she stepped off the boat, a voice filled with venomous resentment suddenly exploded from the crowd not far away. "It's you. You murderer." Bai Chenyue looked up. At the entrance to the dock's registration area, a man was staring at her with bloodshot eyes, the hatred in his gaze intense enough to devour her whole. It was the young man she had kicked into the water, Zhou Yin's older brother. After a few days, he looked considerably more haggard, with sunken eyes and a scruffy beard, but the aura of resentment around him was almost as thick as Sadako's before she started farming. Beside him stood several people wearing the shelter's work uniforms. One of them, who seemed to be a minor supervisor, was frowning as he looked their way. Seeing him, Bai Chenyue's expression remained utterly placid, not even a twitch of an eyebrow. She rolled her eyes and started to walk away. Zhou Jinyu would never give her that chance. He rushed forward trying to grab her. Bai Chenyue, sensing his intent, sidestepped. Zhou Jinyu stumbled and fell flat on the ground. Zhou Jinyu scrambled to his feet, pointing a trembling finger at Bai Chenyue. "You murderer! Where do you think you're running to?" "Murderer." Bai Chenyue sounded like she'd heard the joke of the century. "Who did I kill? Did I kill you? Aren't you still alive and kicking right here, barking like a rabid dog?" Her voice wasn't loud, but on the noisy dock, it clearly reached the ears of everyone nearby. Chi Feng and the group of survivors who had just disembarked also stopped in their tracks, looking over curiously. Zhou Jinyu's face flushed a deep purple at her words. Trembling with rage, he pointed at Bai Chenyue and shrieked. "How dare you talk back? My wife had a miscarriage. My unborn son is gone. It's all your fault. It's you, you vicious woman. You killed him with your own hands." He screamed with heart-wrenching intensity, tears and snot streaming down his face, looking genuinely grief-stricken. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted into murmurs, their gazes towards Bai Chenyue shifting. A miscarriage? Murder? The combination of those two words was too shocking. "Oh? Is that so?" Bai Chenyue crossed her arms, looking at him with composed ease. Her face showed not a shred of sympathy, only undisguised mockery. "She had a miscarriage? What the hell does that have to do with me? How can it not have anything to do with you?" Zhou Jinyu reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "My wife just wanted to bring some food, some things prepared for my unborn son. What was her crime? This bitch, just because we wanted to bring a few things, she threw my whole family into the water. That freezing cold, filthy water. It's because of her that my wife caught a chill, that she had a miscarriage. You all need to uphold justice for me. Don't let this murderer get away. I want her to pay with her life. I want her to pay for my son's life." His wailing was highly inflammatory. The looks from the people around shifted from disdain to outright hatred. Throwing people into the water? How did someone like that become a volunteer? Investigate this thoroughly. Oh my God, is that true? Kicking a pregnant woman into the water? This woman is too vicious. She looks young and pretty. How can her heart be so poisonous? No matter the reason, laying hands on a pregnant woman is going too far. The minor supervisor beside Zhou Jinyu chose that moment to step forward. He cleared his throat and said to Bai Chenyue with a stern face, "Comrade, I am Li Wei, the person in charge of Team 9 Zone C of the shelter. We have received a formal, real-name report from Comrade Zhou Jinyu, accusing you of intentionally harming a pregnant woman and causing her to miscarry. This is a matter of life and death, a serious offense. You are now requested to come with us to assist in our investigation. Please do not obstruct official duties." Only Chi Feng remained silent, frowning. He felt things weren't that simple. This woman, though she seemed cold, had participated in the rescue. She didn't seem like the type to harm a pregnant woman without reason. Facing the condemnation of the crowd, Bai Chenyue didn't even blink. She looked at Zhou Jinyu's face, twisted with grief and rage, and smiled. That smile was icy, contemptuous. Her eyes were sharp as daggers, piercing straight into Zhou Jinyu's heart. Bai Chenyue took a step forward, staring coldly at him. Her voice wasn't loud, but each word struck like a fatal blow. When the government ordered the evacuation, where were you? You refused to leave then, waiting for rescue to come. Have you forgotten? To bring a few boxes of junk, you abandoned your own younger sister on a rooftop, leaving her to fend for herself. Have you forgotten? Your wife is precious, your son is precious, but your sister's life is worthless trash? If any of you had a shred of sense and got your asses into the shelter earlier, would your wife have needed to soak in that freezing floodwater? Would your son be gone? Do us all a favor and use your brain. With the rain pouring outside, which rescue worker here dares guarantee they can bring someone back without getting them wet at all? Point them out, let me see this marvel. You with your greed, your selfishness, your stupidity got your own child killed. And now you have the nerve to come find me as your scapegoat. Your wife had a miscarriage, and instead of thinking about how to take proper care of her, you have time to camp out at the dock every day waiting to ambush me just to get revenge? What a responsible husband and father you are. Your wife's miscarriage is the direct result of your family's selfishness, greed, and stupidity. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. If you want to hate someone, hate your whole family. Don't act like a pathetic, weaned brat who blames everyone else for your own mess. Here, nobody is going to indulge your disgusting behavior. Get lost. Chapter 157, Stand Up For Me. Bai Chenyue's verbal barrage, each and every word, slapped Zhou Jinyu squarely in the face, and also lashed at the hearts of all those who had blindly followed the crowd to accuse her moments before. The air at the dock seemed to freeze solid at that moment. The amount of information was staggering. For supplies, he forced his own sister to jump off the boat? Selfish, greedy, refusing to evacuate? The previously sympathetic onlookers now looked at him with eyes that had completely changed. So what I'm hearing is, you were willing to throw your own sister onto a rooftop to wait for death, all to bring a few boxes of junk? A young man who had also just disembarked from an assault boat spoke up from the crowd, his face full of disdain. And you still have the nerve to cry here? The girl is right. If you had any brains and evacuated earlier, none of this crap would have happened. You're the idiot who got your own son killed. You deserve it. The rain was already heavy. Even healthy people can't guarantee they won't get sick. Being alive and back here is already a blessing. What more do you want? My neighbor next door refused to leave because he had to hold on to his brand new big screen TV. The rescue team argued until they were blue in the face, but he wouldn't listen. And the result? The floodwaters came and all 3 people in that family. None of them made it out. It's all greed that did them in. Greed? I think it's more than greed. His heart is black. The previously one-sided public opinion had completely reversed. You want me to pay with my life? Fine. Bai Chenyue's gaze turned icy and terrifying, the killing intent in her eyes completely unconcealed. I can grant you that wish right now. Send you down there so you can properly apologize to your son. She took a step forward. Just one step, but the oppressive aura it carried made Zhou Jinyu's blood run cold. As for Zhou Jinyu, under the suffocating weight of Bai Chenyue's almost tangible killing intent, his face had drained of all color. He opened his mouth wanting to retort, but found he couldn't utter a single word. Because everything Bai Chenyue said was the truth. The face of that minor official named Li Wei also flushed red and pale by turns, his embarrassment reaching its peak. He never expected this woman to be so sharp-tongued. Zhou Jinyu was a distant relative, and he had also accepted benefits, agreeing to help him save face. But given the current situation, he had to control the public opinion first. Zhou Jinyu has already reported the matter to me. Regardless of any preceding circumstances, the fact is you threw a pregnant woman into the floodwaters, causing her to miscarry. Now, please come with me and cooperate with our investigation. He deliberately emphasized the word investigation, his tone full of implied threat. Seeing his backer arrive, Zhou Jinyu's courage surged again. Pointing at Bai Chenyue, he blustered with a show of bravado. "Brother, you have to stand up for me. This woman is a lunatic. She must be locked up. No, executed by firing squad." Li Wei nodded, looking at Bai Chenyue again, his tone growing impatient. "You heard him. Don't make us use force. Come with us on your own." Watching these two perform their duet, Bai Chenyue laughed. That laugh was cold enough to freeze ice. "Come with you? Just who the hell do you think you are?" Li Wei's face darkened. "What kind of attitude is that? I am a manager of the shelter." "Manager?" Bai Chenyue sounded as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Who gave you the authority to investigate a civilian rescuer who doesn't fall under your jurisdiction?" "I volunteered for the rescue efforts. I don't live in the shelter. I provided my own boat, my own fuel, my own people. I don't want points, I don't want money. So saving people is wrong now, is that it? Since you think I'm at fault, fine. I won't participate in any more rescues from now on. And as for saying the miscarriage was because of me, please produce the evidence. Don't pin that blame on me." Anyway, she had come here to find the winged human. Now that she had the skill, it was time to leave. She took another step forward, staring down Li Wei, her full aura unleashed. "Or perhaps, you accepted some benefit from him and want to abuse your power for personal revenge?" Li Wei, confronted by her words, flushed red and pale again, instinctively taking half a step back. Damn it. This woman was a tough nut to crack. That thought flashed through Li Wei's mind. Neither soft nor hard tactics worked on her. In all his time managing Team 9 Zone C, he had seen troublemakers but never one like this. Not in the shelter, not caring about points. The little carrots he used to control ordinary survivors were completely useless against her. But he had promised Zhou Jinyu taken the benefits. If he slinked away with his tail between his legs today, where would he put his face as a manager? How could he maintain authority in his team in the future? Since carrots were useless, then he could only use the big stick. As long as he insisted this woman intentionally kicked the pregnant woman into the water, causing the miscarriage, the charge would be intentional harm. Once that charge was pinned on her, he would have absolute authority to legally arrest her and take her back to his team for quarantine and investigation. Once on his turf, without all these eyes watching, whether she was round or flat would be entirely up to him. As for evidence, Zhou Jinyu was the witness. His wife was the physical evidence. Seeing Li Wei being verbally beaten into silence, Zhou Jinyu panicked and started shouting wildly. "Don't waste words on her, Brother Liu. She's not registered, she's just a savage. Arrest her. Teach her a harsh lesson. Men, seize her for me." Li Wei called out to the several security personnel behind him. Bai Chenyue tilted her neck slightly, preparing to take action. "Everyone, stop right the hell there." A burly man with dark skin, wearing a soaking wet rescue team uniform, suddenly charged out from the crowd. He shoved aside a security guard blocking the front and strode directly in front of Bai Chenyue, using his mountain-like, solid back to shield her. "I'd like to see who dares lay a finger on this last today." The man's eyes were wide, his beard and hair bristling. The fierce aura emanating from him was even more rugged and direct than Bai Chenyue's killing intent. The security guards, startled by his sudden appearance, all stepped back in unison, not daring to advance any further. Li Wei recognized this man. This was the notoriously crazy old Zhang from the rescue team, a retired veteran with a fiery temper and extremely high prestige within the team. "Brother Zhang, this is a matter for our logistics department, you." Li Wei's tone unconsciously softened. "To hell with your logistics department." Old Zhang spat a thick glob of phlegm right at Li Wei's feet, then pointed at his nose and started cursing. "You spineless coward who sits in an office, you dare to stand here and order around someone who's been on the front line saving people? Do you know how deep the water is out there? Have you seen houses being washed away like paper? Have you seen whole families clinging to planks in the water, crying for their mothers and fathers? You know nothing. Sitting safe in your shelter, enjoying the air conditioning, drinking hot water, yet you strut around bullying a girl who just came back from outside after saving over a dozen lives. Where's your shame?" Then he turned and pointed at Zhou Jinyu's nose, cursing loudly. "A grown man sniveling and crying here, aren't you ashamed? In these past few days out there saving people, I've seen plenty of trash like you. We tell you to evacuate, you don't. Wait until the water's up to your necks. Then you cry and beg for someone to save you. We go over in our boats and what do? Act like lords and ladies. This one wants to bring this, that one wants to move that, wishing you could cram your entire house onto the boat. So your lives are precious but ours are worthless, is that it? Old Zhang grew more agitated as he spoke, spraying spittle all over Zhou Jinyu's face. Chapter 158 The Trial of Chenyue. Old Zhang grew more agitated as he spoke, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Zhou Jinyu, the look in them practically wanting to devour him whole. His mind involuntarily conjured the image of his own daughter. His daughter, Xiaoya, was only 20 this year, just a sophomore in university, and a member of the swimming club. When the heavy rain hit and classes were suspended, this silly girl signed up for the volunteer rescue team without a second thought. He had been dead set against it at the time. With water that deep, how dangerous it was. Even he, a grown man, felt a chill in his heart, let alone a delicate young girl. But his daughter had said to him, "Dad, I'm not a player, I don't have those amazing abilities. But I study swimming, I'm good in the water. If I can save one more person, that's one more. I have to do my part for the country." Old Zhang had wanted to stop her then. He was afraid. That was his only daughter, the apple of his eye. But what had his daughter said at the time? "Dad, I am a player. Even if I don't have any amazing skills, I'm good in the water. The country needs me. There are so many people waiting to be saved, I can't be a coward. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely protect myself." From that day on, he hadn't had a single good night's sleep. Just the day before yesterday when his daughter came back, she was soaked to the bone, so exhausted she couldn't even speak, and collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, she had a nightmare crying out, "The boat capsized! The boat capsized! Save me!" He only found out later that his daughter had saved a family, but that family insisted on loading all their rice and flour supplies onto the boat. No matter how much his daughter tried to persuade them, they wouldn't listen, and even cursed his daughter for having no conscience. As a result, the boat hadn't gone far before it capsized due to overloading and the fierce current. If his daughter hadn't reacted quickly and clung to a tree, she might never have come back. Old Zhang felt his heart shatter when he heard that, trembling with fear for what could have been. After listening, he was so scared he couldn't sleep all night. The next day, he wanted to stop his daughter from going out again, but this silly girl, after eating breakfast and changing clothes, rushed out again without a second thought. From that day on, he also signed up as a volunteer. He couldn't let his daughter take risks alone outside. He had to watch over her. These past few days, following behind his daughter, he had personally witnessed far too many selfish bastards like Zhou Jinyu's family. He had a belly full of pent-up anger, and had long wanted to curse someone out. Today, seeing Bai Chenyue, he saw his own daughter. Equally young, equally capable, equally fighting desperately for this city, yet still being slandered and accused by these ungrateful scum. The fire in his heart could no longer be contained. Wasn't this man named Zhou Jinyu in front of him, and the family he spoke of who would abandon their own relatives for supplies, exactly the same as the family that nearly killed his daughter? Old Zhang pointed his finger right at Zhou Jinyu's nose, practically poking his face, and Zhou Jinyu was frozen, not daring to move. How many of us who go out in boats to rescue people are literally risking our necks? Who knows what's under the water? Electrical wires, iron wires, collapsed houses. The boat could be punctured at any moment. People could lose their lives at any moment. What are we doing it for? For your measly points? I don't give a damn. We're acting out of a sense of conscience, but our conscience isn't for you ingrates to trample on. Your wife had a miscarriage, you're heartbroken. I'm even more heartbroken for my daughter, who comes back exhausted like a dog every day, collapses into bed, covered in bruises. I'm heartbroken for this young lady, driving a boat alone out there, saving people only to be slandered by you beasts. You still have the nerve to make a scene here? What does your wife's miscarriage have to do with her? That kid throwing you into the water was going easy on you. If it were me, I'd drive the boat right over your whole family and crush you dead in the water. Save the country's food and resources from being wasted on trash like you. I'm telling you, if you dare lay a finger on this kid today, I'll be the first to kill you. Old Zhang's curses echoed like rolling thunder over the entire dock. His words were crude, too blunt, but also too damn satisfying. The other volunteers around them, also frontline rescue workers, felt the same way, chiming in one after another. Brother Zhang is right. People like this shouldn't be saved. We're working ourselves to death, not to serve these lords. Throwing them was the right call. I'd do the same. Zhou Jinyu was cursed out thoroughly, his face turning from green to purple, from purple to black, like a dye shop had opened on his face. He went completely insane. He shoved Lu Wei aside and like a mad dog backed into a corner, lunged at Bai Chenyue again. I'll kill you. I'll kill you, you bitch. Old Zhang roared, about to take action. A flash of killing intent appeared in Bai Chenyue's eyes. However, a figure was faster than both of them. Qi Feng precisely blocked the space between the two. He reached out a single hand, effortlessly grabbing Zhou Jinyu's wrist. It seemed like he wasn't using much force, yet Zhou Jinyu's desperate forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. He had already understood the situation and looked down on this kind of person with utter contempt. What are you doing? Let go of me. Zhou Jinyu was both shocked and furious. He hadn't expected this seemingly frail young man to be so strong. Qi Feng ignored his shouts. He slowly raised his head. Those eyes, which usually held a touch of childishness, now shone with the light of sacred mission. He looked at Zhou Jinyu and spoke slowly. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a peculiar, impossible-to-ignore penetrating power. Silence. You whose soul is steeped in desire and selfishness, you vile creature. Huh. Everyone around, including Bai Chenyue and Old Zhang, was momentarily stunned. This line, it sounded a bit weird. Qi Feng was completely immersed in his own world. He felt that at this moment, he was the embodiment of justice, the messenger who judges sin. In the face of a calamitous disaster, you abandoned your own flesh and blood for the sake of material possessions that have long become worthless scraps. To shift the blame for the terrible consequences of your own foolish actions, you bite the hand of the benefactor who has saved countless lives. Even when your wife needed companionship and comfort the most, you, like a powerless rabid wild dog, are here seeking your pitiful and laughable revenge. His voice grew more impassioned and forceful with each sentence. Someone like you, your very existence is a desecration of the word life. I, in the name of the messenger of the sky, the executor of justice, hereby declare. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he flung Zhou Jinyu away as if throwing out garbage. Zhou Jinyu fell to the ground in a heap. Qi Feng withdrew his hand, striking a pose he thought was incredibly cool, and delivered his final verdict in his clear, yet thoroughly Chinibu-infused voice. Your sins are unforgivable. I absolutely will not permit you to defile this last bastion of hope with your filthy hands. Get out of the shelter. The entire dock fell into a deathly silence. Old Zhang wanted to say something, but in the end just silently scratched his head. Read too many comics? Really thinks he's a hero saving the world. Bai Chenyue was also at a loss for words. This guy's entrance and his lines were so cringeworthy she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. A Chinibu teenager. Chapter 159. She'll remember this debt. The entire dock was dead silent. Everyone's gaze was focused on the teenager striking a cool pose, with white wings spread behind him. The sound of wind and rain, the roar of motors, the clamor of voices, all were muted in this moment. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Someone couldn't hold back and laughed first. Ha ha. This little guy is too funny. Oh my god. Messenger of the sky? Agent of justice? That line is too much. Truly worthy of the winged human guy. Even his insults are so interesting. I'm a fan now. The crowd's chatter erupted, but unlike the previous accusations and suspicions, the atmosphere was now filled with a lively air. Old Zhang opened his mouth wanting to say something, but in the end just silently scratched his head. Looking at Qi Feng's ramrod straight back, the corners of his mouth stretched into a grin, revealing a set of white teeth. This kid, even if his words are a bit weird, he's not a bad person. Bai Chenyue watched with an expressionless face as Zhou Jinyu, who had been thrown to the ground by Qi Feng, failed to get up after a long while. Zhou Jinyu's mind was completely blank. His face burned with a fiery pain. Not from the fall, but from sheer humiliation. He had been publicly executed by a kid who looked like he wasn't even an adult yet. Right in front of hundreds of people. Ah! Zhou Jinyu let out an inhuman shriek. He wanted to get up, to charge over, to tear that teenager's mouth to pieces. But the moment he moved, 2 rescue team members who couldn't stand to watch any longer pinned him down from left and right. Stay still. Disgraceful piece of trash. Meanwhile, the protective umbrella behind the instigator Li Wei wore an expression that could no longer be described as merely ugly. He felt like someone had slapped him hundreds of times right across the face, the sensation both stinging and burning. He wanted to explode, but Qi Feng's identity was too special. Winged human, angel, Mountain City's savior. These past few days, videos and stories about Qi Feng had already spread like wildfire within the shelter. Having saved many people, he was a hero and idol in the hearts of all survivors. If he dared to touch Qi Feng, forget his own subordinates, he reckoned the entire shelter's population could drown him with their spit alone. Qi Feng slowly lowered his hand, his gaze sweeping across the entire scene before finally landing on Li Wei. He frowned, his face full of righteous indignation. You, as a manager, failed to distinguish right from wrong, aid and abet evil, and collude with such scum. His voice rose high and clear once more. You have also tarnished the honor of the shelter's guardians. Li Wei wasn't exactly scared of the Chenyue lines. He simply couldn't bring himself to look Qi Feng in the eye, his legs feeling a bit weak. He saw the looks the surrounding crowd was giving him had shifted from disdain to outright anger. I was just following the rules. Li Wei's voice was parched as he tried to defend himself. Qi Feng sneered, taking a step forward. Are the rules there for you to shelter criminals, to act without distinguishing right from wrong, and to bully volunteers at will? No, that's not it. Li Wei was scared out of his wits, waving his hands frantically. I was deceived by him. I didn't know the truth of the matter was like this. I'll handle it immediately. I'll handle it right away. Having said that, and to prove his innocence, he turned and delivered a kick to Zhou Jinyu, who was still pinned on the ground. You bastard! How dare you deceive me, disrupt the doc's order, and slander a volunteer? He roared. Someone! Take this guy who twists right and wrong and creates chaos away. Lock him in the solitary confinement room, and let him reflect properly. Several security guards, as if granted a great reprieve, rushed over. They grabbed the still struggling and cursing Zhou Jinyu and dragged him away. Let go of me, Li Wei, you son of a bitch. You took my... Zhou Jinyu had no filter. Before the words benefit could even leave his mouth, a security guard directly covered his mouth, silencing him manually. The guards dragged Zhou Jinyu away, and he quickly disappeared amidst the clamor of the crowd. A farce had ended in an extremely dramatic fashion. Li Wei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a smile at Qi Feng that was uglier than crying. Little hero, you see, this was all a misunderstanding, a failure in my duties. I'll definitely write a self-criticism report when I get back. Qi Feng snorted coldly, not even looking at him. Instead, he turned and walked towards Bai Chenyue. Are you okay? He asked, looking at Bai Chenyue with concern in his eyes. Bai Chenyue shook her head, glanced at this teenager still in character and said flatly, I'm fine. Thanks. Even though the process was cringeworthy, the result was good. Saved her a lot of trouble. No need to thank me. Qi Feng immediately puffed out his chest, his face radiating a sacred glow of, this is what I'm supposed to do. Protecting the kind-hearted people and judging the evil sinners is my very mission. Bai Chenyue. She decided not to engage with that line of conversation. I'm leaving, she said succinctly, turning to go. Hey, wait. Qi Feng quickly called out to stop her. You're a rescue volunteer too, right? Do you want to join our Mountain City Justice Protection Alliance? The purpose of our alliance is... No. Bai Chenyue waved a hand without looking back, her steps not faltering. What a joke. She didn't want to have any further involvement with these people. But she wasn't planning on letting those 2 guys off the hook. In her personal code of conduct, the words let it go had never existed. If you insult me, I can ignore you. But if you try to kill me and even try to use official power to mess with me, then you better be prepared to die. A flash of killing intent surfaced in Bai Chenyue's eyes. She would remember this debt. Old Zhang walked over with a hearty laugh and patted Qi Feng on the shoulder. All right, kid, stop the preaching. The girl has her own things to do. He turned towards Bai Chenyue's retreating back and called out loudly, Kid, you did a great job today. If anyone dares give you trouble in the future, come find me, Old Zhang, at the rescue team camp. I'll see who dares lay a finger on you. Bai Chenyue's steps paused slightly. She didn't turn around, just raised her hand and waved it behind her. Her figure quickly merged into the flow of people on the dock and disappeared from sight. Qi Feng watched her departing back, clenching his fist. It's fine. On the path of justice, one will always meet like-minded comrades. Hearing this, Old Zhang. The poisoning runs deep. Youth. Bai Chenyue walked quickly out of the dock without the slightest pause. She directly boarded her assault boat and charged into the wind and rain outside the shelter. Speeding all the way, she returned to the familiar unfinished building. Storing the assault boat in her space, she took the stairs 2 at a time up to the 10th floor before finally entering the space. She went straight to the warehouse area and retrieved 2 things from the mountain of piled-up supplies. One was a pile of dark green vines. Each one was of uniform thickness, its surface covered with a layer of glossy mucus that reflected a faint gleam under the space's bright light. The other was a pile of palm-sized leaves, their backs covered in fine dense fuzz. Aquatic vine. A product of the bubble pond. The vine fibers are of uniform thickness, extremely tough, and come with a layer of waterproof mucus, making them excellent weaving and binding material. Chapter 160. Only she had the big shot's contact info. The other pile consisted of palm-sized leaves, emerald green on the front but covered with a dense, thick layer of gray fuzz on the back. Slip leaf. A product of the bubble pond, symbiotic with aquatic vine. The dense anti-slip fuzz on the back of its leaves can generate tremendous friction on smooth surfaces. Bai Chenyue looked at these 2 items brought back from the bubble pond, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Combined, they made a pair of pure, natural high-performance water-walking shoes. With them, in the currently flood-submerged city, her movements would no longer be restricted. Whether for exploration or for killing, they would be extremely convenient. However, these 2 plants had been sitting in the warehouse ever since they were brought back. The quantity wasn't much, and she had thought about planting them, but she didn't dare toss them into the lake of life. If they affected the entire lake, growing everywhere, or ruined the lake's water quality, she would cry herself to death. Once she learned how to operate an excavator, she would definitely dig out a pond specifically to cultivate these 2 plants. She opened her personal panel and found that familiar nickname. Who's that guy? Are you there? Need your help with something? Cow's leather anus replied instantly. I'm here. What are your orders, big shot? Bai Chenyue was concise. Who's that guy? I have 2 things here. Help me find someone to make them into shoes. She directly sent over a sample of the aquatic vine and slip leaf. On the other side of the panel, there was a brief moment of silence. A few seconds later, Lu Qian's message popped up with an incredulous exclamation. Cow's leather anus. Cow's leather anus. Big shot. Aren't these things from the bubble pond? Our squad brought some out too, but the research department hasn't been able to figure out their specific use. Only that the material is very special. You know how to use them? At the same time, in a temporary camp in the capital, Lu Qian stared at the 2 plants that had just materialized out of thin air in front of her, not yet processing it. She had just finished a round of high-intensity water rescue, and was slumped exhausted on the sofa. Her water affinity made her more agile in water than others, allowing her to manipulate currents, shield from rain, and rescue survivors trapped in complex environments. But the mental energy consumption was ridiculously high. 30 minutes of action, 1 hour of being a limp noodle. More than once she had wondered how much more efficient rescue operations would be, how many more people could be saved, if all rescue personnel could move freely on the water surface instead of relying on heavy, fuel-guzzling assault boats. Seeing the other party's reply, Bai Chenyue understood. As expected, the national team had obtained them too, they just didn't know the usage. Who's that guy? Use the aquatic vine to weave the shoe body, attach the slip leaf to the sole. It allows walking on water. That single short sentence exploded in Lu Qian's mind like a heavy bomb. Walk on water. Lu Qian shot up from the sofa, her eyes locked on those 4 words on the panel, her heart pounding wildly as if trying to leap out of her throat. Oh my God! She could fully imagine what it would mean for the current rescue operations once this kind of shoe was manufactured. Cow's leather anus. Big shot, please wait a moment. I'll report this immediately and arrange the best craftsmen and researchers for you to make them. Who's that guy? Same rules as before. For all raw materials I provide, 10% of the total finished product is taken as the processing fee. I'll send you a batch of raw materials, you make as many as you can. If you manage to figure out cultivation, send me an experience package. Bai Chenyue transmitted 1/5 of the aquatic vine and slip leaf she had accumulated in her inventory. Who's that guy? Make 2 pairs first fast. Size 40. Cow's leather anus. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Guaranteed to get them to you at the fastest speed. With the deal struck, Lu Qian looked thrilled. Rain, when will this rain ever end? Beside her, Zhu Yunyang was curled up on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling, muttering to himself. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he saw Lu Qian beside him suddenly sit bolt upright. In front of her, on that chat panel only players could see, was a familiar nickname. Who's that guy? Zhu Yunyang's eyeballs froze. Holy crap! The top-ranked expert. That elusive legendary figure who forever dominated the #1 spot on the leaderboard. The ultimate megashot whom even the national team had only heard of but never seen. He was just about to lean over for a closer look when something even more astonishing happened. Out of thin air, a pile of dark green vines and emerald green leaves clattered into existence in front of Lu Qian, still carrying the moist scent of earth. Having clearly seen the transaction, Zhu Yunyang's jaw nearly hit the floor. He sprang up from his chair as if struck by lightning, shrieking in a cracked voice. Wow Ninja, why you? You're actually friends with the top-ranked expert. Lu Qian was startled by him, fumbling to close the panel, chiding. What are you screaming about? So jumpy. But her expression was incredibly haughty, chin up and chest out, radiating pride. Among this batch of players recruited by the national team, she had subtly asked around after they joined. Only she had the big shot's contact info. Only she was the #1's friend. Only she was the #2's friend. How could she not be proud? Can you blame me for screaming? Zhu Yunyang felt his worldview crumbling and reforming. That's who's that guy. #1. The big shot. Alive. When did you get connected? Can I meet them? He had been in the national team for so long and was completely unaware of this. It didn't make sense. He felt a massive shock. Lu Qian extended a hand, pressing it down in the air. Keep it low-key. Zhu Yunyang. Was this something that could be kept low-key? He needed to share this with someone. He first charged towards Gao Jianjun, who was wiping his equipment in a corner. Brother Gao, big news. Zhu Yunyang's face was flushed with excitement. Did you know? Yinjie is actually friends with the top-ranked expert. Gao Jianjun didn't even lift his eyelids, continuing to wipe the flame pistol in his hand. Zhu Yunyang turned to stone. Huh. Gao Jianjun looked up, gazing at him with an expression reserved for idiots. I know. His tone was flat, as if stating the obvious, like saying the canteen is serving boiled cabbage today. Zhu Yunyang felt a breath stuck in his chest, unable to go up or down. Something was off. This reaction was completely off. He turned around and rushed like the wind to the other side where Lin Xiaolu was quietly petting the heavenly horse's fur. Little dear, little dear. Lin Xiaolu was startled by him, her hand jerking and pulling out a few strands of fur from the heavenly horse. Brother Zhu, what's wrong? I'm telling you secretly, Yinjie is friends with the top-ranked expert. Zhu Yunyang lowered his voice, the excitement in his tone impossible to hide. He was anticipating, to see the same look of shock, admiration, and disbelief on the young girl's face that he had worn. However, Lin Xiaolu just blinked her eyes and, mimicking him, lowered her voice to whisper. I know. Yinjie told me before. Chapter 161. Dark Night Wings. Zhu Yunyang stood bewildered in the wind. What was wrong with this world? Was he the only one who thought this was an earth-shattering, planet-explodingly huge deal? He refused to believe it. His gaze swept around the lounge, finally settling on the man resting with his eyes closed in the farthest corner. Right. Find him. Zhu Yunyang dashed over in one swift stride. Zhao Zhe. No response from the other man. He was dead asleep. Zhu Yunyang gave him a hard shove. Zhao Zhe, bleary-eyed and with murderous intent from being woken up, snapped, "You trying to die? This better be important or I'll kill you." Ever since joining the national team, every day was training from the moment he opened his eyes. After the torrential rains hit, it was rescuing people every single day. There simply weren't enough hours in the day to sleep. After participating in rescue missions, people were practically floating out on their feet. Couldn't save them all, just couldn't save them all. He really missed the days of being a rich second-generation heir. Sister Yen is friends with the top-ranked expert. Who's that guy? The big shot just sent her something. Zhu Yunyang practically roared the sentence. Zhao Zhe tilted his head. Question mark. Zhao Zhe was shocked. Exclamation point. His foggy eyes gradually widened. Seeing this, the stifled frustration in Zhu Yunyang's heart completely dissipated. He let out a long, deep sigh. That's right. This was the reaction a normal person should have. Satisfied, Zhu Yunyang walked away, leaving behind a now fully awake and dumbfounded Zhao Zhe. Oh. On the other side, Bai Chenyue ended the conversation, closed the panel, and opened her inventory. A bubble emitting a soft glow, inside which floated a miniature wing, black on the left and white on the right. For this pair of wings, she had searched desperately for days and nights in the floodwaters, enduring quite a bit of frustration. Finally, they were hers. The bitterness had passed, and sweetness had arrived. Item. Imagination creature Night Light Wings. Evolved from Light Wings. Description. A manifestation of mental energy. Evolved from Light Wings. It has fused with the user's deepest inner traits, possessing greater explosive power and stealth capabilities. Form 1 Night Stealth Mode. The wings appear as semi-transparent shadows, emitting no light or sound, perfectly blending into darkness and shadows, possessing extremely strong concealment effects. In this mode, flight speed is constant, and mental energy and stamina consumption are extremely low. In absolute darkness, you become darkness itself. Form 2 Day Holy Light Mode. The wings are composed of pure light elements, appearing in a dazzling pure white. In this mode, ultra-high-speed flight and instantaneous burst sprints are possible. Maximum speed depends on the user's mental energy and stamina limits. Mental energy and stamina consumption in this mode are enormous. Evolution ability Void Feathers. Can materialize and shoot wing feathers, possessing extremely strong penetrating power. Each shot consumes a certain amount of mental energy. Feathers can regenerate automatically. Load capacity. Upper limit is 3 times the user's core strength. Can increase as the user's abilities strengthen. Note. Congratulations, you've evolved it from a blindingly bright light bulb into a low-key luxurious night-traveling divine artifact. An angel by day, a ghost by night. Now, you're not only the coolest kid in the night, but also a flying humanoid Gatling gun. Surprised? Excited? Strong. So strong. This wasn't just a simple power-up version anymore. It was a complete rebirth. Stealth mode, Holy Light mode, 2 forms for day and night, just like a chameleon, perfectly adapting to different environments. Especially stealth mode. No light, no sound, and blending into darkness. It was tailor-made for someone like her who enjoys observing from the shadows, ambushing from behind. And Void Feathers, a flying humanoid Gatling gun. She loved it. Without a second thought, Bai Chenyue crushed the bubble in her hand. Whoosh! A surge of immense energy erupted from behind her heart, unfurling magnificently across her back. She could clearly feel the presence of the wings, like newly extended limbs, tightly connected to her nerves. Even larger than the winged human's wings. Inside the space, the sky was clear. The pair of wings on her back were in day form. The wings, composed of pure light elements, under the constant light source of the space, appeared in a dazzling radiant pure white. With a thought from Bai Chenyue, the wings flapped. The tremendous force protruding from her back lifted her body, steadily leaving the ground. Wind whistled past her ears as the ground rapidly receded. This power was too fierce. She tried to adjust her posture, her mind slightly willing the wings to perform a gentle gliding motion. The pure white wings suddenly retracted. The forward thrust vanished abruptly, and she completely lost speed. Gravity reclaimed sovereignty. Bai Chenyue plummeted headfirst towards the ground within the space. She didn't even have time to react. Thud! Her head planted firmly into the soft soil. Her vision went completely dark. Expressionless, Bai Chenyue pulled her head out of the dirt and shook off the mud from her face. A pale, resentful face was right there, nose to nose with hers. She looked up. It was Sadako, who had her dress hitched up to her knees and was wearing a straw hat, currently staring at her expressionlessly. Bai Chenyue! Exclamation point. Sorry. You carry on, I'm leaving. She activated her wings again, and her body rose into the air. Sadako scooped the surrounding soil over, covered the hole, drifted away, and continued working. Meanwhile, Bai Chenyue, who had shot into the sky, was still a bit wobbly but much more stable. Like someone just learning to walk, she tried hovering, turning, accelerating, and decelerating in the air over and over again. From initially teetering on the brink to flying clumsily. Feeling she had gotten the hang of it, Bai Chenyue willed herself and left the space, returning to the 10th floor of the unfinished building. Outside it was still night with rain pouring down. Almost the instant she emerged, the pure white wings on her back immediately changed. The dazzling white light rapidly faded, turning into a semi-transparent shadow form, perfectly blending into the shadows behind her without emitting a single glimmer. Bai Chenyue walked to the windowless wall, feeling the gale force wind rushing in from outside, her heart pounding wildly. She leaped, jumping off the 10th floor platform. Her body plummeted rapidly. Wind howled past her ears. At the moment her body was about to hit the murky water surface below. Swish! The nightlight wings on her back abruptly unfurled. The downward plunge came to an abrupt halt. Her body hovered steadily in mid-air. Success! Bai Chenyue tried controlling the wings to fly upward. Her body lifted lightly from the ground, breaking through the curtain of rain, soaring straight into the sky. The unfinished building on the ground rapidly shrank in her view, the surrounding scenery speeding past in reverse. Fierce winds mixed with icy rain slapped against her face, but she paid it no mind. Bai Chenyue circled several times above the cloud layer until she felt a wave of dizzying, blurred vision in her brain, and the fatigue from enormous mental energy consumption washed over her. Reluctantly, she changed direction and landed back on the platform of the unfinished building. She transformed the wings back into a bubble and placed it in her inventory. The nightlight wings had extremely high requirements for mental energy and physical fitness. In her current state, she couldn't sustain either mode for very long. She took off her soaked clothes, returned to the space, gulped down several mouthfuls of water, and devised a brand new high-intensity physical fitness and mental energy training plan for herself. Chapter 162: Prey and Hunter. Early the next morning, the sky was still pouring with torrential rain. Bai Chenyue propped up a small table, eating a bowl of crossing the bridge rice noodles while pondering today's training plan. A notification alert came from her player panel. Cow's leather anus. Boss, the shoes are done. We found the best craftsmen and worked through the night to rush them out. Please see if they fit. The other party sent the shoes over. Bai Chenyue raised an eyebrow. That was some impressive efficiency. Who's that guy? For the remaining materials, make separate male and female versions, and produce some for each shoe size. Cow's leather anus. You got it. Bai Chenyue closed the panel and looked at the 2 pairs of shoes. The soles were made of deep green slip leaves, while the uppers and laces were woven from tough, dark brown aquatic vine. They looked somewhat crude, yet exuded a pure, wild, natural vibe. Item: water walking shoes, crudely made version. Description: a water walking tool hastily crafted from aquatic vine and slip leaf, allowing you to stand and walk on water surfaces. Note: don't stare. They're rush jobs. That's what you get. They're usable, but don't expect to run a marathon in them. Be careful of slipping and doing the splits, lest you pull a groin muscle. Bai Chenyue put the shoes on her feet. They fit perfectly. She walked up to the 3rd floor, which was flooded. The murky water had submerged half the staircase, emitting a faint fishy stench. Tentatively, she placed 1 foot down. A peculiar buoyancy rose from the sole, supporting her body. She then placed her other foot down as well, standing steadily on the water's surface. Bai Chenyue attempted to walk on the water, starting cautiously before quickly progressing to striding confidently. These shoes worked even better than she had imagined. After walking several laps on the water to familiarize herself with the shoes' performance, she stopped. Her gaze turned toward the direction of the shelter, overflowing with murderous intent. Next, it was time to start figuring out how to infiltrate the shelter and kill. Those two people could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, it would be an insult to all the accusations and abuse she had endured. She had never been one to swallow a loss. When she had a grievance, she always settled it on the spot. If she couldn't settle it on the spot, then she would find an opportunity to collect the debt, principal and interest. Oh. Shelter A07 Team 9 Office Zone C. Smash. A glass cup was hurled to the ground, shattering into pieces. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Li Wei pointed at his subordinate standing before him, trembling with rage, his face ashen. You can't even find one person. What the hell do I feed you lot for? The atmosphere in the office was oppressive to the extreme. The scene at the dock had been captured by countless people on their phones, and had spread throughout the entire shelter. Wherever he went, he could feel people pointing and whispering behind his back. What terrified him even more was the phone call he received last night from his uncle, the deputy director of the shelter's logistics department. The moment the call connected, it was a torrent of furious curses. Li Wei, are you fucking pig-brained? Huh. I went through so much trouble to get you into this position so you could lord it over people. What kind of time is this right now? And you're still causing trouble for me. Do you have any idea how high the wing human's reputation is within the shelter? Picking a fight with him. Are you worried you won't die fast enough? Or are you trying to drag me down with you? I'm telling you, go apologize to him immediately. If you don't handle this properly, pack your shit and get the hell out. By the time the call ended, Li Wei's back was soaked with cold sweat. He was scared. He didn't dare touch that Chenyue brat, not even dare to speak ill of him. But this humiliation, he couldn't swallow it. All his rage and shame were transferred onto another person. That woman who had humiliated him in public. Yes, that woman. If it weren't for her, how could he have ended up in this situation? He couldn't touch the winged human. But couldn't he touch some nameless, unregistered savage volunteer? Li Wei's eyes turned vicious and ruthless. He had to find that woman. He was going to make her understand what happens to those who offend Li Wei. What are you all standing around for? Li Wei panted heavily, roaring at his subordinates. Go find her. Even if you have to turn the entire mountain city upside down, find that bitch for me. But, Brother Li, one subordinate said quietly, we still have rescue missions. Rescue my ass. Li Wei kicked over a nearby chair. My face has practically been stomped into the mud. And you expect me to care about those commoners' lives? I'm telling you, if you don't find that woman, none of you will have an easy time either. He immediately had someone retrieve the surveillance footage from the dock that day. The image was somewhat blurry, but they managed to capture a relatively clear photo of a side profile. Take this photo and ask around the rescue teams. Li Wei slammed the photo onto the table. I refuse to believe a living person can just vanish into thin air. Several of Li Wei's subordinates took the photo and headed to the camp of the rescue team volunteers. This place was filled with a large number of civilians who had spontaneously joined the rescue efforts. Brothers, a quick question. Li Wei's subordinates put on a friendly facade, stopping a burly man who had just returned from outside and was wringing out his clothes. Our manager wants to find the girl in this photo to apologize to her in person. That day at the dock was all a misunderstanding. Manager Li feels terrible about it and wants to make it up to her. As he spoke, he offered a pack of cigarettes. The burly man glanced at him, then at the photo, and snorted coldly. Apologize? Looks more like you're looking for revenge to me. People in the rescue teams were well informed. The incident at the dock had long since spread everywhere. Everyone knew exactly what kind of scum Li Wei was. Brother, you've got it wrong. It really is an apology, the subordinate hurriedly explained. Look, our manager Li was also tricked by that bastard Zhou Jinyu. He regrets it now. That's why he specifically sent us to find her, to express his apologies. Most rescue team members knew Li Wei was no good and paid little attention to his men. However, there was one rather naive volunteer who was taken in by their genuine remorse, wanting to apologize spiel. He hesitated for a moment before speaking up. I think she's been doing rescues over in the old city area the whole time. Thanks, brother. Once we find her, we'll definitely have Manager Lee thank you properly. The leading subordinate's eyes lit up, and he immediately led his men toward the direction of the old city. Half an hour later, 3 assault boats carrying over a dozen of Li Wei's men charged into the flooded waters of the old city in a grand formation. Everyone searched carefully, inch by inch. She's just one person with one assault boat. She can't hide. Where the hell are we supposed to find someone in this godforsaken place? Brother Lee is really something, making us brothers take such a big risk just for some woman. What do you know? This is called making an example. If we don't deal with her, how will Brother Lee maintain his footing in Zone C in the future? And we won't have an easy time either. Chapter 163. Hunting in the blind spot of surveillance. What this group of people didn't know was that the person they were looking for was right nearby. Bai Chenyue, wearing her water-walking shoes, was familiarizing herself with the new footwear in the narrow, crisscrossing waterways of the old city. Worried about being filmed and posted online, she had eaten an invisibility mushroom, making her invisible to everyone around her. Li Wei's subordinates were driving an assault boat not far in front of her, yet they looked right through her. She stood quietly on the water's surface, listening to their conversation. I heard that woman toss Zhou Jinyu's entire family into the water. Pretty ruthless. You think she might have some connection with Zhou Jinyu's sister? Could be. Otherwise, why toss the whole family but save only her? Should we go back and tell Boss Lee, try to get something out of Zhou Jinyu's sister? Might be able to dig up some info. Makes sense. Let's head back first. Bai Chenyue's eyes turned icy. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Li Wei's subordinates returned empty-handed to the shelter, and reported their idea of using Zhou Yan as a breakthrough point to Li Wei. Zhou Jinyu's sister? Li Wei sat in his office, tapping his fingers on the desk, his eyes narrowing slightly. He remembered now. Zhou Jinyu did have a sister who was saved by that woman. Everyone else was thrown overboard. Why save only her? Go bring that Zhou Yan to me. A ruthless glint flashed in Li Wei's eyes. I don't believe I can't get that woman's whereabouts out of her. At this moment, Zhou Yan was completely unaware of the danger approaching. She had found a job helping out in the shelter's cafeteria. It was hard work every day, but she received a full ration of food. The little girl, Xin, who had been rescued at the same time, still hadn't found her parents, so Zhou Yan had taken her in as her own little sister. Every day before work, she would drop Xin off at the shelter's childcare department set up for children and pick the little girl up again after her shift. It was tiring, but she felt fulfilled. At least she was still alive and Xin was alive too. Zhou Yan, right? Come with us. Manager Lee wants to see you. 2 men in uniform stopped her path, their faces expressionless. Zhou Yan's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Manager Lee? She didn't know any Manager Lee. May I ask what this is about? She asked nervously. Cut the crap. Just come with us. One of the men shoved her impatiently. Zhou Yan stumbled, nearly falling. Unable to break free, she was escorted by them, one on each side, to the office of Team 9 Zone C. As soon as she entered, she saw the man sitting behind the desk, his face dark and grim. Manager Lee, we've brought her. Li Wei lifted his eyelids, glanced at her and spoke coldly. Where is the woman who saved you a few days ago? Zhou Yan was startled by the scene, but she shook her head, her voice trembling. I don't know. She only saved me. I don't even know her name. It was the truth. But to Li Wei, it sounded like she was covering for someone. You don't know. Li Wei let out a cold laugh, suddenly slammed the table and stood up. You're fucking playing dumb with me? She threw your whole family into the water but saved only you. You dare say you have no connection with her? I really don't know. Zhou Yan was shaking all over with fear, tears welling up in her eyes. After she saved me, she just dropped me off at the shelter. I haven't seen her since. Still being stubborn, Li Wei completely lost his patience. He walked around the desk, stopped in front of Zhou Yan, raised his hand, and slapped her hard across the face. Slap. The sharp sound of the slap echoed loudly in the silent office. Zhou Yin was knocked to the floor by the blow. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, and a ringing filled her ears. Li Wei's face was vicious. Won't talk, huh? Lock her in the solitary confinement room. She can come out when she's ready to talk. The two subordinates immediately stepped forward and roughly dragged Zhou Yin up from the floor. Let me go. I really don't know. What right do you have to arrest me? Zhou Yin struggled desperately, crying and shouting. Ungrateful bitch. Li Wei spat and cursed. He didn't believe she could stay this stubborn after starving for a few days. Clink. Suddenly, a light sound came from the storage shelf in the corner of the office. Who's there? Li Wei spun around sharply, staring in the direction of the sound. There was no one there. Damn it, scaring myself. He cursed, thinking it was the wind. The moment he turned back, another small stone flew from a different direction and hit the door. Tap. Who's playing tricks out there? Get the hell out here. Li Wei was thoroughly enraged now. Thinking his subordinates were playing a joke on him, he yanked the door open and charged out. The corridor was empty. Another sound came from around a corner at the far end. I'll see who you really are. Without a second thought, Li Wei chased all the way into the tool room of the logistics department. Come out. Stop hiding, I know who you are. He shouted, his voice fierce but his courage thin. Only dead silence answered him. A chill shot up from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. He felt like something was watching him. Click. Just as he felt the urge to retreat and prepared to leave, the door locked. A cold voice suddenly sounded right behind him. Looking for me? Bai Chenyue had been calculating the time of the invisibility mushroom. The effect was about to end, and her figure materialized. She had followed the group looking for her, tailed them back to the shelter, and followed them to the office. She had used small stones to lure Li Wei all the way here. It's you. Li Wei's pupils contracted sharply. But after a brief moment of shock, a vicious smile actually appeared on his face. The woman before him was a player. A player with an invisibility ability. No wonder she didn't come to the shelter. She had some skills. Bai Chenyue didn't speak. She simply pulled out a fire axe. Li Wei watched the fire axe appear out of thin air in Bai Chenyue's hand. His heart grew a little uneasy and he glanced around. Stop looking. There are no surveillance cameras here. Bai Chenyue advanced on Li Wei, holding the fire axe. What do you want? Li Wei forced himself to stay calm, panic flashing in his eyes. I'm warning you, this is a shelter. If you dare cause trouble, I guarantee you won't walk out of here. That little girl from the Zhou family is also in my hands. If you dare lay a finger on me, I guarantee she won't live through the night. He thought this threat would make the other party hesitate, fearing collateral damage. Instead, the other party just looked at him with an expression reserved for idiots. She toyed with the fire axe in her hand and sneered. You seem to have misunderstood something. What? Li Wei was taken aback. I'm not close with her. Bai Chenyue's words were like a bucket of ice water poured directly over Li Wei's head. Not close. How is that possible? Then you. Li Wei was bewildered. I just simply think that trash like you, who abuses their authority, doesn't deserve to live. As Bai Chenyue spoke, the fire axe in her hand suddenly thrust forward. Chapter 164. Welcome back, player. The tip of the fire axe rapidly enlarged in Li Wei's pupils. Thud. The sound of the sharp blade piercing flesh was sickeningly dull. Li Wei's body stiffened violently. He looked down at the axe blade that had pierced his shoulder. Warm blood was gushing out along the axe handle, staining his clothes crimson. Excruciating pain like molten iron surged through every nerve in his body. Ah! A shrill, distorted scream erupted from his throat. Bai Chenyue expressionlessly pulled out the axe, flicking off the blood droplets. Warm blood splattered onto her hand, yet she didn't even frown. You! Li Wei trembled all over from the pain, clutching the wound tightly with his left hand as his body slid weakly down the wall to the floor. His eyes were filled with terror towards the woman before him. You're insane. This is a shelter. If you kill me, you won't get away either. Who said I was going to run? Bai Chenyue walked towards him step by step, her cold eyes looking at him like a piece of meat on a chopping block. I'm just here to take back what's mine. What thing? Li Wei was sweating profusely from the pain, his teeth chattering. My reputation and your life. Bai Chenyue crouched down in front of him, using the bloodstained axe blade to gently pat his pale face. Tell me, where is Zhou Jinyu? I don't know. Li Wei grimaced in pain, still stubbornly refusing. Thud. Another axe swing. Bai Chenyue didn't waste any more words. The fire axe in her hand swung down again. Thump. This time the axe plunged deeply into his thigh. Ah! Li Wei let out an inhuman howl, curling his entire body into a ball on the ground. The intense pain nearly made him lose consciousness. I'll ask one more time. Where is Zhou Jinyu? Tell me, and I'll let you go. Bai Chenyue's voice held no fluctuation, as if she had just cut a piece of unruly pork. I'll talk. Li Wei completely broke down, snot and tears smearing his face. He's in the D-Zone settlement point. 13. I arranged for his whole family to go there. Should have said so earlier. Bai Chenyue nodded, stood up and said calmly, why insist on suffering this physical pain? Li Wei watched her stand up, thinking he had finally escaped disaster, a glimmer of relief flashing in his eyes after surviving a catastrophe. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he struggled to get up. I told you everything you asked. Can you let me go now? He asked in a trembling voice. Of course. Bai Chenyue replied with unusual decisiveness. She actually turned sideways and took 2 steps towards the door, seemingly truly intending to ignore him. Ecstatic, Li Wei scrambled desperately, wanting to crawl out the door. Enduring the intense pain, he crawled towards the entrance on all fours. As long as he crawled out, as long as he could call for help, he would be safe. Once out, he would definitely make sure this woman was dead. However, before he had crawled far, a hand grabbed the back of his neck from behind. That hand was slender, yet possessed immense strength, effortlessly pulling him back again. Li Wei was completely dumbfounded, the little color that had returned to his face instantly draining away completely. You said you'd let me go. You're going back on your word. He screamed in terror, his voice filled with utter despair. Bai Chenyue slammed him heavily onto the ground, looking down at him from above with icy eyes. I already let you go just now, she said slowly. You were the one who didn't manage to escape and got caught by me again. Can you blame me? Oh. Li Wei's mind buzzed, going completely blank. Devil. This woman was a complete and utter devil. Why on earth had he helped Zhou Jinyu and provoked such a woman in the first place? He opened his mouth, wanting to say something more to beg for mercy, but Bai Chenyue was no longer prepared to give him any chance to speak. She raised the fire axe in her hand. Remember to be a good person in your next life. Thud. The axe blade fell, striking his neck. The person beneath struggled once, then fell silent. Inside the tool room, the smell of blood was nauseating. Bai Chenyue expressionlessly stored Li Wei's corpse into her space. However, she suddenly remembered something and sank her consciousness into the space. In one corner of the space, several corpses lay quietly. They were Mad Dog Chun and his men, who had secretly followed her when she exchanged gold and were dealt with by her. Bai Chenyue slightly furrowed her brow. She had casually tossed the bodies into the space after killing them, and actually forgotten about this. How long had it been? The space had even upgraded, yet the corpses were still there. She would deal with it later. Next time she entered the game, she would find a suitable opportunity to dispose of them altogether. After finishing this, she was just about to set off to find her next target, Zhou Jinyu. Right at that moment, a mechanical voice sounded abruptly and simultaneously in the minds of all players. Ding! Global data upgrade completed. Final module loading in progress. 10%, 50%, 99%. Module loading complete. Chosen game version 2.0. Officially launched. Welcome back, players. The world has been completely renewed. Bai Chenyue jolted, her footsteps halting. The game, updated. At this moment, all players stopped what they were doing, quietly listening to the new game rules. In that instant, Bai Chenyue's vision was flooded with a waterfall of prompt information streams. Every word on it seemed to carry a special magic, making her heartbeat accelerate. This update includes the following. 1. World Fusion. From this update onwards, the time flow rate between the game world and the real world will be adjusted to 1:1. 2. Mall update. The game mall has undergone major innovation. New specialties and creations from the new world are now fully available. Added blueprint category. Players can purchase various blueprints including but not limited to buildings, equipment, etc., to construct and manufacture in the real world by consuming specified game materials. Note: all special materials required for blueprints are only produced within the game world. 3. Player permissions. Personal panel now includes an information concealment function. Players can selectively hide key information such as their nickname, inventory, skills, etc., to protect personal privacy. 4. Mission changes. The mission system has been fully upgraded. No longer limited to fixed game missions, various modes such as points matches, player qualification contests, challenge matches will be released periodically. Completing missions will yield generous rewards. 5. Punishment mechanism. Mission failure penalties will be more severe and varied, including but not limited to forced detention in game world, ability stripping, true death, etc. Warning: in some special instances, death is the final judgment with no resurrection. We wish all players a pleasant gaming experience. Chapter 165. The qualification battle begins. Bai Chenyue read word by word, her heart pounding wildly. A 1:1 time flow rate. This meant that 1 day passed in the game world and 1 day passed in the real world. And blueprints. It was equivalent to players being able to replicate the technology and buildings from the game world in the real world. For example, her ecological cycle space. However, she couldn't possibly return to Noah City again to buy high-purity energy crystals. The only limitation was that materials could only be obtained in the game world. Reading further, the new information concealment function added to the personal panel was quite good. Bai Chenyue immediately chose to conceal everything. The number 1 ranking nickname "Who's That Guy" was too flashy. Hiding it could save a lot of trouble. From now on outside, she would just be the utterly ordinary body stronger than livingly Kue. The 4th point about mission changes was nothing new. She knew about points matches. They were similar to the bean worms in Noah City. They could drop gold coins. Thinking back to when she made over 10 million in Noah City, only to bring back not a single cent. But the 5th point, the penalty mechanism. True death. No resurrection possible. Seeing these words, Bai Chenyue's heart sank heavily. Once you died in certain special instances, that was it, true permanent disappearance. No resurrection. However, before she could fully digest this information, the content on the light screen refreshed again. A segment of scarlet text, carrying a strong warning tone, popped out. New mechanism. Qualification battle officially begins. Prerequisite. The chosen game has randomly distributed 5,000 equipment packs, globally and simultaneously. These are the sole credentials for obtaining entry qualification for the next game session. Acquisition rules. 1. Participants. All prospective players, potential individuals not yet formally selected by the game, and formal players may participate in this qualification battle. 2. Positioning system. The personal panel adds a new equipment pack map function, which can refresh in real time the dynamic positions of all equipment packs, blue dots, and players, red dots, within the map's range. 3. Binding method. Place your hand on the equipment pack for 10 seconds to complete binding and obtain qualification. 4. Binding restriction. During the binding period, the binder will enter an immobile state and is vulnerable to attack. Please ensure to perform binding in an absolutely safe environment. Special warning. Qualification is unique and consumed upon binding. Life is only once. Please proceed with caution. Good luck to all. Looking at these rules, Bai Chenyue's gaze turned sharp. Globally, 5,000 equipment packs. These were 5,000 tickets to enter the next game session. And the number of players was absolutely far more than 5,000. Whoever could snatch an equipment pack could survive and continue participating in this game. Without hesitation, Bai Chenyue immediately opened the new equipment pack map on her personal panel. A simplified global electronic map instantly unfolded. On the map, 2 colors of dots were flashing. Red represented players, but there was only one red dot on it, representing herself. She couldn't see others. Blue represented equipment packs. Her eyes swiftly scanned across the map. Most of the blue dots were distributed in various corners of the world everywhere. But a few blue dots were very close to her. One of them was practically right under her nose. Inside the shelter. Bai Chenyue's eyes narrowed. Zhou Jinyu. Revenge could be taken any time. But this ticket to enter the next game session. There were only 5,000, no more. Once missed, it would be missed after the game ended. She made a decisive judgment without hesitation. Get the equipment pack first. Bai Chenyue took out 2 things from her space. Invisibility mushroom and nimble mushroom. She swallowed both mushrooms in one go. The next second, her body turned transparent again, completely vanishing into the air. Simultaneously, a feeling of lightness spread through her limbs and entire body. Like a ghost, she silently rushed towards the location of the equipment pack in Zone C. Inside the solitary confinement room. In the pitch-black space there was only a bed, a toilet and no windows. Zhou Yin huddled in a cold corner, her body trembling uncontrollably from the cold and fear. There was no light here, no sound, only darkness so thick it felt solid. She had been abandoned again. Since childhood it had always been like this. All the good food and fun things at home belonged to her brother. Her parents' smiles and praises always belonged only to her brother. And she was always the one who was overlooked, disliked, even used as a punching bag. You're a girl, you'll get married off eventually. What's the use of reading so much? How can you be so stupid? Learn from your brother. If it weren't for the fact that you can still fetch a bride price and help your brother a bit, we would have given you away long ago. Your brother is the root of our family. He'll carry on the family line. Everything in the family is his. Xiao Yan, be sensible and give in to your brother. These harsh words were the background noise of her entire childhood. She studied desperately, got into a university far from home, thinking she could finally escape that suffocating family and start a new life. But an apocalyptic rainstorm shattered her back to her original state. The flood washed away everything she had painstakingly built, leaving it in pieces. At her most desperate moment, that family connected by blood once again abandoned her without hesitation. For a few boxes of so-called family belongings, they forced her to stay on the roof. At that moment her heart had completely died. Now she had been locked in here by a strange manager. The reason was so laughable. She didn't even know the name of the benefactor who saved her. Yet everyone was convinced that she and her benefactor conspired to harm her brother's unborn child. Why? Why did all the unlucky things have to happen to her? Zhou Yin buried her face deep into her knees. Despair like a tide overwhelmed her. Right at that moment, in the dark room without any warning, a faint blue light glowed. The light wasn't blinding. Instead, it carried a strange sense of gentleness. Right in the center of the room, a square metal box about 1/2 meter in size was quietly floating in midair, its surface flowing with a blue halo. Zhou Yin was so frightened her whole body jerked. She snapped her head up. Exclamation point. When did it appear? What was that thing? It wasn't there just now. She shrank back in terror, staring fixedly at the eerie box. The surface of the box flowed with complex and mysterious patterns, completely out of place in the crude solitary confinement room. After the fear came intense curiosity. Zhou Yin remembered some rumors she had heard intermittently since entering the shelter. About players, about the chosen game. Could it be? This box was related to the game? Chapter 166. Gaining qualification to participate. Zhou Yin mustered her courage, carefully rising from the ground and inching her way over. She reached out a hand, tentatively touching the box. A cold sensation came through. The box was very hard, with no switches or seams on its surface, a perfect hole. She tried to pick it up, only to find it remained motionless, suspended in midair. What in the world was this? Like a child who had just gotten a new toy, Zhou Yin circled the box, touching here, tapping there. When she pressed her palm completely against the box's smooth surface, a sudden change occurred. Ding! Detecting a qualified, prospective player. Binding wristband has been automatically generated. A silver wristband materialized out of thin air on Zhou Yin's wrist, and immediately after, both the wristband and the box lit up with an even more dazzling radiance. Qualification binding in progress. 10%, 30%, 70%. Please do not move during the binding process. A mechanical voice sounded in Zhou Yin's mind, leaving her utterly stunned. What was this? Binding? Before she could even process it, she felt a force firmly pinning her in place, unable to move. Binding successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the official participation qualification for the chosen game. The blue box transformed into a stream of light that surged into the silver wristband on her wrist. Everything returned to darkness and silence. Zhou Yin stood there dumbfounded, staring at the faintly glowing wristband on her wrist, her mind in complete chaos. Had she become a player? Could she possess miraculous abilities like that winged human? Zhou Yin felt herself all over. It seemed nothing had changed. Click. At that very moment, the heavy iron door of the solitary confinement room was suddenly opened from the outside. Two figures wearing masks, their faces obscured, walked in. Blinding light poured in from the doorway, making Zhou Yin, who had been in darkness for a long time, instinctively squint her eyes. The two masked figures walked in one after the other. One of them closed the door behind them, while the other directly disabled the surveillance camera above the door. The leading man had a sinister, malevolent gaze that fixed on her, the venom in his eyes almost enough to tear her apart. Even with the mask, she could recognize him. One of them was her brother, Bai Chenyue. Following behind him was his wife, Sun Xiaohong. Her face was pale, her expression haggard, and the look she directed at Zhou Yin was one of deep-seated hatred. Brother! Zhou Yin instinctively took a step back, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. Bai Chenyue yanked the mask off his face, revealing a face twisted with rage and hatred. His eyes were bloodshot, glaring fixedly at Zhou Yin. His voice squeezed out from between his teeth. You still have the face to call me brother? If we can't find that bitch, dealing with you is just as good. Sun Xiaohong also shrieked shrilly. Zhou Yin, you ungrateful wretch. Our family raised you all these years, and this is how you repay us. You're in cahoots with that murderer, aren't you? My son, my unborn son, gone just like that. It's all because of you. It's all your fault. She cried and screamed while lunging forward, grabbing Zhou Yin's hair and yanking it hard. Zhou Yin's scalp burned with pain from the pulling, her mind buzzing. She finally understood. About the miscarriage, they didn't dare seek revenge against that powerful woman, so they dumped all their resentment and blame squarely on her head. Why? It wasn't me. Zhou Yin struggled, screaming. You were insatiably greedy, insisting on bringing that junk. That's why you were thrown overboard. The child's gone because of your own actions. What does that have to do with me? You dare talk back. If it weren't for you, would we have encountered that crazy woman? If it weren't for you, would she have thrown us overboard? Would my wife have miscarried? Everything started with you. You're the jinx. He heaped all the blame onto Zhou Yin. In his eyes, if Zhou Yin had obediently stayed on the roof back then, none of this would have happened. He rushed forward and slapped Zhou Yin hard across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed loudly in the confined space. Zhou Yin's cheek instantly reddened and swelled, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The blow left her seeing stars and she fell to the ground. The cowardice she had suppressed for so long was completely shattered in that moment by the intense pain and humiliation. In its place rose a towering fury and hatred. She scrambled up from the floor and, mustering all her strength, charged headlong into Sun Xiaohong. Ah! Sun Xiaohong staggered from the impact, screaming as she fell to the ground. You little bitch, you dare fight back. Seeing this, Bai Chenyue's eyes turned bloodshot, completely losing his reason. He rushed over and began punching and kicking Zhou Yin relentlessly. Sun Xiaohong wailed and cried beside them, chiming in. It's you. You're a curse. You can't stand to see us do well. You're jealous I was pregnant with a son. So you deliberately colluded with an outsider to kill my child. Why don't you just die? Although Zhou Yin resisted desperately, how could a chronically malnourished girl be a match for a grown man? She was soon beaten into helplessness, curling up on the ground. Bai Chenyue's foot landed again and again, viciously kicking her abdomen, her back. I'll beat you to death, you traitorous scum. If it weren't for you, how would we have met that crazy woman? My son is gone, don't you think you'll get off easy? He kept cursing non-stop. Zhou Yin's consciousness gradually blurred amidst the excruciating pain. She felt as if her bones were broken, her internal organs churning. Before completely losing consciousness, she glared fixedly at Zhou Jinyu, her eyes filled with unwillingness and deep-seated malice. If there was a next life, she never wanted such a family again. Finally, her head lolled to the side and she completely passed out. Outside the solitary confinement room, Bai Chenyue had just arrived. She glanced at her map. The blue dot representing the equipment pack had already disappeared. It had been bound. Bai Chenyue inwardly cursed, she was still a step too late. The map showed the global count of equipment packs had changed to 4,999 5,000ths. Just as she was about to turn and leave to search for the next target, the sounds coming from inside the solitary confinement room made her stop in her tracks. That bitch who was driving the boat. When I find her, I'll slice her into 1,000 pieces. It was Zhou Jinyu's voice. And you little bitch, you're in league with her. Where is she? Tell me. Where is she hiding? A cold glint flashed in Bai Chenyue's eyes. It seemed the person she was looking for was inside. Perfect, saved her another trip. She silently approached the door of the solitary confinement room. The door was locked, but that was no problem for her. She listened to Zhou Jinyu and Sun Xiaohong's venomous curses directed at her, and the sounds of them beating Zhou Yin. The killing intent in Bai Chenyue's eyes grew increasingly intense. She didn't go in immediately. She waited. For the perfect moment. Chapter 167. How did she get in? Bai Chenyue stood outside the door, listening quietly. Inside the solitary confinement room, Zhou Jinyu seemed to have tired himself out from hitting and stopped, panting heavily. On the floor, Zhou Yin was completely motionless, her condition unknown, whether dead or alive. Is she dead? Sun Xiaohong looked at Zhou Yin on the floor, her voice trembling slightly. Although she hated Zhou Yin, if someone actually died, it would be an enormous trouble within the shelter. Serves her right if she's dead. Zhou Jinyu spat viciously and said fiercely, "This ungrateful backstabbing wretch deserves to die." Though he said this, he still crouched down, reached out a hand and checked Zhou Yin's breathing. "Damn it, she's still alive," he cursed as he stood up. "Lucky her. Then what do we do now?" Sun Xiaohong was at a loss, her mind in chaos. A flash of sinister cruelty passed through Zhou Jinyu's eyes. "What do we do? Since we can't find that bitch who drove the boat, we'll pin all this debt on her head. Let her rot here on her own. Let's go." She calculated the remaining effect time of the invisibility mushroom. Less than a minute left. It was enough. Bai Chenyue reached out her hand, making no sound at all, and gently pushed open the iron door that had already been kicked in and was only loosely closed. She slipped inside. Then with her other hand she closed the door again. From her space, she retrieved an iron rod she had casually taken from the tool room earlier, and used it to firmly wedge the door shut from the inside. Click. A soft sound echoed, exceptionally abrupt in the dim solitary confinement room. Zhou Jinyu, who had been spitting on the unconscious Zhou Yin on the floor, and his wife Sun Xiaohong were startled by the noise. "Who's there?" Zhou Jinyu turned around warily, looking toward the door. The doorway was empty. Only a thick iron rod was slanted there, completely sealing the door shut. "What's going on? How did the door lock itself?" Sun Xiaohong's voice carried a tremor. Zhou Jinyu frowned, a creeping unease rising in his own heart. He walked over and tried pushing the door, finding it jammed tight, utterly immovable. An inexplicable chill rose from the soles of his feet. A sense of foreboding enveloped the couple. Just then, from the darkness behind them, a figure slowly materialized out of thin air, as if stepping out of nothingness. "Were you looking for me?" A cold voice sounded within the cramped space. Zhou Jinyu and Sun Xiaohong were scared out of their wits, whirling around abruptly. When they saw the newcomer's face clearly, their pupils dilated to the absolute limit. It was her, the woman who drove the boat. How could she be here? How did she get in? You? Zhou Jinyu pointed at Bai Chenyue, too frightened to form a complete sentence. Sun Xiaohong let out a piercing shriek directly and collapsed onto the floor. Bai Chenyue paid no attention to their terror. Her gaze fell on the unconscious girl lying on the floor. On the girl's wrist, that silver wristband was emitting a faint glow. Item: player qualification wristband, bound. Status: severe coma, multiple soft tissue contusions, internal bleeding, weak vital signs. Description: the sole credential for official participation in the chosen game version 2.0. Soulbound to player Zhouyin. Cannot be stripped or transferred. Note: congratulations to this unlucky soul for hitting the jackpot of fate at the lowest point of her life. This girl might be poor and miserable, but her luck seems a tiny bit better than yours. So it was her. Understanding dawned in Bai Chenyue's heart. The equipment pack had already been bound to this girl. It seemed she could only go snatch the next equipment pack. When Zhou Jinyu saw Bai Chenyue looking at his sister, the fear in his heart was instantly replaced by boundless rage. The last thread of sanity in his mind snapped completely. He was convinced they were in cahoots. This woman appearing here without a sound was definitely here to rescue Zhouyin. Good. You bitch, you finally showed your face. Zhou Jinyu roared maniacally, as if clutching a lifeline, his voice filled with savage glee. I was just worried I couldn't find you. Today neither of you is getting away. I'll make you pay with your lives for my son. However, Bai Chenyue just looked at him coldly, like a clown jumping around. Finished cursing? She asked flatly. Finished. Zhou Jinyu sneered, his mouth beginning to spew the most vicious, foulest curses. I'm not just going to curse you, I'm going to. His words cut off abruptly, because in Bai Chenyue's hand, something appeared out of thin air. It was precisely the Ripper sonic resonance device. Immediately after, her other hand also now held a fire axe stained with dark red blood. Zhou Jinyu's sneer froze on his face. What was this? Magic? Bai Chenyue aimed the Ripper at the couple and pressed the switch. Hum! An invisible, inaudible sound wave instantly swept over his body. Zhou Jinyu felt his brain buzz as if struck hard by an invisible sledgehammer. The world spun. Everything before his eyes began to double, his stomach churning violently, nauseous to the point of vomiting. The chair in his hand clattered to the floor. His whole body staggered like a drunkard, unable to stand steadily. Beside him, Sun Xiaohong was also hit. Clutching her head, she let out a groan of pain and collapsed limply to the floor. Bai Chenyue gave them no chance to catch their breath. Holding the sonic device in her left hand, continuously aimed at the two, her right hand gripped the fire axe she had taken from the tool room, stained with Li Wei's blood. She could have used the flame pistol or the high-voltage electric baton. One shot or one strike could have cleanly and efficiently resolved them. But that would be too conspicuous. High-tech weapons easily made people think of player involvement. She didn't want to invite any unnecessary trouble. So she chose the most primitive and direct method. Step by step, she slowly walked toward the staggering Zhou Jinyu, who was almost kneeling on the ground. Her high heels clicked crisply on the cement floor. Asterisk tap 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 asterisk, like the death knell of a grim reaper. In the midst of violent vertigo, Zhou Jinyu barely lifted his head and saw the face approaching him. And that fire axe raised high, gleaming coldly. No! Fear at this moment finally overwhelmed anger and malice. He wanted to beg for mercy, wanted to flee, but the sonic interference prevented him from uttering a complete sentence, and his body refused to obey. Bai Chenyue walked up to him, looking down at his face twisted with fear. Then her hand rose and the axe fell. Thud! A dull sound of cleaving into flesh. Beside them, Sun Xiaohong, witnessing this bloody and brutal scene, was scared out of her mind, her pants wetting. She scrambled and crawled desperately toward the door, making incoherent heh-heh sounds from her mouth. Bai Chenyue turned around, her icy gaze locking onto her. 1 minute later, silence returned to the solitary confinement room. Chapter 168. A Perfect Escape. Bai Chenyue stood beside the corpse, her chest rising and falling slightly. The heavy smell of blood assaulted her sense of smell, but her eyes were utterly calm. She did not put these two corpses into her space. Instead, she also threw out Li Wei's corpse. She left the bodies of these 3 people here. For the first person who discovers this place. In Bai Chenyue's mind, countless thoughts flashed like lightning. She had to perfectly extricate herself from this incident. She couldn't let anyone suspect her. This did not align with her survivalist philosophy. The unconscious girl on the ground, Zhou, became the only living person in the solitary confinement room. Bai Chenyue's gaze swept over her bruised and battered body, finally settling on her pale, stubborn face. A perfect script quietly took shape in her mind. A girl exploited and abandoned by her family, treated as a burden by her brother and sister-in-law, and unjustly imprisoned by the shelter manager. Hatred had long since taken root and sprouted in her heart. Motive? Zhou was abandoned by her family, beaten by her brother and sister-in-law, and imprisoned by Li Wei. Her hatred was immense. She had the most sufficient motive for murder. Scene. Li Wei locked her in the solitary confinement room. Then Zhou Jinyu and his wife came in to commit violence. The three of them gathered together, creating the perfect environment for her to commit the crime. Capability? Bai Chenyue glanced at the flashing silver wristband on the girl's wrist. A new player having awakened unknown power, erupting in despair, turning the tables and killing her enemies. This script was perfectly logical. After all, the appearance of equipment packs could be seen by other players. Later, as long as they checked who was locked in the solitary confinement room, they could naturally deduce it. Bai Chenyue found a few sleeping pills from her space, pried open the girl's mouth, and fed them to her with water. She would take her away from the shelter and leave her in a place far from any people. After that, whether she lived or died, whether she continued to be wanted by the shelter or struggled to survive in the apocalypse using her player identity, had nothing to do with her anymore. She gave Zhou a chance to live, albeit as a fugitive. Whether her future was good or bad was no longer Bai Chenyue's concern. Bai Chenyue bent down and placed the deeply unconscious Zhou into her space. She instructed Sadako that if the girl woke up midway, to just knock her out. After finishing all this, Bai Chenyue opened the map. The global number of equipment packs had changed to 4,995 5,000ths. In the few short minutes she was delayed, for more equipment packs had been snatched away. The nearest blue dot was dozens of kilometers away. She couldn't wait any longer. Bai Chenyue ate another invisibility mushroom, her body blending into the air as she left silently. She navigated skillfully through the shelter's complex passageways without alerting anyone. However, just as she was about to leave Zone C and step into the passage connecting to the outside, hurried footsteps and hushed conversation came from the corner ahead. Bai Chenyue's footsteps halted. Her body reacted faster than her mind, instantly pressing into a narrow shadowy crevice formed by a pipe in the wall, suppressing her presence to the extreme. Almost at the same moment, three figures rushed out from around the corner. Leading them was that Shinibu teenager with light wings on his back, Chi Feng. A man and a woman followed him, looking anxious. They were probably players too. The three of them were dripping wet, likely having just returned from the rescue front lines. Their target was precisely the direction of the solitary confinement room. Bai Chenyue held her breath, watching them from the shadows. The three practically brushed past her without noticing anything amiss. Hurry! The blue dot on the map disappeared right around here. Chi Feng's voice carried his characteristic urgency and excitement. Someone must have taken it. Their figures grew more distant, quickly disappearing into the depths of the passage. Bai Chenyue stepped out from the shadows. That was close. She almost ran into them. But this was even better. Having them lift the curtain on this grand performance was most fitting. Without any further delay, Bai Chenyue quickened her pace and swiftly left this place of trouble. Oh! The three arrived at the door of the solitary confinement room. Chi Feng kicked open the loosely closed iron door of the solitary confinement room. Who exactly took my equipment pack? I can already sense you. Under the radiance of justice, you will have nowhere to hide. Before he could finish speaking, his entire body froze in the doorway. The female player Meng Lin and the other male player Luo Hao, who were following him, also craned their necks to look inside. The next second, an overwhelming, nauseating smell of blood assaulted their faces. Luo Hao's face instantly turned deathly pale. He spun around violently, supporting himself against the wall as he retched violently. Meng Lin's pupils also contracted sharply. She instinctively covered her mouth and nose, but the smell still seeped relentlessly into her lungs, churning her stomach. Inside the solitary confinement room it was like a scene from hell. Three corpses lay in pools of blood, with dark red bloodstains everywhere. Two of the corpses, a man and a woman, had died in particularly gruesome states. The other male corpse, wearing management uniform, had a wound on its neck so deep the bone was visible. Its head was tilted at an unnatural angle, eyes wide open, filled with the terror of its final moments. This is. Meng Lin's voice trembled. As a player, she had also experienced life and death, but in the game she could respawn. She had never seen such a brutal killing scene. Qi Feng stood rooted to the spot, motionless. His face, which usually wore an excited, Chenyue smile, was now drained of color. His lips trembled, but not a single word came out. He had imagined countless scenes of confronting evil, imagined himself bathed in holy light, passing judgment on sinners. But the scene before him had nothing to do with the execution of justice he fantasized about. No radiance, no glory. The 17-year-old youth was, for the first time, so directly slapped in the face by the cruelty and bloodiness of the real world. Ugh! Qi Feng could no longer hold back and turned to vomit. Meng Lin forced herself to calm down. She noticed a detail. Among the three deceased, two were the Bai Chenyue couple who had caused trouble at the dock earlier, and the other was the Zone C manager Li Wei. How did these three end up here? Meng Lin took out a walkie-talkie and contacted the Shelter Management Center's emergency communication channel. Solitary confinement room, Team 9, Zone C. 3 corpses discovered. Preliminary assessment indicates homicide. Deceased include Li Wei, Bai Chenyue, Sun Xiaohong. Suspect unknown. She quickly finished reporting the situation at the scene. After doing this, she looked at the nearly broken Qi Feng, her tone flat. Oh! Bai Chenyue slipped out of the shelter without a sound. Outside, the torrential rain still poured down. Putting on her water-walking shoes, she stood steadily on the water surface without causing a single ripple. On her personal map, the global number of equipment packs had changed to 4991/5000. Bai Chenyue identified the direction, summoned the nightlight wings, and her body abruptly took flight. Midway, she passed by a tall building. This place was far from the shelter, and everyone in the building had evacuated. She stopped, her consciousness entering her space. Sadako was idly poking the still unconscious Zhou Yin with her finger. Bai Chenyue moved the deeply unconscious Zhou Yin out of her space, threw her into an empty room, and flew towards the nearest equipment pack. Chapter 169. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Bai Chenyue navigated through the torrential downpour, her nightlight wings in night mode blending almost seamlessly with the darkness, moving without a sound. Below her, the once myriad city lights were submerged by endless floodwaters, with only the towering buildings piercing the water's surface like tombstones. As she flew at high speed, her eyes remained fixed on the three-dimensional map before her. Global equipment packs remaining. 4,875 5,000. The intensity of the competition far exceeded her imagination. On the rooftop of the Times department store building, with the drainage system completely clogged, over half a meter of murky rainwater had accumulated here, forming a unique shallow water battlefield. The rain poured down in sheets, striking the water's surface and sending up countless splashes. In the center of the rooftop, on the only raised, square platform not submerged, a metal box shimmering with an eerie blue light floated silently. It was the focal point of this death match, the equipment pack. Boom! A blazing fire dragon erupted from a rugged-looking flamethrower, vaporizing a large swath of the rain curtain ahead into billowing white steam with a sizzling sound. Damn it! You sons of bitches from Blaze. All you know is playing with fire. A furious curse came from the other side of the steam. A burly man hurled a black sphere with force. Rainbreaker grenade. Blow up for me. The sphere traced an arc through the air before plunging into the water. With a muffled boom, it sent up a water wall over 3 meters high, forcibly blocking the surging flames. These motherfuckers from Grey Wolf really have a lot of gadgets. The man wielding the flamethrower was the captain of the Blaze team. He spat and spoke in a low voice to his teammates behind him. Cover me. I'm going around to grab the pack. Lang Tianai, the captain of the Grey Wolf team, had a sinister glint in his eyes as he darted out from behind the water wall, sneering coldly. Wang Lai, don't even think about touching this pack today, you Blaze bastards. The two teams, 7 or 8 people in total, had already fought to a frenzy in this rooftop shallow pool. The glow of various gadgets clashed violently amidst the storm. High above, Bai Chenyue retracted her wings, hovering beneath the cloud layer as she watched the battlefield below. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Item: flamethrower. Description: a civilian tool modified by a black market mechanic from Noah City. Uses high-purity energy crystal as fuel. High power and sustained fire capability. Note: even a barbecue stall owner would weep seeing this. It could grill 100 skewers at once, though controlling the heat would be tricky. Item: rainbreaker grenade. Description: a single-use consumable item. Can detonate underwater, using the shockwave to create a water surge, forming a temporary barrier. Offensive and defensive capabilities combined. Note: a great helper for fishing with explosives. Too bad there are no fish in this water. Only a bunch of salty bastards who might end up as dried fish. Bai Chenyue's gaze finally settled on a man from the Grey Wolf team who wielded a long blade, moving with exceptional ferocity as he maneuvered through the water. At that moment, the situation below changed abruptly. A Blaze team member took advantage of the chaos to throw a flashbang grenade. Item: flashbang grenade. Description: a single-use consumable item. Can instantly release an ultra-intense flash that covers the battlefield. Note: industrial-grade blinding light. If accidentally flashed, you'll be instantly blinded. Friendly reminder: before using, silently repeat "my eyes are closed" 3 times, or you'll be the next one going blind. A piercing white light erupted, illuminating the entire rooftop as bright as day. My eyes! Several members of the Grey Wolf team were caught off guard. They screamed, covering their eyes as their vision plunged into temporary blindness. Now's the time! Blaze Captain Wang Lai was ecstatic. He cranked the flamethrower to maximum power, creating a wall of fire that forced the Grey Wolf captain back. He then turned and charged toward the central platform. The equipment pack was within reach. Just as he was about to secure it, a swift figure silently emerged from underwater, reaching out a hand to touch the equipment pack a split second before him. It was that long blade-wielding member of Grey Wolf. He hadn't been affected by the flashbang grenade at all. Looking for death. A furious roar came from beside Wang Lai. A Blaze team member raised his battle blade, trailing arcs of lightning, and viciously slashed toward the Grey Wolf member. The Grey Wolf member's expression changed. He had no choice but to abandon the nearly touched equipment pack, turning to parry with his blade. Clang! The moment the two weapons collided, Bai Chenyue's eyes lit up sharply. Item: thunderclap battle blade. Description: mall product. The blade is engraved with storm runes, forged from meteorite iron combined with the power of a storm core. Swinging it can trigger a minor thunderstorm. Comes with the special skill Thunder's Judgment, which can summon a bolt of lightning from the sky, dealing massive lightning attribute damage and inflicting a paralysis effect. Note: the exclusive divine weapon for rainy days. Damage bonus plus 30%. Paralysis duration extended by 2 seconds. A good item. Bai Chenyue's eyes sparkled. She hadn't expected the mall to have such a good thing. She'd have to get one later. Watching the chaos below as the fight over the pack resumed, Bai Chenyue calculated the time and ate another invisibility mushroom, extending the duration. In the next second, her form rapidly faded into the air, along with her nightlight wings behind her, disappearing into the stormy night. Soundlessly, she began to descend slowly toward that sole focal point. Blaze Captain Wang Lai, seeing his teammate using the thunderclap battle blade to tie down that most troublesome Grey Wolf member, felt greatly reassured. Everyone else press forward. Hold them back at all costs. Wang Lai roared, once again aiming his flamethrower at the Grey Wolf captain. The blazing fire dragon roared forth, sizzling across the water's surface. A massive cloud of steam instantly spread, obscuring everyone's vision. Captain, go get the pack now, we'll hold them. A Blaze member shouted, directly activating a defensive gadget. He withstood the attacks from the other Grey Wolf members, creating an opening for Wang Lai. Good. A wild joy flashed in Wang Lai's eyes. Using the steam as cover, he lunged toward the central platform like a leopard. On the other side, the Grey Wolf team grew frantic. Stop him! Stop him now! Damn it, this steam is so annoying. Watch out underwater. The two teams became completely entangled in the thick steam and pouring rain. The glow of gadgets flashed continuously. Roars, the clashing of weapons, and the splattering of water blended into a chaotic symphony. No one noticed that directly above the most chaotic part of the battlefield, a completely transparent figure had already soundlessly landed beside the equipment pack. Bai Chenyue landed lightly on the platform, not making a single sound. The howling storm and the deafening explosions were her perfect cover. Standing on the platform, she watched the two groups of players just meters away, locked in a life-and-death struggle using various gadgets in the water, pondering how to take the equipment pack. Chapter 170. Where's my bag? That big bag of mine. Where did it go? Bai Chenyue's gaze fell on the Blaze team member, wielding the Thunderclap battle blade. That member was currently locked in a fierce struggle with the Grey Wolf team's swordsman. Streaks of lightning and flashes of blade light intertwined in the water. Every clash stirred up large splashes of water mixed with electric arcs, emitting a sharp sizzling sound. Die! Thunder's judgment. The Blaze member, unable to gain the upper hand after a prolonged assault, finally lost his patience. With a furious roar, he raised the Thunderclap battle blade high above his head. In that instant the wind and clouds changed. A pale white lightning bolt, thicker than a water bucket, tore through the curtain of rain, descending from the sky to strike directly at that Grey Wolf swordsman. Damn it! The Grey Wolf swordsman's face changed drastically, a shadow of death enveloping his heart. Without a second thought, he performed an extremely awkward and desperate roll on the spot, throwing himself to the side. Boom! The lightning crashed down fiercely onto the water surface where he had just been standing. A terrifying energy erupted, blasting the murky water in that area skyward, forming a massive water column over 10 meters tall. Countless fine electric snakes rampaged through the water, crackling with a horrifying sound that made the entire rooftop tremble. Immediately after, a huge wave of water, like a miniature tsunami, swept out madly in all directions. Bai Chenyue stood on the platform at the center of the rooftop, facing the towering wave of water rushing towards her. She didn't even blink. This wave of water instead became her best cover. She reached out her hand, pressing it against the metal box shimmering with a blue halo. A bone-chilling, icy sensation transmitted from her palm. The next second, the silver wristband on her wrist and the equipment pack simultaneously lit up with an even more dazzling radiance. Qualification binding in progress. 10%. A mechanical voice sounded in Bai Chenyue's mind. 10 seconds. Only 10 seconds. Bai Chenyue's heartbeat involuntarily quickened a few beats. Her body was fixed in place by an invisible force, unable to move. At this moment, she was like a living target, exposed within everyone's attack range. Fortunately, everyone's attention was drawn by the towering wave of water triggered by the lightning. Finding 30%. Damn it, you lunatic, you dare use your ultimate move. The Grey Wolf swordsman, who had been swept away by the water wave, struggled to get up from the water, violently spitting out a mouthful of filthy water mixed with blood, and glared deathly at that Blaze team member. The member who had unleashed Thunder's judgment was holding the battle blade with a hand trembling slightly, gasping for breath in great heaves. Finding 50%. On the other side, Blaze Captain Wang Lai, perfectly utilizing the cover of the water wave and the billowing steam, had already charged to the edge of the platform. Looking at the equipment pack within reach, the muscles on his face twisted and contorted with extreme ecstasy. It's mine! It's mine! He roared hoarsely, extending his large fan-like hand, fingers splayed, and grabbed fiercely towards that cluster of blue light. Finding 70%. Bai Chenyue's heart leaped into her throat. Faster! Even faster! Wang Lai's hand was less than half a meter away from the equipment pack. He could even feel the strange energy fluctuations emanating from the equipment pack. Finding 99%. At the instant before Wang Lai's fingers were about to touch the equipment pack, time seemed to freeze at this moment. Binding successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the formal participation qualification for the chosen game. Bai Chenyue immediately dodged to the side, avoiding Wang Lai, quietly moved to the edge of the rooftop and jumped down. When she was halfway down, she spread her nightlight wings and merged into the night. Hum. A soft sound. Under Wang Lai's gaze, twisted with ecstasy, that metal box emitting a faint blue light instantly retracted its radiance, transforming into a stream of light that surged into the empty air? Finally, it vanished into thin air. Huh. Wang Lai's hand swiped through empty air, his whole body lurching forward, grabbing onto the hard, slippery surface of the platform. Empty. All that transmitted from his palm was the cold, icy touch of stone, nothing else. He froze on the spot, the smile on his face cracking. His entire body seemed to have been hit with a paralysis spell, maintaining his forward-lunging posture, motionless. What's going on? Where's the pack? Where's my big glowing pack? Behind him, the Grey Wolf captain, who had just steadied himself, also stopped moving. In the distance, the two still fighting with the thunderclap battle blade also halted. Members of both teams stopped. The deafening shouts, battle cries, and explosion sounds on the rooftop came to an eerie, abrupt halt at this moment. The entire rooftop was left with only the pattering sound of rain and everyone's heavy, ragged breathing. Everyone's gazes were fixed, staring directly at the utterly empty platform. Silence. Deathly silence. A full 3 seconds passed. Where's the pack? My pack. Wang Lai and the Grey Wolf captain almost simultaneously squeezed out hysterical roars from their throats. Both men abruptly turned their heads, their bloodshot gazes violently colliding, sparking with hatred. Grey Wolf, what kind of invisibility item did you use to hide the pack? Wang Lai raged like a madman. Bullshit! The Grey Wolf captain roared in fury. It was obviously you playing tricks. With all that steam just now, you must have taken advantage of the chaos to transfer the pack. Hand it over. I'll hand over your damn ancestor. I'll kill you. The two teams who had just temporarily ceased fire due to a common goal, now had flames of fury burning in their hearts 10 times fiercer than before. In their view, the other side must have used some kind of unknown, extremely sinister, and precious item to snatch away the equipment pack that should have been theirs at the last moment. Brothers, charge. Kill these treacherous Grey Wolf scum. Get the pack back. Grey Wolves, listen up. Slaughter the Blaze people. The equipment pack is on them. Boom. This time no one held back anymore. Everyone brought out their trump cards, launching the most frenzied attacks at their former opponents. They fought with bloodshot eyes, each person firmly convinced that the equipment pack was on the other side. High above, Bai Chenyue had long since quietly ascended. She hovered beneath the cloud layer, looking down at the slaughter below. She glanced at the silver wristband on her wrist. Item: Player Qualification Wristband, bound. Description: the sole proof of formal participation qualification for chosen game version 2.0. Already bound to player. Who's that guy? Cannot be stripped, cannot be transferred. Note: when the snipe and the clam grapple, the fisherman profits. The ancients truly did not deceive us. It is suggested you take a photo of those snipes and clams below with their questionable IQ now. Maybe you can sell it for a good price after entering the game later. The product name could be The Birth of Two Idiots. Bai Chenyue took one last deep look at the chaotic battlefield below, then turned, activated her nightlight wings, transformed into a shadow, and swiftly disappeared into the depths of the night. Chapter 171. Who is the killer? Shelter A07. The atmosphere was so heavy it could drip water. Over a dozen high-level managers with different shoulder insignia sat around a long table, as quiet as cicadas in winter, their expressions taut. At the head of the conference table, the supreme commander of Shelter A07, a white-haired old man with sharp eyes, was silently reading a document in his hands. That document was the preliminary investigation report on the homicide case in the solitary confinement room of Zone C. Explain. What happened? The old man's voice wasn't loud, but it made everyone present's heart skip a beat. The director in charge of security and defense, a middle-aged man sweating on his forehead, immediately stood up to report. Reporting, Commander. The identities of the deceased have been preliminarily confirmed. There are 3 deceased: Zone C manager Li Wei, survivors Zhou Jinyu and his wife Sun Xiaohong. There is also 1 missing person, survivor Zhou Jinyu's younger sister, Zhou Yin. As soon as his words fell, A technician projected a restored surveillance video onto the central screen. The footage showed the interior perspective of the solitary confinement room. Pitch black. Reporting, sir. This is the last piece of footage before the surveillance was destroyed. In the footage within the dark room, a faint blue light suddenly and inexplicably appeared. A metal box materialized out of thin air, floating in mid-air. The game equipment pack. A staff officer in the command center exclaimed in a low voice. Many present had heard of it. This was the only ticket to enter the next game session, with only 5,000 available globally. Everyone held their breath. The footage continued playing. On the screen, a thin girl's figure crawled out from a corner. She approached the box with fear and curiosity, and finally pressed her palm against it. A flash of light, and the box transformed into a stream of light, merging into her wrist. That's Zhou Yan. An investigator pointed at the person on the screen. The footage continued. That's Zhou Yan, the investigator identified. Immediately after, the door was opened, and two figures wearing masks barged in. They destroyed the surveillance. The recording ended there. The command center fell into a deathly silence. The security director steeled himself and continued reporting. Based on interrogations of Li Wei's subordinates, we have reconstructed the cause of the incident. Zhou Yan's family was rescued by a volunteer, but her family members were kicked off the boat by that volunteer for coveting supplies, with only Zhou Yan being taken away. Her sister-in-law Sun Xiaohong suffered a miscarriage as a result. Zhou Chenyue blamed that volunteer, bribed Li Wei to attempt an arrest, but was blocked by Qi Feng and others. Li Wei held a grudge because of this, and instead detained Zhou Yan in the solitary confinement room, coercing her for the volunteer's whereabouts. The autopsy report shows that both Zhou Chenyue and his wife had skin tissue residue on them, confirmed to be Zhou Yan's. They entered the solitary confinement room, destroyed the surveillance, and beat Zhou Yan. The director took a deep breath and stated the deduction. We believe that under the dual stimuli of imprisonment and beating, Zhou Yan, who had just obtained player status, awakened some ability and out of a desire for revenge, killed her brother and sister-in-law. The autopsy report indicates all three deceased died from sharp weapon injuries. Afterwards, Zhou Yan went missing. No surveillance captured her leaving, as if she vanished from the face of the earth. We have reason to believe she used a player's special ability to flee from the crime. A newly awakened player capable of this extent? A senior official questioned. It's also possible that after this game upgrade, some players might obtain extremely powerful abilities right from the moment of awakening. Another person explained. The national team has special ability users. Just as everyone was about to classify the case, a voice shattered this deduction. Wait a moment. There's a huge inconsistency here. The speaker was the deputy leader of the investigation team, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses who looked scholarly. Pointing at the screen, he said gravely, "The deaths of Zhou Chenyue and his wife can be explained by revenge killing. But what about Li Wei? Surveillance shows that before his disappearance, Li Wei's last known location was the tool room. From the tool room to the solitary confinement room is a distance of 1 kilometer, covered with surveillance. We found no trace of his movement." The deputy leader adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping across the room. So here's the question. How did Li Wei's corpse appear inside a locked solitary confinement room out of thin air? Could it be that this girl named Zhou Yan, after killing her brother and sister-in-law, specifically went to the tool room, killed Li Wei too, and then dragged his corpse back to the solitary confinement room? That makes no logical sense. These words poured like a bucket of cold water over everyone's heads. Right. Li Wei's corpse is a huge flaw. Could it be the killer is someone else? Someone whispered in speculation. That volunteer who rescued Zhou Yan? The person in charge immediately thought of another possibility. We interrogated Li Wei's subordinates, the deputy leader promptly replied. They said Li Wei did send people to look for that woman, wanting to ask about Zhou Yan's whereabouts. However, the people he sent returned the same day, completely unharmed. Based on their description, that woman was just an ordinary civilian rescuer, using her own assault boat, who saved many people and had a very good reputation among volunteers. He paused, then continued analyzing. Moreover, it's already confirmed that Li Wei gave her trouble, because he took benefits from Zhou Jinyu. The matter was resolved right there at the dock. That volunteer might not even know Li Wei was looking for trouble with her. What motive would she have to take a huge risk, infiltrate a heavily guarded shelter, and kill a manager she has no connection with? It doesn't add up. This well-reasoned analysis plunged everyone into silence again. Regarding that mysterious volunteer, they knew nothing. They only knew she didn't live in the shelter. The assault boat was her own. She didn't ask for points or money. A pure civilian volunteer. Before this, she had saved many people. There was no reason for her to kill because of this incident. If she really killed because of an argument with Li Wei and the others, why would she join the rescue team in the first place? They didn't believe a killer would also have the kindness to participate in rescuing people. In comparison, Zhou Yan's suspicion was very high. As for Li Wei's corpse, the deputy leader pondered for a moment and offered the boldest guess. Perhaps after Zhou Yan became a player, she directly awakened a special ability. Her ability might be some kind of spatial teleportation ability. She could disregard distance and directly transfer Li Wei's corpse into the solitary confinement room. As far as I know, the national team captain's ability is teleportation. This guess caused an uproar in the command center. A newly awakened rookie, actually possessing such a heaven-defying ability. Bang! The Supreme Commander, who had been silent all along, suddenly slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Preposterous! Utterly preposterous! The old man trembled with anger, pointing at everyone present, roaring. A Zone C manager can casually lock people in solitary confinement. The deceased family members can casually enter the solitary confinement room to beat people. Where are our rules and regulations? Where is the discipline? Now lives have been lost, 3 lives. The entire shelter is in a state of panic. Is this your management? Chapter 172. The only suspect. The managers present all lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. The old man took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his rage, his gaze turning icy cold. Assigning blame now was too late. The top priority was to immediately, right this moment, quell this disturbance, stabilize people's hearts, and re-establish the shelter's authority. Pass down my orders. The old man's voice was resolute and decisive. First, draft an A-level wanted notice. In all areas of the shelter, broadcast and display Zhou Yan's photo and all her information around the clock. Mobilize all forces to conduct a citywide manhunt. Second, notify everyone in the shelter. Anyone who harbors or conceals the killer's whereabouts will be considered equally guilty as the killer. Anyone who provides effective leads or assists in the capture will be heavily rewarded. I don't care what kind of player she is or what abilities she has. We must dig her out, even if we have to turn the city upside down. I want everyone to know that, even in the apocalypse, no one can challenge the bottom line of order. Yes, sir. All the managers responded in unison. In less than half an hour, wanted notices printed with Zhou Yan's photo plastered every bulletin board and covered the walls of every corridor in the shelter. The broadcast systems in all areas began playing the wanted information on an endless loop. Emergency announcement. Emergency announcement. A vicious homicide occurred in Zone C's solitary confinement room. Suspect joined. Gender female. Age 20. The suspect is a newly awakened player. Ability unknown. Extremely dangerous. Suspect's photo as follows. All survivors, please pay attention and be vigilant. On all the large screens and bulletin boards within the shelter, Zhou Yan's student-like ID photo appeared. The girl in the photo still had a hint of timidity and confusion in her eyes, forming a glaring contrast with the heinous and vicious description on the wanted notice. Anyone providing crucial leads that assist in the capture will be rewarded 1,000 points. Anyone who successfully captures or kills the suspect will be rewarded 3,000 points. When the reward details were announced, the very air in the entire shelter seemed to ignite. 3,000 points. Good heavens, that's enough for me to exchange for a private room to live in until the end of the year. If we find that girl, we'll be set for life. Countless people's eyes instantly turned red with greed. They pulled out their phones, took pictures of Zhou Yan's photo, and joined the search party. In a noisy corner of the temporary settlement area, Zhou Jinyu's parents, that middle-aged couple who had been so domineering on the ship, were slumped on the ground. Facing their daughter's photo on the screen, they let out heart-wrenching, piercing wails. But they weren't crying for their daughter. They were crying for their son. "My son, oh my son!" The middle-aged woman pounded her chest, her face a mess of snot and tears. She pointed a trembling finger at Zhou Yin on the screen, her voice so shrill it could pierce eardrums. "It's her. That heartless beast. She killed my son. She killed my daughter-in-law. She destroyed my grandson." She lunged at the screen trying to tear the photo to shreds, but only grasped at the cold, empty air. "I told you long ago, she's nothing but a debt collector, a jinx. When she was born, we should have just drowned her in the chamber pot." Vicious curses spewed from her mouth. Anyone who didn't know better would think she was a stepmother. "We raised her all these years, fed her, clothed her, just so she could repay us like this. This ungrateful wretch. This damned bastard." Beside her, the middle-aged man's eyes were also bloodshot. He plopped down on the ground and began slapping his own face fiercely. "It's all my fault. All because I was soft-hearted. I shouldn't have let her live back then. I let the wolf into the house. I got my son killed. I caused our Zhou family line to be cut off." He cried, tears streaming down his aged face, filled with regret. Survivors gathered around in a circle, pointing and whispering at the grief-stricken couple, the murmurs rising and falling. "Ah, your family really drew the short straw, raising such a daughter. Her heart is too cruel," a middle-aged woman sighed. Yet her face wore the excitement of someone watching a spectacle. "Cruel? That's an understatement. She's practically a devil. Killing her own brother and sister-in-law? What wouldn't she dare to do? The wanted notice says she's a player too. Ability unknown. It's terrifying." A young man lowered his voice, his face full of fear. "Will she come back to kill us? To kill all of us?" Someone voiced a possibility, and immediately a collective gasp of shock rippled through the crowd. As soon as those words were spoken, someone else chimed in. "These kinds of little girls who were never treated well since childhood, their minds are already warped. Their hearts are smaller than a needle's eye, and they're the most malicious. What's there to fear? 3,000 points. That girl looks skinny and weak. If I run into her, I'll knock her out with one swing of a stick. Then we'll be living the high life. No more squeezing in here." A man with a brutish face licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed. "Don't kid yourself. Didn't you read the wanted notice? Ability unknown. You think you can beat a player?" Someone next to him mocked. "Oh, everything happening in the shelter, Zhou Yin knew nothing about. And the one who started it all had long since slipped away." On the other side of the crowd, Qi Feng's trio looked at the announcement screen. Their expressions varied. "Something's off." Qi Feng frowned deeply, the Chenyue spirit burning in his eyes as he transformed into a master detective. He pinched his chin with his thumb and forefinger, lowering his head slightly in thought. "The official conclusion is too hasty, full of holes." He pointed at the line on the screen that read, "Newly awakened player, ability unknown." What player just after awakening gets a special ability like spatial transfer? Teleporting a living person's body out of thin air? It makes no logical sense. As far as I know, only the top 3 on the leaderboard are rewarded with special abilities, and those big shots are all elusive like the dragon god, never showing their heads or tails. A girl bullied to the brink of death suddenly awakening a special ability in her darkest hour? I don't buy it. Meng Lin, standing beside him, nodded and calmly added, "I agree. The evidence at the scene supports your judgment." Recalling the scene in the solitary confinement room made her feel nauseous again. She shook her head, trying not to remember that sight, and lowered her voice. The 3 victims, their fatal wounds were all caused by the same type of cold weapon. The method was clean and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. That didn't look like the work of a novice blinded by rage at all. It was more like an experienced old hand with extremely strong mental fortitude. An image involuntarily flashed through Qi Feng's mind. That mysterious woman on the dock, who single-handedly subdued the entire scene with her indifferent eyes. Could it be her? The moment this thought surfaced, he squashed it himself. Impossible. For a girl she just met by chance, and a mere lowly zone manager, to risk exposure by infiltrating a heavily guarded shelter and committing such a massacre? The motive simply didn't hold up. Chapter 173 Survive. No matter the cost. Stop thinking about it. Luo Hao, who had been silent in the team, suddenly spoke, breaking the contemplation of the other two. He swiped open his own player panel, pointed at a constantly jumping number on it, his expression incomparably grave. Whoever the murderer is, that's a headache for the shelter management. Look at this. Global equipment packs remaining. 3,821 5,000. The qualification battle hasn't even been going on for 3 hours yet, and over 1,000 equipment packs have already been bound. Luo Hao's voice carried anxiety. If we waste any more time on a case that has nothing to do with us, the next game will have nothing to do with us either. These words, like a heavy hammer, struck hard on the hearts of Qi Feng and Meng Lin. A sense of justice couldn't put food on the table, much less buy a ticket to the next game. The expression on Qi Feng's face changed several times, and in the end, all his doubts and investigations were suppressed by the instinct for survival. He took a deep breath and nodded. You're right. The top priority is to grab an equipment pack. I'll remember this case. When I return from the next game, I will definitely get to the bottom of the truth. The youth clenched his fist, making a promise to himself. Let's go, head out to find equipment packs. The three of them no longer lingered, turned around, squeezed out of the crowd, and quickly rushed towards the outside of the shelter. Oh. Zhou slowly opened her eyes amidst a wave of intense headache. What greeted her vision was an unfamiliar ceiling. Where was this? She struggled to sit up. A sharp pain shot from her abdomen, making her gasp involuntarily. She looked down. She was lying on the floor, wearing the same clothes she had on when she was beaten, now covered in dust and dried bloodstains. Zhou looked around. This was a spacious living room, the furniture covered with bedsheets. Outside the window the sky was gloomy, the heavy rain was still falling, beating against the glass, making a dull sound. Wasn't she supposed to be in the shelter's solitary confinement room? Who brought her here? Memories flashed back rapidly in her mind. She was locked in the solitary confinement room, beaten by her brother and sister-in-law. Finally, she lost consciousness from the severe pain. And then? What happened then? Why was she here? Zhou mind was a complete mess. She instinctively touched her body. The wounds from the beating burned with a stinging pain, reminding her that everything that happened before was not a dream. When her hand touched her wrist, she felt a cold, hard ring-like object. She looked down abruptly. The silver wristband that appeared after she absorbed the blue box before she lost consciousness was quietly worn on her wrist. The surface of the wristband flowed with a faint, almost imperceptible dark light, exactly the same as she remembered. So, becoming a player, that wasn't a dream? Zhou heart gave a violent jump. Just as she was thinking this, the player panel popped up in front of her. Player Zhou Skills and Inventory. Player Qualification Wristband Bound. She had really become a player with miraculous power. An indescribable excitement washed away the pain in her body and the chaos in her mind. Next to the panel was the inventory, and in one of its slots lay a gift box icon. Zhou heart started pounding uncontrollably. She involuntarily clicked on that icon. Open? Yes/no. Zhou chose yes. The gift box icon suddenly exploded, transforming into 2 clusters of soft light, quietly floating in her inventory. The icon of one cluster of light was a set of neatly folded clothes. The other was a dagger with a chilling design. Zhou clicked on the clothes and the dagger. With a flash of light, a full-body black combat suit of excellent texture appeared out of thin air on the mattress. Her attention then turned to the other item. The dagger was entirely black with a sharp blade. Zhou looked down at her own tattered clothes covered in bloodstains and dust, hurriedly took them off and put on the combat suit. She then picked up the dagger and casually stabbed it towards the floor. Without any resistance, the dagger sank into the hard cement floor. Zhou stared blankly at this scene, her hand holding the dagger trembling slightly. It was excitement. She had really become a player. She could take revenge. This excitement didn't last long before it was replaced by intense hunger and thirst. Gurgle. Her stomach growled at an inopportune time. The weakness of her body was so real. Survive. She had to survive first. Zhou struggled to get up from the mattress, leaned against the wall and step by step, searched through all the rooms, finally finding a bag of potato chips in a children's room. Zhou Yan tore open the packaging and stuffed the chips into her mouth. After finishing the chips, she started searching for things again. Unfortunately, she wasn't that lucky and couldn't find a single bit of food anymore. She opened the door. Outside was an empty corridor. The entire building had no sound of anyone. She licked her dry, cracked lips. No matter who threw her here, she had to survive. Relying on herself, survive. Zhou Yan walked all the way down the stairs. The flood had already submerged the 4th floor. She couldn't get out and could only turn back. When she reached the stairwell entrance, faint voices came from near the window. Did you hear? A 07 shelter had a major incident. It's already spread everywhere. I heard a newly awakened female player killed her brother, her sister-in-law, and an official. TSK, the scene was quite terrifying. I heard that too. Her name seems to be Zhou Yan. A wanted notice has been posted, with a reward of 3,000 points. Catching her would make someone rich. You? Give it a rest. I heard that woman's methods are extremely cruel, and she can also teleport, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Ordinary people like us would just be delivering ourselves to death if we encountered her. That's true too. But this woman is really ruthless, killing even her own biological brother. The conversation from the assault boats outside the building came intermittently. Every word smashed heavily on Zhou Yan's heart. Her brother and sister-in-law, and that manager who locked her up, they're all dead? And they were killed by her? She became a Class A wanted criminal? Zhou Yan's mind buzzed, going completely blank. How could this be? She didn't do anything. She was just knocked unconscious. Why did she wake up to the whole world saying she was a murderer? She wanted to scream loudly to rush out and tell those people it wasn't her. She didn't do anything. But could she? Who would believe a fugitive officially labeled as a murderer? A twisted thought, uncontrollably, quietly sprouted from the depths of her heart. At the corner of Zhou Yan's mouth, without her even realizing it, slowly, uncontrollably, a strange arc curled up. She slowly walked back, continuing upwards along the stairs. With each step she took, the sense of pleasure increased. Zhou Chenyue was dead. Sun Xiaohong was dead. Li Wei, who arbitrarily decided her fate, was also dead. These people who caused her pain, made her despair, made her wish she were dead, were all dead. Good that they're dead. It's great that they're dead. Ha. Zhou Yan sat down, leaning against the wall. She buried her face deep into her knees, her shoulders shaking violently, letting out suppressed, crazy laughter. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Half were from grievance, half were from the pleasure of revenge. She had been abandoned by the whole world. She had been misunderstood by the whole world. With pursuers from the shelter ahead and no retreat behind, she had fallen into a despair deeper than death. But it was precisely in this despair that a powerful will to survive erupted completely from the depths of her heart. She wanted to survive. Not only would she survive, she would live better than anyone. I will never just admit defeat like this. Zhou Yan wiped away her tears. She reopened that player panel only she could see. She, Zhou Yan, from today onward, would live only for herself. Chapter 174. Grass Star Operation. Bai Chenyue woke up, unzipped the tent, crawled out, looked at the yellowish-brown cave, sighed, summoned Sadako, and continued digging the cave. After obtaining the equipment pack, she had directly returned to the unfinished building. Watching videos of excavators, she quietly waited for the game to begin. After waiting for 3 days at midnight, Bai Chenyue finally received the prompt for the game's start. All global equipment packs have been fully bound. Chosen Game version 2.0 is about to launch. All qualified players, please prepare for teleportation. Player, who's that guy? Welcome to the Chosen Game. Teleport? Yes/no. It's here. Bai Chenyue instantly opened her eyes, all fatigue swept away, her gaze sharp. She selected yes. Game will begin shortly, teleportation in 10 seconds. 9, 8. As the countdown ended, her vision blurred in the next moment. When she opened her eyes again, she was in a cave full of dirt. A biting chill was Bai Chenyue's first impression of this new world. She found herself standing in a natural cave, its height not exceeding 3 meters. The cave walls were uneven, showing a kind of ashen, decayed color, and the air was filled with the dry smell of dust. Welcome to the trial planet, Grass Star. Game mission: Cave survival. Mission background: the environment on Grass Star is harsh, and the surface is unsuitable for survival. Fortunately, you have been teleported to a relatively safe underground cave system. Here is your only shelter. Main mission: energy collection. Mission objective: the first player to collect 100 energy crystals will qualify to receive the next phase of missions. Game hints: 1. When the first player completes the mission, a mission countdown will begin. When the countdown ends, players who have not completed the mission will be forcibly teleported back to the real world and will not receive any rewards from this game session. 2. This is not a peaceful game. Once attacked by this planet's native lifeforms, your health points will decrease. Health points reaching 0 means permanent death, and you will disappear forever. 3. After nightfall, certain natives of this planet may actively visit. They come in various forms and are adept at camouflage and deception. Remember, do not trust any person who actively approaches you. 4. The only way to obtain energy crystals is to expand the cave area. The deeper and wider you dig, the greater the chance of discovering crystals. 5. This planet's gravity and temperature are far below Blue Star standards. For your life safety, all players are advised to quickly open their equipment packs and change into the combat suits inside. 6. A global chat channel is temporarily opened. All players may enter. Bai Chenyue read all the rules word for word, her brain working at high speed. The information was massive. The mission objective was to collect 100 energy crystals, and the method to obtain them was digging. The first person to complete the mission would trigger a countdown. This is forcing everyone to compete to the death, Bai Chenyue thought, her eyes narrowing slightly. It was predictable that to compete for rewards, players would inevitably pull out all the stops. Next were the death rules. Permanent death. These 4 words weighed heavily on every player's mind. This was a matter of life and death. What caught Bai Chenyue's attention the most was the third hint. The disguisers of the Dark Night, adept at camouflage and deception. Do not trust any person who actively approaches you. The word person was deliberately placed in quotation marks. So, the people that appear at night are simply not human at all. Bai Chenyue firmly committed this rule to memory. It would likely become key to survival. Finally, the environment. -5 degrees Celsius, low gravity. The temperature was fine. She had the cold resistance fruit and was quite resistant to cold. Bai Chenyue took out a cold resistance fruit and popped one into her mouth. A warm current surged through her entire body, feeling much more comfortable. As for the low gravity, its effect was relatively significant. She felt her body light and floaty, as if walking on cotton. Bai Chenyue opened her player panel and in the inventory sure enough saw the equipment pack. She directly chose to open it. The equipment pack burst open, and a neatly folded set of black combat suit and a simply designed dagger appeared in the inventory. Item: Standard Edition Constant Temperature Combat Suit. Introduction: a basic piece of equipment produced by the chosen game. Equipped with a built-in micro-temperature control chip and muscle assist system, it provides basic protection and strength enhancement. Note: the standard issue of the newbie starter pack. The quality is probably just a tiny bit better than the tattered cotton-padded jacket you wore in your previous life. Don't expect it to block sharp claws. At most, it will keep you at a relatively decent temperature while you're being gutted. Item: Standard Edition High-Carbon Steel Dagger. Introduction: also a basic piece of equipment produced by the chosen game. Forged from high-carbon steel, its sharpness and hardness are acceptable, suitable for cutting some hard things. Note: congratulations, you've obtained a knife that's first-rate for peeling fruit. As for using it to fight this planet's native lifeforms, I suggest you first use it to peel an apple, write your will, and then calmly meet your death. Bai Chenyue quickly took off her clothes and changed into this brand-new combat suit. The moment the clothes were on, a warm current emanated from the close-fitting fabric, rapidly spreading to her limbs and throughout her body, completely isolating the external chill. Combined with the cold resistance fruit she had just eaten, She actually felt slightly sweaty. The combat suit's design was extremely form-fitting, perfectly outlining her agile and powerful physique without a single ounce of unnecessary bulk. She moved her limbs, jumped a bit, and felt the gravity on her body had normalized. Bai Chenyue gripped the dagger and casually scratched it across the rough cave wall. Screech! Sparks flew and a clear, particularly deep crack appeared on the hard rock wall. Not bad, sharper than I imagined. Bai Chenyue sheathed the dagger and began seriously assessing the initial cave she was in. The cave area wasn't large. There was nothing, only dirt. According to the game hints, to obtain energy crystals, she must expand the cave area. In other words, dig. It seems relying solely on the tools provided by the game won't work. Bai Chenyue immediately thought of her Bumblebee, that heavy-duty engineering robot modified specifically for planting trees. Bumblebee. As long as she could release it, forget about a small cave, hollowing out this entire mountain would just be a matter of time. She immediately tried to move Bumblebee out from her space. However, the next second, a system prompt sounded in her mind. Warning. Summoned object volume too large, exceeds current space limitations, cannot be summoned. As expected, it wouldn't work. The cave was too short. The Bumblebee mech was over 5 meters tall. In this small cave where the highest point was only 3 meters, there was simply no room for it to operate. Chapter 175. Operation Wheatie Star. Tisk miscalculated. Bai Chenyue shook her head helplessly. It seemed the most primitive method was the only way. She walked deeper into the cave, reached out and touched the rock wall. The wall was as hard as iron, but a gentle pull with her dagger could carve out a crack. Some players without tools, if they tried to dig using just a dagger, who knew how long it would take. However, she wasn't alone. A faint smile curled at the corner of Bai Chenyue's mouth as she willed it. Come out, Sadako. As soon as the words left her lips, the air behind her twisted and distorted. A Sadako wearing a white knee-length dress, a straw hat on her head, and a hoe slung over her shoulder slowly materialized. A chilling, malevolent aura enveloped the entire cave, dropping the already frigid air's temperature by several more degrees. Yet, the outfit she wore added a touch of the absurd. Sadako landed soundlessly on the ground, slightly raised her head, and turned her face, shrouded by black hair, towards Bai Chenyue as if awaiting orders. Bai Chenyue took out a large lamp from her space and hung it on the wall for illumination. Dig through here for me. She then pointed at the rock wall in front of her and issued the command to Sadako. Sadako made no sound, silently turning around. She raised the high-energy ion labor-saving hoe in her hands and swung it forward. Hum! A faint, ghostly blue glow lit up at the hoe's tip. It simply scraped lightly against the hard rock wall. Essay! There was no deafening roar, only a sound as smooth as a hot knife slicing through butter. The rock wall, which had only shown a white scratch after Bai Chenyue's prolonged dagger scraping, was instantly gouged out into a basin-sized hole. Crushed stone and frozen soil pattered down. The high-energy ion labor-saving hoe was truly terrifying. Bai Chenyue nodded in satisfaction. Sadako began her tireless excavation work, her efficiency frighteningly high. Bai Chenyue wasn't idle either. She took out another hoe and started digging on another section of the wall, storing all the excess soil into her space. Time ticked by. With the efforts of the two S-class miners, the cave's area expanded at a visible rate. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. The tip of the high-energy ion labor-saving hoe had struck a stone that was different from the rest. Bai Chenyue's eyes lit up. She immediately crouched down and brushed away the surrounding crushed soil. A fist-sized or its entire body, a translucent, ghostly white like crystal, appeared before her eyes. Inside the ore, it seemed as if flowing light slowly swirled, emitting a peculiar energy fluctuation. Item: Energy Crystal. Description: a unique product of Grasstar, containing pure and powerful energy. Note: a good thing. I suggest you hide it well. Otherwise, you'll soon learn what the innocent man gets into trouble because of his treasure means. Found it. Joy surged in Bai Chenyue's heart. Without hesitation, she picked it up and stored it in her inventory. On the player panel, the number for the mission progress also changed accordingly. Energy crystals. 1/100th. With the first one there would be a second. Bai Chenyue's spirit soared, and she directed Sadako to speed up. Boom! Sadako's digging became increasingly ferocious, causing the entire cave to tremble slightly. Crushed stone flew like raindrops. Energy crystals. 2 100s. Energy crystals. 3 100s. The numbers were jumping rapidly. Bai Chenyue dug and collected, utterly delighted. Just as Bai Chenyue was immersed in the joy of the harvest, a crisp crack suddenly came from ahead where Sadako was digging. Something had been dug through. Immediately after, a current of air, completely different from that inside the cave, rushed in through the newly opened breach. Bai Chenyue's eyes sharpened. She immediately ordered Sadako, "Stop!" She pulled out her flame pistol, silently moved closer, and warily looked towards the hole that had just been dug. She raised the gun with both hands, aiming at the opening. On the other side of the opening seemed to be another naturally formed cave. In the pitch blackness, a rustling sound was slowly approaching. Bai Chenyue held her breath, pressed her body against the cold rock wall, and suppressed her presence to the extreme. Sadako silently melted into the shadows behind her, waiting for the command. The rustling sound from the hole grew closer and closer. Soon, a head poked out from the not-so-large opening. Contrary to Bai Chenyue's expectations, it was a human head. A boy who looked about 17 or 18, dressed in tattered clothes, his face smeared with dirt, crawled out of the hole using both hands and feet. He also seemed not to have expected anyone here. The moment he saw Bai Chenyue and Sadako, his entire body froze. The boy wore an expression of panic mixed with a touch of pitifulness, looking at them timidly. The boy's sudden appearance made the atmosphere in the cave turn eerie. He looked utterly disheveled, his clothes in rags, his face and hands covered in black grime. Only his eyes appeared exceptionally bright in the dim light, shining with the innocence of a startled fawn. When he saw Bai Chenyue, and especially the black-haired, face-shrouded Sadako emitting an ominous aura behind her, he was so frightened he fell onto his backside. Scrambling backward on his hands and feet, his body trembled like a leaf. "Who are you?" The boy's voice trembled, sounding full of fear. Bai Chenyue's gaze remained calm. She didn't answer his question. Her mind was racing. A neighbor? Were the initial caves all interconnected? Or perhaps, the game prompt flashed through her mind. After nightfall, the planet's natives may actively visit. They come in various forms and are skilled at disguise and deception. Remember, do not trust any person who actively approaches you. Who are you? A player. Bai Chenyue's voice was cold as she tightened her grip on the flame pistol. The dark red barrel emitted a heart-palpitating chill in the gloom. Seeing the pistol, the boy's face turned even paler. He hurriedly waved his hands, stammering to explain. "My name is A2, I'm a native here. I'm not a bad person. I was just digging for food in my own cave. Didn't expect to dig through the wall, and then I fell into your place." "A native?" Bai Chenyue narrowed her eyes slightly. Her gaze swept over the boy from head to toe. Character: Windrat A2 illusory form. Status: extremely greedy, currently assessing your strength, preparing to steal your energy crystals. Description: one of Grasstar's 3 major native species. Inherently cunning, cowardly, and extremely greedy. Excels at burrowing and shapeshifting into the forms of creatures they've seen to deceive and steal. Note: this guy's acting skills are better than some pop idols. Pity his eyes give him away. I suggest you just attack, don't waste words with him, because every single word he says could be fake. Chapter 176: The Great Grass Star Operation. Bai Chenyue sneered inwardly. There really was something off. No matter how good the acting, it couldn't fool her cheat ability. "Native?" Bai Chenyue asked, feigning curiosity. "This cave is pitch black, is there anything to eat?" At her words, A2 seemed to relax, a simple smile appearing on his face as he pointed to the corner of the wall. "There is. There are sand grubs. They don't taste great, but they'll fill you up." "Sand grubs, huh?" Bai Chenyue glanced at him, nodded thoughtfully as if she believed him. Entity: Windrat A2 illusory form. Status: lying 70%. Sand grubs are actually edible, but he didn't come for the insects. He was drawn by the digging noise and the scent of the energy crystals you unearthed. Note: right now his whole head is full of thoughts on how to swindle the crystals you worked so hard to dig up from you. since you look like a not-so-bright newcomer. She put away the flame pistol, and that motion made A2 visibly exhale in relief. You look pretty hungry. I have something to eat. Bai Chenyue said this as she took a piece of rye bread from her space, the loaf giving off a faint weedy scent. It was a game reward bread so hard it could be used as a brick. She had never eaten it. A2's eyes locked onto that piece of bread. His sense of smell was far keener than a human's. Never having seen this food, his Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably, and he almost drooled. Here, take it. Bai Chenyue handed the bread over with a friendly smile. Greed and caution waged a fierce battle in A2's eyes. He looked at Bai Chenyue, then at the motionless Sadako behind her, radiating a terrifying aura, but in the end he couldn't resist the lure of the food. He took careful, cautious steps forward and reached out to take the bread. Thank you, you really are so. His words were cut off. Just as his fingertip was about to touch the bread, the smile on Bai Chenyue's face vanished, replaced by icy murderous intent. Grab him. Sadako, who had been standing still behind Bai Chenyue, blurred into motion like a shadow. What? A2 was horrified. He had not expected the other party to turn on him so suddenly. He spun around and tried to bolt back into the hole he had dug. But it was too late. A chill that reached the bone enveloped him. Pale hands like iron clamps clamped tight around his throat. Squeak! A sound not at all human, a shrill, piercing scream, exploded from the boy's mouth. His body writhed violently in midair. The human boy's face melted like a wax figure, rapidly changing. His thin frame puffed up as if filled with air, bones cracking and popping, coarse gray-brown hair erupted across his skin. Human facial features stretched and twisted into a pointed rat-like snout. In a single second, the seemingly harmless boy transformed into a giant rat standing half a meter tall, its body plump and portly. Its fur was greasy and messy, dirty gray-brown. Two pea-sized black eyes spun guiltily, revealing slyness. Two long whiskers trembled violently from sheer panic. This was the true face of the wind rat. Held high in the air by Sadako's single hand, it kicked its limbs frantically, releasing squeak-squeak terror cries. In those little eyes shone both fear of Sadako and bitter regret at its own greed. It should never have been seduced by the smell of that bread. Bai Chenyue watched the scene, picked up the bread that had dropped to the ground, blew the dust off it, and put it back into her space. She walked up to the wind rat, whose eyes were rolling white from being choked. Now we can have a proper talk. About the energy crystals and about this planet. Held by Sadako at the throat, Wind Rat A2 felt the darkest moment of his rodent life had arrived. This white-clothed woman was terrifying. That bone-chilling aura was the natural enemy of all rodents, causing shivers deep in his soul. Squeak, squeak. Let go of me. Squeak. A2 struggled violently, sharp claws raking the air, but he could not budge Sadako even an inch. Bai Chenyue squatted before him and met his terrified little eyes. You answer my questions. Her voice was as calm as a dead pool. Tell one lie and I'll have it. She nodded toward Sadako. Snap your neck, dig a hole and bury you right there. Go. A2 swallowed in fear, his body trembling even more. It did not doubt that this terrifying woman would carry out her threat. First question, what is your name? Which tribe do you belong to? Bai Chenyue asked. Squeak, my name is A2. I'm of the Windrat tribe. A2's voice was sharp and thin, laced with sobs. Windrat tribe. Bai Chenyue repeated. She continued. Besides your Windrat tribe, are there other creatures on this planet? A2 hesitated, seemingly unwilling to answer. Sadako's grip on his neck tightened slightly. Ugh! A choking sensation washed over him. A2's eyes nearly bulged out, his limbs going limp. I'll talk. I'll talk. Squeak, squeak! He screamed in terror. Sadako eased her hand a little so he could breathe. Cough, cough. A2 coughed violently, glancing at Sadako with eyes full of awe. I'll tell it all. This planet mainly has 3 major races. We are the Windrat tribe. We're best at digging tunnels and finding things, A2 said guiltily. There is also the Velvet Ear tribe. They live on the surface, are very docile, but they hate us a lot. The scariest are the Sky Lizard tribe. At the mention of this name, A2's voice trembled. They live under the rock mountains on the surface. Their whole bodies are covered in hard shells. Their strength is terrifying. They are our nemesis. Bai Chenyue listened quietly, her mind rapidly organizing the information. Wind rats, velvet ears, sky lizards. Thieves, pacifists, predators. A simple food chain had become clear in front of her. She continued watching A2. Status: extremely terrified, telling the truth. Note: its will to survive has already overcome its pathetic dignity. But do not be careless. This creature's cunning is ingrained in its bones. If it gets an opportunity, it will be the first to betray you. Very good. Bai Chenyue nodded with satisfaction. One last question. What are the energy crystals? A complex emotion flashed in A2's eyes: fear. Energy crystals are useless to us wind rats and velvet ears. They're just shiny stones. It paused, lowering its voice as if speaking of something taboo. Chapter 177. Grass Star Operation. Because energy crystals are the core material for the sky lizard tribe to make their wings. Wings. Bai Chenyue's heart stirred. Be more specific. Although the sky lizard tribe is powerful, they cannot fly, A2 explained. They have been researching a method, using a large quantity of energy crystals combined with velvet ear rabbit fur, to create wings that can allow them to take to the skies. Bai Chenyue fell silent. The players were frantically digging up energy crystals, but these crystals were of no use whatsoever to the velvet ear tribe or the wind rat tribe. They were only useful to the sky lizard tribe. Could it be that she wanted the players to go find the sky lizard tribe? Bai Chenyue looked down at the wind rat being held aloft in midair by Sadako. Her gaze sent a chill straight to A2's core. You're very afraid of the sky lizard tribe, aren't you? Bai Chenyue suddenly asked. Squeak. Of course they are demons. Do you want to live? Squeak squeak. Yes, of course I do. A2 answered without hesitation. Good. A friendly smile appeared at the corner of Bai Chenyue's mouth. From now on you work for me. You help me dig energy crystals and I let you live. Squeak. A2 was stunned, his bean-sized eyes filled with disbelief. Work for her? What was this terrifying woman saying? What did you say? Help you dig energy crystals. A2 shrieked. Impossible. We wind rats are free. We will never be slaves. His reaction was intense, as if these words were some kind of ultimate insult. Bai Chenyue looked at his ready-to-die for honor appearance. Since you won't cooperate, I'll have no choice but to hand you over to the sky lizard tribe. Hearing this, all the fur on A2's body stood on end, and he trembled uncontrollably. No, don't hand me over to the sky lizard tribe. Pain flashed in his small eyes. Since childhood, the elders had warned them not to go near the Rocky Mountain. That's where the vicious sky lizard tribe lived. If caught, they would be eaten and never return. 2 tears squeezed out from the corners of A2's small eyes. He was about to cry. Please don't hand me over to the sky lizard tribe. They'll lock us up, force us to mine in the most dangerous places, and eat those who don't obey. A2's voice grew smaller, filled with undeniable fear, his little mouth chattering non-stop. The sky lizard tribe wants us to be slaves, to dig energy crystals for them for free. They are covered in rock-like scales, and their strength is so great they can easily tear us apart. They'll chain our necks with iron chains, drag us into the deepest, most dangerous mine shafts, and make us dig day and night. All the crystals we dig up must be handed over. To them, we wind rats are just breathing hose. A2's voice carried endless hatred and terror. Once, to speed up their wing-making process, the sky lizard tribe launched a major purge against us wind rats. They stormed into our nests and captured half of our tribe. Those who obeyed were sent to be mining slaves. Those who didn't. A2's body trembled even more violently, his bean-sized eyes bloodshot. Those who didn't were torn apart on the spot, right then and there, eaten. The piles of rat bones outside their nests are taller than all the dirt our entire tribe has ever dug up. Dead silence filled the cave. Only the sound of A2's heavy, terrified panting remained. The image of a brutal, cold-blooded, powerful predator that viewed other races as tools and food clearly formed in Bai Chenyue's mind. However, she had no intention of letting A2 go. A rat naturally skilled at mining. Not recruiting it as labor would truly be a waste. It didn't fit the style of Bai Chenyue. Bai Chenyue stood up, patted the non-existent dust off her pant legs, and couldn't even be bothered to give him another glance. She turned and gave a new order to Sadako, who was still holding A2 high in the air. Since it wishes to die for freedom, then grant its wish. Execute it on the spot. Boom! A2's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. Execute. This person wasn't joking at all. She really was going to kill him. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The instinct for survival overwhelmed that pitiful dignity. A2 screamed like mad, his limbs flailing wildly in midair. No! Don't kill me! I don't want to die. Squeak! Sadako's pale fingers began to slowly tighten. Crack! A slight sound of bone dislocation, accompanied by the pain of suffocation, caused A2's eyes to bulge and his tongue to loll out uncontrollably. The shadow of death had never loomed over him so clearly. I'll dig for you. Squeak. I'll dig for you. With his last ounce of strength just before consciousness faded, A2 squeezed these words from his throat. Sadako's movement stopped, gradually loosening a bit. A2 gasped for air. Bai Chenyue turned her head, a smirk curling her lips. If you had said so earlier, wouldn't that have been the end of it? She walked up to A2, a playful look in her eyes. However, I've changed my mind now. I don't need an unwilling laborer. A2? Squeak! Bai Chenyue, of course, didn't believe a word of A2's nonsense. None of it was true. Character Windrat A2 true form. Status: feigning submission, extremely fearful, currently planning an escape route in his mind, and considering how to inform the Sky Lizard tribe in exchange for a chance to live. Note: congratulations, you have successfully acquired a white-eyed wolf of Oscar-winning caliber. His loyalty is thinner than paper. His mind is filled with nothing but escape and betrayal. If you let him go now, within half an hour, he'll return leading the Sky Lizard tribe army to send you warmth. Suggest turning him directly into jerky. At least it'll provide some protein. Bai Chenyue pulled out a tough fiber rope from her space and tossed it to Sadako. Tie him up and hang him in the corner. Gag him, he's too noisy. Sadako understood perfectly. She released the hand gripping A2's neck, and before he could even catch his breath properly, her other hand had already grabbed him with lightning speed. Squeak, squeak. A2 looked at the rope in terror, struggling violently. But his strength was as feeble as an infant's before Sadako. A few minutes later, a tightly bound Ratzongzi, whose whiskers were even pressed out of shape, was hung high in a corner of the mine shaft, half a meter off the ground. His mouth was stuffed with a rag, allowing only muffled whimpers to escape. After finishing all this, Bai Chenyue clapped her hands and pointed at the rock wall ahead for Sadako. Continue. Hum. The high-energy ion labor-saving hull lit up with an eerie blue glow once more. The human and the ghost resumed their efficient digging work. Thwomp! Large chunks of the rock wall were pried open, rubble and dirt pattering down. The entire cave was left with only the monotonous yet rhythmic sound of digging. Chapter 178. Operation Weedy Star. Hanging in the corner, A2's body trembled incessantly from fear and humiliation. He watched the human and the ghost in disbelief. They just left him hanging here like this? Weren't they going to mine? Why don't they want it anymore? What on earth does this person want to do? A2's mind was a chaotic mess. He watched Bai Chenyue and Sadako working together with seamless coordination. Although their digging speed still seemed clumsy to him, their efficiency was quite impressive nonetheless. In no time, Bai Chenyue picked up another glittering energy crystal from the newly dug-up pile of dirt. Energy crystals. 5 100s. Seeing that crystal, A2's rat eyes instantly widened into circles. He could smell it. Even from this far away, he could smell that energy aura, so familiar yet so detestable to him. So they really are digging for these. But the direction they're digging is wrong. As tunneling experts, the Wind Rat tribe's perception of the underground far surpassed that of other creatures. In A2's perception, the real area rich with energy crystals was in another direction. There was a small thin vein over there. As long as they dug along it, they would absolutely hit a huge pile. And these two were getting further and further away from that vein. MMFF. A2 twisted and turned midair, trying to signal to that human that if she just let him go, he would help them find the ore. Yet Bai Chenyue didn't even turn her head, concentrating wholeheartedly with Sadako as they dug vigorously in the wrong direction. Time ticked by minute, second by second. Etu's initial anxiety slowly turned into bewilderment, and finally morphed into a deep sense of helplessness. MMFF. Etu's sounds grew weaker and weaker as he gave up struggling, hanging in midair with poor blood circulation, and not having had a single drop of water. Intense weakness and hunger swept over his entire body. He could only watch helplessly as the human and the ghost, like tireless machines, furiously attacked the hard rock wall. Energy crystals. 6 100s. Energy crystals. 7 100s. Watching Bai Chenyue fish out crystals from the dirt again and again, he felt disdain in his heart. What a foolish human. MMFF. Over there. You idiot. Dig over there. MMFF. Left. 3 meters to the left. There's a whole nest of them there. Bai Chenyue thought he was just acting up and couldn't even be bothered to spare him a glance. For the first time, Etu felt that being ignored by the enemy was 10,000 times more painful than being tortured by them. Just then, with one swing of Sadako's pickaxe, the rock wall ahead suddenly let out a crisp crack sound. Immediately after, a large section of severely weathered soil layer collapsed, revealing a small pitch-black hole. A strange smell, a mix of earthy odor and some special waxy substance, wafted out from the hole. Bai Chenyue stopped her actions, raised an eyebrow and leaned forward. Item. Sandjoint worm nest. Description. The nest of a burrowing insect species called the sandjoint worm. Sandjoint worms feed on the weathered soil on cave walls. To adapt to the dry environment, the shells they molt are hard and light, with a layer of wax covering the surface, effectively preventing water evaporation. Note: congratulations, you've poked the hornet's nest. Oh wait, it's a worm nest. Bai Chenyue's gaze fell upon the densely packed, semi-transparent shell-like things inside the nest. Item. Sandjoint worm molt. Description. The shed outer shell of the sandjoint worm. For the windrat tribe, this is one of their important food sources. They use their sharp incisors to chew the molted shells into pieces to eat, supplementing the trace elements their bodies need. Taste. The shell chews like biting dried, hard plastic with no juice at all. You can only rely on saliva to slowly soften it. The taste is even worse, carrying the earthy smell left over from inside the sandjoint worm's body, along with the greasy, weird taste produced when the wax melts. Chewing to the end leaves tiny shell fragments stuck between your teeth that you can't even pick out. When you speak, you'll carry a whiff of earthy odor. Note: a food that makes you question your life choices. Truly the underground world's hardtack. Disgusting but filling. Look at that rat's eyes. Doesn't it look like it's staring at a Michelin 3-star meal? Following the prompt's gaze, Bai Chenyue glanced at A2 hanging in the corner. Sure enough, the large rat was currently staring dead at that worm nest, its 2 bean-sized eyes bursting with an unprecedented light. Its nose twitched frantically, savoring that scent which was utterly bizarre to Bai Chenyue. Gulp. A clear swallowing sound rang out. A drop of glistening drool gradually soaked the rag in its mouth. It was starving mad. Several hours had passed since it was captured until now. It hadn't eaten a single grain of rice, and its stamina was long depleted. Etu's stomach began to spasm violently, letting out gurgling protests. MMFF. It twisted its body desperately, letting out pleading whimpers towards Bai Chenyue. Its gaze clearly spelled out, "Give me that. Please. Let me have a bite." Bai Chenyue looked at its greedy appearance. Seriously? This plastic chewing stuff is worth drooling rivers over? She withdrew her gaze, pretending not to see the almost starved to death A2. She pointed in another direction for Sadako. This way, continue. Thunk. Sadako swung her pickaxe and started digging on another wall without hesitation. A2's rat eyes widened into perfect circles. No, don't leave. Food. The food is right there. If you won't eat it, at least let me have it. He watched helplessly as the human and the ghost moved further and further away from that worm nest, emitting its tempting scent, a pained and despairing expression appearing on his rat face. This was worse than killing him. Another 2 hours passed. Through the relentless efforts of Bai Chenyue and Sadako, the cave had expanded considerably again. Energy crystals, 13 100s. Putting the 13th energy crystal into her possession, Bai Chenyue finally stopped. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling the hunger pangs coming from her stomach. She glanced at A2 in the corner, who was now on his last legs and completely drained, a slight upward curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. Then, unhurriedly, she pulled out a folding table and a comfortable high-back chair from her space. Thump! The table and chair unfolded steadily in the spacious cave. Immediately after, she sent Sadako, who was diligently mining, back to her space to rest for a while as well. After doing all this, Bai Chenyue gracefully sat down on the chair. Then, under A2's gaze filled with confusion and incomprehension, she pulled out an exquisitely packaged box. A self-heating hot pot. Spicy beef tallow flavor. This terrifying woman, she's not mining anymore? What is she doing with these two strange things? A series of question marks swirled in A2's mind. In the next moment, all his questions were completely scattered by a scent he had never smelled before. A scent so domineering and unparalleled. Bai Chenyue tore open the packaging of the self-heating hot pot, placed the base sauce and ingredient packets one by one into the upper meal box, then tore open the heating pack and added water. Hiss! White steam accompanied by high heat suddenly billowed up from the bottom of the meal box. Chapter 179. Operation Wheaty Star. Squeak! A2's body stiffened violently. His coarse gray-brown fur stood completely on end, instantly bristling. His nose at this moment had utterly failed him. No, not failed. It had been completely conquered, occupied, and had all its past olfactory memories destroyed by an unprecedented, domineeringly overwhelming scent. That spicy, fragrant aroma, mixed with the rich fragrance of beef tallow, was like an invisible hand, brutally gripping his throat. Then it transformed into hundreds of millions of red-hot steel needles, madly piercing into every single one of his olfactory cells. What is this? What in the world is this? What is this smell? The inherited memories of the wind rats held no record of such a scent. What is this smell? Why did just smelling it make his drool burst forth like a breached dam, uncontrollably gushing from the corners of his mouth, soaking the fur on his chest? Deep in A2's throat, a series of gulyalu sounds impossible to suppress rumbled out. Hung up all day, tired, hungry, and thirsty, A2 felt like he was about to go crazy at this moment. His beady little eyes were fixed dead on the steaming box in front of Bai Chenyue. His gaze filled with a near-maniacal greed. He didn't know what that was. He knew even less what it would taste like if he ate it. But his body, every single one of his cells, was screaming at him in the most intense way. Eat it! At any cost, eat it! As the mastermind behind all this, Bai Chenyue was leaning back in her chair with a look of pure contentment, enjoying this rare moment of leisure. The hot pot was ready. She picked up her chopsticks, her movements neither hurried nor slow, and plucked a uniformly thin slice of fatty beef from the bubbling red oil broth. The meat slice was coated in a bright red broth, dotted with a few white sesame seeds, shimmering with a tempting luster under the light from the large lamp at the cave's ceiling. She gave it a gentle blow. That scorching hot aroma, a mix of meat and spicy mala, drifted precisely in A2's direction. Then she elegantly placed the meat slice into her mouth. Bai Chenyue then picked up a piece of honeycomb tofu skin soaked in broth, a slice of tripe still crisp after being dipped 7-Up and 8 down, a soft, glutinous and dense piece of potato, devouring it heartily, eating with immense satisfaction. This scene of enjoyment was, for A2 in the corner, no less than the cruelest form of torture. He could clearly hear the increasingly loud, pitiful groans coming from his own traitorous stomach. This is too agonizing. This was easily 10,000 times worse than being captured by the Sky Lizard tribe. The Sky Lizard tribe only tormented his body, but this person was repeatedly flaying his soul. Woo, woo woo. A2 cried, his tears forming a reverse-flowing river. Just as A2 felt he was about to faint from the torment of this aroma and hunger, that woman, who had eaten to her heart's content, suddenly put down her chopsticks. She turned her head and looked at him. Then she picked up a spare pair of long chopsticks, and from that pot emitting a godly aroma, she picked up a piece of meat, coated in red broth. The chopsticks slowly extended toward his mouth. A2's breathing stopped. His beady eyes were glued to those ever-approaching long chopsticks, and the piece of meat clamped at their tip. That piece of meat was still faintly steaming. It was coated in a layer of glistening, oily red broth, dotted with a few white sesame seeds and vibrant green scallions, emitting an aroma that made his very soul tremble. For me? This demon-like woman is going to give this godly food to me? A huge question mark, accompanied by an unbelievable ecstatic joy, exploded in A2's mind. Was he hallucinating from hunger? However, the chopsticks didn't pause for a second, steadily stopping right at his mouth. An aroma 10 times more intense than before shot straight to the crown of his head. A2's body obeyed its most primitive instinct. Bai Chenyue pulled the cloth from his mouth, and he didn't even have time to think if this was a trap before he snapped his mouth open. That piece of meat slid into his mouth. The moment the meat slice touched the tip of his tongue, time stood still. Boom! An indescribable explosive flavor detonated in his oral cavity. A2 felt his entire rat being transcend. His limbs stopped struggling, his body hung limply in midair, his 2 eyes bulged wide, his gaze unfocused, his soul leaving his body, flying to the highest heavens. What in the world was all that stuff he used to eat? Sandjoint worm molt? Chewing until his jaws ached, with bits stuck in his teeth he couldn't pick out. Compared to this mouthful of meat, he felt he had wasted his life eating all that stuff for the past several decades. As that ultimate deliciousness completely slid into his stomach, A2's soul also came crashing back down to reality from the highest heavens. What followed was a tsunami of emptiness and desire, 10,000 times stronger than before. More. I want more. More. Give me another bite. Please. Give me another bite. A2's eyes regained clarity. He looked at Bai Chenyue like a madman. Those beady eyes no longer held the previous fear and humiliation, only the purest, most primitive, insane craving for food. He didn't think about anything else now. Freedom? Dignity? What are those things? Are they edible? Are they as delicious as this mouthful of meat? As long as he could have another bite, no, even just another lick, he would do anything. My queen, please give me another bite. However, facing his near-maniacal begging, Bai Chenyue just gave him a faint glance. Then she retracted those long chopsticks and set them aside. She wasn't giving him any more. Just wasn't giving any. I submit. Great, beautiful queen. A2 is willing to serve you. His voice was incredibly sincere. His eyes filled with fanatical worship. From now on, you are A2's one and only master. Your words are my highest command. I am willing to dig all over Grass Star for you, to find you thousands upon thousands of energy crystals. I only beg you to grant me another bite. No, half a bite will do. As he spoke, he kept casting hopeful glances at that still steaming pot. His words sounded heartfelt and moving. If it were anyone else, they might truly be swayed by this loyal dog act of his. Bai Chenyue glanced at him. Character Windrat A2 True Form. Status. Lying 99%. He has already judged you as a powerful but not too bright fat sheep. He is internally planning that as soon as you let him down, he will immediately bite through your throat with his incisors, then steal all your things, especially that pot of hot pot. Note: Oscar owes him a little gold statue. Too bad his opponent is you, a cheater. His mind is now filled with, stupid woman, hurry up and let me down. Once I bite you to death, this whole pot of meat will be mine. Ha ha ha. Chapter 180. Operation Wheaty Star 7. Bai Chenyue quietly watched A2, watching it use those bean-sized eyes, filled with loyalty, to meet her gaze. A2 felt a chill run down its spine under her stare. What's going on? Shouldn't she be moved by its loyalty and then untie it? Why does she have no reaction at all? Just as A2's heart was in turmoil, Bai Chenyue moved. She didn't go for the meat in the pot, nor did she untie the rope binding A2. She just unhurriedly put away the leftover hot pot, along with the table, back into her storage space. A2? Squeak! Its heart sank halfway. The meat is gone. Immediately after, under its stunned gaze, Bai Chenyue took out a lounge chair from her storage space. She comfortably lay down on it, crossing her legs, looking extremely relaxed. That wasn't all. She then pulled out a transparent cup containing half a cup of brown liquid, half a cup of white liquid, and some black round things. She took out a straw and stirred it. A sweet scent, mixed with a rich tea aroma and a mellow milk fragrance, slowly wafted out. That smell was completely different from the domineering, spicy aroma of the hot pot just now. A2's nose uncontrollably twitched frantically. Its small eyes stared fixedly at that strange cup of liquid, and its Adam's apple bobbed violently once more. What the heck is this thing? It smells even better than the meat just now. That sweet scent mixed with tea and milk seemed to have hooks, scratching at its heart again and again. The domineering aroma of the pot of meat hadn't even fully dissipated, and now this unheard of sweet fragrance had arrived. Its drool once again flowed uncontrollably, dripping and pattering onto the ground. It's over, its rat life is completely over. Bai Chenyue picked up the cup, placed it to the straw and took a gentle sip. Ah, so comfortable. Now let's chat again. Bai Chenyue took a sip of milk tea, the pearls making a gurgling sound in the straw. She squinted her eyes in satisfaction before leisurely speaking. To A2, this voice sounded even more terrifying than the roar of the Sky Lizard tribe's chieftain. Squeak, chat about what? A2's voice trembled. It was genuinely scared now. Not scared of death, but scared of this torture of being able to see and smell, yet never being able to eat. I didn't hear your proposal clearly just now, could you repeat it? Bai Chenyue shook the milk teacup in her hand, watching the pearls bob up and down inside. A2's eyeballs were practically glued to that cup. It swallowed hard, mustering all its strength to squeeze out its most sycophantic voice. Great omnipotent queen! A2 is willing to serve you. Dig through the entire grass star for you. I only beg you to grant me a bite of food. Its eyes were filled with humility and longing. This time it felt its acting skills had broken through the heavens. However, Bai Chenyue just quietly watched it. Character Windrat A2 true form. Status, pretending to be completely submissive 99.9%, inwardly cursing you like crazy, and has already conceived 36 plans to snatch the food and escape once you let your guard down. Note, what it's thinking right now is, this damned woman. Once I'm down, I'm definitely snatching that delicious cup, drinking it all in one go, not leaving a single drop for her. Bai Chenyue raised an eyebrow. What a drama queen, incorrigible to the bone. She put down the milk tea and took out another item from her storage space. It was that piece of rye bread she had disliked before, the one so hard it could be used as a brick. She didn't eat it herself. Instead, holding the bread, she walked up to A2 and brought it to its mouth. A pure wheat aroma drifted over. A2 froze. Its nose subconsciously twitched. Although this smell was far inferior to the meat and that cup of sweet water just now, it was 10,000 times better smelling than the sandjoint worm molt. Tormented repeatedly by hunger and delicious aromas, A2 could no longer care about anything else. Its stomach growled like thunder, its mind went blank, leaving only the most primitive instinct. Eat. Anything edible will do. It suddenly opened its mouth and bit down hard on that piece of bread that looked rock hard. Crunch. A crisp sound. Bai Chenyue's eyelids twitched. She thought the rat's teeth had shattered. But upon closer inspection, that piece of rye bread, which she needed some effort to break apart, had actually been chomped off in a big chunk by A2. Wow, what a set of teeth! Bai Chenyue marveled inwardly. Weren't its teeth made of diamond or something? As for A2, the moment it bit off the bread, its entire body stiffened. It chewed slowly. The bread was hard, very hard. Chewing made its cheeks a bit sore, but it was okay. As it chewed, a rich, slightly sweet wheat aroma spread throughout its mouth. It was a taste of food, pure and simple, that it had never experienced before. Delicious. So delicious. Although it couldn't compare to that one mouthful of astonishingly delicious meat, compared to the dry and astringent sandjoint worm molt it usually ate, this was supreme delicacy. A dazzling light burst from A2's small eyes. It swallowed the bread in its mouth in 2 or 3 bites, then looked at Bai Chenyue and the remaining piece of bread in her hand with an intensely craving gaze. Seeing its pathetic state, Bai Chenyue felt confident. It seems taming this guy is simpler than imagined. She withdrew the bread in her hand, not giving it any more to eat. The light in A2's eyes dimmed. Do you want to eat? Bai Chenyue shook the bread in her hand. Squeak squeak. Yes. Want to eat? A2 nodded its head like pounding garlic. Simple, Bai Chenyue said. As long as you sincerely cooperate with me, help me dig for ore, I'll give you this kind of bread to eat every day from now on. Every day. A2's eyes widened. It remembered the days its ancestors dug ore for the sky lizard tribe. Those demons didn't care whether they lived or died. When hungry, they could only find sandjoint worm molt to fill their bellies. But now, as long as it helps her work, it can eat such delicious things every day? A2's mind raced. Although this person is terrifying, the food in her hands is truly fragrant. Dignity and freedom in the face of tangible deliciousness didn't seem so important anymore. Ancestors said the wind rat tribe would never be enslaved, but if food is provided, maybe it's not entirely impossible. I agree, Queen. I agree to everything. Without a second thought, A2 agreed immediately. This time its voice held less sycophancy and more genuine craving. To prove its worth, it eagerly said, Queen, I know where the energy crystals are. I know. The direction you were digging just now is wrong. The soil layer over there is too hard, with very few crystals. A2 said while twisting its body, trying to point its chin in another direction. Dig that way. I can smell it. Behind the wall in that direction. There are many energy crystal scents, very concentrated. Chapter 181. Grass Star Operation 8. A lot of energy crystals? Bai Chenyue looked at A2's eager appearance and didn't completely believe it in her heart. This guy had a long list of prior offenses. Who knew what kind of scheme he was plotting now? She raised her eyes and looked at A2. Character Windrat A2 True Form. Status. Desperately craving food, trying hard to prove his worth to obtain bread. Not lying 95%. Note. A prisoner of delicious food, that's him. His mind is currently filled with, believe me. As long as we dig up the crystals, I get to eat bread. Oh, this time it's actually true. It seems the power of delicious food is even more effective than Sadako. Bai Chenyue had a plan in mind, but her expression remained unchanged. She didn't go to dig immediately. Instead, she took out a small folding stool from her space, sat down gracefully, and leisurely sipped her milk tea. Not in a hurry. Those two words made A2's heart clench. How can we not hurry? He's almost starving to death. The crystals are right there. Dig them out and he can eat delicious food. How can he not be anxious? A2 twisted and squirmed in midair, looking exactly like a dog who sees a meaty bone but can't reach it. Bai Chenyue finished the last sip of milk tea, sighed contentedly, and only then stood up. Hoisting the high-energy ion labor-saving hoe onto her shoulder, she turned and walked towards the direction A2 had pointed. A dim blue glow lit up. Aiming at the hard rock wall, she swung the hoe down. Whoosh! The rock and frozen soil were dug open as easily as tofu. Clink! Just from the first swing, a crisp clinking sound was heard. Bai Chenyue's eyes sharpened. She quickly stepped forward and brushed aside the loosened soil. A patch of faint white light shimmered in the dim cave. Not one piece. There were a full 4 fist-sized energy crystals, clustered tightly together like a nest of eggs. Jackpot! Delight surged in Bai Chenyue's heart. Without hesitation, she collected all 4 energy crystals into her possession. Energy crystals. 17 100s. Looking at the jumping number on her player panel, Bai Chenyue's mood instantly brightened. This efficiency was countless times higher than her, and Sadako digging around like headless flies. She turned her head to look at A2, who was still dangling in midair, her gaze now carrying a bit more scrutiny. He really is a treasure-hunting rat. Seeing Bai Chenyue dig up the crystals, A2 became so excited that his entire body swayed back and forth in the air. See, Your Majesty, I didn't lie to you. I can smell their location, he cried out, seeking credit. Give me something to eat. Bai Chenyue ignored his clamoring and walked up to him, her eyes somewhat cold. Why didn't you say so earlier? If she hadn't been cautious and used food to back him into a corner, would he have planned to just watch her and Sadako do useless work on the side? His intentions really are a bit bad. Mentioning this, too felt very wronged. His small eyes welled up with tears, looking utterly pitiful. Whoa! You gagged my mouth. I wanted to speak but couldn't. As he spoke, he tried hard to turn his head, gesturing for Bai Chenyue to look at the saliva-soaked rag by his mouth. Bai Chenyue. Seems. That's a valid point. She recalled earlier. He had indeed been making woo-woo sounds and constantly squirming. At the time she thought he was struggling. Was he actually trying to give her a hint? For a moment the atmosphere was a bit awkward. But who was Bai Chenyue? Someone with a face as thick as a city wall. She cleared her throat lightly and said without changing her expression, "It's only because you're full of lies. If it weren't for her cheat ability, she would have been fooled and led around by this guy long ago." A2 choked on his words and immediately fell silent. Guiltily he lowered his head, his 2 whiskers drooping down. Indeed, his intentions weren't good from the start. Seeing his cowardly appearance, Bai Chenyue couldn't be bothered to pursue it further. Right now, efficiency was most important. No more tricks. Point to another spot, she commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, A2 immediately perked up. This meant he still had a chance to get bread. He raised his nose, sniffing vigorously in the air, his 2 small ears also turning this way and that. A moment later, his eyes lit up. Over there. Dig 3 meters to the left, then half a meter down. There's also a very strong scent of energy crystals there. Bai Chenyue didn't hesitate and immediately got to work. Whoosh! Whoosh! The high-energy ion labor-saving hoe dug precisely at the location A2 specified. Soon. Clink! Clink clink! Several more crisp sounds rang out. This time even more energy crystals were dug up. A full 5 pieces. Energy crystals. 22 100ths. Bai Chenyue was completely convinced. This wind rat was practically a living, breathing, no rat-shaped mineral detector. With him, wouldn't her mission to collect 100 energy crystals be a breeze? Thinking of this, Bai Chenyue's gaze towards A2 became much more amiable. He wasn't just a simple rat anymore. This was a breathing KPI. Very good. Bai Chenyue nodded in satisfaction. She walked up to A2 and finally relented. In light of your usefulness, I'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. She took out that piece of rye bread with a bite taken out of it again and dangled it in front of A2. From now on you work for me. For every 10 energy crystals you help me dig up, I'll reward you with 1 piece of bread like this. 10 crystals for 1 piece of bread. A2's eyes instantly shone as brightly as 2 light bulbs. This deal was an absolute steal. With his ability, finding 10 crystals was no difficulty at all. I'll do it. I'll do it. Your Majesty. I am willing to serve you until I die. A2 nodded excitedly and vigorously. Character Windrat A2 True Form. Status. Sincerely wanting to cooperate 100%. Filled with infinite longing for future bread. Note. Congratulations. You have successfully PUA'd a tool rat with S-grade mineral detection talent using the cheapest carbohydrates. Even a capitalist would shed a tear. Success. She walked behind A2, took out a dagger and with a swish, cut the fiber rope binding him. Thud. A2 fell heavily to the ground. Having been hung for a day, his limbs were weak and his whole body was powerless. But thinking that he could soon exchange his labor for delicious food, a powerful motivation surged from the depths of his heart. He struggled to get up and stretched his stiff limbs. Bai Chenyue didn't pay him any mind. She just leaned against the wall, toying with the dark red flame pistol in her hand, its muzzle vaguely pointed in A2's direction. The meaning was clear. You can work, but if you dare try any tricks, you'll become roasted rat in the next second. A2 certainly understood this. He glanced fearfully at the gun in Bai Chenyue's hand, then thought of the person in white who had choked his neck earlier and shuddered. He didn't dare have any crooked thoughts now. Honestly, digging for crystals to exchange for bread was much more practical. He took a deep breath and began to work seriously. Chapter 182 Grass Star Operation 9. A2 pressed his nose against the cold cave, sniffing along the rock wall. Soon he stopped in front of a depression in the rock. He stretched out a front paw, and the claw that had seemed ordinary suddenly shot out half an inch, gleaming with a metallic chill. Then he dug into the rock wall with a sudden violent scratch. Shuas! Piercing scraping sounds exploded, sparks flying. Bai Chenyue watched in surprise as the hard rock that had required effort even when she tried to cut it with a dagger was, under A2's sharp claws, being carved open like tofu. Fragments of stone and frozen soil sprayed wildly. A2's movements were so fast they left a gray afterimage, like a small tunneling machine. But his digging was also full of technique. Sadako used brute force demolition, smashing large sections of rock with her energy hoe without finesse. A2, however, was precise. His claws lacked the raw power of an energy hoe, but they were flexible and accurate. He seemed to be able to pinpoint exactly which chunk of rock contained an energy crystal, then extract the crystal-bearing rock using the fastest, most efficient motions. He would scratch a few times, stop, bring his nose close to sniff, adjust his angle, then continue digging. In less than a minute, he pulled a glittering energy crystal out of the opened crevice with his mouth. He spat the crystal at Bai Chenyue's feet, then lifted his head and looked at her with expectant eyes, his tail wagging obsequiously behind him. That look was saying, "Your Majesty, look, I dug one up. Can I have food now?" Bai Chenyue picked up the crystal from the ground and glanced at the panel. Energy crystals. 23 100ths. She looked at A2, whose face was full of expectation, and said calmly, 9 more to go. The fawning smile on A2's face froze instantly. 9 more? His little brain spun rapidly as he counted on his claws. He fumbled for a long time and still couldn't figure it out. He just couldn't. 10 crystals for 1 loaf of bread. Yes, that was the rule. For more food, go all out. At that thought, A2 spun around and dove headfirst back into the rock, his claws swinging even harder. Bai Chenyue watched his food-driven back, and the corner of her mouth curved into an amused smile. Professionals are different. She and Sadako had been digging like headless flies for ages to get 11 pieces. Now with A2, the professional treasure-hunting mouse, she felt like she could just lie back and collect crystals. Bai Chenyue didn't even bother standing. She took out her reclining chair again, comfortably sprawled in it with one leg crossed over the other, sipping milk tea while supervising A2's work. She even let Sadako out to follow behind A2, using the void suction rod to handle excavated waste, directly transferring it into space. 1 digs, 1 clears, 1 supervises. A perfect assembly line formed just like that. For a time, the cave was filled only with of A2's claws scraping rock and the glug of Bai Chenyue contentedly sipping milk tea. A2's efficiency was terrifying. The second crystal was spat onto the ground. The third. The fourth, fifth, sixth. Energy crystals were no longer treasures that required effort to find. They were components on a production line, continuously dug out by A2 from the rock and piling up at Bai Chenyue's feet. Soon that small mound of crystalline ore emitted an enchanting faint glow. Bai Chenyue picked them up while watching the numbers on her panel jump wildly, the smile never leaving her lips. Energy crystals. 25 100ths. Energy crystals. 30 100ths. Energy crystals. 38 100ths. How long had it been? Less than half an hour, and they had already dug up over 10 pieces. At this pace, gathering 100 today was a sure thing. Her mood was more relaxed than ever. She looked at A2 with growing satisfaction, even a trace of admiration appearing. A different idea quietly sprouted in her mind. When A2 pulled out the 10th crystal and precisely spat it onto the small pile, he finally stopped. He panted heavily, his gray fur soaked with sweat and clinging to his body, looking somewhat disheveled. But his bean-sized eyes shone frighteningly bright. He turned and looked eagerly at Bai Chenyue on the reclining chair, his tail wagging so fast it left a blur. "Your Majesty, 10, he said, his voice full of longing. Bai Chenyue sat up and counted the crystals at her feet. 10, no more, no less. She nodded with satisfaction. Well done. She did not renege. She pulled out a brand new intact rye bread from space and tossed it to A2. This is your reward. The bread traced a parabola through the air. A2's eyes went wide. He leaped up in midair, used his mouth to catch the loaf, bigger than his head with perfect precision. After landing, he clutched the hard-won prize with his 2 front paws, trembling with excitement. Food. It was his. Food earned by his own hard work. He felt this food tasted 100 times sweeter than the bite of meat he had been given earlier. He didn't start eating immediately. Instead, hugging the bread, he ran to a corner of the cave with his back to Bai Chenyue and Sadako. Only then did he carefully open his mouth and take a respectful little bite of the bread that smelled so temptingly of grains. Crunch! The hard texture and rich wheat aroma filled his mouth. Atu shut his eyes in bliss. It was delicious. He nibbled slowly and treasured every bite, not willing to waste a single crumb. Bai Chenyue watched his possessive, satisfied expression and found it amusing. A loaf of rye bread hard enough to be used as a brick could make him this happy. He was pretty easy to please. Finish eating, then get back to work. Bai Chenyue's voice drifted lazily. Same rules. 10 energy crystals for 1 loaf. Yes, Your Majesty. Atu mumbled with the bread in his mouth, not even willing to drop a crumb. His reply muffled. Bai Chenyue lay back down, luxuriating in this rare leisure. Watching her crystal count soar, she suddenly wanted to check on how the other players were doing. She casually opened the game panel and clicked into the tab that had been flashing, Global Chat Channel. The moment she entered, countless messages flooded in. Chapter 183 Grass Star Operation 10. Singing Conquest on the Toilet. Oh my god! This damn place is cold and hard, how do you even dig? The dagger the game gave out is too hard to use. Sun was rubbed by me. Is anyone teaming up? I'm going crazy alone. This crappy dagger just leaves a white mark with each strike. My hand is about to break. Watermelon is sweetest. I'm so miserable, I think I dug into my neighbor's tunnel, and he's holding a dagger trying to stab me. What do I do? Waiting online. Urgent. Wind blows pants cold. You think you're miserable? I just dozed off for a second and my backpack, plus the protective charm my grandma left me, are all gone. Desert camel. You had your pants stolen. I had my combat suit stolen. I don't even know that player's nickname, but if I catch him, I'll beat him up good, strip his clothes and hang him up to dry. Damn it. I'm digging in a down jacket now, freezing cold, feeling like I'm floating. Data Emperor. Seriously? None of you thought to buy a pickaxe from the mall? Using a dagger to dig. Which genius came up with that brilliant move? Singing Conquest on the toilet at Data Emperor. Bro, which pickaxe in the mall? Please teach me. No one responded to this, and it was quickly buried by other topics. Looking at these messages, Bai Chenyue's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed most players were still stuck in the early stage of struggling to dig with daggers. Many who had bought pickaxes weren't willing to share their methods either. Who would want others competing with them for rankings? But someone like her, who already had a professional miner, was probably one of a kind. Bai Chenyue stroked her chin. Perhaps she could do something. She glanced at A2, who was still huddled in a corner nibbling on bread, and a plan began to form in her mind. But now wasn't the time. She didn't have enough energy crystals yet, not enough to start selling. She needed to wait a bit longer. She had to wait until most players were in despair. Only then, when she made her move, could she maximize her profits. Bai Chenyue closed the chat channel and refocused on reality. In the corner, A2 had already finished most of the bread. His belly was round and full, and he was lying contentedly on the ground picking his teeth. Seeing Bai Chenyue look over, he jolted, immediately scrambled up from the ground, ran over to her, puffed out his chest, striking a pose that said, I'm full and ready to work. Your Majesty, I am prepared. Please issue new orders. His voice was loud and brimming with energy. Looking at him, Bai Chenyue suddenly felt the title Your Majesty sounded a bit awkward. Tu Chiuni. From now on, don't call me Your Majesty, she said flatly. Atu was taken aback and asked cautiously, Then what should I call you? Bai Chenyue thought for a moment and said, Call me Master. Simple, direct, and it clearly defined their respective positions. Master. Atu repeated the word. His beady eyes flashed with complex emotions. This title carried a stronger sense of subordination than Your Majesty. He thought of his fellow tribesmen who had been captured by the Sky Lizard tribe. In their dens, they also addressed those brutal predators this way. An instinctive resistance welled up from the depths of his heart. But he looked up at Bai Chenyue's calm, unreadable eyes, then glanced at the white-clothed, black-haired Sadako standing behind her. Finally, His gaze fell on the half-eaten piece of bread in his claws. That resistance instantly vanished into thin air. It was just a title. Compared to delicious food, what did it matter? Being a slave to the sky lizard tribe meant no food and getting beaten. Worse, you could even become their food. Being a servant to master not only came with tasty food, but also wasn't dangerous. Thinking about it this way, it seemed like a huge win. Yes, master. Having figured it out, A2 lowered his head and responded in a voice that was even more respectful, even carrying a hint of fervor. Character Windrat A2 True Form. Status. Currently engaged in self-persuasion. Has completely accepted the new identity setting, and feels fortunate to have found a master who provides food. Note: early symptoms of Stockholm Syndrome. Recommend increasing PUA intensity. Later, try methods like mixing food with hot pot base to completely break down his mental defenses and cultivate him into a qualified loyal dog. Bai Chenyue nodded in satisfaction. Quite sensible. All right, enough talk. Get back to work, she said, pointing to another wall of the cave. If you've rested enough, go find more crystals for me. For every tin you find, I'll reward you with a piece of bread. Yes, master. I guarantee I'll complete the task. Hearing there was more bread, A2's motivation shot straight to the max. He carefully hid the remaining half piece of bread in a crevice in the corner, then immediately threw himself into a new round of digging work. Swish, swish, swish. The cave once again echoed with the sound of efficient, rhythmic digging. Bai Chenyue lay back down on her recliner, crossed her legs, feeling incredibly content. The feeling of having someone else work for you was just fantastic. She leisurely browsed her player panel while watching the pile of energy crystals dug up by A2 grow piece by piece. Energy crystals. 43 100ths. Energy crystals. 44 100ths. Time flew by amidst this monotonous yet highly efficient digging. More than 2 hours later, A2 came running over again, wagging his tail, with the 10th energy crystal in his mouth this round. This time, the total number of crystals he had dug up had reached 20. True to her word, Bai Chenyue directly tossed him 2 pieces of rye bread. Watching A2 hug the 2 large pieces of bread and run to a corner to happily chow down, Bai Chenyue's mood improved along with his. Energy crystals. 62 100ths. Deep in the cave, the sound of digging continued. Swish, swish, swish. A2 was like a tireless little motor. His 4 claws moved so fast they were almost a blur, efficiently scraping away rubble and soil, which was then cleaned up by Sadako following behind with the void suction rod. Bai Chenyue, meanwhile, lounged leisurely on her exclusive recliner, holding a freshly made cup of lemon water. She took sips now and then, the sweet and sour taste spreading on her tongue, making her squint her eyes in comfort. The feeling of watching someone else work there but off for you while you reap the rewards was simply too good. Now she finally understood why bosses loved setting KPIs. How could this feeling not be amazing? She glanced at the growing pile of energy crystals glowing with a faint white light at her feet. The smile on her lips never faded. Energy crystals. 75 100ths. Energy crystals. 81 100ths. Energy crystals. 92 100ths. The numbers on the panel jumped frantically. Each increase made Bai Chenyue's mood a little better. Plop! Another energy crystal was pulled from the wall by A2 and spat out with precision onto the growing crystal hill. This was the 10th one he had dug this round. Chapter 184. Grass Star Operation 11. A2 was panting heavily from exhaustion, its gray fur soaked and plastered to its body, looking exactly like a drowned rat that had just been fished out of water. But its spirit was incredibly high. It ran up to Bai Chenyue, its tail wagging like a rattled drum, its bean-sized eyes sparkling with infinite longing for food. Master! Bai Chenyue sat up, looking at it with satisfaction. Not bad, your efficiency is getting higher and higher. With a wave of her hand, a brand new rye bread appeared out of thin air, landing steadily in A2's arms. Your reward. Thank you, master. Hugging the bread that was bigger than its own head, A2 ran to a corner and hid the rye bread away. It had made up its mind, once it had earned enough food, it would return to its tribe and let the other rats see. A2 was the most capable rat. A2, have some water, don't rush, you can finish the work today. Bai Chenyue handed A2 a cup of water with glucose added. Yes, master. A2 took the cup, drank it, such a strange taste but so delicious, and asked, What's in the water? Added a bit of sugar, don't you like it? Bai Chenyue answered casually. A2 was shocked. It was actually sugar. Before, it had heard its grandfather say that in the sky lizard tribe, there was a kind of plant, and from that plant they could make sugar, used to soak in water to drink, incredibly sweet. But he had never drunk it. His father had never drunk it either. Only his grandfather in the whole family had drunk it, and moreover, his grandfather had managed to come back alive after digging in the sky lizard tribe's mines. Grandfather was one of the most formidable rats in the entire tribe. Now it was drinking sugar water too. Did that mean A2 equals the most formidable rat in the entire tribe? A2 squinted its eyes happily, moved to the point of shedding tears. Master, you're so good. Bai Chenyue. Question mark. Why the sudden good person card? Her gaze lingered briefly on A2. The next second, that familiar blue data box unfolded precisely in her field of vision. Status. Blood sugar spike causing extreme happiness surge. Currently undergoing high-intensity self-brainwashing. Has equated being able to drink sugar water. With peak of rat life. Loyalty significantly increased. Bai Chenyue's mind turned and she asked, You've never eaten sugar before? A2 said, No. Only the tribe chief and my grandfather in our tribe have eaten it. They are the most formidable rats in our tribe. Bai Chenyue. Finish drinking and get back to work. Bai Chenyue urged. When you're done, I'll give you a piece of sugar. Yes, master. A2's eyes lit up, licked the cup, reluctant to drink it all, excitedly responded, then turned back to its work. Watching it giving its all for a bite to eat, Bai Chenyue calculated in her heart, and a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. The final 8 crystal cores under A2's desperate digging didn't take too much time. When the last energy crystal was carried out by it and spat at Bai Chenyue's feet, the entire cave fell silent. A2 was almost exhausted, sticking out its tongue, panting heavily. It felt like its claws were almost worn bald. Bai Chenyue picked up the last crystal core from the ground. Energy crystals. 100. Done. Looking at the number on the panel that had finally reached the target, Bai Chenyue let out a long sigh of relief. She stood up, collected the large pile of energy crystals on the ground into her space. She tossed A2 a piece of bread and a small white rabbit milk candy, and A2 looked puzzled. Bai Chenyue said, You can chew this directly to eat. A2 took the candy, sniffed it, didn't eat it, and hid it away. At that moment, the game popped up with a new prompt. Congratulations to player Who's That Guy. Currently completed the first mission. Collect 100 energy crystals. Game rewards will be settled upon completion of all missions. Second stage mission has been unlocked. Please proceed to the surface. Collect 100 portions of Velvet Ear Rabbit fruit. Mission hint. Velvet Ear Rabbits are one of the 3 major races of grass star, gentle in temperament, but harbor immense hostility towards certain races. Bai Chenyue was stunned. What was going on? The mission reward hadn't been given yet, and the second stage was directly unlocked? And velvet ear rabbit fur? What? Go pluck fur from rabbits? She glanced at A2 hiding in the corner licking the sweet water. It seemed to have mentioned before that besides their wind rat tribe and the sky lizard tribe, there was also a velvet ear tribe on this planet. Gentle in temperament, but harbor immense hostility towards certain races. Bai Chenyue pondered over this sentence, her gaze falling on A2. This certain races, wouldn't it include the wind rat tribe, would it? She walked up to A2 and lightly kicked its furry butt with the tip of her foot. I want to ask you something. A2 jolted, turning its head to look at Bai Chenyue. She squatted down, meeting A2's eyes. Do you know where the velvet ear tribe is? Velvet ear tribe. Hearing these 3 words, the fawning smile on A2's face instantly froze. All the fur on its body stood on end, looking exactly like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Its reaction was even more intense than when the sky lizard tribe was mentioned before. Master, why are you asking this? A2's voice was trembling, its bean-sized eyes filled with terror. Seeing its reaction, Bai Chenyue immediately understood. It seemed the grudge between these 2 races was not small. The game gave a new mission, asking me to collect velvet ear rabbit fur. Bai Chenyue didn't hide it, speaking directly. What? Collect velvet ear rabbit fur. A2 screamed, its voice so shrill it made Bai Chenyue frown. No, no, no. Master. This absolutely won't do. We can't go provoke them. A2 shook its head like a rattle drum. Those velvet ear tribe guys are a bunch of maniacs. When they see us wind rats, they'll charge at us like crazy and beat us up. Beat you up? Bai Chenyue asked, pretending to be curious. Aren't you wind rats best at digging holes and escaping? Can you still get caught by them? Mentioning this, an expression of humiliation and lingering fear appeared on A2's face. Master, you have no idea, it said with a sob in its voice. Velvet ear rabbits look gentle, each one furry and adorable. But when they fight, they're monsters. Their hind legs have terrifying strength. One kick can send us flying out of our holes. Their ears, looking soft and droopy, whip around like lashes, stinging like fire when they hit you. A2 grew more agitated as it spoke, suddenly recalling some unbearable past memories. The most terrifying thing is they also hold grudges. Once they set their sights on you, they'll chase us and beat us, from one end of the burrow to the other. They won't stop until they've beaten the living daylights out of us. In our wind rat tribe, 8 out of 10 have been beaten up by velvet ear rabbits. When I was little, because I accidentally got close to their territory, I was chased and beaten by a female rabbit for 3 days and 3 nights. I almost didn't make it back. Chapter 185. Grass Star Operation 12. A2 spoke, and 2 tears squeezed out of his small eyes, making him look utterly pitiful. Bai Chenyue looked at him. Character: Wind Rat A2 True Form. Status: Recalling childhood trauma. Extremely terrified. 99%. Currently trying to exaggerate to make you give up this dangerous idea. Note: although it's acting, the velvet ear rabbit truly is the wind rat's natural enemy. After all, who would like a neighbor that comes every day to steal from their home and never learns? Steal? Bai Chenyue caught the key point. What did you do? Why were they chasing you and hitting you? She asked. We didn't do anything. A2's eyes darted, he stammered. We were just passing by, accidentally passing by. Really? Bai Chenyue's voice grew cold. She slowly raised her hand, and the pale hand of Sadako, who had been standing silently behind her, rose in unison. An icy bone-deep aura once again enveloped A2. Squeak! A2 was so frightened he plopped down on the ground, trembling like a rattle. I said, Master, don't let it strangle me. He pointed at Sadako and screamed in terror. Bai Chenyue's hand paused in midair, her eyes narrowing slightly. We were just going into their territory to look for a thing called puffgrass. A2's voice grew as small as a mosquito's buzz. Puffgrass. A2 drooped his head and explained in a low voice. It's a kind of grass that grows on the ground, soft and fluffy, very comfortable. We wind rat tribe like to use it to line our nests. Nests made from puffgrass are warm and cozy. Sleeping on them is the greatest joy in a rat's life. As he spoke, a trace of longing and bliss even surfaced on his face. So you were stealing? Bai Chenyue cut to the chase. A2's expression instantly collapsed into grievance. We didn't want to, he protested. But those velvet ear rabbit guys are stingy. They fenced off all the puffgrass and wouldn't let us touch it. We only wanted a tiny bit, just a little to line our nest, and they chased us and beat us up. It's totally unreasonable. Bai Chenyue was not inclined to listen to his distorted logic and rolled her eyes. Good grief. Thieves explaining why stealing is justified. What do the velvet ear tribe use puffgrass for? She asked. A2 hesitated, then admitted honestly. They use puffgrass to feed their kids. If the kids eat puffgrass, they grow fast. Bai Chenyue. She finally understood. Of course. You stole something meant for raising their young and used it as bedding? Who wouldn't lose their mind? No wonder the velvet ear tribe beat wind rats to death on sight. They brought it on themselves. So you two can't communicate? Bai Chenyue asked. No way to communicate. A2 said decisively. Our elders tried before, wanted to live peacefully, tried trading energy crystals for puffgrass. And they refused and still beat our elders up. A2 said indignantly. They said wind rats are untrustworthy, born thieves, and can't be changed. After hearing this, Bai Chenyue didn't want to say more. A thieving nature ingrained in bones probably meant they tricked others during trades, so getting beaten was well deserved. She stood up and looked down at A2 from above. Stop talking nonsense. Now take me to find the Velvet Ear tribe. No, master. I can't go. At the mere idea that Bai Chenyue still intended to find the Velvet Ear tribe, A2 reacted even more dramatically than before. He clung to Bai Chenyue's pant leg, bawling with snot and tears. Master, please spare me. I really can't go. If they catch me, they'll beat me to death. They'll stomp me into mouse cake with their big feet. His crying was heartrending, like he was about to be led to the execution ground at any second. Bai Chenyue looked down at this crying, squalling mouse meat trinket at her feet and felt a headache coming on. This creature was pitifully cowardly but theatrically dramatic. Let go. Her voice was cold as ice shards. No. I won't let go, even if you kill me. A2 tightened his grip. Master, have mercy on me. I have an 80-year-old mother above and mouths to feed below. Before he finished his lie, the familiar, bone-chilling aura pressed down from above. A2 froze and lifted his head, coming face to face with Sadako's soulless, black hole eyes. The deathly pale hand was already beside his neck. A2's wail cut off mid-sob. The paws clinging to Bai Chenyue's pant leg instantly loosened. He swallowed and shivered like a tiny electric motor. Seeing him hesitate, Bai Chenyue did not rush. She reached into her space and took something out. A round, red, glossy object exuding a sweet, fruity aroma. An apple. Crunch. Bai Chenyue took a big bite. The crisp sound made A2's heart skip a beat. Sweet juice trickled down the corner of her mouth, the tempting fragrance making A2 practically itch with desire. What is that? It smelled even better than bread. A2's eyes almost glued to the apple. Bai Chenyue looked at him and said slowly, if you take me to the Velvet Ear tribe, this will be yours too. Bread and this fragrant red fruit. A2's eyes lit up instantly. But when he thought of the terrifying big feet of the Velvet Ear rabbits, he hesitated, his face showing agonized struggle. On one side, the nearby delicious food. On the other, the possibility of being thrashed senseless. A rat's most difficult life decision. In the end, greed beat reason. The scales in A2's mind tipped. What childhood trauma? What big feet? Faced with absolute deliciousness, none of that mattered. At worst, run faster. I'll go. Master. I'll go. A2 shot up from the ground, eyes full of a death-defying determination. I'll lead you. I'll find those damned long-eared rabbits for you. He puffed out his chest, acting like a loyal dog willing to brave fire and blade for his master. Bai Chenyue looked at him. Character. Wind rat A2 true form. Status. Food has clouded his mind, temporarily suppressing fear of the Velvet Ear rabbits. Internally planning to run away as soon as he gets the food after leading you to the place. Note. His loyalty is always tied to food. It is recommended to tie him with a rope while he guides you so he won't run off midway. Bai Chenyue raised an eyebrow. Still a thieving heart that won't die. However, with Sadako present she didn't need a rope. She patted A2's head and smiled kindly. Good, that's my obedient servant. Don't worry, I won't let you risk your life for nothing. Chapter 186. Grass Star Battle. She said that, then stored the half loaf of bread and the bitten apple back into her spatial pouch. A2's expression dimmed. They'll be yours once you lead me to the exit, Bai Chenyue added. And if you try any tricks. She didn't finish the sentence. She simply pointed at Sadako standing nearby. A2 followed her finger and saw Sadako staring straight at him, slowly pulling up a creepy smile, revealing her pearly teeth. Squeak! A2 shivered in fright, almost peeing himself. I wouldn't dare. Master. I absolutely wouldn't dare. He shook his head like a rattle. I too am loyal to you, the rat ancestor is my witness. Better be. Bai Chenyue withdrew her gaze. She had long since given up on this rat's sense of honor. No wonder the Velvet Ear tribe avoided dealing with them. Born with crooked bones, who wants to keep dealing with thieves? What a troublemaker. Still, he was useful for now. All right, enough talk. Lead the way. Bai Chenyue ordered. Yes. Master. A2 dared not hesitate. He grabbed the hidden rye breads and white rabbit milk candies from the corner, then turned and bounded toward the burrow he had come from. As he ran, he sniffed the ground and the air forcefully with his nose. The wind rat tribe weren't just sensitive to ores. They also had an innate sense for underground scents and passages. Bai Chenyue followed behind, constantly wary that this creature might lead her in circles or into a trap. But this time A2 was unusually obedient. Maybe Sadako's intimidation was too strong, or perhaps the allure of bread and apple was simply irresistible. He behaved meticulously and played no tricks the whole way. Status: heading toward the surface exit at maximum speed. Brain occupied entirely with the smell of apples. Using food to control this creature was indeed the most efficient method. Guided by A2, the trio, one human, one rat, one ghost, wove through the labyrinthine underground caverns. Unlike the previous aimless digging, having a clear goal and a guide sped their progress up more than a little. A2 knew the underground routes like the back of his paw, where shortcuts lay, which paths were dead ends. He knew them all. He darted ahead like a nimble gray streak, stopping now and then to sniff, then immediately adjusting course. Master, this way. No, this way. The earthy smell here is fresher. It's closer to the surface. He ran and glanced back braggingly. Bai Chenyue followed at an unhurried pace, holding the flame pistol in her hand to keep invisible pressure on him. Status: route correct, taking a shortcut. Estimated 10 more minutes to reach the surface. Inner monologue: hurry faster, my bread and my fruit, I'm coming. Bai Chenyue read the prompt and her mouth twitched upward. For the sake of food, this guy really put his all into it. Soon the passage ahead began to slope upward, and a breeze carrying the scent of soil and grass drifted from ahead. It was completely different from the oppressive air inside the caverns. We're there. Master. The exit is ahead. A2 cried excitedly and sped up. He stopped in front of a rock face that looked no different from the surroundings. Then he used his sharp claws to dig furiously at a patch of soft soil at the base of the rock. Shua shua shua. Soil flew, and before long a hole just wide enough for a person to crawl through appeared. Bright light streamed in through the gap, dispelling the darkness of the cavern. A2 squeezed out of the hole first, then turned back, squeaking at Bai Chenyue to hurry. Bai Chenyue didn't rush out immediately. She cautiously observed the outside through the opening first. After confirming there was no danger, she stowed Sadako away, stooped and crawled out. The instant she emerged from the stifling dark underground, her vision opened up. The long mist sunlight, though not particularly strong, made Bai Chenyue squint. She had grown used to the dark. Once her eyes adjusted, she looked up and froze. Before her stretched an endless, vast prairie. Emerald grass carpeted the ground, extending to the distant horizon. The sky was a pale blue, a few white clouds drifting lazily. Fresh air filled her lungs, carrying the fragrance of grass and the scent of earth. It refreshed the spirit. After so long underground, surrounded daily by cold hard rock and darkness, seeing such a vibrant scene made Bai Chenyue's mood expand with it. How beautiful! However, the pleasant feeling didn't last long. A bone-piercing cold wind, laced with dampness, rushed toward them. Hiss! Bai Chenyue couldn't help shivering. So cold. The surface temperature was far lower than she had expected. Though the caverns had been cold, they at least maintained a stable temperature and had no wind. On the surface, the gale howled, and the cold seemed needle-like, seeping into every crevice of bone. Her combat suit had some warmth, but it wasn't enough for this environment. Bai Chenyue frowned and pulled a cold resistance fruit from her spatial pouch. She tossed it into her mouth and bit down gently. Warmth surged up from her stomach, spreading rapidly through her limbs and bones. The bone-deep chill was driven away completely. Her whole body became cozy and warm. A delightfully comfortable feeling. A2 at her side noticed the fruit she had eaten. Seeing Bai Chenyue's complexion instantly flush and her looking unbothered by the cold, his little face brightened. He looked untroubled by the cold, his beady eyes filled with envy and longing. Master! He trembled as he scurried to her feet and rubbed his head against her trouser leg. Was that fruit you ate? It smells so good. Chenyue? Can you give me one? His small eyes looked up at her pitifully. Status: performing an Oscar-level drama, 99%. To elicit pity and swindle the cold resistance fruit from you. In reality, his thick fur can endure -100 degrees, Whether you give it to him is up to you. Bai Chenyue glanced at him. Acting again? Still wants the cold resistance fruit? Not a chance. Bai Chenyue tossed him a milk candy. Atu took the candy, wavered for 10 seconds as if in a heavenly battle, then finally decided to eat it. He shoved the candy into his mouth. Peel off the paper first before eating, Bai Chenyue reminded him. Atu spat out the candy, used his claws to carefully peel away the thin wrapper, revealing the smooth white treat inside. He tentatively stuck out his tongue and licked it lightly. Boom! A sweet thunderclap detonated in his brain. Chapter 187. Grass Star Operation 14. Atu froze completely, his bean-sized eyes instantly widening into perfect circles, his breath stopping altogether. He shoved the entire piece of candy into his mouth and gave it a gentle bite with his back teeth. An indescribable mountain-toppling tsunami-like wave of milky fragrance, mixed with sweetness of the purest extreme, utterly detonated his taste buds. His soul left his body. What were all those sandjoint worm molts he had eaten over the past dozen years? How could something be this delicious? It was even better than sugar. Atu's body began to tremble violently, uncontrollably. 2 streams of scalding tears burst from his bean-sized eyes. He was crying. Not from grievance, not from fear, but from happiness and overwhelming emotion. He carefully held the piece of candy in his mouth, not daring to chew it forcefully anymore, just letting the flavor slowly melt on his tongue, drop by drop, moistening his parched soul. At this moment, all thoughts of dignity, freedom, and the childhood trauma inflicted by the velvet ear rabbits were thrown by him to the far ends of the earth. He raised his head and looked at Bai Chenyue with a gaze bordering on fanaticism. This must be their rat ancestors reincarnated as a human. Otherwise, why would she be so good to him? If Bai Chenyue knew what he was thinking right now, she'd probably beat him to death. You were the rat in your past life. Bai Chenyue got goosebumps from the look in his eyes. Status. Taste bud defenses completely breached. Spirit sublimated. Loyalty has reached an unprecedented peak 120%, due to milk candy. Now views you as the mortal incarnation of the rat deity. Trembling, A2 held the candy wrapper he had so carefully peeled off as if it were a priceless treasure in his paws. Then with a tone filled with infinite hope, his eyes sparkling, he asked, Master, if I help you find more energy crystals in the future, can you reward me with this too? He pointed with his paw at the small piece of candy wrapper. The look in his eyes was utterly devout. Bai Chenyue's heart stirred. Energy crystals? She suddenly remembered the wails of those players she had seen earlier in the global chat channel. Most people were still trapped underground, using the most primitive tools, driven to distraction over 1 or 2 crystals. But her? With A2, this rodent-shaped mineral detector, energy crystals were like cabbages. She could get as many as she wanted. Before, she had only been thinking about completing her own mission. Now, a bold idea surfaced in her mind. She could totally use A2 to hoard a massive amount of energy crystals. Then when most players were falling into despair over this first stage mission, she could sell these crystals at a high price. She couldn't help but recall the last game, where some bastard had played a trick on her, restricting the large-scale excavation of game mission items. In principle, rodents weren't allowed to mine, but who could stop a rodent from volunteering? Trading a few pieces of bread and a few candies for a sea of energy crystals, then using those crystals to harvest game coins from other players. This deal could work. Bai Chenyue's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken a few beats. This was the correct way to farm a dungeon. Looking at the eagerly expectant A2 before her, she seemed to see a mountain of gold, inexhaustible and limitless. The look she gave A2 became considerably more benevolent. Bai Chenyue, the benevolent and kind, nodded. Of course. However, Bai Chenyue's tone shifted as she began to set new KPIs. The rules need to change. From now on, for every 20 energy crystals you help me find, besides rewarding you with 1 rye bread, I'll give you an extra piece of this candy. 20 pieces. Double the previous 10. If it were before, A2 would definitely have tried to bargain. But now his brain had been completely addled by the sweetness of the milk candy. Not to mention 20 pieces. He'd be willing to do it even for 50. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. I will work hard. I'll dig more crystals for you. A2 excitedly hopped in place, as if he could already see countless milk candies waving at him. Bai Chenyue nodded with satisfaction. Done. She glanced at the endless grassland and put away her relaxed mood. All right, don't celebrate too early. Let's take care of business first. Bai Chenyue's voice turned cold, and A2's hopping immediately stopped. Where is the Velvet Ear tribe? Lead the way. Mentioning the Velvet Ear tribe made A2's body shudder instinctively, fear surfacing on his face once more. But this time that fear was mixed with a desperate resolve to fight for delicious food. He glanced at Bai Chenyue, then secretly peeked at the candy wrapper clutched in his paw. Bai Chenyue saw through his hesitation. Without a word, she slowly pulled out another milk candy from her space. Rustle. Right in front of A2, she unhurriedly peeled off the wrapper. That crisp sound to A2's ears was the most beautiful music in the world. Bai Chenyue placed the pure white candy into her mouth, a look of enjoyment appearing on her face. A2's throat involuntarily bobbed, drool almost dripping from the corner of his mouth. His determination was completely solidified at this moment. They're just rabbits. What's there to be afraid of? For candy I'll fight. Master. That way. A2 suddenly raised his paw, pointing deep into the grassland, his voice even a few decibels louder. About 30 miles, that's their territory. We need to be careful, don't let them spot us. Let's go. Bai Chenyue put Sadako back into her space. As she walked, she vigilantly surveyed her surroundings. After walking for about half an hour, A2, who had been leading the way with his head down, suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Bai Chenyue stopped and looked at the suddenly motionless A2, asking warily. Master. A2's voice carried a slight tremble. He stretched out a paw pointing ahead. Smell. Smell that. Bai Chenyue. Question mark. She wasn't a wind rat. How could she have such a keen sense of smell? His nose twitched frantically in the air. All the fur on his body stood on end, and the entire rat instantly flattened itself against the ground. Master. His voice was pressed extremely low, filled with terror and tension. There's a smell. The smell of velvet ear rabbits. They're nearby. Bai Chenyue's eyes narrowed. She immediately crouched down as well, simultaneously pulling out the dark red flame pistol from her space and gripping it in her hand. Bai Chenyue held her breath, pressing her body even lower, hiding behind a clump of dense grass taller than a person. She followed A2's line of sight. Not far ahead, the terrain undulated slightly, forming a gentle slope. On the slope, scattered sporadically, were some enormous mounds of earth, each 3 to 4 meters high. Their surfaces were polished exceptionally smooth by the wind, showing an earthen yellow color that reflected a cold gleam under the bleak daylight. Around the mounds, some white, furry figures could be seen moving about. Were those the velvet ear rabbits? Chapter 188. Operation Grass Star. The distance was too great to see clearly. Master, that's the place. A2 was already trembling with fear. That's the territory of the Velvet Ear tribe. We can't get any closer. His entire body was pressed flat against the ground, his claws digging into the damp soil, adopting a stance that clearly said he would rather die than take another step forward. Their noses are even sharper than mine. If we go any further, the wind will carry our scent over, and they'll discover us immediately. Bai Chenyue frowned slightly. Wait for me here, she whispered, lowering her voice. No, no, no. A2 shook his head like a rattledrum, his face full of terror. Master, I can't stay here. It's too dangerous. With a tearful voice he pleaded softly. Please let me go back underground. I'll wait for you in my burrow, I promise I won't run around. As soon as you return, I'll come out immediately to meet you. He spoke with such heartfelt sincerity, as if he were genuinely concerned for Bai Chenyue's safety. If you leave me here, what if a Velvet Ear rabbit patrol passes by? I'll be beaten to death by them. Bai Chenyue looked at him, her gaze calm. Status: fear 80%. Wants to flee 100%. Internal monologue: as soon as she leaves, I'll immediately burrow into the ground and make my escape. I'll take my bread and sugar and flee far away. No master, no crystal core, is more important than a rat's life. Bai Chenyue felt no emotional ripple. She had expected this long ago. This guy was unreliable. Let him return to his burrow? What difference was there between that and directly letting him escape? He would definitely scamper back to his old lair in a flash, and then, lost in the vast sea of rats, would never be seen again. But bringing him along would make their target too large. Just as he said, the scent of a wind rat was far too conspicuous to the velvet ear rabbits. Bai Chenyue pondered for a moment, her gaze falling on A2, who was still shivering on the ground. Suddenly she had an idea. "All right, I won't make you stay here," she said indifferently. A2's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this, thinking Bai Chenyue had agreed to let him return to his burrow. "Thank you, master. You are truly too." Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Chenyue had already reached out and placed a hand firmly on his furry head. "Don't move." A cold voice came. A2's entire body stiffened. Before he could even process what was happening, he only saw a flash of white light before his eyes, and the whole world spun. The next second, the sensation under his feet changed. A2 was dumbfounded. He raised his head in confusion, looking around. Where was this? He found himself in a massive, terrifyingly empty space. Surrounding him were white walls that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Above was a sky that emitted a soft white light, yet no light source was visible. In the air there was a scent that made his very soul tremble. A2's nose twitched frantically. It was the aroma of food, and the scent of those red, glowing fruits. And also that creamy candy scent that could make a rat cry with happiness, sweet to the very marrow. Heavens! And that wasn't all. Besides these familiar smells, the air was also mixed with countless strange, exotic fragrances he had never smelled before, scents that made his mouth water just from a single whiff. A2's eyes followed the source of the aromas, moving bit by bit. Then he saw it. Not far away, a small mountain made of all sorts of colorful, varied packaging. Next to the small mountain, there were also boxes upon boxes of those gleaming red fruits. And on the other side, there were rows of shelves filled with all kinds of things he couldn't understand, but his instincts screamed that they were absolutely delicious. Boom! A2's brain completely shut down. Had he arrived at the heaven the rat ancestors had described? His beady little eyes were instantly filled with greed and fervor. Drool uncontrollably flowed from the corner of his mouth, forming a small puddle on the cold metal floor. Status: has entered gourmet paradise. Rational defenses are being washed away by a flood of appetite. About to enter frenzied snacking mode. Please be advised. Just as A2's rationality was about to snap completely, as he prepared to pounce toward that mountain of food, a figure appeared behind him. It was Bai Chenyue. She stepped directly onto his back, suppressing him on the spot. A2 jolted, mostly regaining his senses. He remembered that terrifying black-haired female ghost. Remembered that chilling, bone-piercing aura. The instinct for survival temporarily suppressed the surging appetite. Master. A2's voice trembled. He didn't understand how he had suddenly ended up in this place. Bai Chenyue didn't answer him. She simply raised her hand lightly. *B***. Bumblebee with the red bow tied on his head rolled over. Immediately after, another figure floated over silently. White clothes, black hair, deathly pale skin, dark hollow eye sockets. It was Sadako. That familiar feeling. Squeak. A2 was so scared he nearly lost control of his bowels. His limbs went weak, and he collapsed flat on the ground, all the gray fur on his body standing on end. Bumblebee's buzzing, Sadako's ghostly aura, plus Bai Chenyue's bottomless gaze. The triple-layered fear crushed all the ambition that had swelled within him just moments ago because of the delicious food. A2. Bai Chenyue finally spoke, her voice flat yet carrying an indisputable authority. This is my space. She pointed to the mountain of food not far away. None of the things here are to be touched without my permission. Her voice paused, growing colder. You'd better stay put and not attempt any mischief. Bai Chenyue pointed to Bumblebee hovering in midair, and Sadako standing beside her. Otherwise, these two will beat you to within an inch of your life. She paused again, as if considering a more precise phrasing. Of course, they'll leave you with half a breath. I'll heal you, and then they'll continue the beating. Do you understand? Bai Chenyue crouched down, meeting his eyes at his level. I understand, master, I wouldn't dare. A2 began trembling again. The rat ancestors were terrifying. Sadako, take him to work. Teach him how to plow the fields. Bai Chenyue thought about it and decided she couldn't let him be too idle, lest he cause trouble. Sadako floated forward. Bai Chenyue lifted her foot, and Sadako grabbed A2 by the neck with one hand, dragging him away. A2? Tilda. Tutu is dead. If you need anything, burn some paper money. Having arranged A2 and his new job clearly, Bai Chenyue focused her mind and left the space. The wind around her felt even colder. She crouched down again, hiding her body behind the dense grass, her gaze fixed on the distant mound. That was the lair of the Velvet-Ear tribe. Without hesitation, Bai Chenyue suppressed her aura, lowered her posture, and using the cover of the grass, began silently moving toward the direction of the mound. As the distance closed, those white figures became clearer. They were nothing like cute little rabbits. Each one stood upright, nearly 5 feet tall, their bodies covered in bulging muscles. Their 2 hind legs were frighteningly thick and strong. Their long ears drooped behind them, reaching all the way to their buttocks, giving them an extremely powerful appearance. These didn't look like rabbits at all. They were clearly a group of muscular, fierce rabbits. Chapter 189. Grass Star Operation 16. Bai Chenyue took a deep breath and decided to try diplomacy first, force later. She stood up from behind the rock, raising both hands high to signal she had no weapons and no ill intent. Hello, I'm a passing player, she said clearly. Almost the moment she spoke, the gazes of all the Velvet-Ear rabbits instantly snapped onto her. Species: Velvet-Ear rabbit, adult male. Status: patrolling, high alertness. Description: one of the 3 major races of grass star, herbivorous, social, with extremely strong territorial instincts. Possesses powerful explosive strength and astonishing jumping ability. Kicks from its hind legs can easily shatter rocks. Ears are highly flexible and can be used as whips for striking. Holds a generational feud-level hostility towards the Wind Rat tribe. Holy crap, easily shatter rocks? That's called gentle? Do they have some misunderstanding about the word gentle? The eyes of the several Velvet-Ear rabbits on sentry duty suddenly became as sharp as blades. One of them sniffed forcefully at the air, and the next second, its originally docile red eyes turned blood red. It's the stench of a wind rat. It let out an angry roar, its voice piercing, directly cutting off Bai Chenyue's words. This 2-legged creature carries the smell of those damned thieves. She's a wind rat in disguise. Kill her. Avenge the stolen puffgrass. I am not a wind rat. Bai Chenyue's voice turned cold. I need your fur. I can exchange it for energy crystals, or any food you require. As these words fell, the atmosphere on the scene plummeted to freezing point. All the Velvet-Ear rabbits wore expressions of disbelief and extreme fury. Fur. The scar-faced rabbit's voice trembled, not from fear, but from sheer overwhelming rage. You vicious wind rat. You steal our grass, and now you want to skin us for our pelts. It flew into a complete rage, letting out a sky-shaking roar. Tear her apart. She must not leave our territory alive. Roar. Over a dozen muscular giant rabbits roared in fury simultaneously. Amidst the deafening roars, the gray Velvet-Ear rabbit closest to Bai Chenyue suddenly pushed off the ground with its 2 thick hind legs. Boom! The ground was kicked into a shallow crater, sending grass clippings and dirt flying. Its body shot towards Bai Chenyue like a cannonball fired from a barrel, carrying an unstoppable gust of wind. The speed was too fast. Bai Chenyue's pupils contracted sharply. Almost instinctively, she activated lightning legs, her body shifting sideways to the limit. Whoosh! The Velvet-Ear rabbit flew past, almost grazing the corner of her clothes, the gale it stirred up making her cheeks sting. Before she could even steady herself, another white Velvet-Ear rabbit attacked from a different direction. It leaped high into the air, twisting its body mid-flight. Its muscular right leg, like a giant mountain-splitting axe, descended towards the top of her head with a sound that tore through the air. Bai Chenyue's eyes narrowed sharply. With no time to dodge, she could only cross her arms in front of her for protection. Thud! A dull, heavy thud. An unimaginable force transmitted through her arms. Bai Chenyue felt as if her arms had been struck head-on by a high-speed truck. Her bones seemed to groan in protest. Her entire body was sent flying uncontrollably backwards, tumbling several times across the grass before she managed to dissipate that domineering force. Cough! She pushed herself up from the ground, feeling as if her internal organs had been rearranged. Her arms were so numb and sore they had almost lost all sensation. Incredible strength. These rabbits were completely unreasonable. Grab her. Don't let her escape. Tear this wind rat accomplice to shreds. 7 or 8 velvet ear rabbits closed in from all directions, their eyes blood red, muscles tensed, murderous intent radiating, sealing off all her escape routes. Bai Chenyue slowly stood up, rubbing her numb arms, her gaze turning completely icy. She understood now. There was simply no reasoning with these rabbits whose brains were apparently all muscle. They were convinced she was allied with the wind rats. Any explanation would just be seen as an excuse. In that case, then there's nothing more to say. Bai Chenyue's voice was cold, with a thought. Vroom. 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 A familiar heavy metal engine roar, growing from distant to near, sounded out of thin air. All the velvet ear rabbits warily halted their steps, looking in confusion towards the source of the sound. They saw ripples appear in the space behind Bai Chenyue. Immediately after, a massive yellow and black metal construct descended with a crash. Boom! Bumblebee's colossal body, over 4 meters tall, slammed heavily onto the grassy ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its iconic blue electronic eyes lit up, scanning the surrounding muscular rabbits. Its mechanical, synthesized voice rang out with an icy quality. Hostile targets detected. Initiate purge. This sudden development stunned all the velvet ear rabbits. They tilted their heads back, staring at the steel giant towering over them several times their size, their red eyes filled with shock and a hint of fear. Fight! Bai Chenyue uttered just one word. Command confirmed. Bumblebee slightly bent its knees, its massive frame charging like a tank towards the velvet ear rabbit closest to it. Roar! That rabbit, its ferocity provoked, didn't retreat but instead charged forward. It pushed off with its hind legs, rushing straight at Bumblebee. It leaped high, delivering a whip-like kick aimed squarely at Bumblebee's metal head. Clang! A deafening metallic clang. The kick, powerful enough to shatter rocks, struck Bumblebee's head, only producing a shower of dazzling sparks. Bumblebee's head merely swayed slightly. The velvet ear rabbit, however, let out a shrill cry of agony, clutching its leg as it rolled on the ground in pain. Its leg was twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. One hit, instant defeat. Seeing this, the remaining velvet ear rabbits weren't intimidated. Instead, they were incited to even more frenzied fury. Attack together. Tear that hunk of metal apart. Roar! 7 or 8 velvet ear rabbits launched their assault simultaneously. Their figures were fast as lightning, pouncing on Bumblebee from all angles. Some kicked fiercely with their hind legs, some whipped with their long ears like lashes, and some even opened their 3-lipped mouths, baring sharp front teeth, attempting to bite Bumblebee's metal armor. Clang! 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 For a moment, the sound of dense impacts was incessant, sparks flying everywhere. Although Bumblebee was thick-skinned and tough, facing such concentrated group attacks left it somewhat flustered for a time. Its massive body was forced to retreat step by step under the onslaught. These rabbits were too fast, and their bodies were far more agile and slippery than Bumblebee's, making them incredibly difficult to grab hold of. Bai Chenyue watched the battle, her brow furrowing slightly. This wouldn't do. The efficiency was too low. Chapter 190. Operation Grasstar, Part 17. Bai Chenyue's eyes sharpened as she retrieved a peculiarly shaped silver instrument from her spatial storage. The Ripper sonic resonance device. Without hesitation, she pressed the button at the center of the device. Bzzzzz. A high-frequency sound wave, invisible to the naked eye, spread outwards with her as the epicenter. There was no earth-shattering roar, only an extremely sharp, soul-trembling hum. The velvet ear rabbits besieging Bumblebee suddenly stiffened. They felt as if a red-hot iron rod had been brutally thrust into their heads and then frantically stirred. The world spun, their vision blurred with countless double images, their ears filled with a piercing buzz. They couldn't even stand steadily, staggering around as if drunk. Dizziness. Group control. Now. Bai Chenyue commanded in a low voice. Roger. Bumblebee's electronic eyes locked onto the velvet ear rabbits that had lost their ability to resist. His massive metal hands transformed into merciless iron fists, pummeling down one after another. Thump! One punch landed squarely in the eye socket of a velvet ear rabbit. That rabbit didn't even have time to scream before its eye turned black and blue, and it fell over stiffly. Thump! Another punch, and another rabbit's other eye socket accurately acquired a symmetrical black eye. Thump! 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 Bumblebee's movements were swift as lightning, each punch precisely targeting the eye sockets of these muscular rabbit brutes. He seemed to have a unique pursuit of symmetrical aesthetics, ensuring every rabbit that fell possessed a pair of standard, well-proportioned panda eyes. Within mere seconds, the 7 or 8 velvet ear rabbits that had been so fierce moments ago were all lying on the ground, holding their heads and groaning in pain, each sporting a freshly minted pair of panda eyes, utterly unable to get up. The whole world fell silent. Bai Chenyue put away the sonic resonance device. Looking at the ground full of panda rabbits, she felt no sense of satisfaction, only a profound sense of speechlessness. We could have talked this out nicely, but you had to force me to use force. She recalled the game's mission prompt. The velvet ear rabbits are one of Grass Star's 3 major races, gentle in temperament. Bai Chenyue looked at this group of muscular rabbit brutes who resorted to lethal force at the slightest disagreement, with their explosive combat power, and then at their current pitiful state. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Gentle in temperament? Where exactly is the gentleness here? Are they out of their minds? The battle ended quickly, and the scene became eerily quiet for a moment. Only the pained groans of the velvet ear rabbits lying on the ground, clutching their heads, remained. Bai Chenyue took out a golden thread healing mushroom and ate it, her injuries rapidly healing. Then she walked over to the gray velvet ear rabbit that had attacked her first, whose leg was now fractured, and looked down at it coldly. Now, can we talk properly? Her voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. The gray velvet ear rabbit grimaced in pain, but its gaze towards Bai Chenyue was still filled with anger and defiance. At that moment, an aged yet steady voice came from the entrance of the largest earthen mound. Stop, outsider! Bai Chenyue turned towards the sound. She saw an elderly velvet ear rabbit, taller and larger than the others, with fur that had turned grayish-white, slowly walking out, leaning on a cane made from some kind of plant root. Though its eyes were cloudy, they held a wisdom that seemed to see through worldly affairs. Its face was etched with the marks of time, its long ears drooping, appearing somewhat feeble. But the aura of authority it naturally exuded, without any show of anger, silenced all the groaning velvet ear rabbits around. The old rabbit walked into the center of the clearing. It glanced at the ground full of its clansmen sporting panda eyes, then at the gray rabbit with the fractured leg. A flicker of heartache passed through its cloudy eyes, but it didn't immediately react. Its gaze finally settled on Bai Chenyue, and on the steel giant standing like a mountain behind her, Bumblebee. You are not a wind rat, the old rabbit spoke, its voice hoarse. Those cowards of the wind rat tribe don't have your courage, nor the ability to control such a steel monster. It paused, then continued asking, why do you carry their scent on you? Bai Chenyue said flatly, I captured one to be my servant. This answer caused the expressions in all the velvet ear rabbit's eyes to change. Surprise, disbelief, and a hint of schadenfreude? A flicker of astonishment also passed through the old rabbit's cloudy eyes. It re-examined Bai Chenyue and asked, you captured a wind rat to be your servant? Is that a problem? Bai Chenyue countered. No. The old rabbit fell silent for a moment, seemingly digesting this information. It waved its paw, signaling its clansmen to help the injured companions back. Then, leaning on its cane, it made a pleased gesture towards Bai Chenyue. Outsider, please come to my cave for a talk. Its tone had softened considerably. Bai Chenyue did not refuse. She put away Bumblebee and followed the old rabbit into the largest cave. The interior of the cave was far more spacious and dry than it appeared from outside. The walls were polished very smoothly, and the floor was covered with a thick layer of fragrant dry grass. The old rabbit invited Bai Chenyue to sit on a flat stone stool, then sat down itself. Speak, outsider. What is your purpose in coming to the territory of our Velvet Ear tribe? The old rabbit got straight to the point. Bai Chenyue didn't beat around the bush either, stating her purpose directly. I need your fur. 100 portions. Our fur. The old rabbit frowned. What do you need our fur for? Our velvet is the most precious treasure of our tribe, used to keep our kits warm. That's none of your concern, Bai Chenyue said succinctly. The old rabbit stared at her for a long time, seemingly judging the truth of her words. After a long while it sighed and said, Outsider, considering you helped us teach the wind rats a lesson, I can give you a chance. But our velvet cannot be given to you for free. Name your price. Bai Chenyue was straightforward. We want puff grass, the old rabbit said, enunciating each word clearly. Puff grass. Bai Chenyue's heart stirred, but she asked expressionlessly, As far as I know, puffgrass is a specialty within your territory, isn't it? Why would you need an outsider like me to obtain it? Hearing this question, an expression of immense anger and heartache appeared on the old rabbit's wrinkled face. Puffgrass is the sacred object our Velvet Ear tribe has guarded for generations, crucial food for feeding our next generation. It thumped its cane heavily on the ground, its voice trembling. But this year all the puffgrass was stolen by those damned wind rats. They didn't leave a single blade for us. The kits in our tribe are so thin the wind could blow them away. Chapter 191. Grass Star Operation 18. Thinking of this, the old rabbit's eyes turned red. Although its eyes were originally red, now they were even redder. Bai Chenyue. They stole all the baby's formula milk. Of course the parents would go crazy. She had only thought that A2's tribe had stolen just a little puffgrass, never imagining they had stolen it all. So shameless they deserved a beating. The old rabbit was so angry its whiskers trembled. Those damned rats stole our sacred grass used to feed our kits, took it back to line their nests, to use as bedding. Bai Chenyue. She was starting to feel a bit of sympathy for these muscle-bound rabbits now. Who wouldn't be furious in that situation? So, you wouldn't be thinking of having me infiltrate the wind rat nest to help you get the puffgrass back, would you? Bai Chenyue asked. Yes. The old rabbit's eyes were filled with hope and entreaty. Outsider, I know this request is excessive. The wind rat nest is like an underground maze, filled with dangers. But since you were able to capture a wind rat as a servant, your strength must be extraordinary. It looked at Bai Chenyue and said solemnly, As long as you can help us retrieve 100 stalks of puffgrass, we will give you 100 portions of our highest quality velvet fur. This is the greatest sincerity our Velvet Ear tribe can offer. Bai Chenyue looked at the old rabbit's sincere eyes, her mind already calculating. This mission essentially circled back to the wind rats after all. And she just happened to have a professional wind rat in her grasp. This was like someone delivering a pillow just when you were feeling sleepy. Deal. Bai Chenyue agreed crisply. Excellent. The old rabbit stood up excitedly. Outsider, you are truly a friend of our Velvet Ear tribe. Don't celebrate just yet. Bai Chenyue stood up looking at it. I need to know where to find the wind rat nest. The old rabbit said. Wind rat burrows are spread throughout the underground, but their largest nest is beneath that black rock area to the east. That's the territory of the wind rat tribe chief, and also where they store the stolen puffgrass. It cautioned, but you must be careful. Wind rats are cunning by nature, skilled at setting traps, and they are numerous. I understand. Bai Chenyue nodded, then turned and walked out of the cave. After leaving the Velvet Ear tribe's territory, she found a secluded patch of grass. Confirming no one was around, Bai Chenyue focused her thoughts. The next second, the figures of A2 and Sadako simultaneously appeared before her. Master! A2 had just appeared when it saw Bai Chenyue's frost-cold face, and Sadako emitting a chilling aura beside her. It shivered in fright, its ingratiating smile freezing on its face. Bai Chenyue crouched down, meeting its eyes at the same level, her voice devoid of any warmth. A2, I ask you, do you have puffgrass? When A2 heard the words puffgrass, a flicker of barely noticeable panic flashed in its beady eyes. But it quickly composed itself, shaking its head like a rattled drum, putting on an innocent face as it said, Puffgrass? Master, you mustn't wrong me. I'm the most law-abiding rat in our wind rat tribe. never taking so much as a needle or thread from other rats. How could I have puffgrass? There must be some misunderstanding. It spoke with such heartfelt sincerity, as if it truly were a good rat that obeyed rules and never stole. Bai Chenyue watched its performance quietly, saying nothing. In her field of vision, a familiar blue data box accurately floated above A2's head. Status: currently performing Oscar level lying, 99%. Not having puffgrass is the truth. Being the most law-abiding rat, never taking so much as a needle or thread from other rats is false. Not having puffgrass is because it's incompetent, couldn't steal any, and has nothing to do with being law-abiding. Bai Chenyue expressionlessly withdrew her gaze. She slowly raised her hand. Sadako. Bai Chenyue called out lightly. An icy bone-chilling aura instantly enveloped A2. All the fur on A2's body shushed and stood on end. It stiffly turned its head, coming face to face with Sadako's deathly pale, bloodless face and those pitch-black, seemingly all-devouring eyes. Squeak! A2 let out a terrified, shrill scream, turning to try and burrow into the ground. However, the moment it moved, a cold hand had already shot out like lightning, grabbing its neck and lifting it bodily off the ground. Master! Spare me! I was wrong. I was really wrong. A2's limbs kicked frantically in the air, crying with snot and tears streaming. I won't dare again. I'll tell you whatever you ask. Please let it release me. The desire to survive made it instantly abandon all wishful thinking. Too late. Bai Chenyue's voice was cold as ice. What she hated most was deception and betrayal. This rat, having already submitted to her, still dared to lie to her face. It needed a lesson it would never forget, otherwise it would be impossible to control in the future. Beat it. Bai Chenyue gave the order to Sadako. Just leave it breathing. Sadako grinned, revealing a creepy smile. Holding A2, it floated to an empty patch of ground nearby. Then amidst A2's terrified, despairing screams, a deathly pale palm rose high and then came down hard. Smack! A crisp sound echoed across the grassland, immediately followed by dense, rain-like blows and A2's pig-slaughtering wails. Ow! Not the face. Smack! I was wrong. I was really wrong. Smack! Smack! My back. It's breaking. Smack! 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 Master! Save me. I'll confess. I'll confess everything. Bai Chenyue just stood with her arms crossed, watching coldly from the sidelines. Sadako showed great restraint, each blow making A2 feel excruciating pain but never actually injuring its vital spots. Pure physical suffering but extremely effective. It was beaten for a full 5 minutes. Only when A2's voice had become hoarse and weak, breathing more in than out, did Bai Chenyue speak lightly. Stop. Sadako stopped its actions, casually throwing the now swollen pig-headed A2 onto the ground like a ragged sack. At this moment, A2 was at its most pitiful state. Its gray fur was a messy matted mess. Its face was covered in black and blue bruises, both eyes swollen to mere slits, looking exactly like a miserable rat sporting 2 panda eyes. It lay on the ground, its entire body trembling uncontrollably, without even the strength to get up. Bai Chenyue walked slowly to stand before it, looking down from above. Now, can you give an honest account? Can do. A2 said in a weak voice choked with sobs. Master, I won't dare lie to you again. Speak. Where is the puffgrass? Bai Chenyue asked. Chapter 192. Grass Star Operation 19. It's in the homes of the various rats in our tribe, A2 answered weakly. This year, we really did move all of the Velvet Ear tribe's puffgrass, cleaned it out completely. It didn't dare hide anything further, explaining the whole story from beginning to end in detail. After hearing it, Bai Chenyue just felt that these rats truly couldn't change their thieving ways. So your tribe's warehouse is now piled high with puffgrass? Bai Chenyue asked. Why, yes. A2 nodded feebly. Most of it is in the main warehouse, guarded personally by the tribe chief, and a small portion was taken by some higher-status tribe rats, hidden in their own homes. Do you have any at your home? Bai Chenyue pressed. I don't have any. A2 shook his head like a rattle drum. I have low status in the tribe, I wouldn't get a share. Bai Chenyue looked at him. Status. Currently lying 50%. His home indeed doesn't have any, but he knows how to get some. This guy, after taking such a beating, still dares to be sneaky. Bai Chenyue's eyes turned cold, about to have Sadako give him another round. Atu seemed to sense the change in her gaze, shivering in fright and quickly adding, But I know how to trade for it. I can use food to trade with other rats. Trade? Bai Chenyue raised an eyebrow. This guy's mind works pretty fast. Yes. Trade. Seeing Bai Chenyue's expression soften slightly, Atu hurriedly struggled to get up, his face still swollen like a pig's head, and said urgently, Master, you don't know what our wind rat tribe lacks most is food, especially the kind you gave me. That kind of fragrant hard bread and that sugar that's sweet to the core. These things in our tribe are the most precious treasures. As he spoke, he looked at Bai Chenyue with his eyes swollen into walnut shapes, pitifully, his intention obvious. He grew more and more excited as he spoke, as if already seeing the scene of trading large amounts of puffgrass for bread and milk candy. Just give me a little food, I promise. I can trade you enough puffgrass. More than 100 plants. Atu patted his chest, swearing earnestly. Bai Chenyue looked at his money-grubbing appearance and sneered inwardly. Trying to get something for nothing, using her food to lord it over others in the tribe, trading for his own private gain. However, this suggestion did remind her. Directly stealing would cause too much commotion, easily provoking resistance from the entire wind rat tribe. But if she used trade to divide them, targeting those individual rats who got a share of the puffgrass, breaking them down one by one, that seemed like a more stable and more efficient method. After all, that puffgrass was stolen goods to begin with. Right now, she was just engaging in a bit of underworld justice, buying back the stolen goods. Only the money spent would be extremely little. Thinking of this, Bai Chenyue glanced at A2, who was still moaning on the ground, and formed a plan in her mind. All right, she said flatly. Really? Master? A2's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this, even forgetting most of his pain. However, not for you. Bai Chenyue changed her tone. The food remains in my possession. You are only responsible for leading the way and negotiating. All puffgrass traded for belongs to me. The excitement on A2's face instantly collapsed into disappointment. Seeing his reaction, Bai Chenyue leisurely dangled a carrot. For every 20 plants of puffgrass you help me trade for, I will reward you with an extra piece of milk candy. 20 plants for one piece? A2's eyes lit up again, even brighter than before. Milk candy. Just thinking about that taste made his whole body feel wonderful. What were 20 plants of puffgrass to him? With bread, forget 20, he was confident he could trade for even more. Didn't that mean he could get lots and lots of milk candy? Thinking of this, A2 almost drooled. The pain on his body, the childhood trauma, the betrayal of his tribe, all became insignificant in the face of the immense temptation of milk candy. I'll do it. Master. I'll do it. A2 scrambled up from the ground, sporting two panda eyes, his gaze filled with a death-defying determination. I, A2, am willing to be your ox and horse, to trade for all the puffgrass under the heavens for you. Status, completely blinded by milk candy, has already equated betraying the tribe with earning milk candy, and is smug about his own cleverness. Note: congratulations, you have successfully cultivated a qualified rat trader. Bai Chenyue nodded in satisfaction. When dealing with greedy and cowardly creatures, the carrot and stick approach was always the most effective method. Your injuries. Bai Chenyue glanced at his pitiful state. It's nothing. Master. A minor injury, it won't affect my service to you. A2 puffed out his chest, putting on the appearance of an iron-willed tough guy. In reality, his heart was twinging with pain. Bai Chenyue couldn't be bothered with him. She took out from her space the few rye breads A2 had hidden earlier and the piece of milk candy he treasured like a precious jewel, throwing them all on the ground. Seeing his property returned, A2's eyes went wide. He pounced on them, using his two front paws to tightly clutch the food, trembling with excitement, afraid they would fly away again. You carry these things yourself, Bai Chenyue's voice came. A2 was stunned for a moment. How to carry all this? Bai Chenyue saw his dilemma, thought for a moment, and rummaged in her space for a tablecloth she had bought on a whim when stockpiling supplies before. It was a 1-meter square piece of floral cloth, red with white flowers full of rustic charm. She threw the cloth to A2. Use this to wrap them up. A2 looked at the gaudy cloth before him, a bit confused. But under Bai Chenyue's gaze, he clumsily tried to mimic packing, carefully placing the few rye breads and several pieces of milk candy in the center of the floral cloth. He grabbed the 4 corners of the cloth, clumsily tied a knot, making a simple little bundle. After several attempts, he finally found a suitable way, hanging the knot of the bundle around his neck, carrying the large floral cloth bundle on his back. Bai Chenyue looked at A2's comical appearance before her, and almost laughed out loud. A gray rat with panda eyes, a huge red and white northeastern-style floral cloth bundle hanging around its neck. The scene was something else. All right, stop dawdling. Bai Chenyue suppressed her smile. Lead the way ahead to your den. Yes, master. Mentioning serious business, A2 immediately put away his money-grubbing expression, tightening the bundle on his chest. He turned, identified the direction, and started running swiftly on his 4 short legs towards the Wind Rat settlement. For candy charge. Chapter 193 Grass Star Operation 20. A2 ran swiftly ahead, not forgetting to turn his head and claim credit from Bai Chenyue. Master, don't worry. I know our Wind Rat tribe's underground world like the back of my hand. Which path is the fastest, which hole is the safest, I could walk them blindfolded. Our tribe has a very strict hierarchy. The tribe chief and the several elders all live in the deepest, safest core area. Those guys who got allocated puffgrass mostly live in the inner circle too. The outer circle is where ordinary rats like my family with no status live. But precisely because of that, the outer circle has the most lax security. Entering from there is the least likely way to get caught. A2 spoke eloquently, selling out all the secrets of his own tribe. He even thoughtfully planned out a stocking up route for Bai Chenyue. Master, I have a cousin called Big A. He's in charge of overseeing food distribution in the tribe. He gets plenty of perks, so he definitely got a lot of puffgrass allocated. His place is right at the entrance to the inner circle. We can start with his house. That rat is greedy and stupid. As long as I take out some bread, he'll definitely trade with me. Listening to A2's backstabbing plan, Bai Chenyue gained a new understanding of the lower limit of this guy's moral integrity. To get food, he'd even scheme against his own cousin. He was truly a born rat trader seedling. However, she liked it. Very good, Bai Chenyue praised. You won't be short on rewards after we succeed. Thank you, master. Praise received. A2 ran even more vigorously. About an hour later, A2 slowed down. He stopped in front of a pile of rocks that looked utterly ordinary, sniffing the air forcefully with his nose. Master, we're here. His voice was extremely low. Ahead is one of the entrances to our tribe's territory. This is the most remote one. Usually very few rats come or go from here. Bai Chenyue examined the rock pile before her. The rocks were of varying sizes, piled together haphazardly. In the gaps between the rocks, one could vaguely see some pitch-black holes, some as small as a fist, the largest only allowing one person to bend over and crawl in. Countless holes densely packed, enough to make one's scalp tingle. We go in from here? Bai Chenyue asked. Yes. A2 nodded affirmatively. Master, follow me. Saying that, he skillfully slipped into one of the utterly inconspicuous rock crevices. Without hesitation, Bai Chenyue also bent over and crawled in after him. Behind the whole entrance was a narrow and steep downward passage. The passage was pitch black, not a hand visible before the eyes. The air was filled with a damp, earthy smell, mixed with a particular odor similar to that found on rodents. The two of them, one after the other, navigated through the maze-like underground tunnels. The Wind Rat tribe's underground kingdom was far larger and more complex than Bai Chenyue had imagined. Countless tunnels crisscrossed, extending in all directions, sometimes wide, sometimes narrow like a massive irregular ant nest. If not for having a living map like A2 leading the way, Bai Chenyue had no doubt she would get lost the moment she entered. As they went deeper, signs of artificial excavation began to appear around them. The tunnel walls became relatively smooth, and one could even see some crude rooms and branching paths. Just as they turned a corner and entered a relatively spacious tunnel, a strong light suddenly shone through from ahead. Other players. As the strong light flashed, a pair of sunglasses appeared in Bai Chenyue's hand, which she put on her nose bridge. Immediately after, a streak of silver light, fast as lightning, shot out from the branching path. It was a long sword about 3 feet long, entirely silvery white, emitting a faint cold light. The long sword cut through the air with a sharp whoosh, the tip of the blade flickering with cold gleam, radiating a murderous aura. Bai Chenyue's pupils contracted. A flying sword. Item. Imagination creature flying sword. Description. Possesses basic flight and attack capabilities, can be controlled by thought. Note. This flying sword can bear a maximum weight of 200 jin. Bai Chenyue's gaze followed the path of the flying sword to the figure who had just walked out from the branching path. A woman of exceptionally tall stature. Broad shoulders, wide back, large arms and a thick waist, wearing a tight black combat suit that clearly outlined every solid chunk of muscle on her body. Character Tian Tian. Game nickname. Wind blows pants cold. Status. Furious. 99%. Loss of reason 80%. Boiling killing intent. 200%. Note. An angry fat woman 175 centimeters tall, weighing 201 jin. As her one and only pair of underwear was stolen by a wind rat 1 day ago, she is now on the verge of rage, seeing everyone as the underwear thief, especially that shifty-eyed rat. Clearly, she has exceeded the flying sword's weight limit. Suggests weight loss, otherwise one day when sword riding a sword-destroying person-perishing aerial traffic accident might occur. Bai Chenyue. That was a lot of information. At that moment the girl named Tian Tian, looking at A2's terrified rat face, had her fury completely ignited. It was this face, perfectly matching the image of the rat that stole her underwear. You rat! An earth-shattering roar erupted from Tian Tian's throat. My underwear! Did you steal it? She extended a finger, pointing distantly at A2. The flying sword hovering in midair emitted a hum, its tip turning to precisely aim at A2's tightly clenched rear. A2 pissed himself. He literally pissed himself. Master! Save me! He let out the most miserable shriek of his rat life, scrambling and crawling to hide behind Bai Chenyue. His 2 front paws desperately clutching Bai Chenyue's calf, his entire body trembling violently. Bai Chenyue frowned, smelling a foul odor. It was really unpleasant. You're its master? So you ordered it to steal my underwear? Go die. Tian Tian's eyes were blood red, her arm swinging forward. The flying sword shot through the air, straight at A2. Bai Chenyue's eyes turned cold. Her little servant rat, could others just attack it? Lightning legs. Her figure instantly blurred. A2, still clutching her calf, felt a tremendous force pull him, and his entire rat body was dragged sideways half a meter. Whoosh! The silver flying sword almost grazed the tip of his nose as it flew past, deeply embedding itself into the rock wall behind them. Clang! Sparks flew. The sword sank 3 inches into the wall, still vibrating and humming. Tian Tian was stunned. So fast. She hadn't even seen how the other moved. But the next second, her rage once again overwhelmed her surprise. Oh ho! You dare dodge. You rat clearly looks like no good. How dare you steal my favorite strawberry lace pure cotton underwear? I just bought that before entering the game. And you stole the lace off it? I'm here working like a dog every day. My only comfort is being able to change into clean underwear to sleep at night. And you steal my underwear? Have you no shame? Stealing from me of all people, are your eyes blind? Today I will avenge my strawberry underwear. If I don't chop you this rat into 8 pieces, I'll write my name backwards. Chapter 194. Operation Grass Star, Part 21. And was it you who told it to steal my underwear? When it was stealing my underwear, why didn't I see you come out to stop it? Tian Tian cursed with increasing vigor, spittle flying everywhere like a machine gun, each word hitting Bai Chenyue's nerves with pinpoint accuracy. She had lived 2 lifetimes, yet this was the first time she had been pointed at and cursed out so viciously. The calm on Bai Chenyue's face finally cracked. Did a door hit your head? Or is your vision clouded by lard? Her voice was colder than the rocks in the cave. You see a rat and call it a thief, so if you see a pig, will you call it daddy? What would I want with your panties? To make soup. Cut the crap. I heard it call you master. If it has nothing to do with you, why would it call you master? Tian was so angry she laughed, her robust body trembling with rage. Today, I'm not just gonna poke that rat's asshole. I'm gonna rip your mouth open too. I'll show you why flowers are so red. Bai Chenyue felt a vain throb on her forehead. Seemed reasoning was impossible. Her gaze turned slightly cold. You? A fatty who can't even keep track of her own underwear. You. The word fatty precisely struck Tian's fatal weakness. Her sanity completely snapped. I'll kill you. Tian roared, her arm swinging violently forward. The flying sword embedded in the wall zinged as it was pulled out, cutting a silver arc through the air with a sharp whistling sound, once again cleaving down towards Bai Chenyue's head. Before the sword even arrived, its fierce sword wind already scraped painfully against their cheeks. Bai Chenyue moved. Tian only saw a blur before her, and the other party's figure instantly vanished from its spot. Not good. Her heart lurched, her thoughts racing. Whoosh! The flying sword embedded in the wall emitted a hum, instantly pulling free, transforming into a streak of silver light, shooting towards Bai Chenyue's afterimage at high speed. The sword light was sharp and astonishingly fast. However, Bai Chenyue's speed was even faster. Lightning legs. Her body left a series of afterimages in the narrow passage, each time dodging the flying sword's edge by a hair's breadth with perfect precision. Under Tian's control, the flying sword was as agile as a silver viper, constantly adjusting its direction, chasing Bai Chenyue's figure, its tip flickering with a deadly cold light. Clang! 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 The sword tip repeatedly scraped against the rock wall, sending out showers of sparks. The entire passage was filled only with the sharp whistling of the flying sword cutting through the air, and the sounds of collision. Atu was already scared stiff. It clung desperately to Bai Chenyue's calf, curling itself into a ball, not even daring to open its eyes. Too fast. Both that woman's sword and its master's speed. Tian's expression grew increasingly grave. This woman was much more troublesome than she had imagined. Her flying sword was almost invincible. Few people could dodge its continuous pursuit at such close range. Yet the other party seemed to be dancing on the edge of a blade, handling it with ease. Stand still, damn you! Tian bellowed, pushing her mental energy to the limit. The flying sword's speed surged once again. But at that moment Bai Chenyue stopped. She no longer dodged. Instead she turned around, facing the flying sword charging straight at her. Tian was stunned. Giving up? No. She saw that the other party's hand now held a pistol that was completely crimson red with a peculiar design. The muzzle was aimed directly between her eyebrows. A sense of deadly threat instantly enveloped Tian. Every hair on her body stood on end. Stop! Tian instinctively shouted. The flying sword, mere inches from Bai Chenyue's face, jerked to a halt, suspended in midair, its blade still vibrating. Bai Chenyue's hand was as steady as bedrock. The muzzle of the flame pistol remained locked on Tian. The passage fell into a deathly silence. Only the sound of Atu trembling remained. Beads of cold sweat broke out on Tian's forehead. She looked at that gun. That gun gave her an extremely dangerous feeling, as if the moment the other party pulled the trigger, she would be done for. She didn't have a gun. She really didn't dare to gamble. Sister, let's talk this out properly. Tian's voice unconsciously softened. You put the sword away first, Bai Chenyue said flatly. Okay. Tian quickly nodded, and with a thought, the suspended flying sword whooshed back into the scabbard on her back. Only then did Bai Chenyue lower the flame pistol, but she didn't put it away into her space. The entire passage quieted down. Just who are you? Tian's voice was somewhat hoarse, but she still stubbornly refused to show weakness. What exactly is your relationship with that underwear-stealing rat? Right now, I'm the one asking the questions. Bai Chenyue's voice grew colder. Explain what madness you were just having. Faced with the dark muzzle of the gun, even Tian's greatest anger was half extinguished. She gritted her teeth and said unwillingly, I wasn't having a fit. It was that rat. It stole my underwear. Bai Chenyue glanced at A2, utterly speechless. A2 hid behind her, poking out its pig-like head, pleading its case wrongfully. Master, I didn't. I really didn't. I don't even know her. You still dare to quibble. The moment Tian saw A2's face, her anger threatened to flare up again. Even if it wasn't you, it was your accomplice. All you rats look exactly the same, like damn ghosts. Bai Chenyue felt a headache coming on, but she remained vigilant. Explain clearly. What exactly happened? Perhaps because Bai Chenyue's attitude had softened a bit, or perhaps because the deterrent power of the flame pistol was too great, Tian took a deep breath, finally suppressing her anger, and began to recount the incident. 2 days ago, I was mining in a cave and met a handsome guy. Tian's tone was full of annoyance. The guy was quite good-looking and we got along well. When night came, he left. I was tired from mining, so I hung my washed underwear to dry inside the cave. Then when I woke up, I found my underwear was gone. I heard movement at the cave entrance. Without thinking, I thrust my sword out and happened to stab right into that little thief's butt crack. And then guess what I saw? Tian's voice rose an octave. That player, poof, turned into a huge rat. Exactly like this one. Then it scurried into a hole and disappeared in a flash. Only then did I realize I'd been tricked. That bastard wasn't human at all. He was one of you rats in disguise. Tian grew angrier as she spoke, pointing at A2. I chased it for a day and a night, following the scent before I found this place, and then I ran into you too. Tell me, if it wasn't you who stole it, who was it? Bai Chenyue. She took a deep breath, feeling her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. She remembered now. That unlucky person in the regional chat channel who was crying about their underwear being stolen. So it was her. The world really is small. Chapter 195. Operation Grass Star, Part 22. Bai Chenyue looked at the furious Tian in front of her, then glanced at the rat trader A2 behind her, who was so scared he was almost curling into a ball. He's been following me the whole time, never left my sight. He had no chance to do it. How do you know he had no chance? Tian didn't believe it. These rats are cunning as hell. Maybe he slipped out when you weren't looking. I said he didn't. Bai Chenyue's voice was calm but carried an undeniable certainty. So you're just protecting him then? Tian's temper flared up again, her hand tightening around the flying sword. Bai Chenyue didn't speak. She simply raised the flame pistol in her hand, aiming the muzzle at Tian once more. Tian's body froze physically. She stared at that dark, gaping gun barrel, her throat moving as she swallowed. In the end, she didn't dare utter the words "let's fight." She didn't have a gun. She really didn't dare. The tense atmosphere held for a few seconds. Tian deflated, her tone softening, carrying a hint of negotiation. Then, can you at least let me take a look at its butt? I'm telling you, my sword definitely stabbed it. There must be a wound. Just one look, and I'll know if it's him or not. Bai Chenyue refused without a second thought. No. Why not? Tian grew anxious. Looking won't make it lose a piece of meat. Are you feeling guilty? Why should I have to prove anything to you? Bai Chenyue retorted. My rat has been with me the whole time, never left. That's a fact. It doesn't need proving. Tian was left speechless. Fight? She couldn't win. Argue? She couldn't win that either. Seething with a bellyful of anger, she could only choose to believe for now. Fine. I'll believe you this once. Only then did Bai Chenyue put the pistol back into her storage space. She looked at Tian, issuing a cold warning. I don't want there to be a next time. If you dare attack my little servant rat again, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, she ignored Tian and commanded the A2 at her feet. A2, continue leading the way. A2, the little servant rat, felt as if granted a pardon. He hurriedly scrambled up from the ground, about to burrow forward. Hey, where are you guys going? Tian quickly asked. Bai Chenyue didn't answer her. Tian's eyes rolled, and she simply followed them. Bai Chenyue stopped walking and looked back at her. Tian also stopped, wearing a roguish expression that said, You walk your way, I'll walk mine. The road isn't owned by your family. Bai Chenyue looked at her and suddenly spoke. Aren't you looking for the thief who stole your underwear? Tian was taken aback. Yeah, so what? You can follow us, Bai Chenyue said. We're going to the wind rat's lair. Wind rat lair. Tian's eyes instantly lit up. Didn't that mean that bastard who stole her panties was probably there? Okay. She immediately agreed. The gloom on her face swept away, replaced by full motivation. I'll go with you. I must catch that damned rat who stole my panties. I'm gonna skin it and make its hide into a foot-wiping cloth. Watching her rekindled fighting spirit, Bai Chenyue smiled inwardly. Excellent. The person followed, and the emotions were in place. Find an opportunity and she could use honor among thieves on that flying sword. On the other hand, A2 was not so happy. He didn't know what but meant, but he knew what thief and lair meant. These two humans were going to his lair to catch a thief. He could only hope that unlucky clan member wouldn't get caught. As A2 dug frantically ahead, he calculated in his heart. Not far ahead, there was an abandoned old tunnel filled with rolling stone traps. Should he lead these two terrifying humans there? Status: Windrat A2 is contemplating how to guide you and the other human to a nearby trap area. His motive is to protect his clan and escape your control. Bai Chenyue watched A2's backside as he dug with all his might and suddenly spoke. A2. Yes, master. A2 hurriedly turned his head, wearing an obsequious expression. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Bai Chenyue's voice drifted over eerily. If you dare lead me into a trap. She paused, the corner of her mouth curling into a dangerous arc. I'll roast you directly. Brush you with sweet chili sauce, sprinkle cumin and chili powder, and make you into spicy grilled rat steak. All the fur on A2's body stood on end with a whoosh. Rat steak? What was that? It sounded terrifying. He didn't know what rat steak was, but he knew what being roasted by fire was. An image flashed in his mind. Himself skewered over a fire, sizzling and dripping with oil. No. Wouldn't dare. Master. I absolutely wouldn't dare. A2 was scared out of his wits, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Status: Current state is extreme fear. 100%. Words spoken are true. Survival instinct has overwhelmed all his little schemes. Bai Chenyue nodded with satisfaction. To deal with this kind of creature, the simplest, most direct threat was needed. Tian beside her listened in a daze. Although she didn't fully understand, she also sensed that killing intent. She chimed in, adding her own threat. If you dare lead us the wrong way, get us lost in some ditch, I'll chop you into paste with my sword. A2's body trembled again. One wanted to roast him, the other wanted to chop him into paste. They were practically devils. He no longer dared to have any crooked thoughts. He could only resign himself to digging frantically ahead with his butt in the air, praying to finish the task sooner and get farther away from these two devils. Tian followed behind, still somewhat uneasy. She stealthily crept forward, trying to get another look at A2's butt. Unfortunately, A2's tail was thick and long, perfectly covering the key area. She couldn't see a thing. Hey, I say. Tian couldn't help but sidle up to Bai Chenyue again, lowering her voice. Are you really not going to let me look at his butt? I really just want to find the rat that stole my panties. I don't mean anything else. Bai Chenyue looked at her with an expression reserved for idiots. I said it's not him. But what if it is? Tian refused to give up. Bai Chenyue couldn't be bothered to argue with her anymore, and simply ignored her. Having been snubbed, Tian changed the subject. Hey, how much longer do we have to walk? Before Bai Chenyue could answer. Thump. A dull sound. A2, who had been digging furiously ahead, suddenly found empty space under his feet. The entire rat fell through. He had broken through. Immediately after, a massive cave, several times more spacious than any previous tunnel, appeared before the two women. Inside the cave, four wind rats of varying shapes were gathered around a large rock, seemingly sharing some food. Startled by the sudden disturbance, they all looked up in unison towards the cave entrance. The moment Tian's eyes landed on those four wind rats, they lit up with a whoosh. So many rats. Her fury was ignited once again. Ha! Tian let out an earth-shattering roar. not even bothering to inform Bai Chenyue. Which one of you was it? Who stole my panties? Chapter 196. Operation Grass Star, Part 23. She gripped the flying sword, her entire being like an out-of-control heavy tank, charging straight out of the cave entrance. The four wind rats were utterly bewildered by her ferocious, demonic appearance. Steal. Steal what? And what in the world are Yao Kuer? Before they could even process it, Tiantian's attack had already arrived. Her target was the wind rat closest to her, the one that looked the strongest. That wind rat was named a minor boss in this area, accustomed to throwing his weight around. He had never seen such a spectacle. He had just tried to stand up to shout a reprimand when Tiantian's foot came flying at him. Thump! A dull thud sounded. Aji's burly body was directly kicked over by Tiantian's foot, rolling twice before landing flat on his back. Aji was stunned. In all his life, this was the first time he had been kicked. And kicked by a female two-legged beast at that. However, what made his rodent body tremble even more was yet to come. Tiantian gave him no chance to get up. She lunged forward, grabbed his furry tail with one hand, and yanked it hard to the side. Aji's rear end was completely exposed to the air, utterly defenseless. And also exposed under Tiantian's eyes, which were blazing with fury. Tiantian leaned in close, carefully, inch by inch, inspecting it. Smooth. Flat. No injuries. Not you. Tiantian cursed in disappointment, casually tossing him aside like a ragged doll. Aji slammed heavily onto the ground, his mind still a complete blank. He was looked at? His butt was looked at by a strange, violent female two-legged beast? An unprecedented sense of humiliation surged to the top of his head, followed immediately by boundless sorrow and despair. It's over. His purity is gone. How is he supposed to face the other rats in the future? Thinking this, Aji could no longer hold back. Wah! An earth-shattering wail erupted from his mouth. The cry was mournful, tragic, heartbreaking enough to make listeners weep. As if it wasn't his butt that was looked at, but his ancestral graves that were dug up. He cried, covering his face with his two front paws, his massive body rolling continuously on the ground in utter despair. Aji's wailing was like a thunderclap from a clear sky, stunning everyone and every rat present. The other three wind rats were completely dumbfounded. They watched their big brother throwing a tantrum on the ground, crying his heart out, and then saw that terrifying female two-legged beast turn her blazing, furious gaze towards them. A sense of foreboding enveloped all three of them. Swish! Almost simultaneously, a Chow, a C, along with A2 who had just crawled out of the cave entrance, still shaken, all instinctively made the same move. They abruptly clamped their legs together, using their tails to fiercely shield their behinds, while covering their rear ends with their front paws. Terror spread across every rodent face. This two-legged beast. What does she want to do? Tiantian didn't care what they were thinking. Her goal was clear. To find the thief with the sword wound on his butt. Since Aji wasn't the one, then next. Her gaze locked onto the one with the most slender and long build, Ayu. Ayu shivered all over under her stare, turning around to flee. But how could his speed possibly match Tiantian's? Tiantian lunged forward, reached out with a big hand, and like an eagle catching a chick, precisely pinched the scruff of Ayu's neck. Let me go. What are you doing? Ayu struggled frantically in midair, all four legs kicking wildly. Doing nothing, just taking a look, Tiantian said, while her other hand had already skillfully pulled aside Ayu's tail. Another careful inspection. Still smooth as ever. Not you either. Damn it. Tiantian casually tossed Ayu aside, her gaze beginning to sweep over the remaining Chow and a C. Ayu, thrown to the ground, was also stunned. In just a few seconds he had experienced the entire process from terror to capture, to having his tail pulled aside, and finally being discarded with disdain. When he realized his butt had also been looked at, he froze for 3 seconds. Then he glanced at Aji, who was still wailing loudly beside him. A surge of shared sorrow of being fellow sufferers welled up in his heart. He was finished. His purity was gone too. Wah! Ayu's wail was even more piercing, even more tragic than Aji's. Unlike Aji who rolled around, he lay face down, pounding the ground with his two front paws, crying so hard that snot bubbles came out as he pounded. For a moment, a sorrowful duet formed inside the cave. A2 was scared out of his wits. He could no longer care about anything else, scrambling and crawling to hide behind Bai Chenyue. His two paws clutching Bai Chenyue's calf tightly, his whole body shaking like a sieve. Too terrifying. This woman is a devil. A pervert who specializes in looking at rat butts. Could it be that she wanted to look at my butt just now? A2 shuddered with fear. Thankfully, he had his master, otherwise his purity would be gone. Bai Chenyue lowered her head to look at A2, who was almost scared into a puddle of mud at her feet. Status: extreme fear 120%. Sense of crisis over impending loss of chastity 500%. Note: in Windrat tribe courtship, males must display their clean, firm and scar-free hindquarters to the female they fancy. The quality of the hindquarters directly determines their status in the marriage market. Once a female Windrat accepts, it signifies the engagement is established, and the two will become lifelong partners. The rear end is equivalent to purity for Windrats. Having their rear end forcibly viewed by a member of the opposite sex, especially one they do not fancy, is a tremendous insult to their rodent dignity. It means they will forever lose the qualification to seek true love, be spurned by the tribe, and be unable to find a mate for life. Bai Chenyue. Bai Chenyue was surprised. Bai Chenyue was shocked. She finally understood why those two big rats were crying so miserably. From the Windrat's perspective, Tiantian's actions were equivalent to randomly stopping two burly men on the street, forcibly pulling down their pants, taking a look, then saying, "Oh, not you," and moving on to the next target. No, it was even more serious than that. Tian had essentially forcibly issued them a marriage proposal signal, then unilaterally broke off the engagement, and did it twice in a row. This was the ultimate emotional scammer. A scumbag woman who toys with the feelings of pure-hearted male rats. A2 felt Bai Chenyue's gaze and thought his master had also taken an interest in his purity. He jolted in fright, quickly raising his head, looking at Bai Chenyue with his already tear-swollen eyes, expressing his stance with utmost sincerity. "I am my master's rat. My life belongs only to you. Please spare my butt. I won't change my heart." Status: extreme loyalty 100%. You have temporarily and successfully subdued a rat using threats. Bai Chenyue. She quickly waved her hand. Absolutely unnecessary. Really absolutely unnecessary. She had not the slightest interest in rat butts. Chapter 197. Operation Grasstar, Part 24. Just as the two of them, master and servant, were having their exchange, the battle situation over there escalated once again. Tian had successfully caught the third Windrat, the most timid one, a Chow. Amidst a Chow's terrified screams and futile struggles, Tian swiftly executed the three-step combo of lift tail check rear end throw away. Damn it! Still not the one. Tian stomped her foot in anger. Wah! Inside the cave, the sorrowful duet had now upgraded to a trio. A Chow's crying style was different. He hugged his knees, curled up in the corner, sobbing softly between cries, his shoulders heaving up and down, looking utterly miserable. Now only the last one remained. That seemingly youngest Windrat, a C. Watching his three older brothers all crying on the ground, and seeing that terrifying woman step by step closing in on him, a C finally broke down. He let out a shriek, turned around and tried to run. Trying to run? With a flick of her wrist, Tian sent her flying sword whooshing out. It flew past his neck, shaving off a dozen or so hairs, but instead of aiming for a vital spot, it precisely stabbed into the dirt right in front of a C. A C screamed in terror, falling flat on his backside. Tian strode over with large steps, reaching out to grab him. Just as Tian's wicked large hand was about to reach him, a C sitting on the ground suddenly twisted his body around to face her. He scrambled backward in panic, using his butt to scoot back inch by inch along the ground. His tail became his final line of defense, stubbornly guarding his rear. "Please, don't look. Don't look at my butt." A C's tears fell like broken strings of pearls filled with despair. "I'm still young. I don't want to find a mate. I'm not even an adult yet." Tian's outstretched hand froze in midair. She stared blankly at the rat in front of her, crying so hard it could barely catch its breath. Find a mate? What the heck? Find what kind of mate? She asked, bewildered. I'd have to be crazy to look for a rat like you as a husband. She crouched down, trying to reason with him. I'm only looking for the rat. No, the mouse that stole my stuff. Just let me take a look at your butt to see if there's a wound or not. Then I'll know. I don't have a wound. Asi shook his head like a rattledrum, his crying growing louder. I really don't have a wound. I can help you. I can help you find the rat that stole your stuff. Please just let me go. I really don't want to be settled down so early. As he spoke, his entire body trembled with fear. Bai Chenyue raised her wrist. A blue rectangular frame appeared precisely above Asi's head in her field of vision. Character: Wind Rat Asi. Status: telling the truth, 99%. Extreme panic, 200%. Chastity crisis, 500%. Note: he would rather be stabbed by a sword than have you look at his butt. To him, the latter is 10,000 times more terrifying than the former. Bai Chenyue. She finally couldn't watch any longer. Enough. She spoke. Her voice wasn't loud, but it successfully silenced all the noise in the cave. Tian turned her head, looking confused. Bai Chenyue walked over to Tian and said to her, "How about you let him take you to find the wind rat that stole your underwear?" Tian frowned, still very unwilling. "How do you know it's not him? What if he's lying to me?" Bai Chenyue didn't answer. Instead, she turned around, grabbed A2 who was hiding behind her trying to make himself inconspicuous, and hauled him out. A2's 4 feet left the ground, his face full of terror. "Master!" Bai Chenyue held him up in front of Tian and Asi and ordered, "You explain it to her." "Explain? Why you can't look at the butt?" A2 was stunned. "Explain that?" He glanced at Tian's face, which clearly said, "You'd better explain this clearly," then at Asi on the ground crying as if about to faint, and then at the 3 older brothers not far away glaring at him with eyes that said, "If you dare talk nonsense, you're dead." A2 felt that rat life was just too hard. But under Bai Chenyue's icy stare, he didn't dare disobey. He cleared his throat and, in a voice tinged with sobs and trembling, began his explanation. "In our wind rat tribe, the butt is very sacred. Only during courtship will a male rat show his butt to the female rat he fancies. Once the female rat looks back at it, it means the courtship is established. It can never be changed for a lifetime." As he spoke, A2 secretly observed Tian's expression. "So by looking at their butts just now, they are all your rats now. A rat whose butt is seen without consent will never find a female rat in this lifetime." Deathly silence filled the cave. The expression on Tian's face was a sight to behold. From bewilderment to shock to astonishment and finally settling into utter stupefaction. What the heck? Having your butt looked at equals losing your purity? So what she just did was a cross-species consecutive one-sided force proposal? Upon hearing this, Tian's entire being turned to stone. Inside the cave, the cries of a ji, a yu, and a chow abruptly ceased. In their place, 3 pairs of eyes brimming with humiliation, grief, indignation, and despair locked onto her simultaneously. Their gaze was as if looking at the ultimate scumbag female who played with the feelings of innocent young rats, and then just walked away without a care. Tian opened her mouth, but it felt like a scalding hot branding iron was stuck in her throat. Not a single word could come out. In her over 20 years of life, she had never lost an argument and never backed down from a debate. But this was the first time in her life she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Watching this annual emotional drama unfolding before her, Bai Chenyue felt her own CPU was about to overheat. Status: Tian's moral compass is being reshaped, 95%. Worldview cracking, 80%. Beginning to question rat life, 60%. Note: congratulations, your temporary teammate has successfully unlocked the Wind Rat Tribe Public Enemy achievement and earned the title Cross-Species Emotional Scammer. According to Wind Rat Tribe tradition, as her companion, you bear joint responsibility. It is recommended you start learning how to reject the simultaneous courtship of 3 adult male wind rats, or learn how to manage a polyandrous marriage. Bai Chenyue. That's really not necessary. Really absolutely not necessary. On the ground, seeing Tian's state, was quite puzzled. Sniffling, he stopped crying and cautiously spoke up. What did the rat that stole your stuff look like? I'll help you find it. Just don't look at my butt. Tian. I don't want to look at your butt. Don't have that hobby. Tian tried hard to recall, and then gave an extremely precise description. It's just rat-like. Shifty-eyed. Dusty gray. Looks exactly like all of you. A C. A G, a U, a chow. A2. Bai Chenyue. What's the difference between saying that and saying nothing at all? Chapter 198. Grass Star Grand Operation 25. Bai Chenyue felt she couldn't let this group continue to act freely anymore. Otherwise, no one would be able to leave this cave today. She cleared her throat, breaking the deadlock. Since you can't identify it, then go back to your tribe and ask them one by one. There must be a rat who knows the clue. Tian could only nod in agreement. Right now, she just wanted to get as far away as possible from these few rats she had defiled. A2 placed back on the ground by Bai Chenyue. Immediately huddled together with the other 4 wind rats. The 5 rat heads whispered and murmured, exchanging information. Upon learning the true reason for Tian's butt inspection, the previously grief-stricken AG, a U, and a Chow instantly exploded. On what grounds? A G was the first to stand up, slapping his thigh. His burly body trembled with anger. Which bastard rat stole something outside and caused trouble? And now we have to bear the consequences? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He punched the rock beside him, producing a dull thud. He was a G, the undisputed top rat of this outer region. Whenever he went out, which underling wouldn't respectfully call him Brother G? He already had his eye on a pretty little female rat in the inner circle. He was waiting to gather his courage in a few days to show off his perfect buttocks and start a beautiful romance. Now it was all ruined. His purity had been seen by a female 2-legged beast, right in front of everyone. If this got out, how could he continue to mingle in the rat community? Forget about the little female rat from the inner circle. Even the ugliest rat in the outer circle, a Hua, wouldn't give him a second glance. His rat life from this day forward had lost all color. That's right. The slender AU also began to lament, his tone even more tragic than a G's. My love. My dream Xiao Mei. We were just gnawing on the same grass root together yesterday. She said my tail was the most beautiful she'd ever seen. I was planning, in another 2 days, to show her my butt. As he spoke, he covered his face with his front paws, his shoulders shaking violently. What do I do now? I'm tainted. I'm no longer worthy of her. I've become a rat that's been proposed to by a 2-legged beast. If Xiao Mei finds out, how will she see me? She'll definitely think I'm a promiscuous rat. Wah, my chastity. The most timid one, a Chow, shrank in the corner, crying more softly and with even more despair. He wasn't like a G who had status, nor was he like a U who had a beloved rat. He was just an ordinary homebody rat. His biggest dream was to live a peaceful and stable life. We'll all be ridiculed. He covered his buttocks with his paws, as if the scorching gaze of Tian still lingered there. In the future, everyone will point fingers behind our backs, saying, "Look, those are the 3 rats that were seen by a 2-legged beast." Our parents won't be able to hold their heads up. Our siblings will be implicated. We're finished. We'll never find mates in this lifetime. We can only grow old alone, becoming the laughingstock of the rat community. The 3 rats grew more indignant and despairing the more they talked. They hugged each other, heads touching, and cried uncontrollably. A2 listened nearby, feeling a pang of sympathy, but also immensely relieved. Thankfully, he had been clever, clinging to his master's leg and preserving his own purity. He scooted over and patted a G's shoulder, offering comfort. Don't be so sad. Look on the bright side. At least that 2-legged beast isn't too ugly. Get lost. The 3 rats shouted at him in unison. A2 shrank his neck in fear and didn't dare speak again. Bai Chenyue listened to the rat chatter over here, a vein throbbing on her forehead. She walked over to Tian and spoke in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. What do you plan to do? Really marry them? Marry my foot? Tiantian's face turned green as she hissed back under her breath. I'm here to find my underwear, not to go on a blind date. Besides, I don't even want to marry a human, let alone a rat. Have I gone crazy? Bai Chenyue laughed out loud. She didn't want to laugh, but she couldn't help it. She really couldn't hold it in. Then you have to give them an explanation. Bai Chenyue pointed at the three wind rats who had already started discussing how they would live together from now on. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave this cave today. Tian looked at those three pairs of accusatory eyes, her scalp tingling. Seeing her approach, the three wind rats immediately took a cautious step back, covering their buttocks in unison. Tian stopped in front of them. I don't know your rat customs. If I knew that looking at someone's butt meant taking responsibility, I would never have looked, even if you beat me to death. I, Tian, take responsibility for my own actions. Even though I can't marry you, I will take responsibility. That turtle rat who stole the underwear, I will definitely catch it, skin it alive, pull out its tendons, then chop off its butt and feed it to the dogs. From today on, you three are my sworn brothers. In the future, anyone who dares to bully you or laugh at you is going against me, Tian. I'll use my flying sword to poke them full of holes like a sunflower. After hearing this, the three rats cried even harder. The two-legged beast actually refused to take responsibility for them. How could there be such an untrustworthy two-legged beast? Was their rat purity not important? Bai Chenyue poked Tian. Stop talking. What's the difference between you and a scumbag? Looking and then refusing to acknowledge it. Tian glared at Bai Chenyue. If you want them, you take them. Bai Chenyue shrugged, thinking to herself, if you knew wind rats could find energy crystals in puffgrass, you probably wouldn't say that. Thus, the two humans with their own thoughts and the five rats set off together. The atmosphere of the group was extremely bizarre. Walking at the front were the five wind rats with varying emotions. Atu, sporting a swollen head and carrying a northeastern floral cloth bundle on his back, wore the smug, traitorous expression of a petty villain who had gotten his way, walking with his head held high and chest puffed out. Following closely behind were the three despondent, deflowered male rats, a Yu and a Chow. The three of them walked with their heads hung low, tails dragging on the ground, each looking utterly lost. Bringing up the rear was the terrified juvenile rat C. He kept covering his buttocks, glancing back at Tian from time to time, then clamping his tail tightly. Half an hour later. We're here, master. Atu's voice pulled Bai Chenyue out of her thoughts. They had stopped at a fork in the path. One of the tunnels was noticeably wider than the others, with smoother cave walls. There was even a simple doorframe built from piled stones. My cousin Bige lives in here. Atu lowered his voice, a hint of boasting in his tone. He's responsible for overseeing food distribution for a small area. Plenty of perks. After saying this, he cleared his throat and shouted into the tunnel at the top of his lungs. Big A, are you home? It's me, Atu. I've come to see you. A gray figure, a size larger than A2 and even fatter with smaller, shrewd-looking eyes, poked its head out of the cave. Seeing A2, it was first stunned, then noticed the two huge humans behind A2, especially the murderous-looking Tian. A2? You brought two-legged beasts back. Cousin, don't be afraid. Atu patted his chest, swaggering forward with an air of importance. I brought them here to make a big deal with you. Chapter 199. Operation Grass Star 26. Business. Biga looked at it suspiciously. Bai Chenyue had no interest in wasting time and gave Atu a look. Atu immediately understood, looking at Bai Chenyue. Under the gaze of all the rats in Tian, Bai Chenyue reached back and opened the portable space backpack behind her. This backpack was a gift from Lin Xiaolu before. The supplies inside had long been emptied by her, and now she carried it purely as a cover. She pulled the zipper open, fumbled inside for a moment, and then pulled out a golden brown baguette. The reason she didn't take out rye bread was that it was the prize the game gave to top-ranking players. If she took out too many, it wouldn't be worth the risk of exposing her alternate identity. The baguette, however, was from previous stockpiles. There were plenty in her space, so there was no worry about exposure at all. The moment this baguette was exposed to the cave air, a smell combining toasted aroma, wheat fragrance and baking scent like a tangible shockwave, filled the entire passage. The aroma was domineering and intense, completely on a different dimension from the grassroots they usually gnawed on or the bugs dug out from the soil. Atu was shocked. How could there be this kind of bread? It didn't even have any. Bai Chenyue patted its head. Later, I'll give you 2 pieces of bread and 5 milk candies, not counted in the payment. Atu was instantly satisfied. Big A's small eyes widened round, its nose uncontrollably twitching frantically, drool flowing down the corner of its mouth without it even noticing. Not just it. Behind it, a Ji, a Yu and a Chow, the 3 rats originally immersed in the grief of losing their chastity, also abruptly raised their heads. They had smelled a strange fragrance on A2 earlier, but being scared out of their wits by Tion's atrocities, they hadn't the mind to think about what it was. Now, when the source of the fragrance was so plainly displayed before their eyes, they finally understood. It was food. The legendary top-tier food they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Character Wind Rat Big A. Status: Reason shattered, 99%, by the aroma of the baguette. Greed 200%, envy 300%. Note: the way it looks at A2 now is like looking at a poor relative who won the 5 million lottery and came back to the village to show off. Big A's voice trembled. What is this thing? Of course it's food. Super delicious food. A2 puffed out its chest and, relying on the tiger's might, pointed at the baguette in Bai Chenyue's hand. My master said, trade this for your puffgrass. Trade or not? Trade. Trade. Of course trade. Big A didn't even think, reaching out to grab it. Bai Chenyue tilted her wrist, easily dodging. Don't rush. While Big A racked its brains, thinking how to exchange the least puffgrass for this baguette, a rough voice cut in. I'll offer 10 stalks of puffgrass. It was a G. Its tall frame squeezed forward, a pair of eyes fixed dead on that baguette, the gaze even more fervent than seeing the killer of its father. Its purity was gone, its love was gone. Now it just wanted to get some food. Atu was stunned and Big A grew anxious. A G, what are you doing? This is my cousin. If there's a trade, it should be with me first. Big A roared at a G. So what if it's your cousin? Does being a cousin mean you can cut in line? A U also squeezed over, looking at the baguette with a plaintive gaze. I'll offer 12 stalks. Give it to me, it can soothe my wounded soul. I'll offer 13 stalks. The most timid, a Chow, also mustered its courage. Looking at the baguette, it seemed to see the hope of its rat life. I've lost everything, I just want food. The 3 chastity-lost rats were now united against a common foe, surrounding Big A, adopting a stance of, if you don't let us trade first today, we'll fight you to the death. Big A was both shocked and furious, pointing at A2's nose and cursing. Atu, you traitorous thing. When there's good stuff you don't think of your brother. What are you bringing these outsider rats here for? What's all the noise? As soon as Bai Chenyue spoke, all the rats quieted down. She walked among the rats, holding both ends of the baguette. The bread is mine. Her gaze swept over each greedy rat face. Naturally, the rules are also set by me. A crisp crack sounded. She gently broke off a segment of the baguette, about 1/3 of its length. This segment, 20 stalks of puffgrass. She raised that small piece of bread. Whoever brings it first gets it. All the rats were stunned. This little bit for 20 stalks? That's robbery. But that aroma was like countless little hands, scratching at their hearts. In the moment they hesitated, Bai Chenyue made another move. She threw that segment of baguette to A2, then fished out from her backpack a milk candy wrapped in candy paper. Rip! She leisurely tore open the candy paper, the rich milky fragrance instantly drilling into the noses of the rats present. A2's body trembled violently. It's that! The taste it had been dreaming of day and night. A2. Bai Chenyue brought the milk candy to its mouth. Tell them what this is. A2 looked at the milk candy right before its eyes, drool breaking through the dam. It stuck out its tongue, cautiously licking it once. Then Bai Chenyue tossed the entire milk candy to it. A2 trembled all over as if electrocuted, shivering with happiness. This is sugar. It shouted at the other 4 rats in a tone almost like a chant. Sweet. Fragrant. Melts in your mouth. After eating one, You feel your rat life is complete. Your soul is elevated. 10,000 times more captivating than the prettiest little female rat. Big A, a G, a U, and a Chow, watching A2's enraptured appearance, made a gulping sound in their throats. Sugar. It's actually sugar. The sugar that only a few rats in the entire tribe have ever tasted. Bai Chenyue shook the candy in her hand. The rat with the most transactions besides the bread can also get this. Of course, bringing other rats to trade also counts. Now who wants to trade? I'll go get it. Big A was the first to react. It glared fiercely at the other rats, then turned and burrowed back into its own cave. As the food distribution officer, it had many privately hoarded puffgrass stalks. This was its advantage. Sugar. It wanted to taste it too. Watching Big A's disappearing back, a G and a Chow stamped their feet anxiously and hurried off to get their puffgrass. I don't have 20 stalks, a U said with a tearful face. But I have something else. I have energy crystals, can I trade with those? It didn't have that much puffgrass. Okay, just gather enough worth 20 to trade. Bai Chenyue nodded. A U, receiving the reply, turned and ran to get its things. Tian watched from the side, dumbfounded, and couldn't help asking Bai Chenyue, what on earth is the use of this grass? You're trading so many baguettes for it. Bai Chenyue just glanced at her, not answering, appearing profound and mysterious. Chapter 200. Grass Star Operation 27. Tian watched from the side, utterly bewildered. She leaned in and lowered her voice. What's the use of this grass anyway? You're trading so much food for it. Bai Chenyue glanced at her and smiled without a word. How could she possibly reveal such a trade secret? Seeing more and more wind rats poking their heads out from various tunnel openings, she simply took out a large piece of floral cloth from her space and spread it on the ground. Then, using the portable space backpack as cover, she pulled out dozens of golden baguettes from it. A rich, mouth-watering aroma exploded through the tunnel. A2, Bai Chenyue called out. Here. Master. A2 immediately scampered over eagerly. You sell here? Bai Chenyue pointed at the bread on the ground. 20 stalks of puffgrass, or an equivalent amount of energy crystals, for half a baguette. Put everything you get into this bundle. She untied the northeastern-style floral cloth bundle from around A2's neck and placed it beside the stall. A2 stared at the pile of bread, its rat head trembling with excitement. He was a boss now. He, A2, had finally made it to this day. Don't worry, master. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Tian asked curiously. You're trading food for energy crystals. Will they be willing? Bai Chenyue nodded. Of course. For a bunch of rats who only know how to eat bugs, any food from Blue Star will drive them wild. Tian lowered her head in thought. Her mission wasn't finished yet. She still needed over 80 energy crystals. She had wasted a lot of time trying to catch the underwear thief. If she could trade food for energy crystals, that wasn't a bad idea either. Bai Chenyue noticed her deep in thought and took a step to the right, moving closer to her, her gaze locking onto the flying sword on Tian's back. Ding! Skill honor among thieves activated successfully. Copying target Tian. Target possesses imagination creature flying sword. Copying in progress. Copy progress 10%, 50%, 100%. Copy successful. Item has been placed in personal inventory. The corner of Bai Chenyue's mouth lifted almost imperceptibly. Excellent. Now she was a person with a sword too. Add her nightlight wings to that, flying while wielding a sword. That scene, just thinking about it, was beautiful. Oh no, she could barely keep the smile off her face. What are you smiling about? Tian asked suspiciously, looking at her. Nothing, just thinking your three brothers are quite interesting, Bai Chenyue replied casually. At that moment, Big A and a G rushed back carrying bundles of puffgrass, followed by a crowd of wind rats drawn by the scent. I was here first. I'll trade first. Me first, I'll add 2 fat bugs too. The scene quickly descended into chaos. A2 stood with its hands on its hips in front of the bread pile, trying to imitate Bai Chenyue's manner as it struggled to maintain order. Line up. Everyone line up for your Uncle Rat. No line, no trade. Big A, first in line, came forward holding a pile of lush green plants and placed them in front of A2. Bai Chenyue looked over. Item, puffgrass. Description: a plant unique to grass star, containing extremely rich nutrients. It is a super high-calorie energy source. Note: consuming one stalk will cause a biological organism's weight to increase by approximately 10 gene. Due to their unique digestive system, the wind rat tribe cannot metabolize this plant. Consuming it causes severe diarrhea, so they regard it as useless weeds, only using it for nesting. Friendly reminder: for species urgently needing to gain weight or preparing for hibernation energy reserves, it is roughly equivalent to the atomic bomb of the compressed biscuit world. Bai Chenyue. Eat one stalk, gain 10 gene. But for a post-apocalyptic world, it was indeed a good thing. Amidst the clamor, a thin, small figure squeezed through the rat crowd and timidly poked its head out. This wind rat looked even younger than a sea. It had a piece of red and white fabric on its head, like a peculiar hat. That? I want to trade too. Before it could finish its sentence, Tiantian's gaze froze. Reflected clearly in her pupils was the thing on that wind rat's head. A familiar circle of strawberry print, and an even more familiar white lace trim. It was her underwear. The strawberry lace-trimmed underwear she had bought right before entering the game. Her favorite pair. Tiantian's rationality evaporated completely. You damn bastard. A roar that shook the entire cave made all the wind rats scrambling for bread stop dead in their tracks. You plague-carrying swine, using my underwear as a hat? Tiantian's eyes were bloodshot as she charged forward, brandishing her flying sword. The wind rat wearing the underwear was terrified. It had no idea what was happening, only seeing a terrifying two-legged beast trying to kill it. It let out a shriek and turned to run. You dare run? I'll twist your head off today and use it as a ball to kick. Just as Tiantian was about to catch up to the poor wind rat, 3 gray figures suddenly shot out from the side, blocking Tiantian's path in unison. It was a Jia Yu and a Chow. The 3 of them spread their limbs, forming a rat wall, firmly protecting the trembling underwear rat behind them. Tiantian slammed on the brakes, nearly crashing into them. What the hell are you doing? Get out of my way! She roared, her lungs about to explode. Aji, the rat whose butt she had inspected first, took a deep breath and shouted back at Tiantian. You can't hit it. Tiantian, furious beyond reason, couldn't comprehend it. Move, or I'll beat you all up too. Were their brains kicked by a donkey? Just moments ago they were crying their eyes out, and now they're switching sides faster than anyone? Standing in the middle of the rat wall, Ayu's eyes filled with tears again. Looking at Tiantian with the gaze of a betrayed lover, it explained with grief and indignation. Our wind rat tribe has a rule. Male rats must never lay a hand on female rats. Anyone who does loses all mating rights and is despised by the entire tribe. I'm not a male rat, what the hell does that have to do with me? Tiantian bellowed, then pointed at the 3 rats and cursed. I've already seen all 3 of your butts and now you're helping another rat? Are you all sick? Struck in their sore spot, the 3 rats couldn't help but shed tears again, but they still stood their ground. They had wanted to beat up the thief, but who knew it would be a me, one of the 5 prettiest female rats in the tribe. Can't hit her. Oh my heavens! What did I just hear? The 2-legged beast saw Brother G's butt. And his is the perkiest in our whole area. I've always disliked a G. Flaunting everywhere just because his butt has no scars, his tail practically pointing to the sky. Serves him right, getting stamped by a 2-legged beast. Let's see him strut around now. But, am I the only one who heard the 2-legged beast say she saw 3 butts? Oh. The wind rats who had come to trade bread started discussing animatedly, utterly shocked. They hadn't expected to get some juicy gossip while trading for food. The 3 deflowered rats wept bitterly, crying even harder. Bai Chenyue stepped forward, grabbing the enraged Tiantian and whispered, Don't act rashly. You're in their lair right now. Kill one, and you'll bring the entire rat swarm down on you. Do you think you can get out alive? Bai Chenyue's words were like a bucket of ice water poured directly onto Tiantian's raging fury. She calmed down. Right. This was a rat nest. Kill one, and a whole swarm will come pouring out. No matter how good she was at fighting, she couldn't withstand a rat-sea tactic. The hand holding the flying sword tightened, veins bulging, then slowly relaxed. She glared at the 3 deflowered rats blocking the way, gnashing her teeth. Finally, she forced out a sentence through gritted teeth. Then what do? We can't just let it go like this. Chapter 201. Operation Grass Star 28. The rat hiding at Bai Chenyue's feet. A2 rolled his beady eyes, and a brilliant idea popped into his head. This was his chance to shine in front of his master. He darted in front of Tian, ingratiating himself. Esteemed lady, don't be angry just yet. Ami didn't mean any harm. She just thought this talisman was pretty, and took it to play with. He stole a glance at Tian's expression and continued. Ami made a mistake, so she must atone. She can work for you. Yes, work. We wind rats are the best at digging. She can help you dig up energy crystals. As many as you want. Energy crystals. Tian's eyes instantly lit up. Just moments ago, she was pondering how to copy Bai Chenyue's method of using food to trade for energy crystals. She never expected this rat would deliver itself right to her doorstep. The anger of catching a thief didn't seem as important anymore when faced with the temptation of completing her mission. Although the talisman was left to her by her late grandmother and held great sentimental value, if she could get it back and make a profit on the side, it wasn't a bad deal. That female rat called Ami, seeing A2 pointing out a clear path for her, also hurriedly nodded repeatedly. She pointed a paw at herself, then at the 3 follower rats still keeping watch for her nearby, and said urgently, Yes, we can compensate you. We're best at finding energy crystals. Upon hearing this, the 3 rats, a Ji, a Yu, and a Chow also thought it was a good solution. It could both protect Ami, one of the tribe's most beautiful female rats, from getting beaten, and resolve the wrath of this violent 2-legged beast. Perfect solution. Exactly. We can help you dig. Aji thumped his chest in assurance, his only thought now being to get this harbinger of disaster out of here as quickly as possible. Tian looked at these wind rats whose attitudes had done a complete 180 and formed a plan. She cleared her throat, recalled her flying sword, but kept her expression fierce and menacing as she snarled, Fine. Since you're so sincere, I'll give you a chance. She held up a finger, gesturing. Get me a total of 100 energy crystals. Then we'll consider this matter settled. If you're even 1 short, I'll skin the lot of you and turn you into rugs. 100. The rats all gasped in shock. This 2-legged beast's appetite was enormous. But looking at Tian's posture of pay up or we fight, they didn't dare bargain. To save their own skins and to protect the beautiful rat Ami immediately turned, wanting to return to her own burrow to fetch her private stash of energy crystals. Halt! Tum bellowed, stopping her. Trying to run? Think I'm a fool. Ami trembled in fright. I was going to get the energy crystals for you. Tian's eyes darted around. I'm coming with you. If you dare run, my sword has no eyes. Ami nodded, hugged the bread she had just traded for, and led the way. Sister, I'm off now. See you if fate allows. Tian waved at Bai Chenyue and followed behind Ami. The 3 follower rats exchanged glances and hurried after them. Even if Ami couldn't become their mate, it didn't matter. As long as they could follow this powerful 2-legged beast, they might be able to scrounge a meal. A2 watched them leave, saying enviously, If only I could become Ami's mate. Endless puffgrass. Bai Chenyue turned her head to look at A2, still playing boss at her feet, and asked, Can 1 rat really get that much puffgrass? Master, you don't know. A2's tone was sour. On a normal day, the male rats chasing after Ami could form a line from the outer tunnel entrances all the way up to the surface. If she just asks, forget 100 stalks of puffgrass, even 1,000, there would be rats scrambling to deliver it to her. Bai Chenyue. She gave A2 a speechless look, thinking, I should have captured a female rat from the start. Their efficiency is much higher than a gluttonous oaf like A2 who only knows how to eat. Status. Wind rat A2 feels his master's contempt. His self-esteem suffers a slight blow. He is reflecting on whether he has any value beyond eating and guiding. Half an hour later, all the wind rats present had traded for their food. Some who arrived later, failing to get any, were so angry they punched the walls. Bai Chenyue stored the pile of puffgrass into her space and commanded A2. Let's go. Take me to the velvet ear rabbit territory. Yes. A2 dared not disobey. He could only hang his head and resignedly lead the way. He led Bai Chenyue through the labyrinthine underground tunnels for a long time, finally arriving before an extremely remote vertical cave. The cave was narrow and steep, its walls bare without even footholds, only a few sparse vines hanging here and there. Atu pointed at the faint light filtering down from above and whispered, "Master, rats rarely come here because it's too hard to climb. Cross that small hill ahead, and further on is the Velvet Ear Rabbit territory." Bai Chenyue looked up and nodded. Then she grabbed Atu by the scruff of his neck and tossed him back into her space, handing him over to Sadako. This planet was covered in grass, with not a single star in the sky, making it impossible to discern direction. She could only rely on Atu to navigate each time. Confirming no prying eyes were around, she took a deep breath. She took out the bubble containing the nightlight wings. Boom! A soft sound of air bursting echoed as the white wings fully unfurled, their wingspan reaching over 3 meters wide. Bai Chenyue felt the immense power emanating from the wings on her back. With a vibration of the wings, her body shot upwards like an arrow released from its bow, instantly soaring skyward along the vertical cave, speeding rapidly towards the light source at the surface. The wind howled past her ears, the dark cave walls whizzing backward in her vision. In less than half an hour, she arrived at the Velvet Ear Rabbit territory. Bai Chenyue slowly descended onto the central clearing of the Velvet Ear Rabbit territory. The nightlight wings in holy light mode emitted a soft white glow. Each feather was composed of pure light, sacred and majestic. She retracted her wings. The light wings folded behind her as she stood quietly. All the Velvet Ear rabbits that had been patrolling or drilling before were now frozen in place. Their three-lipped mouths hung agape, their blood-red eyes filled with shock and terror. Some rabbits who had fought with Bai Chenyue before immediately wanted to slap themselves. How could they have been so stupid back then to actually attack her? The old rabbit leaning on his cane scurried out from the largest cave. When he saw the light wings behind Bai Chenyue, his cloudy old eyes widened into perfect circles, and the cane in his hand clattered to the ground. Thump! The old rabbit's legs gave way. He knelt straight down, prostrating himself completely, and cried out in an extremely pious voice, "The divine envoy has descended." Chapter 202. Operation Grass Star 29. Thump! 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 As the old rabbit knelt, all the surrounding muscular rabbits immediately knelt down in unison, imitating their elder chief, pressing their foreheads tightly against the grass. All the previous ferocity and brutality were gone, replaced only by endless piety. Bai Chenyue. She just wanted to fly over quickly to save some trouble. She never expected such an unexpected harvest. Status: the entire Velvet Ear tribe, having witnessed the holy light mode nightlight wings, has mistakenly identified you as the divine emissary from their race's legends. Current worship level: 99%. Loyalty level: 99%. Bai Chenyue waved her hand grandly, and 100 stalks of puffgrass landed before the old rabbit. "I've brought the puffgrass you wanted. Give me your fur." "Yes, divine emissary." The old rabbit's voice trembled, whether from excitement at seeing the puffgrass or the wings, and he didn't even dare to look up at Bai Chenyue. "It is our supreme honor. Please take as you wish. The fur of our entire tribe was born for you." He suddenly raised his head and roared at the kneeling tribe members behind him. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and stretch your necks out. Let the divine emissary select the softest down." As soon as the roar fell, all the Velvet Ear rabbits eagerly raised their heads, straightened their necks, exposing the softest tuft of fur beneath their necks, their eyes filled with longing, as if being chosen for plucking was some immense blessing. A few rabbits who had previously been given panda eyes by Bumblebee looked especially fanatical. They now felt immensely grateful for having received the divine punishment from the divine emissary. That was a test from the gods. Bai Chenyue. That really isn't necessary. You pluck it yourselves. Put what you pluck in front of me. What are you still standing around for? Pluck. Didn't you hear what the divine emissary said? The old rabbit took the lead, tilting his head back, yanking the fur from his neck, and respectfully placing it before Bai Chenyue. Item: soft fur. Description: the most essential part of a Velvet Ear rabbit's body, extremely soft yet resilient, containing faint life energy. It is a top-tier material for crafting flight-type imagination creature equipment. Note: this is a good thing, but definitely don't eat it. It can easily get stuck in your throat. This is it. Bai Chenyue reached out and picked up that tuft of soft fur. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, light as if it were nothing. The other velvet ear rabbits followed the old rabbit's actions. Tilt head back, extend paw, pluck fur, place it down. Ding! Obtained soft fur X1. Mission item: Velvet ear rabbit fur 100 out of 100. Congratulations to player, Who's That Guy, for currently completing the second stage mission. Collect 100 portions of velvet ear rabbit fur. Game rewards will be settled uniformly upon completion of all missions. Third stage mission has been unlocked. Please proceed to the territory of the Sky Lizard tribe and deliver the energy crystals and velvet ear rabbit fur to the Sky Lizard tribe to help them create wings. Mission hint: the Sky Lizard tribe, top predators of Grass Star, are extremely xenophobic, cruel and bloodthirsty. Any outsider who sets foot in their territory will be regarded as food. Objective achieved. Bai Chenyue stored the soft fur and turned to leave. Divine emissary. The old rabbit quickly crawled forward on his knees a couple of steps, blocking her path, and respectfully offered a bag woven from grass blades. This is a small token of our respect prepared for you. You must accept it. Bai Chenyue opened it and saw it was filled with glittering energy crystals, at least 200 or 300 of them. She didn't stand on ceremony either, directly storing them in her space. Divine emissary, are you going to subjugate the evil Sky Lizard tribe? The old rabbit asked. I can guide you there. Bai Chenyue paused her step. No need. I have a rat to guide me. With a thought, a gray figure materialized out of thin air and fell onto the grass. It was A2. A2 was dazed from the fall. As soon as he looked up, he saw the surrounding kneeling muscular rabbits and almost fainted on the spot. It's over. We're surrounded. Masked. He was just about to call out to his master for help when his voice caught in his throat, because he saw it. He saw the pair of wings radiating sacred light behind his petite master. A2's brain completely short-circuited. Wings. His master actually has wings, and they were so sacred, so majestic, that one glance made him want to kneel and worship. Status: Wind Rat A2's worldview is collapsing and reforming, 120%. Loyalty has broken through the upper limit, 500%, due to witnessing a divine miracle. He now regards you as the one true God, surpassing the rat ancestors. Note: his current brain activity can be simplified to 3 words: my God. Bai Chenyue looked at A2's dumbstruck appearance and smiled. She patted A2's pig-like head. Snap out of it. Point the way for me. Which direction is the Sky Lizard tribe? A2 finally found his voice and shouted at Bai Chenyue. You? Are you a deity? Less chatter. Point. Bai Chenyue couldn't be bothered to explain. Yes. My great master. A2 trembled with excitement. He used his short, stubby claws to point into the distance. Keep flying straight that way. When you see the biggest, tallest rocky mountain, that's the Sky Lizard tribe's lair. Very good. Having obtained the direction, Bai Chenyue no longer needed A2 as her navigation system. She casually stuffed him back into her space. With a powerful flap of her wings, her speed surged once more, transforming into an almost invisible white streak of light. At a speed far exceeding that of sound, she shot towards the territory of the Sky Lizard tribe. I really envy that wind rat. I wish I were the divine emissary's servant, the old rabbit sighed, feeling heartache. How could such a good thing be snatched away by a damnable rat? Meanwhile, at the cave entrance of the wind rat tribe, the 3 defiled rats crawled out from inside. Tian was in a pretty good mood. She had obtained the energy crystals and successfully extorted 100 stalks of puffgrass. Now she had a way to complete the second stage mission as well. Fortunately, she had beaten up these rats and asked a few more questions. Otherwise, she would have had to go to the Velvet Ear Rabbit's territory, and then come all the way back to exchange for puffgrass. Only now did she understand why that sister earlier wanted to exchange food for puffgrass. It turned out the Velvet Ear Rabbit's food had all been stolen by the rats. She probably needed the puffgrass to exchange for fur. Maybe that sister already knew and didn't tell her. But then again, they had just met. The other person had no obligation to tell her. Compared to Tian's good mood, the three defiled rats were utterly crushed. Learning they had to go to the Velvet Ear Rabbit's territory made them even more dejected, feeling their rat lives were shrouded in gloom. Right at that moment, a sudden fierce gust of wind swept over their heads, bending the grass on the ground. The three defiled rats instinctively looked up, only to see a blinding white light like a shooting star flash across the sky from one end to the other, so fast they thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. What was that? Aji asked in shock, rubbing his eyes and muttering to himself. A divine miracle? What are you spacing out for? Tian behind them hadn't seen anything due to the angle. She urged impatiently. Hurry up. Take me to find those rabbits quickly. Get the mission done fast. Scolded by her, the three defiled rats snapped back to reality. Though still shocked inside, they didn't dare delay and could only resignedly lead the way ahead. He didn't tell Tian what he had seen. He felt that violent, rude two-legged beast wasn't worthy of witnessing such a divine miracle. Who told her to defile their purity first? Chapter 203, Grass Star Operation 30. The journey that should have taken several days of trekking was completed by Bai Chenyue in less than half an hour, thanks to the boost from her nightlight wings. The menacing range of dark red Rocky Mountains appeared in her field of view. Bai Chenyue dimmed the glow on her wings and slowly descended to the outskirts of the Rocky Mountain range. The moment her feet touched the ground, before she could even retract that pair of magnificent light wings, dozens of huge, ferocious shadows darted out from behind the surrounding rocks, encircling her completely. Roar! Low guttural roars came from all directions. Bai Chenyue's heart tightened, entering combat mode. She pulled out her flame pistol, spread her wings and prepared to engage. Looking at the surrounding creatures, her gaze instantly sharpened. Their bodies were covered in hard, thick, dark-colored scales, like they were wearing natural heavy armor. They had powerful hind limbs and sharp, massive claws. Their appearance resembled upright walking Komodo dragons, but their size was dozens of times larger. The apex of Grass Star's food chain, the Sky Lizard Tribe. Character: Sky Lizard Tribe Warrior. Introduction: the apex existence of Grass Star's food chain, possessing formidable physical defense and destructive power. Their social structure is an ancient clan system, worshipping strength and ancient totems. Note: in their eyes you look like a walking, crispy, high-protein little biscuit. Friendly reminder: their digestive fluids are highly corrosive. Once swallowed, you'll dissolve into a puddle of bloody water within 3 seconds. Bon appetit to them. Bai Chenyue was already prepared to summon the bumblebee mech and gear up for a major battle. However, the anticipated attack did not come. The leader, the largest one whose scales even showed a dark golden hue, saw the pair of pristine white light wings on Bai Chenyue's back that hadn't been fully retracted yet. Its huge golden vertical pupils suddenly contracted sharply. It froze for a full 3 seconds. Then, under Bai Chenyue's stunned gaze, it performed an action that she completely could not comprehend. It knelt down. That mountain-like giant lizard suddenly and without warning dropped to one knee, deeply bowing its ferocious massive head. Immediately after, all the surrounding sky lizards holding huge stone axes knelt in unison, dropping to one knee like dumplings falling into a pot, lowering their proud heads in perfect sync. Then, using an ancient, hoarse, yet perfectly unified language, they let out a roaring tsunami-like shout. We respectfully welcome the arrival of the divine emissary. Bai Chenyue? ? Her hand holding the flame pistol froze mid-air. She was completely baffled. What's going on? Divine emissary? Again? She looked down at herself, then at the flashy light wings on her back that she hadn't had time to retract, and a rough guess formed in her mind. It seems these wings are roughly equivalent to some kind of identity pass on this planet. The wind rats fear her, the velvet ear rabbits revere her, and now even the seemingly most unapproachable sky lizard tribe directly kneels. This cheat ability is a bit too convenient. While she was still dazed, the leading dark golden sky lizard had already respectfully stood up. Its attitude was humble to the extreme, forming a stark contrast with its ferocious appearance. Bai Chenyue hesitated for a moment but ultimately put away her flame pistol. She had absolutely no idea what to do or what to say. To break this awkward atmosphere, Bai Chenyue had a thought. She decided to release the shield she had. She opened her spatial storage and yanked out A2 from inside. Master, you called for. A2 appeared, but before it could finish its sentence, it realized its feet were dangling in the air. Looking up, it saw its master holding it by the scruff of its neck. Looking down, it saw sky lizards. Countless, magnified, ferocious lizard faces. Ah! A scream of utter rodent despair echoed through the rocky mountain. A2's instinctual reaction was infinitely faster than its brain. It only felt a surge of warmth rush from below, all its fur standing on end. Its eyes rolled back, its forelegs stiffened, and it fainted dead away on the spot. It's over. That was the only thought in A2's mind. Its master had thrown it into a lizard den. It was going to be eaten as a snack. Its rat life was going to end right here. Status: Wind Rat A2 has suffered bladder incontinence due to extreme terror. Its cerebral cortex is on the verge of shock. 99.99%. Currently experiencing the final slideshow of its rat life. Note: friendly reminder, the content of its life slideshow is barren, consisting only of eating and thinking about how to eat. Bai Chenyue. What a useless creature. Bai Chenyue thought this damn rat was too heavy, fainting at such a critical moment. She gave it two slaps on the head before it groggily woke up. Opening its eyes again, it was still sky lizards. A2 closed its eyes again. Don't dare to open them. I hope this is my hallucination. Its master's unhurried voice came. If you faint again, I'll drop you right down there. A2 shook its head violently. No. As it spoke, sorrow welled up in its heart, and tears streamed down its face. It felt its life was about to end. At this moment, being stared at by countless pairs of eyes, it didn't even dare to twitch. But after opening its eyes slowly, it began to realize something seemed a bit off. The way those sky lizards were looking at it seemed not cruel or greedy. Not only that, but instead, envy, awe, even a hint of fawning. A2 blinked its bean-sized eyes hard, wondering if it had been scared into hallucinating. Meanwhile, the interaction between the human and the rat in midair was witnessed by all the lizards, filling them with shock. A wind rat, the lowest life form on Grasstar, was actually calling the divine emissary, Master? Instantly, thousands of cold, golden vertical pupils focused squarely on that terrified, urinating wind rat. Urine dripped pathetically down from midair. A truly wretched sight. Every single lizard present felt a tsunami of shock surge within their hearts. Heavens! What am I seeing? The divine emissary actually has a wind rat following her. This wind rat was summoned by the divine emissary. Could it be the divine emissary's servant rat? To become the divine emissary's divine servant. What an immense honor. Did it save the entire Grasstar in its past life? Look at it, it's even scared itself silly. I don't know why the divine emissary chose it. If I eat it, could I become the divine emissary's servant lizard? Hearing the murmurs, Bai Chenyue remained somewhat wary, but she really couldn't keep holding A2 up anymore. She descended directly to the ground with it. If a fight broke out, she wouldn't back down either. Master! Don't go down there! As they descended bit by bit, A2's heart beat wildly, almost leaping out of its chest, terrified it would be torn apart alive the next moment. All its life, the thing it had heard most was to never approach the foot of the rocky mountain. It must have been scared into hallucinating to think the sky lizards envied it. Yes, it had heard. There were lizards wanting to eat it. Landing meant becoming a snack box right then and there. Chapter 204. Operation Grasstar 31. Bai Chenyue landed steadily while A2, who was being held in her hand, turned into a puddle of mud the moment his feet touched the ground, going completely limp. Master! Please don't. A2's voice was choked with sobs, his whole body trembling like a sieve, his eyes tightly shut, not daring to look around at all. In his rodent life's understanding, the sky lizard tribe was synonymous with death. They were the rulers of Grasstar, the nightmare of all weak creatures. Falling into their lair was no different from being dead. The leader of the group, the dark golden sky lizard, slowly stood up. The shadow cast by its massive body almost completely enveloped Bai Chenyue. It took 2 steps forward, its movements cautious, as if afraid of disturbing the divine emissary before it. Its huge golden vertical pupils stared at the light wings on Bai Chenyue's back, filled with nothing but reverence. Character: Sky Lizard Tribe Chieftain Cayman. Status: Extreme Piety 150%, Hope 200%. Note: the way it looks at you is like a drowning person seeing the last straw. By the way, it hasn't bathed in a very long time. Over 30 different species of microorganisms are parasitic in the crevices between its scales. Maintaining a safe social distance is recommended. Bai Chenyue. She subtly retreated half a step. Chieftain Cayman didn't mind this detail and spoke. Great divine emissary, please forgive our offense. Its voice rumbled like two massive rocks grinding against each other. We have been waiting here for far, far too long. Bai Chenyue didn't speak. More words, more mistakes. Better to say nothing. She just looked at it coldly, maintaining her inscrutable divine emissary persona. Seeing her remain silent, Cayman became even more respectful. After 3 minutes of silence between the two parties, Bai Chenyue was the first to speak. I heard you want to make wings. I brought the materials. With that, she waved her hand, and 100 energy crystals and 100 pieces of velvet ear rabbit soft fur appeared before Cayman. Cayman was shocked by the sudden appearance of these items. Truly worthy of the divine emissary. It waved its hand, and 2 of its subordinate sky lizards came over and took away the energy crystals and soft fur. Cayman bowed its head respectfully and said, Please, divine emissary, come this way. We shall host a welcoming feast for you. Bai Chenyue thought for a moment and agreed. A mechanical game notification sound appropriately rang out. Ding! Mission items velvet ear rabbit fur and energy crystals have been submitted. Congratulations to player Who's That Guy for completing the current 3rd stage of the mission. Game rewards will be settled uniformly after all players have completed their missions. Global notice. A player has completed all Grass Star missions. Mission countdown initiated. All players must complete their missions within 30 days of real-world time. Failure to do so will be considered mission failure, resulting in permanent detention. Inside the mine at the Sharp Sword Team's temporary camp, Zhu Yunyang had just swallowed the last bite of his compressed biscuit when he heard the announcement, nearly choking to death. Lin Xiaolu thoughtfully handed him a water canteen. After gulping down a mouthful, Zhu Yunyang came back to life, thanked Xiaolu and said excitedly, I know, it must be the top-ranked expert again. What speed is that? Riding a rocket? I wonder if the expert's leg still needs a charm to hang on. I really want to hang on. Who doesn't? Lucian sighed. I wonder if the expert will release another guide. She wanted to ask but didn't dare. Orders from above stated not to disturb the expert except under special circumstances. Don't think about it. Our energy crystals will be collected soon, Zhao Zhe said thoughtfully. Lu Ming clapped his hands to encourage everyone. All right, everyone, speed up. Inside the Blaze Team's mine shaft. Damn it. Wang Lai wiped the sweat from his forehead and put down the high-energy ion labor-saving hoe. It can't be Who's That Guy again, can it? We haven't even finished the first mission yet. How is this person already about to finish all their tasks? The team member beside him gritted his teeth. If it weren't for that damn rat, we would have finished the mission long ago. Another member swung his pickaxe, digging out an energy crystal and chimed in. Don't think about it. Just dig faster. There are 4 of us in the team, and we're still 176 energy crystals short. In a patch of grass that reached knee height, Leon lay on the ground as motionless as a corpse, his game nickname God Protects Me. He remained unmoved upon hearing the announcement. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, he couldn't. After being kicked by a rabbit, his internal organs felt like they were about to shift out of place. If he went back and told people, they probably wouldn't believe him. He got into a fight with a rabbit and he lost. Once you've rested, continue fighting the rabbits, said Johns Delica, game nickname King, holding a telescope and looking at the rabbits in the distance. He had fallen another step further behind the top-ranked player. Within the Sky Lizard tribe's territory, in contrast to the suffering of the other players, Bai Chenyue had become an honored guest of the Sky Lizard tribe. She was led to a large platform carved from giant rocks. This was Chieftain Cayman's exclusive dining area. The Sky Lizard tribe warriors around them maintained vigilance at all times, but they would glance at Bai Chenyue from time to time, their eyes filled with reverence. A2 followed Bai Chenyue closely, one front paw gripping the very edge of her pants leg. He could feel hundreds of predatory gazes fixed on him, making his fur stand on end. He was terrified that if he let his guard down for even a moment, he would directly become a dish on the Sky Lizard's table. Bai Chenyue looked at these massive, scale-covered creatures before her, then at their clumsy bodies. A question surfaced in her mind. She gently nudged the still trembling A2 with the tip of her foot. These Sky Lizard tribe members, aren't they lizards? Why does every single one of them want to make wings? Bai Chenyue voiced her confusion. Lizards wanting to take to the sky, no matter how she thought about it, it felt strange. Mentioning this, A2 temporarily forgot his fear and perked up. I heard from my grandfather's grandfather that the Sky Lizard tribe isn't originally from our grass star at all. They call themselves visitors from beyond the heavens, sinners exiled here. They believe that as long as they can grow wings and fly to the peak of that tallest rocky mountain, they can return to the embrace of their God. So for thousands of years they have been trying all sorts of methods to fly. Unfortunately, they've never succeeded once. After listening, Bai Chenyue looked towards the distant, dark red mountain range that pierced the clouds, its peak completely out of sight. What's on that rocky mountain? I don't know. A2's head shook like a rattle drum. Legend says it's a divine mountain, with a prohibition left by the god. No one but themselves can go up there. As he spoke, he suddenly felt an inadvertent glance from Chieftain Cayman. Instantly, all the blood in his body froze, and a small white mouse spirit drifted out from the top of A2's head. Bai Chenyue pressed it back down, returning the spirit. Master, please take me back into your space quickly. I'll go help Sadako with her work. I feel like the way they're looking at me is terrifying. A2 chickened out. Seeing him so useless, Bai Chenyue was speechless, but she still put him back into her space. Chapter 205. Operation Grass Star 32. Bai Chenyue decided to go meet that rocky mountain in person. She said to Cayman, "Take me to your sacred mountain." "Yes, great divine emissary." Chief Cayman was so excited his whole body trembled. He personally led the way, bringing Bai Chenyue to the foot of that range of dark red rocky mountains. Bai Chenyue stood before the rocky mountain. Mineral vein. Energy crystal core vein, unmined. Description. The mountain body is divided into 4 layers from the outside inward. First layer, common metamorphic rock. Second layer, mixed metal or rock, containing trace radioactive elements. Third layer, low purity energy crystal associated ore, energy is mixed. Fourth layer, core area, energy crystal core vein. Sufficient energy crystal cores can be used to produce high purity energy crystals. Note: want to eat dongpa pork knuckle? This mountain is that chosen pig. Want to eat the most essential tendon meat? Core mineral vein? First chew through that thick and tough pig skin, ordinary rock layer, and the 2 layers of greasy, suffocating lard, mixed or rock layer plus low purity associated ore. Good luck, future mine boss. Her brain was completely blank for a good 3 seconds. An entire mountain. All energy crystal cores, which could be made into high purity energy crystals. Her heart started pounding uncontrollably. She could feel her palms sweating. Calm down. Must stay calm. Only heaven knew how much self-control she had to exert right now to stop herself from losing composure on the spot. Following the mountain range's direction, she looked to the left. The dark red ridgeline stretched continuously. Looking to the right, it was the same endless extension. Looking up, she couldn't see the top. And now an entire complete mountain range was laid out right before her. Within reach, Cayman and the accompanying Sky Lizard tribe elders, seeing the divine emissary standing still for so long, gazing intently at the sacred mountain, thought she was communicating with ancient deities. They all held their breath, not daring to make a single sound. Divine emissary, when do you plan to set off? After a long while, Cayman broke the silence, asking quietly. This question pulled Bai Chenyue's thoughts back. Maintaining the divine emissary's aloof persona, she just nodded slightly. Whoosh! The nightlight wings unfurled. The dazzling white light dyed the surrounding dark red rocks with a layer of sacred halo. All the sky lizards were once again awestruck by this miracle, kneeling down in unison. Bai Chenyue didn't look at them anymore. With a beat of her wings, she transformed into a streak of white light, shooting vertically into the sky. She followed the nearly 90-degree steep cliff face, flying upwards towards the clouds. The cliff face rapidly receded in her vision. The sky lizards on the ground soon became tiny dots. She flew for a solid half an hour. The surrounding temperature plummeted sharply. Even wearing her combat suit couldn't withstand the cold wind. Bai Chenyue glanced down. The ground was already obscured by clouds, nothing visible. She took out a cold resistance fruit from her space and ate it in one bite. A warm current instantly spread throughout her body, dispelling all the chill. She took out a windproof mask and put it on. Continued upward. 2 hours later, her surroundings were completely enveloped by thick, dense fog, a vast expanse of white. Visibility was less than 5 meters. The fog here was completely different from ordinary fog. It felt almost solid, carrying a peculiar resistance. Her mental energy was rapidly depleting. But the mountain had no end. Just as she was about to increase her speed again, trying to forcefully break through this mist, an icy game prompt exploded in her mind. Game prompt. Ahead is a non-open area. Player entry is prohibited. What? Bai Chenyue was stunned. Before she could react, the thick, impenetrable white fog before her suddenly twisted violently. An irresistible force enveloped her. Her vision just blurred. When she opened her eyes again, the suppressed exclamations of the sky lizards reached her ears. She found herself back at the foot of the mountain, back at the spot where she had started. Her feet were planted firmly on solid ground, as if the nearly 3-hour-long flight was just an illusion. All around, every sky lizard was looking at her with shocked eyes. Divine emissary. You. Cayman was the first to react. He was kneeling on the ground, his head slightly raised, but didn't dare look directly. Bai Chenyue's expression remained unchanged on the surface. She couldn't very well say the game system wouldn't let her go up. Putting on an aloof appearance, she said, "Now is not yet the time." Hearing this, Cayman and the group of elders showed not a hint of doubt, but rather expressions of sudden understanding, their reverence for her growing even stronger. Indeed, the sacred mountain wasn't so easy to summit. Even the divine emissary needed to wait for the appropriate moment. If even the divine emissary couldn't fly up, their tribe's lizards would likely find it even more difficult. Just as Bai Chenyue was about to say something more to solidify her persona, the game prompt sound rang in the minds of all players. Global notice. Players are prohibited from exploring non-game areas. Anyone found doing so will receive 1 warning. A second offense will result in immediate expulsion from the game. It was announced 3 times in a row. All players were shocked, a question mark popping up in their minds simultaneously. Big shot, what did you do this time? Bai Chenyue. Damn, this is aimed at her. Great divine emissary. Chief Cayman requested, please rest temporarily within our tribe. We, the Sky Lizard tribe, will spare no effort to serve you. Bai Chenyue's heart stirred. Stay? That suited her just fine. All right, she responded faintly, maintaining her aloofness. Cayman was overjoyed. He personally led the way, taking her to the most core area of the tribe. Along the way, all Sky Lizard tribe warriors paid her the highest form of silent salute with their gazes. The Sky Lizard tribe elders following behind her were excitedly discussing. Did you see it? The divine emissary's flying posture just now is the pursuit our Sky Lizard tribe has had since ancient times. The divine emissary's descent foretells that our day of returning to the divine realm is not far off. Listening to these discussions, Bai Chenyue's mind raced with calculations. She was arranged in a house built from rocks with the best view, directly facing that majestic sacred mountain. Cayman stood respectfully to the side, awaiting her instructions. Bai Chenyue remained silent for a long time. Then she turned her head and asked seemingly casually, "Can the sacred mountain be dug?" As her words fell, Cayman's huge golden vertical pupils suddenly widened. He looked at Bai Chenyue, his eyes filled with confusion and a trace of wild joy. Bai Chenyue's heart sank. Damn wrong question. This was their sacred mountain. Asking if it could be dug was practically blasphemy, wasn't it? It's over. Her identity is about to be exposed. Chapter 206. Grass Star Operation 33. Just as she was thinking about how to remedy the situation, Cayman spoke loudly. Of course you can. Bai Chenyue. Question mark. His reaction didn't seem quite right. Cayman took 2 steps forward, his massive body almost touching the ceiling. The sacred mountain was originally a gift from the gods to our sky lizard tribe. The very meaning of its existence is to be mined. As long as we dig out the energy crystals from the sacred mountain, we can make wings to help our tribe fly up to the sacred mountain and return to the embrace of the gods. For 1,000 years we have been trying, but our technology is too backward. Countless tribesmen have continuously attempted to fly up the sacred mountain, and all have failed. Bai Chenyue suddenly understood. So the sky lizard tribe had long known that the sacred mountain contained energy crystals. Bai Chenyue asked, "Where do the energy crystals you usually mine come from? Please follow me, divine emissary." Cayman turned around and respectfully led the way. Cayman led Bai Chenyue through the heavily guarded territory to the front of a huge mountain fissure. Divine emissary, this is the sky lizard tribe's mine. Cayman stepped aside respectfully, making way. Bai Chenyue stepped forward and walked in. Following the stairs downward led to a vast underground cavern. It was brightly lit at the moment. Hundreds of thin, small figures were swinging their claws, constantly digging at the rock walls or soil pits. They worked deftly and skillfully, placing the dugout energy crystals into the vine baskets on their backs. Then, with heavy steps, they transported the crystals to designated areas for stacking. Supervising them were several sky lizard tribe warriors holding large stone clubs, lazily leaning against the rock walls. The hard-working miners were not sky lizards. They were a group of wind rats. This place. A blood and tears mine belonging to the wind rats. A flash of understanding crossed Bai Chenyue's mind. No wonder A2 said the sky lizard tribe's territory was an absolute forbidden zone. Countless ancestors had been captured to mine here. If they didn't work enough, they'd be used as food. A thought stirred in her heart, and she released A2 from her space. With a thump, A2 fell to the ground. He was just about to voice his displeasure to his master when he looked up and saw the full scene around him. Ooh! A shrill, mournful cry cut through the clamor of the mine. A2 was scared out of his wits. But soon he realized something seemed a bit off. Besides the terrifying sky lizards, there were also many fellow rats around. The wind rats who were mining, hearing his cry, all stopped their work and looked over in confusion. A2 froze. He instinctively scanned the rat crowd, and suddenly, his gaze solidified. In a corner of the mine, a rat older than the others, its fur even turning white, was also staring blankly at him. That face. Uncle. A2's voice trembled. That wind rat shuddered, the whole rat going stiff. He couldn't believe it, rubbing his eyes, and then tears welled up in his cloudy eyes. A2. The next second, A2 went crazy, scrambling and tumbling over, rushing forward and hugging the wind rat, wailing loudly. Uncle. It's really you. I thought you'd been eaten by the sky lizards long ago. That rat also held him, tears streaming down his aged face. It was his biological uncle, Big A's father. When A2 was still very young, his uncle went out and never returned. Everyone thought something had happened to him. Who would have thought he had been captured here, forced into years of slave labor? Watching the uncle and nephew embracing and crying, Bai Chenyue cast an inquiring glance at Cayman beside her. Cayman immediately understood, growling a low command at the supervising warriors. Those few sky lizard warriors immediately stepped forward, dispersing the surrounding wind rats who were watching the spectacle, leaving space for them. Talk by yourselves. Come find me later. Bai Chenyue said this to A2. Thank you, master. A2 nodded, choked with sobs. He had far too much to say to his uncle right now. Bai Chenyue paid them no further mind, turning to Cayman and saying, Take me around to look. Yes, divine emissary. A2, hearing A2 call the two-legged beast master, felt suspicious, his gaze drifting toward that two-legged beast who was being treated with such respect by the sky lizard tribe chieftain. Especially when he saw the pair of sacred wings on her back, his heart was filled with shock and doubt. Who was that two-legged beast? Why was the sky lizard tribe chieftain so respectful toward her? She actually had wings? How did A2 end up with her? Countless questions swirled in Afu's mind, but he didn't voice them. He just tightly hugged his nephew, lost and found again, feeling the familial affection that had been delayed for far too long. Bai Chenyue followed behind Cayman, traversing the vast mine. The further in they went, the stronger the shock in her heart grew. The reserves of energy crystals here exceeded her imagination. They were piled haphazardly in corners, in some places even forming small hills. She didn't understand. The sky lizard tribe had so many energy crystals. If they were all used to make wings, the entire tribe wouldn't be able to use them all. So why did the game still require players to collect energy crystals? Was it just to complete the mission? With this doubt in her heart, she glanced at Cayman. He probably wouldn't know the game's purpose either. Cayman led her to the front of a newly excavated mine shaft. Divine emissary. Cayman stopped, extending a claw to point at the crystal vein before them, his tone filled with utmost reverence. Take as many energy crystals as you need, they are all here. Just say the word, and we will mine them for you immediately. Bai Chenyue looked at the massive pile of energy crystals, her heartbeat accelerating again. She feigned calm and asked, "Aren't you going to use these to make wings? If you give them all to me, what will you do?" "It doesn't matter." Cayman shook his huge head like a rattle drum. Being chosen by the divine emissary is an honor for these energy crystals, and for our entire sky lizard tribe. Bai Chenyue stopped being polite. She walked up to the rock wall, reached out her hand, and gently pried off a fist-sized, completely translucent energy crystal from the wall. Ding! Detected. That player who's that guy has completed all main storyline missions in the Grass Star world. You may now view the deeper uses of certain items. Bai Chenyue was stunned. Deeper uses? She instinctively looked at the energy crystal in her hand. A faint blue virtual text popped up, but this time, the words on it were completely different from before. Item? Energy crystal. Deep analysis version. Introduction. Low-grade energy aggregate. Can undergo high-pressure purification via a dimensional fusion reactor. Synthesis formula. Energy crystal X50 equals high-purity energy crystal X1. Note. Stop picking at it with your hands, you look like a country bumpkin who's never seen the world. Hurry up and check them all. Technology changes fate, knowledge is wealth, kid. Thank you so much for the sarcastic commentary. Complete with a personal attack. Chapter 207 Grass Star Operation 34. Bai Chenyue looked up, cleared her throat, and pointed at the energy crystals in front of her. As for these energy crystals, get me as many as you have. I won't mind. In exchange, I can also do something for you, whatever I'm capable of. Upon hearing this, Cayman's body jolted violently. His enormous golden vertical pupils erupted with unbelievable wild joy. The divine emissary had taken a liking to the energy crystals. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. It was the guidance of the gods. He was so agitated he could barely speak, only managing to ask in a trembling voice after a long moment. Then may I make 2 requests of you? Here it comes. Bai Chenyue's heart stirred. She knew it. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Oh, the core area of the Sky Lizard tribe territory. Bai Chenyue sat on a seat carved from a single massive piece of dark red rock. Led by Cayman, hundreds, even thousands of Sky Lizard tribe warriors had arrived, along with even the little Sky Lizards who had just learned to walk. They crowded the entire area, a dense black mass, packed so tightly not a drop of water could leak through. Welcome, Divine Emissary. Welcome the descent of the Divine Emissary. All the Sky Lizards knelt in unison, prostrating themselves fully, pressing their proud heads deeply into the dust. The spectacle was utterly magnificent. Bai Chenyue sat on the high throne, watching the sea of kneeling believers below, her heart churning with turbulent waves. Cayman's 2 requests. The first request was to hold the most sublime worship ceremony for her. She only needed to sit on the chair and accept the Sky Lizard tribe's obeisance. And so it was. In front of her there was also a stone table. On the table was a stone plate, filled with white worms that were still wriggling incessantly. Item: rock worms. Description: a creature that parasitizes the cracks and fissures of energy or veins, surviving by absorbing the energy from the ore. Its flesh is rich in high concentration energy. Note: High in protein, crunchy texture similar to bursting juicy chicken. It's just that their appearance is a bit challenging to the worldview. It is recommended to close your eyes before eating. Bon appetit. Bai Chenyue's stomach did a violent somersault. She was not eating worms. She'd rather die than eat them. She cast a cold glance at the plate of worms, showing no intention of touching them. Seeing this, Cayman and the elders didn't feel offended in the slightest. On the contrary, their reverence deepened. Look, as expected of the divine emissary, seated at the right hand of the gods, she naturally disdains such mundane food. The ceremony proceeded in a fervent atmosphere. Bai Chenyue maintained only one action throughout the entire process, sitting. Only after the worship concluded did Cayman respectfully present the second request. Great divine emissary, to better serve you, we humbly beseech you to select 10 from the most valiant warriors of our tribe to become your divine servants, to follow at your side forever. Divine servants? Bai Chenyue's eyes lit up. Free bodyguards in labor? She hadn't personally witnessed the combat prowess of the Sky Lizard tribe, but she had fought the Velvet Ear Rabbits. Any race that could make those muscular bunny powerhouses obediently offer tribute must possess formidable strength. If she could bring 10 along, her safety rating would skyrocket no matter which game world she ventured into in the future. They could fight at critical moments, and in peacetime they could help Bumblebee plant trees. Perfect. However, another thought occurred to her. If you follow me, you might not be able to return in the future. Are you still willing? Bai Chenyue thought for a moment and spoke. To be by the divine emissary's side is already a tremendous blessing. Even if we cannot return, it is an honor. Cayman replied without a shred of hesitation. He was joking. That was the divine emissary. Following her meant leaving Grasstar behind. Not coming back would be even better. Approved. A single word from Bai Chenyue sent all the sky lizards into a frenzy. To become divine servants. What supreme glory! They had long envied that wind rat. Finally, they too had the chance to become divine servants. Cayman immediately issued an order to assemble all the most elite warriors for Bai Chenyue to choose from. Instantly, the entire Sky Lizard tribe territory boiled over. To compete for these 10 slots, several warriors even started fighting on the spot. Bai Chenyue's gaze swept over them and suddenly noticed something slightly different about Tribe Chief Cayman, who stood at the very front. One of his eyes was actually bruised and swollen. Character: Sky Lizard Tribe Chieftain Cayman. Status: engaged in a fierce brawl with several elders over the divine servant slots. Unfortunately defeated, resulting in severe contusion of the periorbital soft tissue. Internally seething with extreme resentment, 90%. Currently scheming on how to slip his own offspring into the divine servant team. Bai Chenyue. Quite the character indeed. She randomly pointed at 5 male sky lizards with the most imposing stature and the thickest scales. Then she pointed at 5 female sky lizards with relatively more petite and agile-looking builds. One of the burly male sky lizards was Cayman's son. The 10 selected sky lizard tribe warriors trembled with excitement. Under the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of all their tribesmen, they walked forward, knelt before Bai Chenyue, and offered their loyalty. Looking at these 10 divine servants before her, each generally over 3 meters tall, Bai Chenyue nodded with satisfaction. From now on, she too had her own personal guard. Having gained 10 powerful Sky Lizard tribe divine servants, Bai Chenyue was in an exceptionally good mood. She didn't delay. After the worship ceremony, she led Tribe Chief Cayman and her new personal guard back to the underground mine. Along the way, every Sky Lizard that saw her knelt and paid their respects, their eyes filled with envy for those 10 divine servants. Returning to the mine, Bai Chenyue found a sufficiently spacious and flat, enormous cavern. She opened the game mall and directly typed 5 characters into the mall's search bar. Dimensional fusion reactor. A sci-fi-esque, silvery white metal object appeared on the screen. Blueprint item. Dimensional fusion reactor. Description: utilizes cross-dimensional energy compression technology to efficiently purify low-grade energy aggregates. An essential basic industrial device for interstellar pioneering. Maximum capacity: 500 units per batch. Production rate: 10 units every 10 minutes. Price: 150,000 game coins. Note: foolproof operation, Even illiterates can handle it. Friendly reminder: please use in a well-ventilated area. Occasional dimensional fluctuations might bring some surprises. 150,000 game coins per unit. That's daylight robbery. But thinking about turning 50 energy crystals into one high-purity energy crystal worth 20,000 star coins. This deal was an absolute bloody profit. Buy. She had to buy it. She glanced at her impressively long string of balanced digits, and a crazy idea surged into her mind. Buy one unit? Think too small. If you're going to do it, go big. One reactor could hold a maximum of 500 crystals at a time, producing 10 high-purity crystals every 10 minutes. With an entire mountain of them, how many donkey years would it take to process them all? Time is life, efficiency is money. She extended her finger and jabbed decisively at the purchase quantity field. 20 units. Ding. Purchased Dimensional Fusion Reactor X20. Deducted 3 million game coins. In an instant, 3 million game coins vanished. Her hard-earned savings. But the thought of the endless stream of high-purity energy crystals, soon to come, turned that heartache into boundless motivation. You can't catch a wolf without risking the child. Besides, she still had 3 springs of life to deal with. Although she did not have 30 million game coins. How tragic. Chapter 208. Operation Weed Star Part 35. Bai Chenyue opened her inventory and released all the dimensional fusion reactors. 20 dimensional fusion reactors, shimmering with a metallic sheen and brimming with futuristic technological flair, materialized out of thin air, arranged neatly in rows on the open ground. Hiss! The sound of sharp intakes of breath echoed all around. The 10 members of the personal guard, including Cayman, were all dumbfounded. Materializing objects from nothing. A divine miracle. Status: all members of the Sky Lizard tribe, having witnessed the divine miracle of materializing objects from nothing, have had their faith value break through the critical point. They now regard you as a creator god-level existence. Loyalty max. Bai Chenyue was very satisfied with their exaggerated reaction. This was exactly the effect she wanted. She walked up to one of the dimensional fusion reactors and said to the 10 divine servants behind her, who were already stunned stiff, "Watch closely. I'll only teach this once." She skillfully opened the furnace door and pointed at the internal energy chamber. "Here. You can load a maximum of 500 energy crystals at one time." Then, she pointed to the only ridiculously large red button on the control panel. "After it's full, press here. Wait 10 minutes. She pointed at the discharge port below. "Here. 10 purified high-purity energy crystals will automatically come out. Your task is to collect them and place them in the designated location." "Understood." The 10 divine servants nodded frantically. They had already learned. Bai Chenyue was very satisfied with their attitude. She divided these 20 fusion reactors into 2 groups, ordering her 10 divine servants to manage them in shifts, 5 lizards per group. Simultaneously, she had Cayman mobilize more wind rat miners, along with some Sky Lizard tribe warriors, to be responsible for the continuous mining and transportation of energy crystals. A fully automated 24-hour non-stop high-purity energy crystal refining production line was thus launched with great fanfare deep underground on Grass Star. Soon, the first batch of freshly produced high-purity energy crystals was delivered to Bai Chenyue. She picked one up, sensing the vast, 100 times purer energy contained within compared to ordinary energy crystals. The joy in her heart was almost overflowing. As she was immersed in the joy of her harvest, a timid voice came from beside her. "Master." Bai Chenyue turned her head and saw A2 standing cautiously not far away. Behind him was that white-haired old wind rat Fu. After the uncle and nephew had hugged and cried their hearts out upon recognizing each other, and poured out years of longing, A2 suddenly realized his master was gone. Apart from a few scattered Sky Lizard tribe members in the cave, the rest had left. A2 thought his master had abandoned him. He hugged his uncle and cried again, not tears of joy at seeing his uncle, but tears of being discarded by his master. After trembling with fear and following his uncle to mine for a while, he saw his master again. So he immediately scurried over, tail wagging. A2 had figured it out. He took a deep breath and made the most important decision of his rat life. With a thump, he knelt straight down before Bai Chenyue. or rather directly prostrated himself on the ground. Full body prostration. Bai Chenyue raised an eyebrow. Status: regret 100%, sincere pleading 100%, regards you as the only deity in salvation 200%, loyalty off the charts, willing to give his life for you, including but not limited to blocking blades, testing poisons, and sharing his privately hoarded tastiest bugs. Actually, you forgot about him. He's been scared and worried for a long time, and is now ready to pledge allegiance. Bai Chenyue. When she left, she had indeed forgotten about him. I beg Master to let me follow you forever. I can do anything. I can dig tunnels, I can farm, and I can assist Lady Sadako. I don't eat much either. Please, Master, take me in. Bai Chenyue looked at his pitiful state and felt somewhat amused. She had long heard from A2 that his parents went to steal puffgrass in their early years, and were kicked to death by enraged velvet ear rabbits. Apart from a not-so-close cousin, Big A, the only family he had left was his uncle's family, who had been captured to be mining slaves. The wind rat tribe was cunning by nature, but this guy A2 seemed uniquely foolish in a different way. Keeping him wasn't entirely out of the question. The wind rat's tunneling skills were indeed top-notch, and his farming was decent. He had learned a lot following Sadako in the space and was a qualified laborer. All right, get up, Bai Chenyue said calmly. You can follow me from now on. Thank you, Master. A2 was so excited he jumped 3 feet high on the spot, tears and snot running down his face. If not for his fear of Bai Chenyue's icy gaze, he would have rushed forward to hug his master's leg. He had a master now. He was no longer a homeless rat. At that moment, Tribe Chief Cayman, who had been standing respectfully not far away, walked over. His huge golden vertical pupils first looked at A2, then at the divine emissary. He was a smart lizard. He could tell that the great divine emissary was particularly tolerant of this seemingly useless little wind rat. This was an opportunity to express loyalty. Great divine emissary, Cayman lowered his head. Since this wind rat has become your servant rat, we should naturally treat his fellow tribesmen with special regard. He turned his head and loudly announced to all the wind rats in the mine shaft who were eavesdropping with perked-up ears, I, Cayman, chieftain of the Sky Lizard tribe, hereby pledge to the divine emissary. From today onward, as long as you wholeheartedly mine the sacred mountain for the divine emissary and complete the tasks assigned by her, on the day the mission ends, you can regain your freedom. I will personally escort you back to your homeland. All the wind rats who were laboring stopped their stone picks and looked up in unison, unable to believe their ears. Freedom? They could actually regain their freedom? Captured here to be mining slaves, for a few short years or decades long, they had long since despaired. In their understanding, the only outcomes after being captured by the sky lizards were either working to death or being served as a snack for some meal. But now, the chieftain of the sky lizard tribe was personally promising to let them go? After a brief dead silence, the mine shaft erupted with earth-shaking cheers. Long live the divine emissary! Thank you for the divine emissary's grace. We are willing to die for the divine emissary. Countless wind rats knelt towards Bai Chenyue's direction, moved to tears. With the miner's motivation boosted, her energy crystals could flow continuously. She glanced at the mountain-like pile of energy crystals, then looked at the seemingly bottomless mine tunnel in the distance, frowning slightly. The tools were still too backward. Relying solely on these crude stone picks was too inefficient. The mission time limit was only 30 days. She had to find a way to speed things up. Thinking of this, she hesitated no longer and directly opened the game mall. She purchased 93 high-energy ion labor-saving hose. Ding! Purchased high-energy ion labor-saving Ho X93. Deducted 279,000 game coins. Adding her previous 2, that made 95 in total. Well, now she really only had a few thousand coins left. Chapter 209. Operation Wheat Star Part 36. When 95 high-energy ion labor-saving hose materialized out of thin air before them, Cayman and the surrounding personal guard, including those wind rats, except for A2, once again had their jaws drop in shock at the miracle of creation from nothing, their gazes toward Bai Chenyue growing increasingly fanatical. A2, however, puffed out his chest, a bunch of uncultured rats and lizards. Cayman. Bai Chenyue pointed at the 95 hose on the ground. Distribute these. Find the strongest ones, and have them dig with all their might. Yes, great divine emissary. Cayman accepted the order excitedly and immediately arranged for the strongest Sky Lizard tribe warriors to swap to the new tools and join the mining crew. The Sky Lizard tribe with their new equipment were like tigers growing wings. With one swing of the hoe, a large patch of energy crystals fell down. The mining speed of the entire cave increased by more than just one level. However, Bai Chenyue watched the bustling scene before her, while mentally calculating another account. Having just hose wasn't enough. There were also only 20-dimensional fusion reactors which couldn't keep up with the mining speed at all. Wanting to dig more energy crystals within the limited time was undoubtedly like trying to extinguish a burning cartload of firewood with a cup of water. Utterly inadequate. She glanced at her dwindling game coins balance and sighed deeply. Poverty was the biggest obstacle hindering her development. She had to think of a way to make money. Late at night in the quiet, Bai Chenyue sat alone in the stone house. The cave entrance faced the majestic sacred mountain, the evening breeze carrying the metallic sweetness of ore. But she was in no mood to appreciate the scenery at the moment. Only one word occupied her mind: money. More accurately, game coins. She opened her personal panel, looked at the string of digits that had already shrunk to 6 figures, and frowned tightly. It's still too little. The biggest gain from this trip to Grass Star was discovering this mountain of energy crystal ore. But both mining and refining required equipment. The high-energy ion labor-saving hoe, 3,000 each. The dimensional fusion reactor, 150,000 each. Both were major money burners. Once the time was up, she had to leave. Crying over the gold mountain then would be useless. There'd be no place for tears. She had to expand the production scale. She had to turn these ores into tangible high-purity energy crystals at the fastest speed possible. But where would the money come from? Got it. Bai Chenyue's eyes suddenly lit up. How could she have forgotten this? She had completed the mission, but the other players were still in deep water and scorching fire, in dire straits. Cell guides. Just like in the 5 Elements garden game. No sooner said than done. Bai Chenyue took out her laptop and started clacking away at the keyboard. Grass Star Quick Clear Guide. Condensed Essence Edition. Rule 1. Look for wind rats. Those who come knocking at night are usually wind rats in disguise. They impersonate humans and tell endless lies. Rule 2. Trade with wind rats. Exchange food with them for puffgrass and energy crystals. Most wind rats haven't seen the world. Prepare sufficient food and trade directly with the wind rats. Note: exchanging for puffgrass is key. Rule 5. Look for velvet ear rabbits. Don't confront them head-on. Those muscular rabbits are fierce and hit really hard. Simply take out the puffgrass, and they will proactively trade soft fur with you. Rule 10. You can have wind rats or velvet ear rabbits point the way to the Sky Lizard tribe's territory location. Hand the energy crystals and soft fur to the Sky Lizard tribe to complete the final mission. The Sky Lizard tribe is very strong. Do not start a fight. After writing over a dozen rules in total, Bai Chenyue nodded with satisfaction. Next was pricing. As per the old rule, still 20,000. Bai Chenyue found a portable printer from her space, bought after returning from 3 child stars precisely to avoid handwriting guides again. She printed 500 copies of the guide in one go, opened her personal shop, and listed them all at once. Price: 20,000 game coins. After doing all this, Bai Chenyue let out a long sigh of relief, lay down on the stone bed, and waited quietly. It wasn't that she didn't want to print more. Only 5,000 players participated in the Grass Star mission, and many were in teams. This was to prevent players from sharing copies among themselves. 500 copies were enough. Meanwhile, in various corners of Grass Star, the atmosphere in the Sharp Sword team's temporary camp was heavy. We're still short 93 energy crystals. We've been digging for 2 days and 2 nights. The crystals in this damn cave are sparse and scattered. The efficiency is too low. Zhu Yunyang plopped down on the ground, too tired to even speak. Can we really complete it in 30 days? Lin Xiaolu's face was also filled with exhaustion and worry. Just then Lu Qian and the team suddenly exclaimed, "Quick look! The Big Shot has new stock." "What?" "The Big Shot is selling something again." Zhu Yunyang perked up. Everyone immediately gathered around and opened the shop interface. When they saw the product named Grass Star Quick Clear Guide and the price tag of 20,000 game coins behind it, everyone gasped sharply. 20,000 again. I'm poor. Zhu Yunyang's eyes almost popped out. Classmate Zhu Million, are you still short on game coins? Zhao Zhe glanced at him. Who in the national team didn't know that Zhu Yunyang had earned over 1 million in the last 5 Elements Garden game? Privately in the team they all called him Zhu Million now. Zhu Million chuckled. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Buy it. Lu Ming decided immediately. The same scene was playing out in the Blaze team and all other surviving player teams. Faced with the terrifying penalty of permanent detention, the 20,000 game coin guide became everyone's lifeline. Most players who saw it didn't hesitate much and placed orders directly. Bai Chenyue's personal panel was flooded with a series of system notifications. Ding! Player Wind leaves no trace. Purchase Grass Star Quick Clear Guide X1. Income 19,000 game coins. Ding! Player Blaze War God purchase Grass Star Quick Clear Guide X1. Income 19,000 game coins. Ding! Player King purchase Grass Star Quick Clear Guide X1. Over the next 2 days all the guides sold out. With money the first thing to do was expand reproduction. Bai Chenyue opened the game mall without hesitation and found the high-energy ion labor-saving hoe. In the purchase quantity field, she directly entered a number that made her own heart race. 1,000. Ding! Confirm purchase of high-energy ion labor-saving hoe X 1,000. Confirm. Bai Chenyue didn't hesitate in the slightest. Ding! Purchase successful. 3 million game coins deducted. Bai Chenyue found Cayman, handed over all 1,000 hoes to him, and had him arrange manpower for mining. If they couldn't fuse much using the dimensional fusion reactors on Grasstar, then they'd load the energy crystals into her space and take them back to reality to fuse slowly later. With over 1,000 hoes working simultaneously, the mining efficiency skyrocketed by several dozen times again. After arranging everything properly in the mine, Bai Chenyue switched to patrol mode, wandering around the Sky Lizard tribe territory. With Cayman and over 1,000 miners pumped up like they were on stimulants handling the mine affairs, she didn't need to worry about it anymore. What she needed to do now was scavenge as many useful resources as possible before leaving this world. Chapter 210 Grass Star Operation 37. Bai Chenyue wandered aimlessly across the vast grassland. As she walked, she carefully scanned the ground for plants she had never seen before. Item. Screaming grass. Description. A neurotic plant that emits a piercing scream when it senses a threat, with a decibel level comparable to a jet taking off. Note: if you want to experience the sensation of a perforated eardrum, feel free to step on it. Oh. Item tickling grass. Description. Its pollen is highly allergenic. Contact with skin triggers intense itching that lasts for 24 hours. Note: even the native inhabitants of Grass Star give this plant a wide berth. It's environmentally friendly and harmless, just a bit hard on the hands. Oh. Item. Starlight grass. Description. A rare and peculiar plant capable of absorbing and converting cosmic radiation. It is rich in over 100 types of composite vitamins beneficial to organisms, and contains a special active factor that can repair damaged cells and alleviate neuropathic pain. Note: pure, natural, pollution-free, and packed with multiple vitamins. The only downside is it tastes like rust, with a texture similar to chewing on a steel wool pad. But if you can overlook the flavor, it can effectively relieve symptoms like headaches and nausea caused by prolonged exposure to radiation. An essential medicine for the apocalypse. You deserve to have it. It can resist radiation, and it can relieve headaches. These are all good things. She wanted them all, just in case they come in handy. As for the task of pulling grass, it was time for her other treasure to make an appearance. The Root by Root squad deploy. 10 robots stood neatly in a row before her, their electronic eyes glowing with blue light. Begin work. Bai Chenyue issued the simplest command. The next second, all 10 robots sprang into action simultaneously. The root scanning system activated, locking onto the complete root system of each grass plant. Swish, swish, swish. Accompanied by a series of soft, earth-breaking sounds, one starlight grass after another was perfectly extracted from the ground, complete with an intact ball of soil around its roots, and then gently placed into the storage compartment on the robot's back by a mechanical arm. The entire process was smooth and seamless, without the slightest delay. Bai Chenyue then fished A2 out from her space. Thump! A2 landed on the soft grass, feeling no pain at all. It looked around blankly, then at the enthusiastic little squad. Master! You stand guard here. Bai Chenyue pointed to a high ground not far away. Notify me if any living creature approaches. Huh. A2's beady eyes widened into perfect circles. Me? A single rat. Making a single wind rat stand guard? Was that reasonable? Is there a problem? Bai Chenyue's eyes narrowed slightly. No. No problem. A2 gave a start, shaking its head like a rattledrum, and scampered off towards the high ground on its 4 short legs. With everything arranged, Bai Chenyue finally had some leisure time. Leisure time always seemed to fly by. The 10 root-by-root squad robots worked with extremely high efficiency, and A2 performed its sentry duty diligently. Bai Chenyue finally had some time to herself. She remembered the flying sword she had borrowed from Tian. With a thought, the bubble containing the entirely silver-white longsword appeared in her hand. She crushed it. Item. Imagination creature flying sword. Description. Possesses basic flight and attack capabilities, controllable by thought. Note. This flying sword can bear a maximum weight of 200 jin, approximately 100 kilograms. The longsword was in her hand. She hefted it. Not heavy. Her current body weight plus all her gear was far less than 200 jin, not even 150 jin. In theory, she could ride the sword to fly. Bai Chenyue gently tossed the flying sword into the air. With a thought, the sword stabilized and hovered steadily half a meter above the ground. She took a deep breath, imitating the immortals she'd seen on TV, tapped the ground with her toes and lightly leaped onto it. The next second, thump! Man and sword tumbled over. The flying sword lost its balance, wobbling in the air like a drunken man, and promptly threw her off. Bai Chenyue landed with a solid thud. She got up from the grass, patted the dirt off herself, her face expressionless. Again, she leaped onto the flying sword once more. Thump! Another fall. This time she landed face first. Bai Chenyue got up expressionlessly. Again. Thump! Half an hour later. From the high ground, A2 watched with its heart in its throat. What was Master doing? Self-harm? It had lost count of how many times its master had fallen. 10 times? Or 20? It only saw its master fall off the sword again and again, get up again and jump back on again. That pretty face was already smudged with quite a bit of dirt and grass debris. But Master's expression never changed from beginning to end. Calm. Determined. As if it wasn't herself who was falling. Finally, after who knows how many attempts, when Bai Chenyue jumped onto the flying sword this time, her body only swayed slightly, and she did not fall off again. She steadied herself. The flying sword beneath her feet was like a tamed wild stallion. Although it still trembled slightly, it no longer tried to throw her off. Bai Chenyue slowly let out a breath. So the trick was to evenly spread her mental energy over the entire sword body, not just concentrated on the spot under her feet. Once she found the feeling, the rest became simple. She tried leaning her body forward. Whoosh! The flying sword shot forward with her for over a dozen meters, almost throwing her off again. She hurriedly stabilized her posture. Try again. This time she controlled the force. The flying sword glided forward smoothly. Turn left. Turn right. Accelerate. Decelerate. Hover. It was clumsy at first, but Bai Chenyue quickly mastered the skill of flying. She maneuvered the flying sword, circling at low altitude, skimming over the grassland, stirring up a gust of wind. The wind lifted the ends of her hair, making her clothes flap loudly. This feeling was wonderful. Freer than driving, faster than running. Bai Chenyue's playful spirit was thoroughly aroused. She lowered her altitude until the flying sword was almost grazing the turf. Then she extended her right hand, bringing her index and middle fingers together in a sword seal gesture, and pointed into the distance ahead. Mind control. Whoosh! The flying sword hovering beneath her feet suddenly split off a silver sword shadow, swift as lightning, shooting out from the sword's body. The sword shadow cut through the air, precisely slicing across the top of a screaming grass. Swish! The grass tip was severed cleanly, the cut as smooth as a mirror. The screaming grass, beheaded, didn't even have time to let out a scream before it wilted. Bai Chenyue's eyes lit up. You could play like this too? Her interest was piqued. She brought her 2 fingers together and traced a dashing arc in the air. That silver sword shadow followed suit, carving an elegant arc across the grassland. Swish, 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 swish. Wherever the sword shadow passed, all the weeds were cleanly cut in half. Patch after patch of grass fell over, neatly trimmed. The efficiency was even higher than a lawnmower.